Chapter 1. System. Have you arrived too early? Qin never anticipated that after dividing into arts and sciences in his second year of high school, he would once again fall under the scrutiny of Old Lu. What a stroke of misfortune. Old Lu, his first-year homeroom teacher and biology instructor, was known for his diligence and dedication, a veritable taskmaster. He had once berated a declining student for over half an hour in the corridor outside the classroom. With a score of 472, Qin barely scraped by to qualify for an undergraduate program. In Old Lu's eyes, he was hardly worth sharing a table with. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed in Qin's mind. Instantly, a translucent panel materialized before him, revealing lines of white text that floated into view. At the age of 22, you graduated from vocational college. After swiftly amassing your first fortune, you established a company that flourished effortlessly. By 23, your enterprise rapidly expanded, reaching a valuation of over 10 million. At 25, your career peaked, your net worth soaring past 100 million. Yet the indulgent lifestyle of excess dulled your ambition. You overlooked the lurking dangers within your company, and it teetered on the brink of collapse. At 27, seeking a breakthrough, you faced investment failures, your commercial empire dissipating into thin air. Your parents quietly sold their property, and your sister and brother-in-law drained their savings. But upon hearing of your billion-dollar debt, they were plunged into despair. You ascended to the rooftop, smoking until dawn, the scattered cigarette butts prompting a moment of reflection if you feared death so little. Why could you not begin anew? Through a final act of goodwill, you resolved to pursue an MBA, seeking to cultivate a network and hone your foresight for future opportunities. The incoming instructor may well become a benefactor on your path to resurgence, possessing a background beyond your imagination. Task: obtain the instructor's private contact number. Reward: 100 renminbi. Qin was momentarily taken aback, his emotions flaring as he read the floating text. What the hell? I can't even get into an undergraduate program with a score of 472. What sort of jest was this? There may be many students in Qinshan province, but the cutoff for undergraduate programs could not possibly be lowered to 470. Was it possible that I still had room to decline in the next 2 years? Having devoured countless online novels, Qin recognized that he had somehow bound himself to a system. Yet, it seemed that the system had arrived a decade too early and had revealed snippets of his life. At 25, a net worth of over 100 million. At 27, bankruptcy and nearly suicidal. This experience could certainly be spun into a tale of triumph, with readers lambasting the author. However, is this truly me? Qin hesitated, the prospect of failing to enroll in an undergraduate program weighing heavily upon him. What does it matter? Whether it be a misaligned destiny or an early arrival of the system, it bears little relevance to me. For there was no novice gift package, no supreme lineage, no true dragon bloodline. His gaze fell upon the task assigned by the system. However, if the task can indeed be accomplished, then the situation would transform entirely. Qin felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was neither pursuing an MBA nor did Old Lu possess any unimaginable background. He had watched Old Lu grow into the figure he was. What could he possibly not know? Would he be able to complete the task? If not, the system would learn that binding itself to me was a grave mistake. Teachers here, a student in the front row suddenly called out. The classmates promptly returned to their seats with decorum. Lu Haiyuan entered the classroom, a smile gracing his face, presenting himself as a rather stout middle-aged man. Dear students, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 2 years of high school. I hope we can navigate this arduous journey together. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Haiyuan, and I am your biology teacher. Old Lu inscribed his name on the whiteboard. Last semester, I taught 3 classes, and aside from the experimental class, these 3 had the best biology scores in the entire school. For the next 2 years, I expect everyone to keep pace, especially in our class. The students responded with a chorus of wow. As is customary when a teacher boasts of their achievements, I know that our class has some academically gifted students, Old Lu remarked, his gaze sweeping over a few favored pupils. Indeed, they were all potential candidates for prestigious universities. These students, well versed in the art of pretense, merely needed to display the appropriate smiles to achieve their goal. As anticipated, the group of students soon attracted the envious glances of their peers. Of course, there are also some students whose performance is not particularly stellar. He continued. Qin's eyes met Old Lu's, and a chill ran down his spine. Why are you looking at me? But that is of no consequence. All students are equal in my eyes, regardless of their performance. There was no need to mention subpar grades while fixing his gaze upon me. Was there? Whether obedient or mischievous. Damn, even the mischievous ones are looking at me. Old Lu, if you keep this up, I might genuinely become upset. Classes officially commence on Monday, and in the next couple of days. I advise you all to regain your study momentum. Every second counts in the second year. Finally, I must mention 2 more things. On Monday morning, officials from the Municipal Education Bureau will visit our school for an inspection, so please perform well. Old Lou appointed a pretty girl as the class representative. Chi Ing will serve as our class representative for the next couple of days. We will hold elections for class officers during the evening study session on Monday. You may head home if you have no matters to attend to. If you do, please find me in my office. After Old Lou departed, Jia Mingkai poked Qin Ming in the back, a lecherous glint in his eyes. The two had only recently acquainted themselves upon arriving in class. Dude, Qin Ming, do you have a vendetta against the homeroom teacher? He must hate you immensely to have looked at you so intently when mentioning students with poor grades. Look at me. I thought he was looking at you. Perhaps he was eyeing my desk mate. At this moment, one must never admit it. Jia Mingkai chuckled. I scored 570. A solid score for a regular class. Not too shabby for a prospective candidate for a top university. Jia Mingkai glanced at Qin Ming's desk mate, a rather quiet girl, and lowered his voice. Your desk mate scored 630. The top of our class. Qin Ming was taken aback. Then why is she sitting next to me? Is she not concerned I might lead her astray? Casting a glance at his female desk mate, he could only see her profile. Vaguely familiar, she must be a classmate from the first year, though he couldn't recall her name. However, she had performed exceptionally well in the first year, often placing within the top 3. Jia Mingkai wore an expression that seemed to say, as expected, she is indeed looking at you. I have no personal grudge against Old Lou. Qin Ming chuckled awkwardly. But my grades could indeed tarnish his reputation in education. Wow, impressive, Old Lou observed as Qin Ming cautiously approached the office. What a stroke of misfortune. Qin Ming, what can I do for you? Old Lou inquired, lifting his teacup and glancing at the computer screen. Teacher, could you provide me with your mobile number? My parents wish to discuss my studies with you at their convenience. Qin Ming sought to test whether he could accomplish the task. If he failed, he would simply follow the conventional path. Waiting until he amassed a fortune by the age of 25 retirement would be a breeze. Bankruptcy would not be an option. Old Lou chewed his lips, neither granting nor denying the request, instead fiddling with his mouse for an eternity, applying pressure on Qin Ming until he neared a breaking point, before finally uttering, you scored 470 last semester, did you not? Qin Ming immediately began to perspire. Old Lou relished steering every conversation towards academic performance. The weather is splendid today, look at the sun. So glaring, doesn't it resemble your score of 470? This hot water is delightful, doesn't it remind me of your 470 score? Making it hard for me to speak. 472. 2 points are still my achievement. Huh. Old Lou adopted an almost mocking demeanor. Without uttering a word, his expression of derision nearly shattered Qin Ming's resolve. Taking a sip of tea, Old Lou pointed at the computer screen, where the seating chart of the class was displayed. I'm adjusting my seat and specifically arranged for Gong Xiaobi to be my desk mate. You've been classmates since freshman year, so you're already familiar with each other and share topics to converse about. She still ranks first in our class. Academically, she can guide you. If you don't score above 500 in the upcoming National Day exam, he'll personally deal with you. Qin Ming was somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening? The top student as my desk mate is a special arrangement by Old Lou. This feels off. When did Old Lou become so benevolent? This is absurd. Qin Ming began to see the nuance. While Old Lou's words appear to be a gesture of care, if one disregards the academic aspect, it resembles the White Emperor City entrusting the future to another. Thus, Old Lou's true intention is not for her to assist me, but rather for me to guide her. Academics. The likelihood of me contending with the Trissolarians is greater than this. Qin Ming felt a sense of urgency. Or is it in terms of daily life? Tentatively, he remarked, Teacher, if Gong can help me improve my grades, I will ensure her well-being in daily life. I will absolutely not allow her to be bullied or isolated by anyone, and I will help her integrate into our collective life. I never agreed to score 500. Old Lou shot a surprised glance at Qin Ming. Damn it, Ming, you are truly a genius. Chapter 2. A contact is a kiss of the soul. Stepping out of the office, Qin Ming's emotions were stirred. As soon as he received Old Lou's mobile number, a voice in his mind signaled the completion of his task. Eagerly, he pulled out his phone. Indeed, a transfer notification appeared. The balance in his bank account had surged from 38.8 to 138.8. The task was genuinely achievable. Old Lou was neither a university lecturer nor possessed any extraordinary background. He was merely a teacher who ruthlessly pooh-eyed underperforming students and valued their scores above his own life. Yet, after acquiring his mobile number, the task was still completed. Qin Ming realized that although the system had arrived a decade early, as long as he fulfilled his objectives, he would still earn rewards, even if the characters, locations, and times were all erroneous. How delightful. Ah yes, then there's Gong Xiaobi, the little ado entrusted to me by Old Lou. What is her relationship with Old Lou? Qin Ming did not have a deep impression of Gong Xiaobi. He only knew she excelled academically, scoring 630, making her a standout in an average class. During freshman year, This girl was quite reclusive, with hardly any friends. As Qin Ming pondered his memories of Gong Xiaobi, the system chimed again, announcing a new task. Having obtained the teacher's private phone number, you have completed the first step in returning to the business world. Your classmates are all potential pillars of the future business realm, one of whom may just be your partner. Task: expand your network. Acquire contact information from 10 classmates. Reward: 1,000 renminbi. 010. The reward had multiplied tenfold, nearly 3 months' worth of pocket money. Qin Ming savored this opportunity and swiftly returned to his class. This task presented by the system was akin to a pillow being offered to someone who was already sleepy. Even without this task, Qin Ming would have sought to expand his circle in the new class. After all, some business events require an astonishing number of likes, often exceeding 40 or 50. Taking his seat, Qin Ming discreetly glanced at Gong Xiaobi, who was quietly reading. The sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating her profile, and her silky black hair shimmered gently like a classic heroine from a Japanese anime. Sensing his gaze, Gong Xiaobi turned her head to meet Qin Ming's eyes for a brief moment before returning to her book. So beautiful. Qin Ming felt his heart race faster than the second hand of a clock. Holy moly! His phone vibrated. Could it be that she likes me? One illusion. The immediate priority was to complete the task. Qin Ming turned to Jia Mingkai, whispering mysteriously, "Old Jia, I have a string of wicked English codes. Add me to your contacts so we can report them." Jia Mingkai wore a "how can you assume I'm that kind of person" expression, claiming ignorance of what Qin Ming was saying. Yet he quickly took out his phone and cheerfully added Qin Ming's contact. In the joyful atmosphere, Qin Ming collected contact information from 10 classmates, watching the 1,000 renminbi land in his bank account. Indeed, romantic feelings are the primary driving force of productivity. Qin Ming couldn't help but feel sentimental. After the class representative finished counting attendance, students were free to leave. Qin Ming politely declined Jia Mingkai's invitation to the internet CAF, packed his bag, and headed home. Before leaving his seat, he glanced at Gong Xiaobi once more. Should I greet her? After all, she is old Lu's person. Building a good rapport with her may allow me to enjoy a few good days under old Lu's guidance for the next 2 years. While contemplating, Gong Xiaobi's gaze suddenly turned towards him. Eye contact felt like a kiss of the soul. Qin Ming suddenly felt as if he had been forcefully kissed. The carefully prepared greeting vanished from his mind, and he awkwardly nodded before turning to flee. What a disaster. After all, we are desk mates, so there will be plenty of opportunities to greet her in the future. Qin Ming's home was in the nearby Jinxiu Huafu community, approximately 700 to 800 meters from school. During middle school, Qin Ming was often awakened by the morning bell of the school, and once awake, he could never fall back asleep. Since then, Qin Ming silently vowed that when he gained power and influence, he would surely destroy that wretched school. The opportunity arrived more swiftly than Qin Ming had anticipated. After graduating from middle school, the reputation of the school tarnished rapidly in the eyes of relatives, because Qin Ming was admitted to that very school. Aside from the key high school, there was also the provincial experimental school, the best high school in the province. Thus, although the community was nearly 30 years old and somewhat dilapidated, property prices remained robust, averaging above 15,000. Qin Ming's family resided in a modest apartment of about 70 square meters, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. The master bedroom served as the sanctuary for Mr. and Mrs. Qin. The second bedroom was a chaotic space shared by Qin Ming and his sister Qin Miao, featuring a bunk bed. Though small, the house was clean and tidy, adorned with a warm ambience. Ding! Upon hearing the sound echo in his mind, Qin Ming perked up. A new task had arrived. Clothes make the man, and business failures can lead to losing everything. Your attire, a cheap suit bought by your sister, makes you appear quite incongruous among your classmates. Task: refresh your appearance. Use the reward to purchase a set of clothes befitting your status. Reward: 1,000 renminbi. Is my future self living in such poverty? Qin Ming couldn't help but scoff. Damn it. All those apocalyptic novels were a waste if I didn't even think to stockpile supplies for emergencies. Clearly, he had not read enough. Tonight he would binge read. While he grumbled, Qin Ming felt a weight in his heart. Although he had not personally experienced it, the system's description suggested that his future life would be exceedingly arduous, especially for someone who had once been affluent, only to descend to wearing outdated clothing from years past. A staggering psychological gap. It was no wonder he would be driven to the rooftop, especially the double blow against his parents and loved ones. A frugal material life could be endured, but the disdain from others and the betrayal of friends and family. What? He owes $1 billion? Damn it, let's restart. However, on the other hand, the current situation felt invigorating to Qin Ming, as if a realm of vibrant possibilities lay before him. After all, I have not suffered, nor have I experienced the pain of childbirth, but I shall enjoy the blessings. Qin Ming opened Douyin and searched for men's fashion, saving a few images afterward. He rode his electric scooter to the nearest pedestrian street. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming emerged from the street, clad in a black short-sleeve shirt, straight-cut trousers, and patterned sneakers, muttering curses under his breath. These unscrupulous bid merchants truly deserve their fate. They charge me $500 for something that costs less than $100 to procure. Your father mentioned $300, and yet, who taught you to sell it outright? Don't you have any scruples? What a disgrace. Having spent his money and vented his frustration, he lamented, "You truly deserve to be crushed by the e-commerce giants. It seems I'm utterly outmatched by these unscrupulous individuals." Chapter 3. This store is toxic. Though I may curse it, the outfit chosen by Qin Ming looks rather splendid when worn. Most importantly, it creates an illusion of height. In the Aoyama province, where a height of 170 centimeters is considered somewhat lacking, Qin Ming, standing at 185 centimeters, is of average stature, yet not particularly remarkable. However, adorned in this attire, his visual height seems to reach 188 centimeters, and that is without tucking in the black short-sleeve shirt, if he were to elevate his waistline. His visual height could even soar to 190 centimeters. Indeed, the fashion bloggers on Douyin possess some merit. Qin Ming is quite pleased with this stylish ensemble, devoid of any extravagant embellishments. Unlike many who merely pose and preen, these bloggers seem to only entice the likes of Ceylon. What else can they truly offer? Meanwhile, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the translucent panel, which indicated that the system had completed its task. Use the reward to purchase an outfit befitting your status. Reward, 1,000 renminbi. Completed. Elated, Qin Ming pulled out his phone to check his balance. 388 renminbi. What could this sum procure? It could buy 25 eyebrow pencils, a bottle of Wulianya liquor, or sustain him with groceries for 3 months. Even his older brother could establish an internet cafe across from the school with this amount. My goodness, that is 2,000 a day, 14,000 a week, 60,000 a month, 6 million a year, 2 years, and I could achieve financial freedom. How exhilarating. Qin Ming then hurried to Hailan Jijia to buy an old-fashioned two-piece ensemble for his father, spending 289 renminbi. His father, an ordinary white-collar worker, earns just over 4,000 a month. The clothing he wears is several years old, a white shirt purchased for an uncle's wedding, although it is usually well-ironed. The collar and cuffs show signs of wear, revealing its age at a glance. The Qin family is of modest means. Both parents are typical wage earners. And a few years back, the family incurred some debt due to his grandmother's illness, leading to a rather frugal existence. Fortunately, Qin Miao, attending university, does not often require funds from home. Nevertheless, turning a college experience into a survival guide for the apocalypse is quite disheartening. Qin Ming's academic performance does not necessitate any additional tutoring, thus saving another round of expenses. Why does mentioning this evoke such a sense of hardship? He swiftly purchased a split-knit sweater for Lu Fengying, which fits snugly and is static-free, perfect for autumn, at 310 renminbi. Finally, after some contemplation, he bought a pair of round-toed low-heeled leather shoes for Qin Miao, which are comfortable and do not pinch. This year, she has entered her senior year of university. Indeed, she is the only one in the family to hold a bachelor's degree. Reflecting on his impending vocational diploma, Qin Ming felt a deeper sense of despair. Upon returning to the pursuit of a diploma, would he not be mercilessly mocked by Qin Miao? With the onset of the autumn recruitment season after the start of the university term, those little leather shoes would certainly come in handy. They cost 260 renminbi. In total, he spent nearly 900 renminbi, leaving him with just about 1,000 RMB. Qin Ming's eyelids began to twitch. Had the dollar tide swept away his funds? Just moments ago, he had won 800 renminbi. Spending money feels as fleeting as water. How could he have spent so much on mere trifles? Has he indeed spent excessively? Well, it certainly seems so. Should I return Qin Miao's little leather shoes? Qin Ming hesitated, his thoughts swirling. After all, with Qin Miao's mediocre undergraduate background, what kind of reputable company would be foolish enough to recruit her? Haha, what a joke. Even a pair of dad shoes would suffice to impress HR. Why the obsession with little leather shoes? Why so vain? What advantage could a pair of shoes worth over 200 bring? Clearly none. Perhaps some foolish classmates would mock her for her frugal appearance, dressed in clothes costing around 200, yet donning shoes worth 300. Was she not afraid of twisting her ankle? So why buy them in the first place? Qin Ming tightened his grip on his phone, resolutely pushing open the store door and marching inside. I want to return this. 2 minutes later, he emerged with a women's striped shirt in hand, fuming and stomping his feet. Damn, this store is toxic. Once inside, one can't help but want to buy everything. Time to leave. Deep Blue, hurry and assign me a task. I'm down to 700 yuan. On his way home, Qin Ming noticed a crowd gathered at a traffic light, curious about what had transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression stiffened, and unpleasant memories surged in his mind. During the summer vacation, he had encountered a similar situation at an intersection where a large crowd had gathered, and he mistakenly thought it was an argument between elderly women. He squeezed his electric scooter into the throng, just as a traffic cop checking helmets looked up. They exchanged a moment of mutual surprise, followed by a resigned smile. Well, look who is here to collect a fine. The officer handed him a ticket. Qin Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Seriously? Is it customary to demand money on a first meeting? Great, which fool bumped into my scooter? Let me out of here. After donning his helmet, he pushed deeper into the crowd, only to realize it was the scene of an accident. In the center stood two individuals, a girl wearing a pink helmet, strikingly beautiful with an unwavering gaze, silent as she resembled a proud white rose, and a middle-aged man seated on the ground, incessantly clamoring for compensation and seeking the girl's guardians. Auntie, what is going on? Qin Ming was always eager to glean the latest gossip. Each time he returned home, he could easily blend into the village's gossip network, often engaging in conversations until the very end before heading home. It wasn't that he relished gossip. He simply understood the peculiarities of those elderly women. If he left even a moment early, they would inevitably shift the topic onto him. It was clear what had happened. The young girl had collided with someone on her bike, and now others were demanding money from her. The aunt, munching on sunflower seeds, appeared unfazed. Looks like it's not too serious, she remarked. What problem? She just fell on her backside. She even sat down herself. Ahem, I didn't see anything. Who knows, there might be internal injuries. The aunt cast a wary glance at Qin Ming. What else with the skepticism? Internal injuries, you say? If I hadn't seen her riding a yachty, I would have thought she was on a Diyun. Can a little electric bike even cause internal injuries? What is this? Before yachty makes an appearance, must one first bestow upon the electric vehicle a set of unparalleled skills? However, it seems that this young lady will find it exceedingly difficult to depart without incurring some financial loss today. To speak candidly, for a grown man to emerge unscathed, yet continue to make such a fuss, is rather embarrassing. Those who lack the wisdom to navigate life find it hard to earn a living and endure hardships. It appears that he is attempting to take advantage of the fact that the young lady is merely a high school student, hoping to extort some money. Knowing her youthful countenance holds a certain vulnerability. Is this not the very definition of fraud? Qin Ming's voice resonated loudly, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the scene. With all present falling mute, their gazes shifting in astonishment, bewilderment, and scrutiny towards the source of the sound, locking eyes with Qin Ming. Young man, you are quite bold to voice such a fair sentiment at this juncture. Chapter 4 Indeed. As the perpetrator, Su Xuanning was taken aback for a moment by the sound, unable to resist directing her gaze towards Qin Ming. A flicker of gratitude surfaced in her eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by disappointment. He appeared tall and slender, likely another high school student. His zeal was commendable, yet he was powerless to resolve the predicament I currently faced. This fraudster was utterly shameless. It was clear that I had merely followed behind him, and upon his sudden braking, I had made contact. Only a slight scrape between vehicles, with no harm done to him whatsoever. I had even promptly apologized. Yet, he turned to glance at me, and then dramatically collapsed to the ground, claiming I had injured him. What kind of person behaves in such a manner? And what of this audience? Apart from watching with cold indifference and relishing my misfortune, did none of them consider stepping forward to assert that I had not harmed him at all? Even if they choose not to speak up for justice, could they not simply leave? The situation is becoming increasingly unbearable for me. The road ahead is indeed the most challenging to navigate. Su Xuanning even absurdly wished for a runaway truck to come barreling down the street, indiscriminately equalizing all present, except for that charming young man, of course. Nevertheless, in such an excruciatingly awkward moment, the willingness to utter even a single word of fairness was undoubtedly like a ray of sunshine amidst the snow, alleviating some of Su Xuanning's psychological burden. At the very least, she could manage to display an expression on her face. She then cast a wry smile towards Qin Ming, signaling him with her eyes to leave swiftly and avoid this trouble. She resolved to offer some compensation, acknowledging that, after all, her vehicle had indeed made contact with his. Your Majesty, why must you kneel first? Qin Ming instantly grasped the meaning behind Su Xuanning's gaze and felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. In his youth, while learning to ride a bicycle, he had fallen victim to a similar scam. An elderly man had observed him practicing alone in the neighborhood, lunged at him, and then clung to him, claiming he had been knocked down. The absurdity was that it was a four-wheeled bicycle. Ultimately, it was his father who had to offer apologies, financial reparations, and smiles to resolve the matter amicably. Thus, whenever Qin Ming encountered a fraudster, the image of his father bowing and smiling in contrition would flash in his mind, dragging along with it the unpleasant memories that darkened his mood. This is precisely why, just moments ago, Qin Ming boldly articulated the truth behind the deceitful act. If you wish to extort money, so be it. But what gives you the audacity to summon another's parents? Is it merely because you believe yourself to be in the right? Does humiliating a minor not satiate your insatiable desires? Must the parents of others feel embarrassment and shame to substantiate that the entire incident is solely the child's fault, thus justifying your claim to the money? To hell with you. Young man, this matter does not concern you. You should leave promptly. The aunt munching on seeds hesitated for a moment before sternly addressing him. Her eyes urged Qin Ming to avoid further conflict. With so many adults present remaining silent, what right does a child have to interject? Numerous spectators wore expressions of bemusement, reveling in the spectacle. Acts of chivalry? A hero rescuing the fair maiden? Alas, he is still too young. Additionally, there were those who thrived on chaos, their faces betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Ming appeared to be the quintessential high school student, standing up at this moment, capable of little more than sharing the scorn directed at the girl. Did he truly believe that no one discerned the ruse? A meddler. He seemed to carry an aura of misfortune, creating a bubble of isolation around him, akin to Su Xuanning. Qin Ming bore an expression of indifference. Humanity, at times, can be wretched. When faced with injustice, individuals often remain silent like their inept husbands, yet ridicule those who dare to speak out. The sprawled middle-aged man, upon hearing Qin Ming accuse him of deceit, displayed a fleeting moment of guilt. He undoubtedly recognized his own duplicity. However, upon observing Qin Ming's youthful visage, he felt a surge of confidence. High schoolers and college students, before stepping into society, are often molded by their schools and parents to lack any real assertiveness. Confronting them is akin to kicking a pillow. Who are you accusing of deceit? Did you witness her colliding with me? Are you two in cahoots? So young, and yet learning to engage in romance like the rest? I truly wonder how your parents have raised you. Su Xuanning turned pale at his words, her clenched fists trembling slightly, overwhelmed by a tide of indignation. She felt a profound sense of injustice for Qin Ming. What fault did he bear? He merely spoke a word of fairness. Please, you should leave. This matter does not involve you. Thank you. Tears glistened in her eyes as she quietly urged Qin Ming to depart. This situation had no bearing on him. For him, it was an unwarranted calamity. She did not wish to drag anyone else into this mess. How dare you slander my father? Qin Ming did not respond to Su Xuanning's plea, but retorted coldly. My parents never taught me to engage in deceit. What of yours? A collective gasp resonated throughout the crowd. Many gazes shifted, scrutinizing Qin Ming anew. Good heavens! He has chosen to wield the sharpest of verbal weapons right from the onset? Su Xuanning was momentarily taken aback. How exhilarating! Though she lacked the skill for argument, she understood that since Qin Ming had taken the initiative, she must not retreat to the sidelines, nor utter dismissive phrases that would dishearten him. I simply must steadfastly stand by his side. Su Xuanning inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth. Indeed, indeed. Such a scoundrel. Well played. Qin Ming silently applauded her. Had Su Xuanning broken down in tears or clutched at him in desperation at that moment, he would have surely exploded. However, when one proclaims indeed, indeed, it signifies that they are an exemplary support, augmenting the situation. The middle-aged man had not anticipated that as Qin Ming initiated the confrontation, he would lose his parents. Is this a high school student? He displayed ferocity surpassing that of all the adults present. What the hell are you saying? The voice of the fraudster echoed, and Qin Ming unleashed a powerful retort, employing the technique of severing ties with parental figures, instantly dismantling the man's defenses. How dare you? Are you deaf? Qin Ming unleashed his full fury. Was it merely money you sought? Come then, your father will provide it. Damn it. Let us see if I have enough money for you. How much do you require? Damn it all. How could you, a student, exhibit such a lack of decorum? You are not even fit to be compared to a common prostitute. Yet you dare to discuss manners with your father? I ask you, do you want money? Do you? Qin Ming brandished his phone, exuding an air of wealth as if he were willing to buy the fraudster's life, leaving many onlookers awestruck. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. If he were to demand money now, he would have suffered insults in vain. Yet, to refuse would mean enduring further humiliation. The choice was not difficult. Dare to offer less. Go ahead, flaunting your parents' money. The man turned his head, unable to meet Qin Ming's gaze. Qin Ming dismissed him as mere barking. Hand over your phone. Are you truly giving it? Su Xuanning grew anxious. How could Qin Ming stand up for himself and allow the man to pay? I'll handle this. I have the funds. Su Xuanning was more than willing to cover the expense, having relished Qin Ming's fierce rebuke. No need. Qin Ming's tone was so assertive that Su Xuanning dared not act. He seized the middle-aged man's phone and operated it for a moment, then retrieved his own to do the same. Su Xuanning stood by, feeling anxious and uncertain about how to mediate. Sigh. Perhaps she would reimburse him later. Is 1,000 enough? Not nearly. What can 1,000 accomplish? The middle-aged man was resolute in his intent to extract a hefty sum from Qin Ming. Let us see you act high and mighty. Is 3,000 sufficient? The man faltered momentarily. 3,000? That was more than half a month's salary. Truth be told, he sustained no injuries, yet after enduring a tongue lashing, he could earn over 3,000? Enduring the boss's ire at work wouldn't yield such a profit. To him, Qin Ming appeared to be a foolish, wealthy heir, one who thought he could simply throw money to resolve matters. Such individuals possess two distinct traits, wealth and a volatile temper. The middle-aged man hesitated. Not enough. Add 500 more, and I'll be satisfied. Asking for too much might verge on extortion. Is 5,000 sufficient? Qin Ming's expression remained calm as he stated a figure. At this, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Chapter 5. You want him to just comply? Deal. The middle-aged man twitched his lips, barely able to suppress a grin. It was the equivalent of his monthly salary. Such a wealthy scion, truly a fool with money to spare. The scolding he received earlier? Who got scolded? It could barely be classified as an injury at work. Su Xuanning was in a daze. 3,000 was still acceptable, but 5,000 truly exceeded her psychological price threshold. Isn't that excessive? Excessive? If you say that, others might think I can't afford it. Just 5,000. Qin Ming was not surprised by the middle-aged man's reaction. A smirk crept upon his lips, revealing unabashed mockery. As if to say, You agreed to this paltry sum? I thought you would demand more. Su Xuaning puffed her cheeks. Fine. 5,000 it is. I can still manage to scrape together my pocket money. The middle-aged man turned his head, unable to meet Qin Ming's imposing gaze. Why did this high school student exude such a strong sense of pressure? The power of birth, 3 stages? Come on, face the camera. Qin Ming crouched down, holding the middle-aged man's phone, directing the camera towards him. What are you doing? The middle-aged man felt a twinge of caution. After all, he was attempting to scam. And facing the camera made him somewhat uneasy. Even though it was his own phone, he worried that Qin Ming might gather evidence against him and send him to jail. Don't you know that accepting a large transfer requires facial recognition? Damn, no wonder they could easily dismiss you with such a small amount. The middle-aged man, increasingly uneasy as Qin Ming continued to film him closely, felt his composure slip away, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the camera. Open your mouth, blink, look to the left. After completing this series of actions, Qin Ming stood up and manipulated the middle-aged man's phone once more. Throughout this, the middle-aged man's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Qin Ming might backtrack at a critical moment. However, he soon realized that his worries were unfounded. He accepted the phone handed to him by Qin Ming and saw that his account balance had indeed increased by 5,000. Forcing himself to regain his composure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He cast a deep glance at Qin Ming before preparing to leave. Fool, wealthy people truly deserve their fate. When I have money, I'll treat scammers like this too. Did I let you leave? The middle-aged man, startled by Qin Ming's cold voice, turned back, visibly tense. From beginning to end, Qin Ming seemed to command the rhythm of the entire affair. What outrageous act might he commit next? He could hardly predict. Faced with the unknown, anxiety crept in. Would he attack me? What else do you want? I gave you the money, didn't I? Qin Ming, holding the phone, wore a mocking expression. The middle-aged man slightly tilted his head. Yes, 5,000. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Wow, he really gave 5,000. He is truly wealthy. Alas, wealth does not equate to wisdom. Why pretend at such a moment? Those unaware would think he was the one giving you money. Indeed, the money is spent. Indulge in the thrill, and cry secretly when you get home tonight. Sigh, who hasn't he been through high school? At this age, young men often feel compelled to impress beautiful women, unperturbed by the expenditure it entails. I, too, possess a certain resilience. Imagine lurking by the roadside at midnight, concealed in the underbrush, only to leap forth and startle an approaching vehicle. Just let it be, as long as compensation is provided. Qin Ming nodded with a smile, continuing to probe. Are you sure you're not hurt? Please don't wait until we leave to report us for a hit and run, seizing the opportunity for some illicit gain. How could I possibly do such a thing? The middle-aged man, slightly irritated, felt it was unjust that he was deemed untrustworthy. Is it merely because I am a fraudster? Where has the trust between individuals gone? The world has grown so cold, I dare not engage. You are indeed overly cautious. The middle-aged man sighed. I assure you, it's nothing serious. Truly nothing serious? Indeed, all is well. He patted himself down, affirming his lack of injury, and, pushing his small cart, prepared to depart. The onlookers regarded Qin Ming with expressions akin to disbelief, ready to disperse now that the matter was resolved. Su Xuaning felt that Qin Ming had perhaps overextended himself. Nonetheless, the fact that he stood up in front of so many to assist her was worth far more than 5,000 yuan. Classmate, let us exchange contact information. I shall transfer the money to you later. Certainly, it would not be appropriate for Qin Ming to cover the expenses. Money? What money? The 5,000 you just transferred to him. Why act so naive? Do I appear to be that ungrateful? There was no need to feign nonchalance, then return home to secretly shed tears. Who transferred him money? Qin Ming suddenly exclaimed loudly. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had been preparing to leave, suddenly halted in their tracks. The middle-aged man, caught off guard, turned to Qin Ming. You just gave him money? Me? I did not collide with him. Why should I pay him? Qin Ming found the notion absurd and became somewhat exasperated. Su Xuaning was taken aback. That 5,000. Oh, you meant that? I merely secured a loan of 5,000 from an online platform for him. It's quite simple to obtain such loans nowadays. Were it not for the need for identification, I could have secured 100,000. Qin Ming raised his hands, expressing a hint of regret. Regret? What are you even talking about? Do I look like someone who possesses 5,000 yuan? Qin Ming revealed his colorful sneakers. Apart from the stunned Su Xuaning, the rest of the audience stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment directed at Qin Ming. Something seems amiss. Upon further reflection, a prodigy. I thought he genuinely provided the funds. Did he simply hand over the money? This child has always struck me as clever. What a cunning maneuver to secure 5,000 yuan in loans. Hilarious. The middle-aged man, infuriated by this revelation, stormed towards Qin Ming, furious and humiliated. Qin Ming's earlier display had been a complete affront to him. Damn it. Utilizing deceptive online loans, it seems that I am the one suffering losses. Yet they dare to compensate me. What need do I have for your assistance? Is it acceptable to bully the honest? This is utterly outrageous. Which institution could have produced such a miscreant in a past life? Do you wish to resort to violence? Qin Ming's expression darkened abruptly as he retrieved his phone, swiftly stating, I recorded everything you just said about being unharmed. You are merely trying to extort me. What will you do now? Resort to violence because you can't obtain any money? Do you believe I wouldn't simply lie down and ensure your family remains in perpetual debt? Come, let us see you try to strike me. My uncle works in a hospital, so go ahead and make a move. Chapter 6. The principle of avoiding the fortunate. When others utter such words, a middle-aged man might hesitate for a moment, weighing whether he is merely bluffing or genuinely serious. However, after witnessing Qin Ming's earlier confrontation, he comprehended that should he dare to touch even a single finger of Qin Ming, he would genuinely find himself destitute. Moreover, engaging in such deceit for a few $100s was hardly worth risking his life. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, being intimidated by a high school student left him feeling somewhat humiliated. He found himself in a state of indecision, unable to leave yet unwilling to remain. In that moment of tension, Qin Ming suddenly adopted a calm demeanor, gazing at the middle-aged man with a hint of understanding and compassion in his tone. I recognize your struggles. If there were alternative means, who would choose this line of work? Perhaps you have a family to support. You can cancel the loan at any time without much hassle. I was merely jesting, so please do not take it to heart. I urge you to refrain from this profession in the future, as it causes trouble for others. Perhaps she is around the same age as your daughter. If your daughter were to encounter such a situation, would it not pain you? Would she ever meet someone as benevolent as I? Now, you may leave. I will not report you. Such words from you. It seems you have transformed entirely. The middle-aged man stood frozen, his gaze towards Qin Ming shifting from anger to a tinge of shame. His emotions surged within him. Qin Ming's words had indeed struck a sensitive chord, far more effective than any harsh threats. Overcome with shame, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth, pushed his cart, and turned away without looking back. Swiftly disappearing into a nearby alley, Qin Ming watched until the figure vanished completely before leisurely retrieving his phone. I was merely jesting. Had you left, I would have reported you regardless. At your age, still so naive, and with such intellect, you dare to engage in deceit? Su Xuanning. Onlookers, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Is this a human being? How absurd. With no amusement left, the crowd dispersed. Qin Ming ended the call and turned to find Su Xuanning squatting nearby, tears cascading down her cheeks, releasing all the pent-up grievances and embarrassment that had surged within her as the crowd faded away. Truly a commendable ally. As the battle concluded, the tension dissipated, revealing the burdens they bore. Qin Ming pulled 2 tissues from his pocket, seated himself beside Su Xuanning, and offered them to her. There is no need for tears. I have reported him. Perhaps we shall catch him today, as the authorities are quite stringent in dealing with fraudulent claims these days. Qin Ming was not particularly adept at comforting girls, his words coming out rather dryly. Thank you, he said. It's nothing. After all, I'm a member of the group. Su Xuanning accepted the tissue, turning away to wipe her tears, avoiding Qin Ming's gaze, revealing her fair, swan-like neck and long ponytail. I wasn't really that angry. To be honest, you helped me a lot just now. It's just that when I think about how many people were staring at me, I can't help but feel tears welling up. It wasn't even my fault, and no one spoke up for me. Su Xuanning sniffled, quickly adding, except for you. You're a good person. Stop. Is it too early to send a card now? Qin Ming refrained from asking the pointless question of why she hadn't reported it. High school students are taught from a young age to minimize trouble for their families and schools. Besides academic performance, compliance is the second criterion for judging whether a child is considered good. Being compliant means causing fewer issues, which in turn implies that when faced with unfairness, one must endure in silence. After a while, Su Xuanning's tears subsided, her eyes red and resembling a delicate wash of eyeshadow. Feeling better? Qin Ming inquired, intrigued. Since it was so embarrassing, why didn't you just confront him and shout? It couldn't be more humiliating than it already is. Abandoning personal dignity, one could indulge in a life of mischief. I'm all right now. Thank you, Su Xuanning nodded, taking a deep breath and looking at the sunny-looking boy. I feel like boys who can be as carefree as you must be quite rare, right? Qin Ming was taken aback. What on earth are you talking about? Besides, don't teachers always say that in such situations, you should take a step back to ensure your safety? That's called the principle of the fortunate retreat. Su Xuanning, donning a pink helmet, earnestly explained this to Qin Ming. Come on, buddy. Qin Ming laughed, tapping her pink helmet, which now covered her fair forehead and made her bangs all messy. Your life is so tough, and yet you're trying to adopt the principle of fortunate retreat? The fortunate ones are the ones avoiding people like you who are struggling, fearing that you might suddenly lose control. Where exactly is your happiness? However, retreating was indeed her principle, as she tended to bottle up her feelings. Su Xuanning felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What kind of person are you? Is this how you comfort girls? Can't you just say something nice? Calling me out like this is really humiliating. She felt on the verge of tears again, yet also wanted to laugh, her heart nearly breaking. With her delicate finger pointing at the road, she huffed, if you keep insulting me, I'll just let a car hit me. Qin Ming playfully knocked on Su Xuanning's helmet, which promptly obscured her fair forehead, causing her bangs to go askew. Don't say that. I won't let you die. That's disgusting. Su Xuanning finally emerged from her gloom, giving Qin Ming a gentle shove. After a brief exchange, Qin Ming learned that Su Xuanning was actually a top student from the provincial experimental school, a fellow sophomore. which astonished him to the point he almost called Lao Lu to pay his respects. Upon discovering that Qin Ming was from the first high school, Su Xuanning's expression revealed a sense of realization. What do you mean by of course? As they parted ways, Su Xuanning proactively addressed Qin Ming, saying, Qin Ming, please share your contact information with me so that I may add you. Later, could you send me the recording we just discussed? I have an uncle in the police department who might be able to assist. All right, Qin Ming replied upon returning home. He saved Su Xuanning's WeChat name with a note and promptly sent her the recording. In the next moment, Su Xuanning responded with an adorable sticker expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Qin Ming. I spoke to my uncle, and he said he would do his best to locate that individual. The surveillance is quite extensive, and he won't be able to escape. Okay, Qin Ming acknowledged. Really, I appreciate your help. Without you, I can only imagine how embarrassing this situation could have been, she continued. Okay, Qin Ming repeated. Is okay all you can say? Su Xuanning teased. Okay, he replied once more. After a couple of minutes, Su Xuanning sent another message. My uncle mentioned that your actions could be classified as a courageous act. Do you need recognition for this? I think you might. Is there such a good fortune? Qin Ming responded. You mustn't make a grand spectacle of it, preparing banners, rewards, and journalists, and having 3 police cars grandly enter our school to find me in class 2 or 3 to present an award. Please, do not. I understand, she replied. Just as Qin Ming tightened his grip on his phone, he suddenly noticed an update on the task panel. Chapter 7. Old Dreams Rekindled. Ding. Your bank card has unexpectedly received a transfer. This sum has alleviated your immediate financial distress. After some inquiries, you discover that it was sent by your high school deskmate, Gong Xiaobai. After hearing of your financial troubles, she discreetly provided you with a sum of money, which is a portion of her meager savings from her first year after graduation. During school, you aided her greatly, even altering the course of her life. She regards you as her cherished memory. Task: rekindle old dreams. Re-establish contact with Gong Xiaobai, whose relationship with you ended without resolution years ago. Reward: 200 renminbi. Qin Ming stared at the new system task, momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Gong Xiaobai seemed somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, wasn't she the very deskmate entrusted to him by old Lu? Old Lu had intentionally seated them together, claiming it was to facilitate her guidance in studies. However, the truth was that a student capable of striving for college, like himself, was merely a blemish on old Lu's teaching career, akin to a pig's knuckle on a fine dining table, commendable, yet out of place. Old Lu's genuine intention might have been to allow this academically lacking yet vivacious catfish to exert its final efforts. After all, the only impression Gong Xiaobai had left with Qin Ming was one of solitude, being an outcast with few friends. Perhaps old Lu believed that if his beloved student continued down this path, irrespective of her academic success, she might face psychological issues. Truly, old Lu was a commendable homeroom teacher. But why had he chosen me as this catfish? Qin Ming lay on his bed, reminiscing about the fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier that morning. Gong Xiaobai was undeniably beautiful, a top student in class 3 after the subject division, with a remarkable score of 630. Am I truly her cherished memory? Though they are all Chinese characters, how can they combine to become so obscure? I wonder, does she truly have feelings for me? Ha ha ha. Is this merely a fantasy of a goblin on the verge of death? No, that cannot be right. This does not align with the system's task description. During our first year of high school, Qin Ming and Gong Xiaobai had almost no interaction, let alone any form of assistance. The system issues tasks based on a timeline 10 years in the future. Furthermore, the system appeared only after I became desk mates with Gong Xiaobai, which implies that even without the system, we would still be sitting together for the remaining 2 years of high school. The help mentioned in the task is likely to occur during these 2 years, and it is even possible that certain events during this time could alter Gong Xiaobai's life forever. Her feelings for me would also arise in these 2 years. Clarifying the reasons, Qin Ming re-examines the system task. After my bankruptcy, if I were to suddenly receive a sum of money from Gong Xiaobai, how astonished and overjoyed would I have been? Viewing it from an observer's perspective, just the thought alone stirs profound emotions within me. When everyone else avoids you, the arrival of someone silently offering you a precious warmth is not merely material assistance. It signifies that beyond family, there are those in this world who truly recognize your plight and still wish to help you. How wonderful by Baichan. If possible, I would gladly take notes for you in English for a couple of days. Mathematics, however, is beyond me, for I sometimes confuse squares with z. In 10 years, after Bai Baichan has graduated and begun her graduate studies, what could I, a mere vocational college graduate, possibly discuss with her? I might elevate my studies, but she would be advancing to a higher level. How absurd. The term vocational sounds akin to criminal record. It is indeed difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, that awkwardness will be a challenge for the Qin Ming of 10 years hence. What relevance does your study of Lu Sun have to my Zhou Shuren? The beautiful class representative designated by old Lu has quickly established a class WeChat group. Qin Ming opens the class group, finds Gong Xiaobai's WeChat ID, whose profile picture features a charmingly lazy kitten, and sends a friend request. Gong Xiaobai sits at her desk, memorizing vocabulary. She possesses delicate features and a well-defined nose. Her complexion reminiscent of a boiled egg. Her eye bags are prominent, and her eyelashes are notably long. Her long, dark hair is styled into two sections resting upon her chest, exuding a pure and flawless aura. She is not a traditional academic prodigy, but rather a diligent student from a small town, achieving stable top 3 grades in her class during her first year, and even securing first place in several monthly exams, is largely attributed to her extraordinary dedication alongside her modest talent. The phone vibrates gently, illuminating the screen. After noting down a word, Gong Xiaobi turns her attention to the screen. A friend request notification appears, marked with the name Qin Ming. Upon seeing the name, she suddenly recalls the direct gaze he cast upon her earlier that morning, causing her to pout slightly. Today, Qin Ming had been mumbling in class, collecting contact information from over 10 boys. She had even thought that Qin Ming would ultimately ask her for her contact details. After all, the two are classmates from their first year of high school, so they are already somewhat acquainted. Qin Ming, how did you deduce that we are familiar? By chance. We became desk partners in our second year, which could be considered fate, right? Asking for a contact number seems quite reasonable. However, he ultimately did not voice his thoughts, and I even deliberately glanced at him twice. Does he not pick up on these hints? Never mind. I shall give him 3 minutes to reflect. Gong Xiaobi turned his attention to his vocabulary book, silently recalling the words duplicity, hypocrisy, insincerity, and inconsistency. Gong Xiaobi felt that the words somewhat hinted at his own situation. After a moment's contemplation, he closed the vocabulary book. He opened his phone and accepted Qin Ming's friend request. I shall not take the initiative to speak. Accepted so quickly? Were you just glued to your phone? Even top students do not relish studying, it seems. I am the same. Qin Ming was taken aback to discover that Gong Xiaobi had already accepted his friend request. Regardless of what the future holds, the immediate priority is to complete the task. Qin Ming, hello, I am your desk partner. The next moment, he noticed that Gong Xiaobi was typing a response in the WeChat chat box. 2 minutes later, Gong Xiaobi, hello. Those 2 words were extremely cold and distant, with a strong sense of boundaries. TSK, typing so slowly? Against online trolls, he must be utterly defenseless. Task completed, re-establish contact with Gong Xiaobi, who had previously faded away. Reward, 200 renminbi, completed. Watching his bank balance return to nearly 1,000, Qin Ming felt a renewed sense of vigor. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Ming refrained from further conversation with Gong Xiaobi. After all, they had only just met on their first day and had never exchanged a word before. Suddenly engaging in enthusiastic conversation might render the situation exceedingly awkward, which could lead to discomfort in their future interactions. Qin Ming resolved to wait until they became more familiar in class before gradually attempting to communicate. In the evening, Lao Qin and Lu Fengying returned home together. Turning around, he saw Qin Ming lounging on the sofa in a new outfit, engrossed in his phone. Bought new clothes? Lao Qin, who often spoke in a sarcastic manner, casually inquired. Qin Ming felt as though he was hearing, you spent my money, didn't you? How are your grades, that you dare to purchase such attire? Yet, he did look quite handsome. Indeed, he is my son. Is there anything for me? Surely there is, you unfilial child. Lu Fengying, a gentlewoman from Guangdong, upon hearing Lao Qin's remarks, looked at Qin Ming, not asking how much he had spent, but instead appraising him from top to bottom. Her gaze brimmed with admiration, and she could not help but praise him. No doubt, my son, you look splendid. Chapter 8. Though my son may be foolish, his life is as long as a turtle's. Can one really discern my handsomeness while reclining? Truly, my mother has a knack for flattering. When I had just learned the number 112 in kindergarten, Lu Fengying held me and praised me for a long time, declaring me a mathematical genius. Unfortunately, by the time I reached middle school, I had become a fallen prodigy of mathematics. In high school, I had completely lost my way. Who on earth has siphoned off my vitality? I must make a trip to Chengdu to replenish my energy. Qin Ming lay motionless on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the movements of the 2 individuals. TSK, there hangs your new attire on the coat rack. Why do you not cast even a glance at it? Is there an absence of a program in your minds that recognizes a son who would purchase clothes for himself? Or is there an obstruction to perceiving new garments? Lao Qin furrowed his brow. Your mother is speaking to you. Are you deaf? All right, I acknowledge it was an accident. Qin Ming remained silent, gesturing towards the clothes draped over the rack. Lao Qin paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Heinz Hijia bag, his mind swirling, but his expression quickly settled into calmness. You bought these for us? Uh-huh, Qin Ming replied with a grin. Why spend so much on them? They're just ordinary clothes. I have plenty already. Lao Qin, though reluctant, began to unwrap the package. Lu Fengying, upon seeing it, was also taken aback. How much did you spend on this? And what about Qin Miao's? You could have just bought for your sister. Why for both of us? You have no sense of financial prudence. It would have been better to give birth to a piece of char siu than to you. You spendthrift. All right, it's done. If you want to buy, just buy what's cheap. They're still wearable. Lao Qin interjected, trying to play the peacemaker, as he too would need to make purchases. Finding it a way to save money. What kind of talk is that? Save money? Am I not a part of this family? Lu Fengying shot Lao Qin a glare. Qin Ming, doesn't he earn money? Do you know how long he needs to save his pocket money to buy these clothes? How can you say that? Go cook. Lao Qin opened his mouth to respond. Fine then, just don't buy any more. If you must, at least buy cheaper options. Such vanity, Qin Ming. Understood. Qin Ming waved his hand, contemplating and adding, however, I've earned a bit of money lately. A few garments won't cost much. He had bound himself to a system, and unless he refrained from spending, it was only a matter of time before the family would find out. Rather than having them speculate wildly later, it was better to concoct a reasonable explanation early on. How did you earn that money? Lao Qin seated himself opposite Qin Ming, his expression serious as he scrutinized him. When educating his children, Lao Qin did not subscribe to the traditional notion of discipline yielding filial piety. He often employed sarcasm. Yet when faced with the possibility of his children veering off course, he would become unexpectedly earnest. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly had money, and its origins were dubious, even to the point of extravagance. Thus, it warranted his serious attention. Yesterday, I helped a classmate unbox something and ended up with a valuable item. I flipped it for a few thousand, and he gave me 2,000. Such an outrageous explanation would have caused a stir in any other family. Yet in the Qin household, it was a different story. Lao Qin was a seasoned player of fantasy games, spending several hours nightly grinding away, with monthly earnings barely reaching 1,000, but stable enough to contribute to household expenses. So, when Qin Ming presented this justification, Lao Qin surprisingly found it reasonable. Damn it, this son of mine is so lucky. Should I ask him to appraise my equipment? What if there were no levels, and I could easily change houses? No. Old Qin shook his head, dismissing such a preposterous notion. He was merely in high school, the prime age for diligent studies. If he succumbed to gaming, it would spell disaster. His inherent qualities were lacking, and his reputation among relatives was far from favorable. How could he hope to marry and start a family in the future? Avoid obsession. Understood. Although Old Qin and Lu Fengying verbally chastised Qin Ming for his prodigality, in the blink of an eye, they donned new garments, radiating happiness in front of the mirror, exchanging compliments. Lu Fengying adjusted Old Qin's collar, and he stood stiffly like a wooden mannequin. My son truly has an eye for fashion. This attire suits you splendidly, evidently chosen with care. It's decent, I suppose. Just in time for autumn. I saw the weather forecast. It's set to cool down in a few days, perfect for wearing to work. Old Qin remained silent. Yet couldn't he help but ponder. If that group of old friends were to discover this outfit was a gift from my son, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. At dinner, Old Qin prepared an array of dishes, including flavorful eggplant, sweet and sour pork, and braised meat, all favorites of Qin Ming. Lu Fengying also made a pot of seafood congee. The family of four gathered around the small dining table. Qin Miao wouldn't start school for a few days, and during this time, her whereabouts were a mystery. She was seldom seen during the day. She attended a local university in Jeju, an ordinary institution, not too far from home, and often returned on weekends during the school term. Qin Miao tried on a striped shirt and round-toed leather shoes, finding them unexpectedly fitting and remarkably comfortable. However, she remained rather aloof, saying little. At the dining table, Qin Miao curiously inquired, Qin Ming, who is your homeroom teacher? It's still old Lu. Lu Fengying expressed mild surprise. She held a favorable impression of old Lu, considering him a responsible teacher. Mr. Lu is a good teacher. Make sure to learn diligently from him. Old Qin nodded in agreement. Mr. Lu's teaching is commendable, and he is quite dedicated. Indeed, he is quite responsible towards good students. I've already become his plaything, a catfish for him to toy with. Suddenly, Qin Miao asked, by the way, how did you perform in your final exams? Old Qin gave a cold smile. Not particularly high. Why does discussing grades render the food tasteless? He wondered. How oppressive. Mom. Look at them. Lu Fengying, noticing Qin Ming's expression and recalling the clothing from earlier, clicked her tongue. Why discuss such unpleasant topics during dinner? Eat up. But my grades aren't a source of distress. Old Qin thought. Caught in the machinations of capitalism, I long to escape my family of origin. Old Qin had taken to moving bricks in the bedroom, a task that had become an almost daily ritual. Lu Fengying, unfazed, reclined on the bed and pondered aloud. Do you think the money Qin Ming earned is legitimate? I'm somewhat concerned. Absolutely legitimate. Would a game deceive? Old Qin sat on an old-fashioned bench, eyes fixed on the screen. Worry not. Qin Ming has his own ideas. Ordinary people cannot deceive him. His grades may falter, but he would never engage in wrongdoing. Though my son may be foolish, his life is as long as a tortoise's. Lu Fengying retorted, and now you've taken it upon yourself to be the virtuous one. I am genuinely concerned that he is so young yet preoccupied with the pursuit of money. Do you think perhaps we are not providing him with enough pocket money? Lao Qin's gaze lingered for a moment, as he had never contemplated this matter before. However, one would assume that his allowance should surpass mine, wouldn't one? After a brief reflection, he remarked, how about I give him 100 each month? You can cover it. Where would I find the funds? The cigarettes I smoke are already a drain on my finances. Lao Qin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, you are testing a man's limits. Fine, I'll take care of it. Qin Ming, reclining on his bed, suddenly received a red envelope containing 200 yuan. It was from Qin Miao. Chapter 9. The corpse of Gong Xiaobi is rigid. Shut up. All right then. Qin Ming accepted the money obediently. Qin Miao lay on the upper bunk, recalling the round-toed leather shoes she had tried on that afternoon. They fit perfectly and were quite comfortable, not pinching her feet at all. The design was particularly exquisite, clearly selected with great care, though she wondered how much had been spent. Perhaps she could wear them during the autumn recruitment interviews. She had intended to purchase a pair of leather shoes for herself, and Qin Ming had inadvertently saved her quite a bit of trouble. Nevertheless, she could not overly praise him. Qin Ming was the type who flourished with a mere hint of sunshine. Once he received his salary, she resolved to buy him a watch. It must not be too inexpensive, as boys of his age are certainly conscious of others' perceptions, and a cheap watch might invite ridicule from foolish classmates. However, it also could not be overly extravagant, lest it interfere with her financial plans. Qin Miao opened her phone, meticulously selecting a watch suitable for boys, priced around 1,000. On the lower bunk, Qin Ming was absorbed in his phone when suddenly, it vibrated, and a WeChat notification appeared. Gong Xiaobi, transferred 1 yuan. What is the meaning of this? Is this some sort of test for the cadre? Without hesitation, Qin Ming accepted the transfer, then thought to send a message in return. Gong Xiaobi lay on her bed, her face flushed, staring blankly at the screen, feeling almost numb. Earlier that afternoon, Qin Ming had messaged her with a simple hello, I am your deskmate, which comprised a full 7 characters and a punctuation mark. In contrast, her reply was merely hello, consisting of just 2 characters. Upon sending her response, she suddenly realized it seemed rather curt. Those with high emotional intelligence, like her, often have an immediate awareness of their verbal missteps. After all, they share the same desk, and it was Qin Ming who took the initiative to add her as a contact. According to the principles of reciprocity, her response should have been more courteous, featuring at least 7 characters and a punctuation mark. However, after some contemplation, Gong Xiaobi worried that responding with 2 consecutive messages might lead to a misunderstanding. Thus, she decided to wait for Qin Ming to message her again before replying with a few more words. This way, it would neither seem odd nor impolite. Unexpectedly, to her dismay, after seeing her cold response of just 2 characters, Qin Ming never replied again. Surely, he must have noticed, right? Couldn't he possibly care, could he? But he certainly does, as he seems rather sensitive. Why can't I see his moments anymore? He hasn't unfriended me, has he? Gong Xiaobi, you truly deserve to have no friends. You are utterly foolish. Perhaps I should transfer him a small amount to see if he has indeed deleted me from his contacts. As Gong Xiaobi clicked to make the payment, the facial recognition activated with the swiftness of a lightning strike, accurately confirming his identity before proceeding with the transaction. Gong Xiaobi was momentarily taken aback. Moments later, Qin Ming received the sum of 0.01 yuan. You didn't think I had deleted you, did you? That will cost you 800 yuan. Is it typical for boys to be so blunt in their discourse? You could simply inquire if I mistakenly messaged the wrong person. Gong Xiaobi thought, staring blankly at the subsequent reply. Qin Ming's playful complaint alleviated much of her awkwardness, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips. I don't have that much. Would 100 be acceptable? Gong Xiaobi asked. So you do suspect that I've deleted you, don't you? Qin Ming teased. Her cheeks flushed visibly. Why was he not adhering to the expected script? Shouldn't he be pondering whether to accept or decline? Moreover, she had never doubted whether he had deleted her. I'm sorry, Gong Xiaobi replied. Qin Ming contemplated the message, pondering the implications of being labeled as a yellow card user. Was Gong Xiaobi merely masquerading or attempting to bait him? The next moment, he wondered if she might mention something absurd or outlandish. After some consideration, he concluded that it was highly improbable for Gong Xiaobi to be a user of that platform. Otherwise, a decade hence, the correspondence he would receive would not be her money, but rather a black and white photo of himself adorned with the words, "Haha, fool, you've finally gone bankrupt." This indicated that her intentions to send him money were genuine. Was forging a friendship truly this straightforward? Faced with such a sincere individual, Qin Ming felt reluctant to engage in any antics. After some reflection, he recalled Lu's suggestion to learn more from her in the future. I'll be counting on you. Gong Xiaobi blinked in surprise. Was Qin Ming unexpectedly amiable? She edited her message. Sure. My grades are decent, so if you ever have questions, feel free to ask, and I'll explain things well. By the way, what score did you achieve? Gong Xiaobi read her message aloud, furrowing her brow. This was not good. She recalled hearing Qin Ming's score earlier that morning. It was not particularly high. If she posed this question, he might think she was trying to flaunt her superiority. Erased. Sure, my grades are decent. And if you have any questions in the future, you may ask me. I'll explain them thoroughly. The repetition of sure would make her appear enthusiastic. Qin Ming remarked. Fortunately, you didn't ask about my grades. Otherwise, I would have been mortified. I know you scored 630, a true genius. I only managed 475. Gong Xiaobi silently congratulated herself on her thoughtfulness. Little Gong, how considerate you are. She then felt a bit perplexed. Wasn't he at 472? You certainly know. By not mentioning my score, have you already insulted me 1,000 times in your mind? Damn, the diligent student. The implications were clear. Failing to insult those with lower scores indicated a mastery in the art of derision. Thus she was, in fact, disparaging them. Gong Xiaobi felt a chill run down her spine. I'm sorry. The following day, Qin Ming suddenly awoke from his anxious reverie. And the first thing he did was check whether the system was still operational. If it were not, the consequences would be catastrophic. Upon discovering the translucent screen still aglow, Qin Ming released a silent sigh of relief. He noted that a new system task had been issued. As a successful businessman, the indulgences of life have drained your vitality, leaving you devoid of the energy required for calm and precise judgment. Restoring your energy is a crucial step towards reclaiming your former glory. Side quest, energy enhancement. Run 5 kilometers daily, persist for 10, 20, or 30 days, and the rewards will be an enhancement of physical fitness by 20, 50, or 100, along with a monetary reward of 300 yuan per day. This was not merely a side quest, but a long-term endeavor. If he could persevere, not only would he earn 9,000 yuan, but his physical fitness would also be significantly improved. Even if he faltered, the energy enhancement task offered phased rewards. Sustaining the effort for 10 days would yield a 20-point increase in fitness. In his youth, Qin Ming had suffered a severe illness, which had left his immune system somewhat compromised. He often found himself susceptible to colds during seasonal changes. The mere mention of 5 kilometers began to induce perspiration on Qin Ming's brow, as he questioned his ability to maintain such a commitment. Near the splendid Huafu neighborhood lay a park, a favored rendezvous for local high school students and a morning exercise spot for many elderly residents. The park featured a specially constructed track, reputed to be approximately 1 kilometer in circumference. By completing 5 laps, he could attain his reward. The September mornings in Jeju were already pleasantly cool. Qin Ming donned his attire and shoes, inhaling the crisp, refreshing air deeply before commencing a slow run along the track. Chapter 10. I am frail. This is unmanageable. Breathlessly completing a lap, Qin Ming glanced at his watch, noting his pace was around 7.5 minutes. Such a pace was akin to a leisurely jog, comparable to the speed of regular school exercises. Any increase in speed would deplete his stamina too quickly, rendering the 5-kilometer distance unattainable. Even at a 7.5-minute pace, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breathing grew labored. Persevere. You must endure. He pondered how the system would determine task completion and whether there would be any interval for rest. Yet, it seemed unlikely. Otherwise, a daily 5-kilometer jog would merely constitute normal exercise. With this apprehensive thought, Qin Ming gritted his teeth and resolved not to rest. After finishing 3 laps, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and his lungs burned. Upon completing 4 laps, a faint metallic taste lingered in his mouth. By the 5th lap, despair washed over him, and he found himself cursing vehemently. Which corrupt individual from BYD shortchanged this track? 5 laps do not equate to 5 kilometers. Damn it. His initial expectation had been to finish the day's task within 5 laps, but upon achieving that goal, he realized the task remained incomplete. The sudden realization struck him like a bolt of despair, akin to finishing an exam only to discover an entire section remained unattempted. The unexpected setback nearly rendered his efforts futile. Each subsequent step was propelled solely by sheer willpower. At long last, after completing 5.5 laps, Qin Ming finally heard the system announce the completion of the task, albeit in a daze. Covered in sweat, he collapsed onto the ground, transformed into a relentless hunter, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. The morning sun filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm glow upon him, while his disheveled bangs hung heavily with moisture. Although he felt utterly exhausted, his physical condition was surprisingly robust, as if the genes of a 17 or 18-year-old had been fully awakened within him, allowing for a remarkably swift recovery. His skin, too, bore the vitality of someone far younger than his actual age, defying any expensive skincare products. After a brief interval, Qin Ming found himself at a breakfast shop beneath his residential complex, purchasing 4 servings of breakfast. Jinxiu Huafu, a neighborhood over 20 years old, comprised 6 stories without an elevator. Qin Ming's residence was on the 5th floor. Ascending the stairs left him feeling as though he had died once more. He resolved to replace this dilapidated dwelling soon. He had never realized how arduous the climb would be. Placing the breakfast on the dining table, Qin Ming proceeded to take a shower. Old Qin and Lu Fengying had just awakened, yawning as they paused to glance at the breakfast spread, exchanging puzzled looks. Old Qin, donning a new outfit from Hailon home, carried the breakfast with a mysterious smile to his workplace. Hey, Rui Feng, did your sister-in-law not make breakfast today? A middle-aged man, appearing to be around 45 with a slightly receding hairline, teased upon seeing the breakfast in old Qin's hands. Typically, Qin Ruifeng would have breakfast at home, and such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Ah, this was bought by my son. I don't understand what he's thinking. He made some money during the summer and insists on us not cooking. What a waste. I mean, can the breakfast from outside compare in terms of nutrition or cost to what we prepare at home? Old Qin chuckled, but still, it's the thought that counts. He couldn't eat at home, so he brought it to the office. Qin, you're misunderstanding. A younger colleague remarked, when a child earns money, the first thing they think of is you. That is a good thing. Unlike my son, who spends all his time gaming and has no other skills, driving both his mother and me to the brink. Kids these days are like that. They'll understand better as they grow older. Old Qin felt a sense of satisfaction, unable to suppress a victorious smile reminiscent of Wang Yoshing's triumph during a parade, though he waved his hand dismissively. Comparisons are inevitable. If not, Qin Ming simply bought breakfast. However, once comparisons arise, many at the office couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Someone's son knows to buy breakfast for his father. While what can you do besides complain about rising prices? Many colleagues hailed from ordinary families, not expecting their children to be geniuses or affluent, but merely wishing for them to be a tad more considerate. Thus, their tones carried a hint of envy. Indeed, old Chin's child is quite thoughtful. I wish my son could be that considerate. Who could disagree? At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken sentiments. A discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. Old Chin, why are you dressed so warmly today? I heard the temperature is still around 30 degrees. Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? A stout, middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt spoke up unexpectedly. Although old Chin did not turn around, he instantly recognized the voice of his adversary, Dong Ming. The two men, of similar age and working in the same department, had their share of professional disputes, leading to a strained relationship. Dong Ming relished in undermining him, often making sarcastic remarks. Whenever old Chin mentioned his new house, Dong Ming would chime in about how uncomfortable his own cramped 140-square-meter apartment was. When old Chin brought up his new car, Dong Ming would gleefully interject about his own BMW 5 Series, which he claimed was a bit unwieldy, and that he was considering switching to a Mercedes. What kind of nonsense is that? Old Chin seethed. What infuriated him the most was when he mentioned his son. Dong Ming would deliberately raise his voice to boast about his own son at the provincial experimental school, whose scores exceeded 580, an assured candidate for a top university. Chin Ming, you make it hard for me to hold my head high. Fool. You brought it up yourself. Huh. Where did you get that cheap knockoff? Both old Chin and Dong Ming narrowed their eyes, their thoughts aligning. Old Chin adjusted his collar. Did I not just mention that my son earned some money and insisted on buying me new clothes? I couldn't refuse. Look at how this turned out. Children, once they have a bit of money, love to splurge. Several colleagues looked surprised, then understanding dawned on them. No wonder old Chin wore a faux two-piece in this sweltering heat. It was a gift from his son. How infuriating. Why didn't I have a son like that? Their envy deepened, even tinged with a hint of jealousy. Old Chin was indeed fortunate. He had heard that his daughter was an undergraduate, and now his son was so considerate. Dong Ming was taken aback to realize that Chin Ruifeng was waiting for him. His expression shifted slightly. Damn it. How is it that it was his son who bought it? Isn't his son still in high school? How did he make that money? Damn. My own son just demanded 2,000 yuan for living expenses on the first day of school. He didn't buy a thing. Dong Ming felt a pang of bitterness. But lowering his head now would signify defeat. He could concede to anyone, just not to old Chin. The long-standing rivalry had seen him come out on top in minor encounters, especially when it came to their sons. He simply could not afford to lose this time. Not hot. Wearing a faux two-piece in this weather? Aren't you afraid of heat rash? Oh, I see. Did he buy you just this one? Please tell me. Old Chin remained composed. I've been feeling a bit cold lately. And Chin Ming insisted on buying it after hearing that. This child is becoming quite sensible, but he even mentioned wanting to buy more after autumn. What a waste. This one cost 300 or 400. I have a cold constitution. It's not easy. Dong Ming was momentarily speechless. So you're willing to even feign ailments just to show off? Huh? Clever of you. Dong Ming wisely refrained from questioning the truth of old Chin's claim, as doing so would make him appear foolish. When one casts doubt on another's integrity, they have already lost the battle of wills. This signifies that you cannot surpass your adversaries in any other aspect and can only resort to petty squabbling. Dong Ming fell silent for a moment, then donned a radiant smile and swiftly inquired, by the way, how did your son fare in the recent final exams? Suddenly, Chin Ming received a message from old Chin. Get back to studying. Anger surged within him. Chapter 11. Beasts, I have raised you in vain. Upon reading old Chin's message, which showed no regard for the father-son bond, Chin Ming realized that old Chin must have been ridiculed by his arch-nemesis at work. How despicable. It is clearly a battle between two, yet I, the innocent bystander, am dragged into the mire. Understood, I will perform well in the upcoming monthly exam. I am preparing to study now, and I shall not sleep tonight. Old Chin, engrossed in his work, glanced at the message from Chin Ming, momentarily taken aback, followed by a twinge of regret for putting sudden pressure on him. After all, Chin Ming's academic performance was not stellar, yet he was dutiful and astute. What does it matter if his grades are not perfect? Is it conceivable for a child to excel in every aspect? Was old Chin himself flawless in his own academic endeavors? Clearly, he had not provided Chin Ming with a privileged upbringing. He was not the epitome of a perfect father. How could he expect Chin Ming to be an impeccable child? Old Chin seemed to envision Chin Ming typing away, tears of grievance streaming down his face, regretting having bought his strict father new clothes. A sense of bitterness and remorse welled up within him, just as he contemplated sending a message of clarification. He received another from Chin Ming. Father. The simplicity of those two words made old Chin's eyelids flutter, prompting him to take a deep breath. He had underestimated Chin Ming's emotional resilience. With a hint of irritation, he replied, I have no money. Go ask your mother. All my money is with her. Don't come to me. Quick response, old Chin, have you opened up? Chin Ming replied, my mother says the same. Having just unlocked a new system task, Chin Ming felt the weight of his over 1,000 yuan suddenly become a pressing concern. Practice yields true knowledge. School can only enhance your theoretical understanding. To return to the pinnacle, one must maintain sharpness in business acumen. Task: re-enter the business world. Enter an industry, earn a sum of money, and uncover a viable business secret. Reward: Memory Palace, 7 days. The task appeared straightforward. The bankruptcy system hoped Qin Ming could earn a sum within an industry. No specification was given regarding the industry or the amount of money. To be honest, compared to these two requirements, the final task of discovering a viable business secret might be the easiest for Qin Ming a decade hence, yet the most challenging for him in the present. After all, the Qin Ming of 10 years later, having navigated the business world for several years, would find it trivial to uncover a viable business secret. It was merely an act of discovery, with no obligation to execute it. However, for the current Qin Ming, a business secret? What on earth is that? I truly do not know. Nevertheless, as this requirement bore no additional conditions, there remained a glimmer of hope for its fulfillment. Qin Ming is resolute in his determination, for the reward is incredibly enticing. The Memory Palace. This is the pinnacle of memory techniques, said to require not only immense talent, but also a considerable investment of time, with ordinary individuals often unable to grasp its essence in a lifetime. The reward for this task is a remarkable allocation of 7 days. Although time-limited, it is undeniably powerful. A formidable memory would be merely an embellishment for his future self a decade hence, but for the present Qin Ming, it is akin to a timely boon. With the existence of the Memory Palace, he could potentially memorize thousands of license plates in a single day. Jokingly, it would provide him with an undeniable advantage in class. However, if he were to possess a Memory Palace, utilizing it to memorize English vocabulary would be the optimal solution. Qin Ming's last final exam yielded barely over 70 points in English. According to his English teacher, if one could master the 500 vocabulary words required for college entrance exams, one could achieve a score exceeding 120, even with minimal grammatical knowledge. For Qin Ming, this equates to an immediate enhancement of 50 points. Thus, his total score would reach 522, ensuring he would meet the cutoff for undergraduate studies, and perhaps even aspire to the prestigious first-tier universities. Therefore, the task must be accomplished. Even the thought of witnessing Qin Miao regard him with awe at his newfound prowess is a compelling motivation. Upon refreshing the task, Qin Ming began to ponder. Since the ultimate goal is to complete the task, it is prudent to select an industry with minimal barriers to entry, swift capital turnover, and preferably daily earnings. Labor jobs are out of the question due to his youth. Typically, such positions require individuals to be at least 18 years of age. Most critically, he lacks any specialized skills, and engaging in labor would undoubtedly result in him being treated with disdain. How vexing it is to be only 17. If only he were 18, he could pursue any opportunity, yet at this age, many doors remain closed to him. Qin Ming could not suppress his frustration. After much contemplation, he resolved to deliver takeout. The entry requirements are low, the earnings come quickly, and no specialized skills are necessary. One merely needs to be able to operate a small electric scooter. Moreover, delivering takeout would allow him to traverse a significant portion of the city, providing greater opportunities to uncover so-called commercial secrets. However, the delivery business is not without its challenges. Not only is a deposit required, but there are also age restrictions, ideally demanding one to be over 18. As for funds, he could initially borrow around 3,000 yuan from his parents. This is the reason he approached old Qin for money. Regarding his age, he could temporarily assume Qin Miao's identity. Everything revolves around the completion of the task. What nonsense. The money is with her. How could she possibly be broke? I'll go speak to her. By the way, what do you need the money for? Old Qin inquired, his vigilance peaked. This matter cannot be shrouded in deceit. Otherwise, his trust with old Qin would dwindle significantly, making future requests for assistance fraught with suspicion. In certain families, aside from being a burden, one may find them offering no support, and even after one's demise, they may criticize one's ambitions and eloquence. Beyond the inherent significance of the individual, this is a crucial consideration. They see no returns from you. A lack of returns signifies risk. They are, in essence, a band of vampires. Do you intend to have them take risks for your sake? What nonsense. Thus, Qin Ming cannot allow old Qin to perceive any risk, or if there is one, it must not be concealed from him. Although old Qin often speaks in a sarcastic manner, he supports the majority of Qin Ming and Qin Miao's decisions after careful consideration of their pros and cons. Just as Qin Ming asserted that he did not require tutoring, old Qin eventually decided not to pressure him. I am preparing to invest in a small business. Regarding eloquent communication, do not engage in box openings. The odds are low, and just because you earn once does not guarantee consistent success. Qin Ming understood that old Qin had misunderstood him. He thought Qin Ming, having earned money from box openings, was now eager to gamble for greater rewards. Do I appear to be someone who hoards stickers? It could plummet at any moment. Absolutely not. This small venture will yield modest profits, but will not incur losses. Old Qin fell silent. Is there truly such a business? It wouldn't involve delivering food, would it? Haha, that's rather uninteresting. Is delivering food a lowly job? Haha, indeed it is. I'll apply for your mother. What a ridiculous application. One might think old Qin was seeking millions. This is truly embarrassing for us men of Qingshan. When I eventually have a wife, I'll lay down the law with a set of Confucian principles, commanding you to speak respectfully. Old Qin chose not to inquire about Qin Ming's specific plans, opting instead to retain a measure of respect. He understood his son well, clever and astute. He would not engage in anything excessively outrageous. With a cheerful smile, Qin Ming responded, I want 2,000, and I'll give you 20. Just 20? That feels somewhat insulting. Old Qin's temper flared. You ungrateful wretch. I raised you for this. Chapter 12. Encountering classmates. How will you survive? Sister, I wish to deliver food. Could you assist me in registering my identity? After receiving a transfer from Lu Fengying, Qin Ming pondered how to persuade Qin Miao. He turned and unexpectedly found Qin Miao staring at him with a look of astonishment. What is that expression? Does she believe my choice has saved me a decade of detours? Qin Miao remained silent for 2 seconds, then turned her head and slowly said, No, such a dangerous job is not for you. What? How is delivering food dangerous? I am touched. Is this really my sister? No matter who you are. Get off Qin Miao this instant. Qin Ming blinked, contemplating a certain possibility, and cautiously asked, Have you registered before? Qin Miao's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she shouted, I haven tea. Don't talk nonsense. How could I ever deliver food? How dare you show such disrespect to an undergraduate? Qin Ming approached Qin Miao, squatting down to gaze intently into her eyes, revealing a knowing smile. How much do you earn in a day? Over 200, I suppose. Sighed Qin Miao. TCH, Qin Miao, you're just lacking. Then let me borrow your account for a day? Qin Ming proclaimed earnestly. Qin Miao cast a glance at Qin Ming and decisively shook her head. Delivering takeout is far too perilous. I suggest you refrain from it. Furthermore, entrusting you with my account poses a risk of suspension. More importantly, should you encounter an insipid classmate while on your delivery route, how will you manage your existence at school thereafter? Fuming, Qin Ming retorted, What gives you the right to assume my account would be suspended just because of me? Is it because I lack refinement, am a poor cook, have a sharp tongue, or harbor regional prejudices? He continued, I would be earning money solely for you. Qin Miao was indifferent to how much Qin Ming could earn. She was aware that he had spent at least 1,000 yuan on clothing for their family the previous day. She understood his desire to earn. Yet, the thought of Qin Ming encountering a classmate and enduring 2 years of high school branded as a delivery boy extinguished any support she might have for that idea. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Noticing her reaction, Qin Ming turned sarcastic. Oh really, Qin Miao? Your sister is showered with cash, buying clothes and food. And yet you refuse to let me use your pathetic account? Qin Miao lowered her head, engrossed in her phone, though her fists tightened. Your sister would lovingly take you out and buy you a phone, while you? Taking a deep breath, she thought, P.S. barking like a dog. Once my watch arrives, I'll make you kneel and witness what a true sister is. Is this endless? How is this any different from excessively praising an ex-girlfriend in front of a current partner? You're digging your own grave. With that, Qin Miao swiftly flipped over, baring her teeth, and delivered a swift blow to Qin Ming's arm. He yelped in pain as she seethed. Your sister wouldn't lay a finger on you. But I will. You seriously expect me to run to the building materials market to carry 7 bags of cement for you? Have you lost your mind? Clad in a yellow robe, Qin Ming found himself waiting for food at a shopping mall, unable to suppress a chuckle upon reading a note attached to his order. Piercingly accurate, strikingly genuine, cheese snow leopard, poisoned by takeout. However, not all messages in the back end were of such absurdity. At least there was a kind-hearted, lovely girl calling him baby. Baby, hurry, I'm hungry. The message elicited a smile from Qin Ming as he envisioned a fair-skinned girl lying on her bed, playfully teasing him through the screen. Now this is the ideal user. He promptly replied, Baby, don't be shy. Please don't take a detour. You're the best. How sweet. Qin Ming felt as though he could almost smell the delightful scent of a baby's breath. Is the baby a boy or a girl? A boy. You're going to deliver it last. What do you mean? He laughed. I have 6 orders on hand, 3 sets and 2 contraceptives. With the meal you ordered, it's clear you're truly hungry, so I'll deliver yours first. Just as Qin Ming prepared to leave after picking up the food, an uncertain voice called out from behind. Qin Ming? He turned to see Jia Mingkai, wearing black-framed glasses, looking utterly bewildered, as if he had seen a ghost. Beside him stood several others, 3 boys and 2 girls, all seemingly high school students. Qin Ming felt a sense of familiarity with these individuals, likely classmates. Yet their names eluded him, and they shared no significant connection. However, the most strikingly beautiful girl among them appeared to be the class representative, handpicked by old Lu. When she was tallying the students during registration, Qin Ming had registered a slight impression of her. He nodded in acknowledgement, and the 6 of them displayed a range of expressions: surprise, bewilderment, and embarrassment. Come on, how can you be embarrassed? I'm the one wearing a delivery outfit. Old Jia, come join us. Since someone had taken the initiative to greet him, Qin Ming decided against maintaining a cold demeanor. However, Jia Mingkai felt a twinge of regret. Wow, I only thought this delivery guy looked somewhat familiar and assumed it was Qin Ming. Who would have thought it was really him? Had I known, I wouldn't have called out to him. How embarrassing it must be for him in front of so many classmates. Damn, he can't possibly hate me, right? Never mind. When school starts, I'll buy him a milk tea as an apology. Jia Mingkai approached Qin Ming, while the others stood at a distance, casting furtive glances at passersby, fearful that they might unveil Qin Ming as their classmate. Wow, what are you doing delivering food? I'm really sorry. I had no idea it was you. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have called you out like that. I didn't mean to put you in an awkward position, Jia Mingkai said, his face etched with remorse, speaking in a hushed tone. Qin Ming thought, what the hell? I wasn't embarrassed at all until you opened your mouth with that nonsense. Do you think it's disrespectful to not feel awkward? Is it a crime to work for a living? Absolutely not, Jia Mingkai exclaimed, panic flashing across his face as he waved his hands dismissively. What a way to jump to conclusions. Who can withstand such pressure? At that moment, a tall, slender boy approached with a smile. Are you Qin Ming? We're in the same class. Qin Ming nodded but offered no further comment. Just moments ago, they had regarded him as if he were a pariah. Now, suddenly, this boy sought to engage him. Was he attempting to showcase his enthusiasm in front of the girls? Seeing that Qin Ming remained silent, the boy, feeling rebuffed, turned to join the others. I must get back to my deliveries. Please invite me for a meal sometime. Oh, sure, take care. Once Qin Ming left, the tall boy who had initiated the conversation furrowed his brow, his expression one of disdain. What S with him? I made an effort to talk, and he didn't even respond. Unbelievable. Zhou Qi, that S where you went wrong. He's just a delivery guy? Encountering classmates must be quite awkward for him. You shouldn't have approached him. Lu Xuemei chimed in with a teasing smile. Though not as pretty as the class representative, Qi Ying, she had little influence within this small group. However, she was well aware of Zhou Qi's interest in Qi Ying. When he had approached Qin Ming to strike up a conversation, she noticed him glance at Qi Ying, clearly attempting to project a favorable image in her presence. In reality, he often looked down on this and that. Now, he was trying to play the Good Samaritan? Was it merely because he perceived others as delivery workers while he came from a wealthier background, wanting to flaunt his superiority? The result was that he received a cold shoulder. Chapter 13, The Neighbors. Naturally, Lu Xuemei held a low opinion of Qin Ming. After all, delivering takeout is not exactly a prestigious profession. At such a young age, working as a delivery person surely indicates a background steeped in poverty. Such individuals were beneath her disdain. Zhou Qi, overhearing this, wore a slightly pained expression. He is indeed impoverished, and with such low emotional intelligence, his life is destined to remain stagnant. Why bother stooping to his level? A boy chimed in with a chuckle. There's no need to be angry over someone like him. He's already delivering takeout. Can't you just let it slide? All right, enough about him, Qiang interjected. With her sweet features clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared innocent and charming. In class, she had little impression of Qin Ming. However, from what she had just observed, Qin Ming was rather handsome, at least more so than those around him, and he was quite tall. Had he approached her to strike up a conversation, she would have undoubtedly nodded politely, perhaps even allowing the possibility of a promising admirer to develop. A charming admirer could certainly enhance her own value. However, Qin Ming had not uttered a single word. Was it due to insecurity? Or had he simply failed to remember her? The latter seemed improbable. Yesterday, during the roll call, she had engaged with all her classmates. Qiang held a considerable amount of confidence in her looks. Otherwise, her small circle would not have attracted so many suitors. Thus, Qin Ming's disregard left her somewhat displeased. Yet, in order to maintain her innocent and unpretentious persona, she forced a smile, pretending not to care. Old Jia, you seem quite familiar with Qin Ming, Zhou Qi remarked, glancing at Jia Mingkai with a hint of discontent. How are his grades? Jia Mingkai felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Had he not initiated a conversation with Qin Ming, the atmosphere would not have turned so awkward. I'm not sure. He should have done well, he replied. He scored just over 470. I saw his grades when I visited the homeroom teacher last time. He's quite far behind. Another boy scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, as he had scored 540 and felt a sense of intellectual superiority over Qin Ming. Observing Qin Ming deliver takeout inflated his sense of superiority. He held a lower status within this small group, always at risk of being cast aside, unlike Qiang and Zhou Qi, who were central figures. Thus, mocking Qin Ming served to solidify his standing. Jia Mingkai forced a smile. Scores don't necessarily reflect one's capabilities, right? Perhaps he simply didn't perform well. He wished he could slap himself. Why had he even bothered to greet Qin Ming? If this reached Qin Ming's ears, he would find himself in a precarious position. The others couldn't help but laugh derisively, soon hurling insults like poor loser and fool. Jia Mingkai's face turned a shade of green. Foolishness, is this never-ending? Just a few words, and you escalate it to an issue of intelligence? He cursed inwardly. What a bunch of scoundrels. Associating with you all will only lead to my own folly. With a scowl, Jia Mingkai decided to leave. Zhou Qi and Qiang exchanged glances, uncertain. No, what does he mean by that? Who knows what wind he's blowing? Damn, could it be that he's standing up for Qin Ming? What a fool. After finishing with Jia Mingkai, Zhou Qi turned to Qiang and curiously inquired, Ying, are you going to run for class president on Monday? If you do, I'll definitely cast my vote for you. Lu Xuemei instantly felt a pang of envy. Indeed, Ying, if you wish to take on the role, I'll also vote for you. Damn it, I won't vote for anyone but you. It's a certainty. A boy chimed in, playfully patting Zhou Qi on the shoulder. Old Lu has directly appointed Ying as the class representative. The intention is quite clear, isn't it? He must have done his homework and knows that Ying was an excellent class president in her first year. Absolutely. I believe the others in class lack any real competitiveness. The position of class president undoubtedly belongs to Ying. Several of them wore confident smiles, mistakenly believing they exuded a mature aura, unaware that they appeared as if they were announcing a presidential selection. Ying felt similarly. However, she maintained her composure and smiled modestly. I plan to run and give it a try. I cannot let our homeroom teacher down. And I genuinely want to contribute to our class. Nevertheless, whether I can actually become class president is uncertain. There might be others who are more capable than I. It is premature to discuss this now, but I will certainly strive for it. Hypocritical. Lu Xuemei smiled on the outside, yet inwardly condemned Qi Ying as a pretentious green tea. Zhou Qi chuckled, don't worry, I have good relations with those around me. When the time comes, I will speak on your behalf, and they will surely give me face and vote for you. The remaining two male gods also assured her that they would certainly cast their votes for Qi Ying. Qi Ying felt a surge of joy, sensing her chances were solid. Thank you all in advance. If I do become class president, I will treat everyone to a meal. At the last delivery, Qin Ming found himself in his own neighborhood, with the building adjacent to his own, on the same 5th floor. What a coincidence. However, having spent the better part of the day delivering food, Qin Ming was utterly exhausted and had no intention of climbing the stairs to deliver it. Damn it, earning just 3 yuan per order. Did they expect him to ascend 5 floors? If they want it, they can come get it. He casually shut the building door, preparing to call the customer to come down and retrieve their order. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a beautiful girl approaching. Su Xuanning. What is she doing here? Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. What the heck? She lives in the same neighborhood? Qin Ming. Su Xuanning, seeing the delivery boy waiting downstairs, initially thought he was unable to open the door and was heading over to assist. To her surprise, she discovered that this delivery boy was none other than Qin Ming. Why is he delivering food? Is his family struggling that much? Is it inappropriate for me to greet him? I should be hiding under the car, not here. This might be awkward for him. You're delivering food too? Qin Ming's comment broke Su Xuanning's composure, causing her to roll her eyes dramatically. Even if she were blind, upon hearing Qin Ming's cheeky remark, she could recognize him in an instant. No one is as shameless as this. Is this how one delivers food? Su Xuanning smiled gently, showcasing her outfit. Light blue jeans, a white camisole, and a high ponytail, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Why aren't you coming up? What are you waiting for downstairs? Is this a lack of commitment? Humph, be careful or I might report you, she teased, tapping Qin Ming's yellow helmet. Internally, she relished the moment, recalling how he had knocked on her door last time. Going up? You make it sound so easy. Qin Ming retorted, too preoccupied with the thought of returning home for some rest to appreciate Su Xuanning's charm. There's no elevator in this building. I have to climb up. For just 3 yuan per delivery, you expect me to scale 5 floors? Dream on. 5 floors. Su Xuanning suddenly recalled something. Is it room 503? How do you know? Isn't that what I ordered? Qin Ming was not astonished by the fact that it was Su Xuanning's delivery. Instead, he was taken aback by the mention of room 503. After all, he lived in room 501. The layout of Jinxiu Huafu consisted of 3 units per floor, meaning that 503 and 501 were merely a meter apart. So close. Goodness. A neighbor. Chapter 14. A viable business secret. Upon voicing this revelation, Su Xuanning's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence. You haven't secretly rented a place near mine, have you? Please. I've been renting here for a year now. It's you who's the newcomer, she replied playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Ming protested. I've lived here for 17 years. Ha. Su Xuanning, naturally affable, felt a warm fondness towards Qin Ming for helping her out. You can have one of the chicken legs I ordered as your reward. Is this what you consider a test of character? Qin Ming glanced at the takeout order, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why did you order 6 chicken legs? Is that even possible for you to finish? Does what you said earlier still count? After sharing the chicken legs downstairs, Qin Ming returned home, contemplating the task panel. In summary, the current mission had 3 requirements. The first 2, entering an industry and earning some funds, seemed accomplished. After a long afternoon of deliveries, he had made a modest profit of over 80 yuan. However, the notion of a business secret left him perplexed. What exactly constituted a business secret? He had not discerned anything relevant. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether selling pre-prepared meals as dine-in options for college students would suffice. No, that won't do. He then considered a small delivery shop that could generate substantial profits due to its minimal rental costs and negligible labor expenses, all without the need for cleaning. Still no? Is that not considered a business secret? He found the criteria rather stringent. No, it was his own notions that were somewhat naive. Qin Ming couldn't help but reflect. While these ideas could be deemed business secrets, they were also violations. Given the system's tendencies, it would undoubtedly dismiss such secrets, lacking sustainability. One report could lead to failure. He needed to think from a different perspective. As a 17-year-old high school student, Qin Ming possesses a limited understanding of commerce, relying solely on his own reasoning to form judgments. Should he aspire to establish a shop, he must first address 3 pivotal concerns: raw materials, location, and sales channels. Regarding raw materials, he muses about the possibility of utilizing pre-prepared dishes, which seem to dominate his thoughts. To unearth commercial secrets related to raw materials, one must connect with unique suppliers who either offer competitive prices or superior quality, thereby creating an information advantage. However, he finds himself entirely inexperienced in this arena. When it comes to location, it is evident that a prime geographical spot is essential. Qin Ming ponders deeply, jotting down notes on an A4 sheet. The most advantageous location he can think of is a bustling commercial street in front of his high school. This street serves as a nexus for students from both his school and the provincial experimental high school, ensuring a significant foot traffic every evening. Although high school students' purchasing power ranks just below that of university students, it remains significantly higher than that of the average adult male. He recalls observing a fried chicken shop owner, whose attire was unremarkable, yet he sported a keychain for a luxury car. This afternoon, while delivering takeout, Qin Ming secured several orders from the commercial street. He often frequents this area with classmates, becoming quite familiar with its layout. If he were to open a shop there, what type would be ideal? A snack shop? He fears being outdone by competitors. A clothing store? That would be unfeasible due to a lack of supply channels, rendering him without competitive advantage. A snack bar sounds appealing, despite concerns about hygiene, as students have a penchant for food. Yet, this market is oversaturated. With 3 stalls selling fried stinky tofu and grilled cold noodles within a mere 10 meters, even the most insatiable individual could not find room to indulge. Qin Ming realizes he has fallen into a cognitive trap, as his mind is flooded with images of the types of shops he frequently visits. The proprietors are not naive. They are acutely aware of student preferences and naturally cater to them. Consequently, the competitive pressure becomes overwhelming, hardly qualifying as a commercial secret. He needs to identify essential items for students that are scarce in the marketplace, an arduous task indeed. Furrowing his brow, he contemplates the improbability of such a venture in the commercial street adjacent to the school. Anyone capable of establishing a shop there must possess considerable acumen. The avenues that yield any profit are more congested than the streets of India. Wait, there is one possibility. Suddenly, an idea strikes him as he recalls a shop that was available for lease earlier that afternoon, a cake shop that is up for sublease due to poor business performance. Logically, one would expect that a cake shop in a commercial street would thrive, considering there are approximately 5,000 students across 3 grades at his school, with another 3,000 at the provincial experimental high school. On average, this equates to over 20 birthdays daily. Additionally, the shop could attract clientele from nearby residential complexes. Excluding the summer and winter breaks, the typical daily revenue during the off-peak season should hover around 3,000. Moreover, the cake industry is notoriously lucrative, with gross margins typically around 70%. Thus, the potential profits appear quite promising. However, the reality is quite the opposite. This particular cake shop has inexplicably failed to thrive, suggesting that there is undoubtedly a critical issue at play. Soon, he resolves to uncover it. Qin Ming discerned the crux of the issue. The school prohibited students from celebrating birthdays on campus. It was likely that the provincial experiment school imposed the same restrictions. After all, if this leniency were granted, every evening study session would be filled with birthday celebrations, the joyous melodies of birthday songs replacing the harmonious sounds of diligent study. The thought was rather amusing. As Qin Ming's thoughts crystallized, he realized this signified a problem with the sales channels. If only the school could loosen these regulations, a birthday cake business would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, such a prospect seemed exceedingly challenging. I am not the principal's father. How could I possibly persuade them to ease this rule? Even if the principal's father were to intervene, it would be unlikely to yield any results. Qin Ming tousled his hair in exasperation, feeling as though a treasure trove lay before him, yet the key was left at home, and home was within the vault. What a predicament! However, if I were to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, I would have some degree of influence within the school, perhaps even sponsoring a few underprivileged students, or becoming a beacon of entrepreneurship and managing the timing of student birthday celebrations without significantly disrupting their studies. Surely that would present some feasibility? Qin Ming, you are truly dreaming. How could you dare to entertain such thoughts of excelling into Tsinghua or Peking University? Why not aim to become the provincial top scholar instead? Ding, entered an industry, earned a sum of capital, discovered a feasible business secret. Reward: Memory Palace, 7 days. Completed? I can hardly believe it. Qin Ming clasped his head with both hands, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was outrageous. To open a cake shop with a viable market in school, one must become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What more is there to say? I can leap right into action. Qin Ming quickly pondered. Perhaps showcasing the aptitude of a top scorer before the school leadership might not be entirely unfeasible. But fortunately, the task was accomplished. Qin Ming's hands trembled slightly. For the first time, he could tangibly sense that he had obtained something capable of altering his destiny. The Memory Palace for 7 days. Chapter 15. How is it possible to sleep at this age? Qin Ming glanced at the time. It was now 5:47 p.m. By next Saturday at 5:47 p.m., the Memory Palace would vanish. A full 7 days, the very time frame in which he could defy fate. Indeed, these would be the most crucial 7 days of his life. Qin Ming felt his heart racing, his entire being aflame with urgency. There was no time to ponder that feasible business secret, as the distance to becoming a top scorer in the college entrance examination was dauntingly vast. The immediate priority was to craft a comprehensive study plan for the next 7 days. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. If the planning falters, the time wasted in these 7 days would far exceed the time spent in preparation. Qin Ming retrieved a pristine A4 sheet, writing swiftly. Through memory, the subjects that could rapidly elevate his grades were limited to 3: English, biology, and chemistry. English vocabulary needed no elaboration. Biology was similarly a knowledge-intensive subject, with negligible calculations to consider. The computational demands of chemistry are somewhat greater. However, the cost-effectiveness of memorizing vocabulary for score improvement is undoubtedly superior to that of the other 3 subjects. In physics, Qin Ming's father, known for his strictness, can only recite a handful of formulas. In mathematics, focusing on memorizing specific types of problems may prove beneficial. In Chinese literature, all classical poetry must be memorized. Nonetheless, Qin Ming's previous performance in Chinese has not been unsatisfactory. He has occasionally scored as high as 120, primarily losing points in reading comprehension and essays. While his losses in poetry recitation have been minimal, memorizing Chinese literature may yield some improvement, but it will hardly be significant. Therefore, within these 7 days, the paramount objective is to master English vocabulary and the key concepts of biology and chemistry, while allocating additional time to the other 3 subjects if possible. Qin Ming opened his vocabulary book and set a timer. Abandon, abandon, to give up, to terminate. As he recited the word, he felt as though a palace within his mind was gradually opening its doors, allowing the word abandon, along with its meaning and explanation, to be placed within the first chamber. Completed. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the realization that the entire process had consumed a full minute. How frustrating. If this continues, the memory palace could only accommodate around 10,000 words over 7 days, and that is without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Moreover, the memorization of knowledge points from other subjects is evidently more challenging and will require even more time. A sense of urgency washed over Qin Ming as he quickly calculated the time available. He must ensure at least 7 hours of sleep each day. Otherwise, without sufficient rest, accomplishing the daily 5-kilometer task would be impossible, posing even a risk of collapse. Goodness, Qin Ming, at your age, how can you manage to sleep? He resolved to aim for 6 hours of sleep daily. Though it might be a stretch, the prospect of committing 60 words to memory each day seemed far more advantageous. Perhaps 5 hours? No, that won't do. Students in their final year typically manage only 5.5 hours of sleep. How could he possibly endure that? Next, Qin Ming swiftly subtracted the time required for meals, bathing, and restroom breaks. During class, as long as the teacher did not call on him, he could also utilize that time for memorization. Ultimately, he concluded that his memory palace could assist him in memorizing approximately 500 words over the course of 7 days. He was confident in completing the English task, and the biology and chemistry objectives should also be attainable. Moreover, having just begun to utilize the memory palace, there is potential for greater efficiency as he becomes more familiar with the method. Thus, if he can make optimal use of these 7 days, he stands a good chance of memorizing all the necessary knowledge points. As this realization dawned upon him, Qin Ming felt a surge of motivation. This way, he could avoid settling for a junior college and perhaps even rewrite his destiny. However, he shook his head, dismissing such distant thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he opened WeChat and accessed the chat interface with his classmate. Hello, I am Qin Ming. Could you kindly share the chemistry and biology knowledge points you have been memorizing? I would greatly appreciate it. Organizing knowledge points independently can be a tremendous waste of time. Having a top-performing classmate is an opportunity too valuable to overlook. Her study methods seem to overshadow my own, akin to an advanced civilization triumphing over primitive beings. Surely, the benevolent Bibi-chan would lend her assistance. Without further contemplation, I resolved to seize every fleeting moment to swiftly memorize vocabulary. As I listened to the lamentations of my aunt and uncle outside, a wave of melancholy washed over me. My brow furrowed in concern, and I could not suppress a soft sigh. I come from a single-parent household. My father passed away during my childhood, and my mother is often away for work. My middle school was not situated in Jeju, but rather in an ordinary city in Qingshan province. Despite my commendable academic performance, which would have secured a place in the best high school in my city, my aunt, recognizing my academic talent, decided to transfer me to Jeju No. 1 High School. Though this institution may seem modest compared to provincial experimental schools, it manages to rank within the top 5 in Jeju City. Each year, it produces 2 or 3 students who gain admission to prestigious universities, thus establishing a clear distinction from the average high school in a regular city. This environment would allow me to fully unleash my academic potential. However, my aunt's financial situation is far from optimistic. Her health is poor, preventing her from engaging in physical labor. Instead, she remains a full-time homemaker, burdened with monthly medical expenses. My uncle, a veteran who sustained injuries during service, receives a modest disability allowance, but but his inability to work significantly limits their combined monthly income to around 5,000 yuan. Fortunately, they do not have debts such as car or housing loans, but the pressure of daily life weighs heavily upon them. Even though I reside with my aunt, my mother is aware of her sister's circumstances and sends 2,000 yuan each month to support her. I certainly do not require such an amount, thus indirectly alleviating some of my aunt's financial burdens. My cousin, the only child in my aunt's household, is currently in middle school, performing adequately. Had financial constraints not been an issue, my parents would have likely enrolled him in tutoring classes. Fortunately, my own academic excellence and diligent efforts allow me to assist my cousin with his studies, saving considerable tutoring fees. My aunt and uncle were engaged in a discussion regarding my cousin's eligibility for financial assistance for underprivileged students. It appears that during last semester's assessment, my cousin was counted among the impoverished, but when the school year commenced, the spot that was rightfully his was inexplicably awarded to another student from a relatively stable family, likely due to favorable connections between the child's parents and the teacher. The annual allowance for disadvantaged students amounts to 1,200 yuan, a modest sum for an ordinary family, perhaps equivalent to the cost of 2 or 3 garments. Yet for my aunt's family, this sum could sufficiently cover 2 months' worth of meals. My aunt and uncle wore expressions of deep concern and frustration, feeling unjustly treated yet reluctant to confront the child's teacher over such a trivial matter, leading to their continued sighs of discontent. Understanding that I could offer little assistance, I retreated to my room to study, though the oppressive atmosphere left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Just then, my phone vibrated. Gong Xiaobi glanced at the message from Qin Ming. Upon reading its content, he pondered briefly. What a courteous and well-mannered classmate to introduce himself so politely. He seeks my notes, perhaps to enhance his studies? Indeed, given his academic performance, it would be prudent for him to exert more effort. I never expected him to engage in clandestine studying. During our first year, he seemed far less diligent. Counting the words in Qin Ming's message, Gong Xiaobi felt compelled to respond with greater eloquence. Greetings, my name is Gong Xiaobi. I possess notes on both biology and chemistry. They are in my possession. Would you like to collect them? Do you require notes from other subjects as well? However, due to the pace of our studies, I have only recorded the essential points from the first and second compulsory modules. Chapter 16. Why do you make me feel so inadequate? Qin Ming glanced at Gong Xiaobi's message, suddenly feeling flustered. His sole focus had been on mastering the English language, fixated on memorizing 500 words to conquer this daunting subject, neglecting the significance of the textbooks. It was only after Gong Xiaobi's reminder that he recognized this critical oversight. Having just progressed to the second year, he had yet to complete the textbooks for all subjects, with most only covering the first 2 compulsory modules. As for biology and chemistry, there were still the elective modules to study, yet the textbooks had yet to be distributed. In the high schools of Qingshan province, all textbooks are typically completed in the first semester of the second year, leaving the remaining year and a half dedicated to review and an avalanche of examinations. What am I even studying for? The situation was dire. The knowledge from the elective modules accounted for up to 60 of the college entrance examination scores, if not more. This is absurd. After all this effort, I can barely grasp 30 to 40% of the material. I'm utterly exasperated. As Qin Ming continued to memorize vocabulary, he messaged Gong Xiaobi. I don't need them now. Just save them for when school starts. By the way, have you looked at the elective modules? I've heard the pace is quite rapid, especially for elective 2, which seems nearly complete. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming casually sent a red envelope containing 50 yuan. Here is a little something to warm you up. Although Gong Xiaobi was a good person, kindness should not be taken for granted. One should not consider assistance from others as an entitlement, even when viewed from a perspective of future foresight. Gong Xiaobi stared at the red envelope from Qin Ming, somewhat bewildered. Was it customary to send money when requesting assistance? How could he possibly know about my menstrual period? A blush crept across Gong Xiaobi's cheeks. I have some preliminary notes for elective I, but they are not yet organized. Is this the privilege of a high achiever? It seems that even before the semester begins, he has already started his preparations. Qin Ming began to perspire slightly in Gong Xiaobi's eyes. He must appear as an outlier among high school students, perhaps deserving of being crucified for his efforts. However, he mused that even if he were to organize the materials, there would still be many gaps, especially since the teacher had yet to cover the topics. Do you have any classmates from the provincial experimental school? I've heard their pace is quite swift. It seems they are almost finished with elective 2. Why on earth are you doing this? He thought. No wonder my studies are so lacking. How can I strive for excellence when my teachers exhibit such a lack of diligence? I do happen to know someone from the provincial experimental school. I shall inquire further on this matter. Until Monday then. Indeed, see you Monday. Qin Ming opened the chat window with Su Xiwening, requesting the essential knowledge points for the elective courses. To his astonishment, Su Xiwening replied that the provincial experimental school had meticulously compiled all the knowledge points for the elective courses, despite not having studied them yet. Qin Ming was rendered almost speechless. Goodness, behold the disparity between schools. Why doesn't our school put in a little more effort? How am I supposed to study diligently under such circumstances? Suddenly, he heard a couple of knocks against his bedroom window. Drawing back the curtains, he spotted Su Xiwening, cheerfully waving at him while holding 2 hefty textbooks. Through the window, he could see her behind in a neat and tidy room that, however, bore no signs of occupancy. It appeared to be a guest room, as she typically resided in the master bedroom. They were quite close. Perhaps she could come over for a visit in the future. Does she consider me a gentleman of leisure? Qin Ming leaned out, noting that they were separated by roughly a meter. The window frame was adorned with vibrant green vines, and a few unknown wildflowers swayed gently amidst them. Such was the essence of this old building when it was originally constructed. Functionality took precedence over considerations of space between structures. I might just leap over one day. Oh, spare me. Let us use the stairs. This is far too perilous. With a bright smile, Su Xiuning peered into Qin Ming's room, asking if he was studying. What kind of question is that? Am I so incongruous with the concept of studying? Such malice. You're nothing like Bibi-chan, who is so understanding. TSK, Qin Ming was taken aback. I bear no ill intentions. Su Xiuning waved her hands dismissively. Is it not more malicious indeed? Here, take these, study well. And feel free to ask me if you encounter difficulties. Su Xiuning blinked and handed the 2 notebooks to Qin Ming. Such a youthful romantic tale. A beautiful girl seeking my tutoring? Thank you ever so much. After he accepted the notebooks, Su Xiuning suddenly added, oh, by the way, they caught that scam artist. So swiftly? Qin Ming was surprised, not expecting them to resolve it in just a day. Su Xiuning narrowed her eyes, her alabaster fingers pointing at Qin Ming. What are you implying? What do you mean? Don't execute me. Qin Ming felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. I must get back to studying now. I will return the notebooks next week. I shall express my gratitude at school. Isn't that a bit excessive? Qin Ming had merely been jesting, not anticipating that Su Xiuning would genuinely feel the need to thank him. After all, he had merely dealt with a petty scammer, not saved a life. It seemed somewhat overblown. Don't you find it exhilarating to skip class? Su Xiuning pondered before uttering this statement. Qin Ming was left momentarily speechless. How astute. Though weekends afford more leisure time, they often feel rather mundane and lackluster. However, skipping class transforms the experience entirely. Though time may be brief, every second is akin to golden opportunity, filled with exhilaration. Even upon exiting the school grounds, a sense of guilt akin to betrayal towards the institution and its educators lingers, reminiscent of the sly indulgence one might partake in during work hours. This experience is not only thrilling but also brings immense psychological satisfaction. And do not forget to bring the banner. Qin Ming returned to his desk, continuing to immerse himself in the vast ocean of knowledge, akin to a ravenous snake devouring its prey, visibly enriching himself at an astonishing pace. Points scored. What a rush. Su Xuanning returned to her bedroom and opened a chat window labeled Uncle Song. Uncle Song, the classmate who assisted me. Can this be considered an act of heroism? Uncle Song replied. It can be considered so. However, typically, in such situations, we do not offer special commendations. After all, compared to the gravitas of saving a life, preventing a scam is indeed a minor affair. Nonetheless, the crux of this matter lies in your attitude. If you wish to express your gratitude, we would certainly be willing to visit his school on your behalf, as the prevailing narrative promotes a collective inclination towards kindness, an exemplary model indeed. Su Xuanning contemplated. I wish to thank him. After a brief pause of 2 minutes, Uncle Song sent another message. Certainly, to be honest, such public acknowledgement would benefit him as well, for every school desires to highlight a few morally exemplary students as role models. Teachers and school leaders tend to favor such children. Su Xuanning was astonished. Really? Uncle Song replied. Truly. If he makes a mistake at school, provided it is not a grave offense, teachers generally will not make things difficult for him. To discipline a model student would imply a repudiation of the leader's earlier decisions. Su Xuanning felt a sense of comfort. Should I prepare a banner? Uncle Song responded. A decent banner would cost around 200 to 300 yuan. The scammer has already confessed. He initially intended to extort 200 from you. Are you certain? Chapter 17. My son is driving me crazy. Lao Qin and Lu Fengying returned home after work, surprised not to find Qin Ming sprawled on the sofa, though they did not think much of it. When the dishes were served at the table, they noticed that Qin Ming had yet to sit properly on the stool. Lao Qin suddenly recalled Qin Ming's earlier words from the day. A jolt of concern struck his heart. Surely, Qin Ming could not be so engrossed in his studies. Ridiculous. That would be impossible. Yet, his tone earlier had indeed been quite earnest. He wanted to call his son for dinner. Lao Qin poured himself a glass of wine. Muttering to himself, Lu Fengying stood up and briskly walked to the second bedroom. Upon opening the door, she paused momentarily, then gently closed it again, cautiously returning to her seat. Studying, indeed. Lu Fengying's eyes sparkled with joy, as if she had won a 5 million yuan lottery, witnessing her son's intense focus. I just opened the door, and he didn't even hear me. Is that true? Nonsense. How could I not know my own son? It does not seem like an act. Lao Qin was momentarily taken aback and suddenly lost his desire to speak. Qin Miao entered the bedroom with the food. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ming, her expression revealing a desire to see through him. Still pretending? She placed the dishes on the table and sat beside Qin Ming, discovering that he was busy memorizing vocabulary. Seemingly oblivious to his own mockery, Qin Ming appeared to be entirely immersed in a vast ocean of knowledge. lost in an exhilarating exploration where the external world held no sway over his focus. Qin Miao pursed her lips, internally remarking on how long he could maintain this facade. She could hardly believe that her brother, if he truly applied himself to his studies, would ever achieve such diligence. In her eyes, he was a boy endowed with a modicum of cleverness and an innate aptitude for learning, yet he exhibited a profound lack of commitment to his education. Had he earnestly engaged in his studies since the beginning of high school, his current academic standing might have secured him a place in a reputable university. However, ever since his admission to the prestigious First High School, his grades had plummeted, declining faster than the stock market, creating a vicious cycle. The worse his performance, the less interest he showed in studying, and the less interest he had, the further his grades deteriorated. Qin Miao speculated whether Qin Ming had experienced some form of motivation, perhaps driven by intermittent bursts of ambition, yet she wondered if by the next day, he would revert to his habitual lethargy. What surprised her, however, was that after a simple meal, Qin Ming dedicated himself to memorizing vocabulary until 11 o'clock at night. The soft glow of his small desk lamp cast a slightly curved silhouette of him, while she nestled under her covers, peeking out with wide eyes, astonished to realize he hadn't touched his phone even once. No way. Little brother, are you genuinely studying? Can you even manage it? You could at least pretend to be convincing. Could it be heartbreak? Has some girl caused him distress? A sense of apprehension gripped Qin Miao. She resolved to wait until the morrow to observe him. Perhaps Qin Ming intended to exert effort for just this one day. A profound drowsiness enveloped Qin Miao. Her eyelids heavy, her mind bombarded with a multitude of voices urging her not to open her eyes, for once they did, sleep would elude her. Yet, the gentle murmurs from nearby disrupted any chance of slumber. With bleary eyes, she unlocked her phone to check the time, only to be jolted awake by the realization. It was merely 4:30 in the morning. Qin Ming, are you trying to kill yourself by waking up this early? Can you keep the noise down? I am your sister, after all. If necessary, wear headphones, you fool. As Qin Miao looked up, ready to unleash a reprimand, she froze at the sight before her. Qin Ming, clad in his pajamas, had dimmed the desk lamp to its lowest setting, softly murmuring as he clutched his English vocabulary book. His resolute posture rendered Qin Miao speechless. Am I hallucinating? He went to bed at 11 last night, and is now awake at 4:30 to memorize vocabulary, having slept a mere 5.5 hours? Is he trying to kill himself? Humph. Memorizing. All he knows is to memorize. Others are still asleep. Where is his sense of decorum? Qin Miao buried her head under the covers, pressing her ears firmly shut, forcing herself to sleep. After a quick wash, Qin Ming ventured to the park, feeling both mentally and physically fatigued. To him, everything appeared as if it were an English word. Yet, his spirits had never soared so high. For the first time, he realized that learning could be such a delight, akin to discovering an enthralling Korean comic, with new knowledge flooding his mind at every moment. Despite the exhaustion, he found himself irresistibly drawn to finish it. Is this the mindset of those prodigies? I initially presumed they were merely average, yet there exists a different flavor within. Qin Ming runs slowly, invigorated by this side quest, driven by an unwavering reason to persist. Much like fitness enthusiasts who are fond of leg workouts, a 100% enhancement of physical condition is far more precious to Qin Ming than the memory palace. After all, one's body is the foundation of revolution. A vigorous physique is a lifelong treasure. Even if he does not venture into entrepreneurship, he could earn a considerable sum simply by modeling. The flower language of steel will signifies wealth and resilience. The morning sun envelopes Qin Ming as beads of sweat trickle down. This period of running represents one of the rare moments he can indulge in the memory palace. It is not that Qin Ming is reluctant to study while running. Rather, he feels that in such a state, he might end up earning a title of a top influencer on social media tomorrow. Who on earth studies vocabulary while jogging? Qin Ming chuckles to himself, his mind far from vacant, as he swiftly calculates his gains. Since the memory palace was activated yesterday, he estimates he has dedicated around 7 hours to studying, accumulating approximately 600 memory palaces. This implies that with increased proficiency, his speed in memorizing vocabulary is accelerating. He can now average about 100 words per hour. With delight, Qin Ming feels a sense of relief. The enhancement in efficiency means he can allocate more time to other subjects. Perhaps by the time of the next monthly exam, his performance will astonish everyone. Upon returning home, Qin Ming activates his fervent mode once more. Life is meant for learning. There are countless methods to do so. Forget the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. I will memorize outright. As for grammar, I will focus on vocabulary. In the morning, Qin Miao observes Qin Ming still engrossed in his vocabulary, her eyelids involuntarily twitching. It seems he is quite serious. At noon, still memorizing? Qin Miao is alarmed, wondering who has possessed her brother. Get down from there. By evening, this is madness. Completely insane. Qin Miao paces back and forth outside his bedroom, wishing to rush in and implore Qin Ming to stop. If you continue like this, what if you collapse in my room? You may perish, but not here. Upon hearing Qin Miao's description, Lao Qin and Lu Fengying are taken aback. The three peer through the crack of the door, witnessing Qin Ming growing increasingly animated as he studies, leaving them in a state of shock. What is happening? How can one dance while memorizing vocabulary? Especially Lao Qin, who feels a wave of guilt wash over him. It's over. My son is driving me to madness. Chapter 18. Task. Resolve the troubles encountered at the palace wall. Monday. At 6:30 for morning self-study at the first high school, Qin Ming still rises at 4:30. Reciting vocabulary for half an hour, jogging, washing up, and then purchasing breakfast for school. Yesterday, I devoted an entire day to memorizing vocabulary, leaving my throat nearly hoarse and my spirit rather weary. Despite the increase in efficiency, I dared not squander time. Nevertheless, the rewards were immensely gratifying. As the number of vocabulary palaces I had constructed surpassed 2,400, with merely around 1,000 remaining to achieve fluency in English. This only intensified my urgency to expedite my progress. Upon taking my seat, I noticed Gong Xiaobi quietly sitting beside me, her head bowed in silent recitation of words. Today, she donned a white school uniform paired with light blue jeans, accentuating her fair complexion and making her appearance all the more striking. Her two braided pigtails cascaded down her chest, seemingly attempting to shield her modesty. This marked the first time I scrutinized my desk mate so intently, and I found myself astonished by her figure. Of course, I am not a mere boy captivated by superficial attractions. Rather, I am someone who values the essence of a person. However, I must admit that Gong Xiaobi's physique was indeed remarkable, compelling me to glance more than once. Yet, as I mentioned, I am not one to be easily distracted by such sights, so I merely stole a few more glances. Goodness, why can't I tear my gaze away? I have yet to even learn about the law of gravity. Good morning, I greeted Gong Xiaobi, taking the initiative. She paused for a moment, not turning to face me, but softly replied, "Good morning." Her voice was sweet, almost inviting a playful retort. "Could you scold me just once? It would be quite satisfying." I chuckled, jesting about the money I had offered her. Why not accept it? 50 yuan, return to your account. Gong Xiaobi's assistance was truly selfless. No need, keep it for yourself. Boys have more places to spend money, she replied, not turning her head. Her tone reminiscent of a buzzing mosquito. All right, I shall thank you later, I said as I settled down and opened my vocabulary book. I then felt a gentle, cool touch on my arm. Turning my head, I saw Gong Xiaobi still focused on her book, her bangs nearly obscuring her vision, making it appear as though she was diligently studying. However, beneath the desk, she was discreetly handing me 2 notebooks with one hand. Is it really necessary to be so serious about just passing a note? I thought. Am I to be punished for this? You are far too shy. I gazed at Gong Xiaobi, but did not take the notebooks. Although she seemed engrossed in her studies, her attention was evidently on me, as she sensed my unwavering gaze. Why isn't he taking it? Why is he staring at me? In less than 2 seconds, I noticed her biting her lip, her earlobes turning crimson, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head even further. Just take it, she urged, puffing out her cheeks. Typically, she was quite introverted. During our first year of high school, she had scarcely exchanged words with any boys. Now, uttering those 2 words to Qin Ming drained all her strength and courage. Qin Ming felt that Gong Xiaobi was still too kind. Had it been Qin Miao, she would have shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You asked me for this, didn't you? Now you're putting on an act." As she took the notebook, their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other momentarily. Qin Ming paused, sensing the coolness of Gong Xiaobi's fingers, akin to freshly unearthed jade. Instantly, Gong Xiaobi turned crimson, her heart racing wildly. She turned her head, attempting to mask her heartbeat with the sound of reading. Qin Ming smacked her lips in contemplation. Upon hearing the sound, Gong Xiaobi blushed even deeper. "What are you savoring?" Qin Ming flipped open the notebook, discovering the elegant and neat handwriting, with the knowledge points laid out clearly, even color-coded by importance. Could this be the hallmark of a top student? Qin Ming felt as though she had stumbled into a celestial realm. Merely lifting the veil on the brilliance of a scholar revealed an astonishing disparity. Of course, this did not imply that those who took notes in different colors were automatically top students. Surely, they possessed a modicum of common sense. "Thank you. No need to be so polite. Quickly turn your head away, lest the homeroom teacher spots you. Is there such a good thing? What on earth are you thinking?" Qin Ming. At 7:30, the morning self-study concluded, and the classmates lay around like zombies. Qin Ming's vocabulary memorization had successfully surpassed 600 words, leaving just 900 more. If she exerted herself, she could potentially complete it today. Jia Mingkai discreetly tapped himself from behind, looking somewhat awkward. "Qin Ming, I'm really sorry, the day before yesterday. I didn't mean to recognize you. I had no intention of embarrassing you." As he spoke, he handed over a large bottle of iced tea. "Wow, are you really spending so much? It's only right to apologize. Rest assured, as long as my son doesn't find it shameful that his dad delivers takeout, I won't belittle myself." "You've got to be kidding." Jia Mingkai babbled charmingly, yet inwardly he sighed in relief. If Qin Ming still acknowledged him as a peer, it indicated that he hadn't taken the incident to heart. Otherwise, he would have calmly replied, "It's all right, Mingkai. I don't mind, truly. This iced tea cost me 350. Uncle Jia, please sit and enjoy." Jia Mingkai's deskmate, Sun Fengjiao, was a bespectacled beauty, radiating an adorable charm. She patted Qin Ming's shoulder. "Qin Ming, could you pour me a bit too? Fill it up." Hearing the sounds of the 3 enjoying their drinks, Gong Xiaobi felt a wave of envy and bitterness surge within her. To be honest, she longed to befriend Qin Ming and the others. However, if she were to approach them now, wouldn't they find her odd? It would be akin to a filthy little dog inexplicably rushing toward a group of players. If they were to reject her, it would be exceedingly awkward. Never mind. I'm not that thirsty anyway. Just then, Sun Fengjiao suddenly laughed and playfully tapped Gong Xiaobi. Qin Ming, you truly lack awareness. This is the top student in our class. You must learn to cling to the influential. Isn't that just an utterly bizarre notion? All right then, hand me the water bottle. Huh. Gong Xiaobi was momentarily taken aback, completely at a loss, and could only dumbly retrieve her pink cartoon thermos. Upon opening it, Qin Ming discovered it was filled with hot water. He poured all of it into his own cup. This scene caused Gong Xiaobi to blush slightly. I just tasted a bit of that water. According to molecular interaction, there are molecules of one's own saliva present in it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Xiaobi regretted it a little. By saying that, Qin Ming would probably feel a bit awkward, right? If he poured it out, it would suggest he found her distasteful. But he certainly wasn't that kind of person. Yet if he drank it, no, why do you seem a bit excited? Qin Ming leaned in closer. Speaking softly, then I suppose I'll just have to sneakily drink it? Gong Xiaobi's cheeks flushed. Pervert. At that moment, a system task refreshed before Qin Ming's eyes. Upon seeing the system task, he was momentarily stunned. Ding. After establishing contact with Gong Xiaobi, you communicated through your phones late into the night. You noticed her topics always revolved around high school, and every story she shared was somehow related to you, as if she were desperately avoiding touching upon your painful memories post-high school. You also learned about her current situation. Although her job is decent, she is entangled in minor troubles. Task: showcase your abilities. Resolve the troubles faced by Gong Xiaobi. Reward: speaking skills. A storyteller is more captivating than a good story. Chapter 19. Not understanding mathematics is a genuine struggle. Xiaobi-chan is indeed excessively kind. However, what kind of troubles will Gong Xiaobi encounter a decade from now? Given the system's nature, if he resolves the troubles currently surrounding her, he would similarly complete the task. It was just unclear whether Gong Xiaobi had any troubles at present. Qin Ming decided to inquire. He gently poked Gong Xiaobi. Classmate, do you have any troubles that you wish to resolve right now? Gong Xiaobi paused for a moment, turned to Qin Ming, and expressed her confusion. It seems I don't have any. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Really? I don't believe that. You can tell me about any problems you encounter. I feel I can help you resolve them. Don't worry about troubling me. I am more than willing. Seeing Qin Ming's enthusiastic demeanor, Gong Xiaobi contemplated thoughtfully, her bright eyes suddenly lighting up, and she quietly said, It seems there is indeed a small issue, but... Noticing her hesitance, Qin Ming immediately became intrigued. But what? However, I think you might not be able to solve it, so I wouldn't want to trouble you. How could there be a problem I can't solve? But it's really quite difficult. Just throw it at me. Well then, Gong Xiaobi rummaged through her desk and pulled out a math problem. I can't solve this question. Can you help me with it? Hey, what the heck? Qin Ming immediately pointed at her in disbelief. Is it really like that? Anything is fine, just not mathematics. Not understanding math is indeed a genuine struggle. Qin Ming found himself somewhat amused. Is this a deliberate provocation? Your heart is quite dark, Gong Xiaobi. Huh, I did not mean that. Gong Xiaobi stared blankly at Qin Ming. ISNT at what you suggested? It certainly cannot be a math problem, can it? What I meant was, are there other troubles? Qin Ming, fearing that Gong Xiaobi might present a physics question, quickly added. The troubles I can manage are like guiding the three-body lord or detonating Jeju, for instance. Suddenly reminded of her cousin's financial aid for impoverished students, Gong Xiaobi's eyes dimmed momentarily. This issue might be far more challenging than a math problem. It was certainly beyond the capabilities of a high school student. Perhaps not. You are merely a high school student. Such matters may elude you and potentially bring you trouble. Gong Xiaobi emphasized her last statement, wishing to convey to Qin Ming that her reluctance stemmed from a desire not to burden him, rather than a lack of faith in his abilities. What? You, an ordinary girl, are so serious in your refusal? It's hilarious. You really are putting on a show. In truth, I'm not particularly eager to assist you, haha. I'm merely making conversation, haha. You don't genuinely believe I wish to help you, do you? You are quite the performer. I want to take you seriously. If you don't want to discuss it, then let it be. Huh, is this truly that ordinary? Gong Xiaobi panicked and hastily clarified. I didn't mean to imply you are incapable. I just don't want to trouble you. Qin Ming realized that Gong Xiaobi was likely just a studious girl who seldom engaged in silly banter, taking every word he uttered to heart. He could only sigh and respond calmly. Actually, discussing at ISNT a bad idea. Who knows? It might lead to a solution. After all, I have utilized your notes, and I should repay that kindness, shouldn't I? Otherwise, I might carry this burden with me, potentially affecting my chances of ranking first in class. You seem quite far from ranking first in class, don't you? Gong Xiaobi timidly inquired. Can't you keep quiet if you lack the ability to speak properly, BB-chan? Of course, it's not impossible, huh? I believe you can achieve the top rank. Gong Xiaobi recalled the image of Qin Ming secretly borrowing her notes and diligently studying during morning sessions, and began to feel that he might have a chance. Wait, do you genuinely believe that? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback by the earnest expression on Gong Xiaobi's face. Were it anyone else who heard Qin Ming utter those words, They would undoubtedly retort, how can you still indulge in such falsehoods when the truth is laid bare? Even Qin Ming's friends would quickly shift the topic with laughter. Go ahead and voice your concerns. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to achieve the top rank. Well then, Gong Xiaobi briefly outlined the situation regarding her cousin's financial aid for impoverished students. The absurdity of birth. How can such foolish teachers still exist? It's truly tragic. In all honesty, Qin Ming hails from a modest family. Both his parents, Qin and Lu Fengying, earn a mere 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. Qin Miao herself takes on part-time work at school and rarely asks her family for money. Even so, life remains quite frugal. Conversely, Gong Xiaobi's family relies solely on her husband's meager earnings, which amount to about 5,000 yuan monthly. Jeju, being a provincial capital, finds a family of 3 surviving on 5,000 yuan a month to be truly living at the edge of poverty. If not for the relatively low cost of living in Jeju and the absence of debt, even the slightest disturbance in this household could lead to dire consequences. Yet, they still do not provide financial assistance for impoverished students. Moreover, Gong Xiaobi's uncle is a wounded veteran. How outrageous. What infuriates Qin Ming even more is the fact that, despite having secured a spot, it was ultimately denied. What kind of nonsense is that? Are they bullying honest people? Gong Xiaobi also feels a twinge of anger. However, he muses that if this matter escalates, it may not bode well for his cousin. With neither wealth nor influence, it is as it is. He hopes that in the future, he can earn more, so he will no longer be subjected to such indignities. Qin Ming opened his mouth. Had this been an ordinary person facing such an incident, they would most likely endure it, perhaps grumbling a few words behind closed doors. After some contemplation, Qin Ming devised a basic plan. It seemed a leader was scheduled to visit the school around noon. Yes, perhaps he could attempt to leverage that situation. Though this approach is fraught with risk, the odds of success appear favorable. He reassured Gong Xiaobi, I will help you resolve this matter. Do not worry too much. This not only allows him to fulfill his task, but the potential rewards are considerable. Strengthening his oratory skills will likely enhance Qin Ming's linguistic talents, a truly remarkable asset. Furthermore, the thought of assisting Gong Xiaobi, even a decade later, brings warmth to his heart. Helping her now feels entirely justified. Gong Xiaobi gazed at Qin Ming in astonishment upon hearing his words, her nose tinged with a hint of emotion. No boy had ever shown her such kindness. She felt a warmth within her heart, even though she was unaware of Qin Ming's plan to resolve the issue. The mere utterance of those words was enough to deeply move her. Qin Ming reflected, I will need your cooperation in this matter. Join me for lunch in the cafeteria. All right, I'll treat you, Gong Xiaobi said, brandishing her meal card. Qin Ming responded with an affirmative gesture, then hurriedly returned to his vocabulary studies. The first class of the morning was Chinese, taught by a bespectacled middle-aged woman. Qin Ming dared not disrupt the class with any antics, and instead busily memorized classical poetry. Halfway through the lesson, old Lu suddenly rushed into the classroom, his face darkened. After greeting the Chinese teacher, he turned to Qin Ming and commanded, Qin Ming, step outside. Chapter 20. Is this something the 470 Qin Ming is capable of? When a teacher calls a student out during class, it generally falls into one of 3 categories. The first scenario involves a somber tone and gentle words, likely indicating a family emergency. The second entails a cheerful demeanor, reflecting an achievement that has even astonished the teacher. The third scenario is epitomized by old Lu's current expression, which usually signifies that the summoned student has committed a serious transgression. Upon witnessing old Lu's countenance, the classroom erupted in murmurs, all eyes converging on Qin Ming. The Chinese teacher cleared her throat. Silence. As old Lu's authoritative gaze swept over the room, a hush fell. Yet the intense scrutiny remained fixed on Qin Ming. What could be the matter? What transgression had he committed? Had he been caught flirting with the female teacher? The urgency of the situation was palpable. Gong Xiaobi felt a twinge of anxiety, unable to resist glancing at Qin Ming. Jiao Mingkai, more forthright, lowered his head and murmured, Qin Ming, have you committed murder? Sun Fengjiao was also somewhat flustered, exclaiming, no way, look at old Lu's grim expression. Brother, take care of yourself. Qin Ming surmised that it was likely Su Xuening who had come to present a banner. However, why was old Lu so agitated? Surely, I haven't committed murder. Have I? Amidst a myriad of complex gazes, Qin Ming stood up and walked towards the door. Once he followed old Lu out, the classroom erupted in chaos. What is going on? This seems serious. Just the other day I saw Qin Ming delivering takeout. Perhaps he was pilfering someone else's order. Really? Is that true? I think it's quite possible he did. No, did he actually deliver takeout? Of course. I witnessed it firsthand. If you don't believe me, just ask the class representative or Zhou Qi. They all saw it. Even Jiao Mingkai. Many students exchanged peculiar glances. To be frank, delivering takeout is not as noble as it sounds. If someone sees you doing it, they might say it's inspirational, but should you ever argue with them? They would undoubtedly retort with a phrase like takeout delivery boy, citing various reasons to belittle the profession. Jiao Mingkai also caught wind of this remark, emanating from Zhou Qi's circle. Such comments were undoubtedly malicious. What the hell? Delivering takeout isn't akin to delivering a funeral for your mother, so shut it. Seriously. Is this person unwell? Does he have the audacity to mock Qin Ming? Sun Fengjiao couldn't help but murmur. She held Qin Ming in high regard. He was jovial and diligent in his studies, even if his academic performance was lacking. Can mocking others for delivering takeout really elevate your sense of superiority? Fool. Gong Xiaobi was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening, and a surge of anger welled up within her. What is wrong with delivering takeout? Why look down on it? She felt a strong urge to stand up and shout at the offender. Just then, the language teacher furrowed his brow and cleared his throat. Quiet down. Discuss matters after class. Qin Ming, tell me the truth. What trouble have you gotten into? Why are the police specifically looking for you? Old Lu's face was solemn. Although he was a strict disciplinarian, he genuinely cared for his students. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps someone wants to present me with a banner. At that moment, Old Lu certainly did not believe Qin Ming's feigned innocence. He looked pained. I understand your grades are poor. You might have done something out of line. All right. A good student can take down Frisia, right? But remember, you are still a student. You are not yet an adult. As long as it's not a grave mistake, there is still room for redemption. Just don't say anything. If you haven't done it, don't admit to it, even under duress. Fine. Teachers who primarily focus on grades are, among the more irritating ones, the least bothersome. As long as your grades are decent, they won't nag you incessantly. Yet, on the other hand, a dry defense is still a defense. Hearing Old Lu's heartfelt words stirred a small sense of gratitude within Qin Ming. Lao Lu, oh Lao Lu, was I truly so significant in your heart? Humph. It must be quite a struggle to suppress your affection for me, isn't it? Noticing Qin Ming's expression, Lao Lu quickly added, if you hinder my promotion to the special class, I swear I'll have you eliminated. Clearly, this was merely a jest. He was unaware of the circumstances that had drawn the police's attention to Qin Ming. However, given his tender age, it was likely that he bore a considerable amount of pressure. The two police officers, wearing smiles, explained their purpose, and Lao Lu found himself in a momentary daze, followed by contemplation. Is it conceivable that a student like Qin Ming, with a score of 470, could engage in such acts of valor? 472 points. Nevertheless, this seemed to be a positive occurrence. How absurd. While others received resplendent banners, you still couldn't help but think of my score in a negative light, could you? The students in Class 3 appeared as if their minds were wound up like springs, all peering outside. Upon witnessing the scene, they were instantly astonished. Goodness. It seems like a banner. Someone is presenting a banner to Qin Ming. Really? I thought he was in trouble. Wow, that's somewhat impressive. There might even be reporters. Could this make the news? Perhaps he helped someone while delivering food? Haha, with that said, delivering food does have its perks. Many in the class chuckled, even beginning to associate the matter with Qin Ming's food delivery job, throwing in sarcastic remarks and eagerly anticipating the chance to inquire about his experiences once he returned. Some individuals truly are shameless. Does delivering food constitute a crime? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Everyone was taken aback to see Qin Ming's deskmate glaring at the one who had been laughing, coldly uttering a single sentence. The atmosphere in the classroom abruptly fell silent. As though a powerful force had stilled the air, numerous gazes shifted to Gong Xiaobi's face, and their hearts collectively skipped a beat. Wow, what a beautiful girl. They were astonished that Qin Ming's deskmate not only excelled academically, but was also strikingly attractive. The person being glared at stood frozen, his face flushing with embarrassment under Gong Xiaobi's piercing gaze, rendered speechless. When one speaks ill of another in their presence, it is deemed a jest. However, when one does so behind their back, it is nothing short of contemptible. Many began to harbor such thoughts. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is truly disgraceful. Would he also do the same to us in the future? The individual, now thoroughly embarrassed, lowered his head to his book, focusing intently on the text. Is she out of her mind? I didn't say it myself. I merely echoed your insinuations about those two having a connection. That's why you defend him, right? Truly ridiculous. When someone's hypocrisy is exposed, they often resort to spiteful conjectures, as if that could somehow validate their incorrectness. Gong Xiaobi turned her head away, her face betraying no emotion, yet her heart raced wildly. Madness. I have lost my mind. I cannot fathom why I suddenly felt compelled to speak up for Qin Ming. Was it because he promised to assist me? Indeed, it must be so. As for misunderstandings, Gong Xiaobi is utterly indifferent. She refrains from engaging with others. And if anyone dares to speak ill of her face to face, she promptly reports it to the teacher. After all, such slander never reaches her ears. The Chinese teacher cast a glance, exclaiming, "Ah, the top student. It seems she is merely kind-hearted." Sun Fengjiao subtly pointed at Gong Xiaobi, mouthing a silent compliment of bravery. What on earth? Why does this feel somewhat exhilarating? Jia Mingkai felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he was outshone by a girl. Chapter 21. Old Lu. So eager to improve. Why isn't the banner displayed on the police car? My teacher has misunderstood me, thinking I committed murder. Qin Ming said a bit too loudly. Old Lu's face darkened. Who are you referring to? Su Xuaning paused for a moment, cradling the banner worth over 300 yuan and feeling a tad awkward. We asked the security guard to call your teacher, but didn't he clarify the situation? My apologies. Never mind. Considering the banner, I shall let it slide. Qin Ming replied cheerfully as he embraced the banner, appreciating its fine quality. Is this the reward for team members? I believe my moral standing is second only to that of the localization team. How delightful. This is a reporter from Jeju Morning News. She believes that despite your youth, you have displayed commendable bravery and wishes to write an article about this event. Is it convenient for you? A police officer pointed towards the female reporter. Absolutely. Old Lu eagerly interjected while discreetly adjusting his hairstyle. Is there a reporter here? Qin Ming whispered, covering his mouth. Su Shiwening smiled, her lips unmoving, producing a sound only Qin Ming could hear. It's a friend's sister. Isn't that impressive? Quite so. Qin Ming felt an urge to show his admiration for Su Shiwening. As Old Lu pondered how to position himself appropriately, Qin Ming suddenly glanced at him. What does that mean? Why are you looking at me? Qin Ming thought. Old Lu, I have paved the way for you. Why can't you acknowledge the opportunity for improvement? Teacher, should we call the principal over for a photo? After all, as a member of the first high school, standing up against injustice and acting bravely is not only due to your guidance, but also the influence of the school's motto. Qin Ming had no idea what the school motto was, but he envisioned himself impressing the inspecting leaders during lunchtime, hoping to become familiar with the principal. Old Lu paused for a second, then his gaze deepened, conveying an expression of you've learned well. Comrades, I believe Qin Ming makes a valid point. Let us call the principal out for a group photo. The two police officers, unhurried, naturally did not refuse. A few minutes later, the impeccably dressed Principal Qin Minghua descended the stairs, exuding an air of springtime warmth. He first shook hands with the two police officers and then praised Qin Ming. Lastly, he cast an appreciative glance at Old Lu. A win-win for all, Old Lu suggested. Let us have the principal and Qin Ming stand in the center. With 6 individuals present, there was no need for competition for 2 central positions. It was unnecessary. Qin Minghua, with a humble expression, smiled softly and said, since classmate Qin is your student, Teacher Lu should stand in the center. I shall stand beside this young lady. They are the true protagonists of today. You, Old Lu, are clearly eager to make progress. So, there can only be one leading position, right? Very well then. Qin Minghua remained motionless throughout, adjusting his collar with a smile, and stood alongside Qin Ming in the central position. During the group photo, Su Shiwening intentionally edged closer to Qin Ming, her face adorned with a bashful smile, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder, resembling a couple in the throes of romance. Do you know that girl? Old Lu, holding a banner, led Qin Ming back to the classroom, trying to suppress a smile. You both seem quite familiar with each other. You don't suspect me of being in a relationship, do you? Qin Ming quickly clarified, I didn't know her at first, but later found out she is my neighbor. What a coincidence. Old Lu scrutinized Qin Ming, attempting to uncover any inconsistencies in his expression. He did not doubt the authenticity of the incident, as the police had caught the person involved in a staged accident, who appeared utterly shocked and kept insisting he would not report it. It was unclear what Qin Ming had done to him that was deemed taboo. However, Old Lu was a teacher known for his strictness, particularly regarding early relationships, which he detested vehemently. Ah, she is from the provincial experimental school. Oh, a good student. A good student. Old Lu instantly relaxed, convinced that a romantic involvement was out of the question. Old Lu, your double standards make me feel nauseous. Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Ming noticed many students casting him peculiar glances, some even reveling in misfortune. Returning to his seat, Qin Ming disregarded all distractions and fervently recited classical poetry. He was nearly finished memorizing the required verses from the curriculum. Before long, Gong Xiaobi, staring at the blackboard, secretly passed him a note. What the heck, a love letter. Upon opening it, he found elegant handwriting stating, the opinions of others do not matter. Huh, is someone trying to adopt me as their father? Until class ended, Qin Ming still noticed many students covertly observing him. He recalled Gong Xiaobi's note and could not help but frown. Turning his head, he saw Jiao Mingkai, who appeared quite embarrassed. Upon meeting Qin Ming's gaze, Jiao Mingkai immediately lowered his head. You didn't post my photo on social media, did you? What is going on? Jiao Mingkai adjusted his glasses. Earlier when you stepped out, some idiot mentioned your delivery job, Qin Ming. I'm really sorry. I didn't think much of it at the time. It seemed Gong Xiaobi's note alluded to this. It was likely Zhou Qi and the class representatives who had made the comments. I see. Qin Ming stroked his chin. Call me Dad, and I'll forgive you. Dad, what the hell, I was joking. You really call me that? I'll return the favor. No need for that. Jiao Mingkai waved his hands repeatedly, only this once. In truth, Qin Ming was completely unconcerned about the judgmental gazes of these fools. He relished the moment. What of it? Do you all have a system too? Sun Fengjiao looked at Qin Ming with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Qin Ming, do you have any idea how courageous Bibi was during class? There was a fool laughing and mocking you for delivering takeout, clearly looking down on you, and she immediately retaliated. You should hurry and call your mom. Qin Ming glanced at Gong Xiaobi in astonishment. To claim that he was not moved would be a fabrication. Although he thought he knew Gong Xiaobi well, in truth, he did not understand her at all. Her character did not seem to align with such a bold proclamation. Nevertheless, given Sun Fengjiao's words and the commendable expression on Jiao Mingkai's face, it appeared that Gong Xiaobi truly had stood up for him. Thank you, Qin Ming said. Gong Xiaobi looked at him earnestly. I believe there's nothing shameful about delivering takeout. It is neither theft nor robbery. Those who regard this profession as inferior are simply lacking in heart. Don't take their opinions to heart. I will eventually return to set things right. Qin Ming chuckled, his mood entirely unaffected. Gong Xiaobi nodded, then turned her attention back to her studies. At noon, a torrent of students surged towards the cafeteria. Yet today the atmosphere felt unusually orderly. The campus appeared pristine, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. Several autos parked in front of the teaching building bore license plates with numbers rarely seen by common folk. Gong Xiaobi felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as she glanced at Qin Ming, who seemed a bit tense himself, discreetly concealing something in his pocket. Should we just forget it? She pondered, uncertain of Qin Ming's intentions, but sensing that it was likely significant. If Qin Ming were to encounter trouble, how would he navigate it? To be honest, the modest sum of over 1,000 in poverty alleviation funds was not particularly substantial. Even without it, what could it possibly signify? Qin Ming's calm gaze met Gong Xiaobi's. Let us go? Feeling the steadiness in Qin Ming's eyes, Gong Xiaobi inexplicably felt reassured. All right, what do I need to do? Nothing much, just help me order and then share a meal with me. Gong Xiaobi pondered for a moment before voicing her concern. Wouldn't that make me feel a bit disconnected? Do you wish to play the role of a bystander? After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming replied, at that moment. All you need to do is say a single sentence. He leaned closer to Gong Xiaobi, whispering softly in her ear. She felt the warmth of his breath against her fair neck, which instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 22 Huh? I'm sorry. I didn't know that was inedible. What would you like to eat? Gong Xiaobi asked, holding her meal card. Upon mentioning food, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The sweet and sour pork from window number 4 on the second floor is quite delightful. I really enjoy it. Ah, still a little foodie. Aren't you, BB-chan? If it's delicious, then you must treat me next time. All right, so what are we having this time? Get me 2 pounds of rice, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Gong Xiaobi paused for 2 seconds. I have money. I can afford to treat you to a meal. Then let us make it 3 pounds of rice. Qin Ming said, gesturing with 3 fingers as he walked ahead. No, what I meant was, you can indulge in something nicer. I can afford it. That's not it. I did it intentionally. Can you not tell? Your serious demeanor makes me appear foolish. Perhaps next time. For now, I shall settle for this, but I must dine on the first floor. Very well. Gong Xiaobi, balancing a mountain of 3 pounds of rice, felt the gaze of countless onlookers directed at her, exacerbating her already existing social anxiety to the point where breathing became laborious. With her cheeks flushed, she placed her meal before Qin Ming. She obediently approached the window to order her preferred dishes, ensuring they were slightly more sumptuous than Qin Ming's selection, yet not excessively extravagant. The two took their seats together. Shortly thereafter, Jia Mingkai arrived with a plate and, upon seeing the pair, promptly sat down opposite Qin Ming. Goodness! Is there a famine at home? Eating such meager fare? He exclaimed. What do you mean by that? This is what Gong Xiaobi treated me to. She simply refrained from ordering anything pricey, Qin Ming replied, his expression reflecting disbelief. Gong Xiaobi puffed her cheeks in silence, clearly aware that it was he who had discouraged her from spending lavishly. Next time, I shall spend 50 yuan and ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. Sun Fengjiao. Upon noticing Gong Xiaobi and Qin Ming, approached with a beaming smile, her gaze resembling that of an ardent admirer. Hello, bye-bye. Greetings, Jiao Jiao. Gong Xiaobi replied with a smile. Sun Fengjiao exclaimed in wonder. How can there be such an adorable girl in this world? Not only is she academically gifted, but she is also stunningly beautiful, with an enviable figure. Why? Qin Ming, why are you eating so little? Sun Fengjiao marveled at the rice on Qin Ming's plate, wide-eyed, as she casually picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. Do you dare to take that? Jia Mingkai laughed, pointing at Qin Ming. Can you believe it? He claims all this was ordered by Gong Xiaobi. Do you think he has lost his mind in math class? Come on, don't tease Qin Ming. Sun Fengjiao chuckled, evidently skeptical. Gong Xiaobi lifted her gaze and said, I ordered this for him. Really? Was it truly Gong Xiaobi who bought this for you? Jia Mingkai queried. Come on. You two may be classmates in your first year, but you hardly seem close. Today in literature class, you spoke on his behalf, and now you're buying him lunch. What does this signify? Surely, you two aren't truly involved? Not at all, my friend. Are you serious? Haha. But it's no matter. I'm somewhat taken aback. I must do something about this. Bah, the scent of romance is nauseating, but whatever. Love can only savor plain rice, which is precisely why I avoid it. I prefer braised spare ribs. Jiao Jiao, why do you seem on the verge of tears? Also, we are not in a romantic relationship. Sun Fengjiao instantly fell silent. At that moment, Qin Ming took a bite of plain rice and suddenly addressed the two. I believe it would be best if you refrained from dining here. Otherwise, you might end up splattered with blood. Eating plain rice, yet pretending to be tough, are we? Indeed, I shall eat here. I will tempt you both. This is precisely why you refuse to leave. Qin Ming said no more, occasionally taking bites of rice as he awaited the arrival of others. 2 minutes later, a group of individuals, engaged in light-hearted banter, entered the dining hall, and in that instant, a gentle hush fell over the entire establishment. The newcomers appeared unfamiliar, yet possessed a distinct charisma. However, the accompanying students were all too recognizable, none other than Principal Qin Minghua of our esteemed first high school. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai exchanged fleeting glances before hastily bowing their heads to focus on their meals, the sounds of their eating noticeably subdued. The menacing words of old Lu echoed in their ears. At this moment, all they desired was to dine quietly and subsequently return to their classroom, achieving a state of blissful normalcy. Principal Qin, the cafeteria at our first high school is quite commendable, remarked the leading middle-aged man, adorned with elegant gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly grace. Qin Minghua smiled in response, to ensure our students enjoy warm and hearty meals. We have constructed an additional 3 stories for the cafeteria, boasting over 200 serving windows, guaranteeing that each child receives a hot meal. During inspections of schools in Qingshan province, it is customary to commence with a tour of the cafeteria, savoring a meal, followed by a visit to the dormitories, and finally a leisurely stroll through the academic building. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, such an inspection is deemed a resounding success. As the group approached the cafeteria windows, Qin Ming and his 3 companions found themselves directly in their path. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai lowered their heads deeply, fearing that even the slightest straightening of their spines might attract unwanted attention, leading to a reprimand for their conspicuous presence. In stark contrast, Qin Ming fixed his gaze intently on Qin Minghua, a smile gracing his lips. Look at me. Come on, pay attention to me. Surely you wouldn't forget our meeting just this morning? Without me, apart from the double opening, how could you possibly grace the pages of the Jeju Morning Post? At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly felt Gong Xiaobi gently tug at his sleeve. He turned to inquire, "What is the matter? What are you looking at? If you call the principal over, the homeroom teacher will have a word with you." Qin Ming offered no reply, instead hastily asked, "Do you remember what I told you?" Gong Xiaobi stared at him blankly for a second before nodding. "I remember." "Good. When the moment is right, utter those words." Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai were internally astonished, questioning Qin Ming's audacity. How could he dare converse with Gong Xiaobi at such a time? Was he not afraid of being seen by the principal and subsequently facing old Lu's wrath? How incredibly bold. As Qin Ming turned, he was startled to see Principal Qin Minghua approaching him with a smile, leading a group of individuals. "Director Zhang, this is the student I mentioned, Qin Ming. He displayed remarkable courage last Saturday, aiding the police in apprehending a notorious scam artist. He is indeed an exemplary student of our school." Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai's eyes widened in disbelief. What brings them this way? Is it for Qin Ming's sake? Could it be that his recent bravado was the cause of this attention? Director Zhang's previously jovial demeanor gradually faded upon noticing the contents of Qin Ming's meal. Qin Minghua, too, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Qin Ming's plate. How could there be so much rice? And what about the vegetables? The pickled dishes? Is this all you eat? Director Zhang suddenly spoke gently to Qin Ming. "Classmate, how do you manage with just this for lunch?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, his expression suddenly turning pitiful. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I couldn't eat this, but I was so hungry today that I took a bit more." In an instant, time seemed to stand still, and everything fell silent. Chapter 23. Well, it's not my turn to be executed in 3 days. Qin Minghua's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never truly understood Qin Ming's family situation. He had only learned from Lu Haiyuan that Qin Ming's academic performance was average, but he was a decent student, known for his willingness to help others and having harmonious relationships with his classmates. He had no idea that Qin Ming's family was in such dire straits. For lunch, he could only eat rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. The seaweed soup was provided for free by the school. Furthermore, Qin Ming's tone was filled with grievance, as if someone had deliberately prevented him from enjoying the complimentary seaweed soup. What was happening? Qin Minghua clearly felt a bit disoriented. Director Zhang cast a subtle glance at Qin Minghua, as if to say, "Is this the kind of food that your esteemed students can only afford? What about the financial aid for impoverished students?" Qin Minghua visibly panicked. Although he was the principal, it was impossible for him to be aware of every student's circumstances. Had he not noticed the expression in Qin Ming's eyes just now, he would never have brought several leaders to this place. "It was you who led the esteemed guest here." Many people on site felt a sense of embarrassment, as if they had failed in their duties. No amount of polite conversation could alter the grim reality before them. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai had nearly buried their faces in their plates. "Qin Ming, what on earth are you doing?" Gong Xiaobi's heart raced, and only then did she comprehend Qin Ming's intentions. He aimed to escalate the situation. He was remarkably bold. She herself lacked the courage to speak with the principal, yet he could converse so calmly with the leaders. Could she now say that Qin Ming had taught her that phrase? Who would have thought that, at that moment? Qin Ming lowered his gaze and sighed again. "If only my father were here." Director Zhang paused for a moment, his concern evident as he asked, "Classmate, what happened to your father?" "My father was a soldier. He sacrificed his life while serving at the border. The offspring of a hero." Director Zhang's eyelids twitched, his tone now tinged with anger. "And your mother?" "My mother is a doctor. She contracted an infectious disease while saving others and now requires daily medication. My sister has a mild intellectual disability and works as a delivery person to support my schooling." At that moment, everyone present was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Every word Qin Ming uttered resonated like thunder in their minds. A father who sacrificed himself, a mother afflicted by illness, a sister with challenges, and his own unfortunate plight. The weight of his suffering was overwhelming. Qin Minghua felt his legs grow weak. Who on earth allowed this student to enroll in my school? Director Zhang, please allow me to explain. Director Zhang, clearly suppressing his anger, retorted, is the school unable to provide you with your financial aid for impoverished students? Under normal circumstances. For a family like yours, the school's assistance would undoubtedly reach you, and meals would be complimentary. And yet, you say you have not received your financial aid? Qin Ming paused momentarily, casting a glance at Qin Minghua, as if contemplating whether or not to speak. Qin Minghua urged, don't look at me like that. He reassured the child, the teacher is present. I am your support. Speak boldly. Director Zhang shot a glance at Qin Minghua, as if to say, is it you who causes the hero's descendants to bleed and weep? Very well then, I did not apply for the financial aid, Qin Ming confessed. I heard that the financial assistance for impoverished students was reserved for a classmate's child by the homeroom teacher. Qin Ming's pitiful demeanor tugged at the hearts of everyone present, evoking a sense of anguish. How could such a teacher exist in our esteemed institution? To satisfy personal desires at the expense of a hero's offspring. Qin Minghua was utterly shocked. Lu Haiyuan, what on earth are you doing? If this matter escalates, the best-case scenario is the end of my career. And in a worse scenario, I may face disgrace, with the prospect of entering the Education Bureau becoming a distant dream, while the possibility of ending up in a police station looms large. His mind was on the verge of exploding. He yearned to declare, I will pay for the child myself. Yet, the cold gaze from Director Zhang rendered Qin Minghua motionless. Meanwhile, Lu Haiyuan, dining in the cafeteria on the second floor, felt a chill run down his spine. I have money. I can pay, Qin Ming revealed, pulling a few coins from his pocket, causing the onlookers to flinch. With a clatter, a shoddy military medal fell onto the table. These props were borrowed from a first-year classmate during recess. Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback. This is a medal my grandfather earned during the counteroffensive war. He told me that if I encountered difficulties, I should seek help from his comrades. But it seems it has been of little use. Upon uttering these words, Director Zhang began to perspire profusely, sensing his position was becoming precarious. It felt as though someone was about to face dire consequences. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai dropped their chopsticks to the ground, paralyzed with fear, even hesitant to breathe. What exactly is Qin Ming's background? Why has he never mentioned this before? Qin Minghua was consumed by dread. At that moment, Gong Xiaobi, who had been silent until now, weakly interjected, Teacher, today is Qin Ming's birthday, which is why he is eating so much. He usually refrains from indulging. Boom. This remark struck like a thunderclap, leaving several leaders feeling as though the sky was collapsing. Only on his birthday does he dare to eat such a generous portion of rice. What does he normally consume? The sweat pouring from him was redder than the blood of everyone present. Yet such a child's eligibility for financial assistance was usurped by others. It is over. Completely finished. As for the egg drop soup, Qin Ming would have to settle for cauliflower in the future because someone else desires the prized eggs. Qin Minghua was momentarily dazed, yet inexplicably relieved. Well then, I want to be the one facing execution. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The entire cafeteria fell into a hushed stillness, mirroring the somber atmosphere that had settled over this side of the room. Many students from Class 3 were bewildered by the scene, left to speculate in a flurry of thoughts. Qin Mingzhi sensed that the moment was ripe. Thus far, his groundwork had been flawless. At the very least, the leaders present had begun to ponder whether they should preemptively silence Qin Minghua to safeguard themselves. To elaborate further would be counterproductive, potentially placing him in jeopardy of disciplinary action, with the possibility of implicating old Lu as well. The teacher, I must admit, I may have exaggerated a tad. Qin Mingzhi quickly interjected, not allowing others the time to reflect, pointing toward Gong Xiaobi. In truth, my family is ordinary. The poverty scholarship was not denied by the teacher, but rather, I failed to apply. However, it is true that some students' poverty scholarships were usurped. Her brother's designated scholarship was taken by the school's teachers and given to another student, who happened to be well-connected. It is indeed the case that her uncle is a disabled veteran, and her aunt is also in ill health. Hence, I believe this situation, from both a moral standpoint and the perspective of the poverty scholarship system, is fundamentally unjust. If my previous statements have caused you any distress, I sincerely apologize. However, we are merely ordinary students, devoid of connections or ulterior motives, and can only voice our concerns during your inspection. To capture your attention, I had no choice but to embellish the truth. Qin Mingzhi's words were reasonable, indicating that he bore no selfish intent, apart from his impulsiveness and background. He fully embodied the persona of one who seeks to assist others. This persona was substantiated by the banner presented by Su Xuening that morning. Qin Minghua had also laid the groundwork for himself before the leaders. These facts illustrated that Qin Mingzhi was not merely a flamboyant troublemaker. More importantly, although he had embellished the narrative, the essence of the truth remained. He certainly did not treat everyone as mere playthings. Consequently, even if some leaders harbored disdain and wished to suppress him, they would need to contemplate whether they stood on the side of justice. As his words settled, Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai fainted on the spot. How terrifying. For the sake of a poverty scholarship, you dare to jest so audaciously before the principal? If this were ancient times, you would have been executed along with your entire clan. Do you understand? What an outrageous birth. Gong Xiaobi was utterly moved, yearning to give Qin Mingzhi a grand embrace. She recognized that he had laid ample groundwork for her and could not allow him to face the charge alone. Teacher, my brother is a second-year student in Class 6 at the 28th Middle School. What Qin Mingzhi has said is fundamentally accurate. We merely seek justice. Chapter 24. No, you two are reproductively isolated. After the initial shock, the leaders and Qin Minghua quickly regained their composure. Upon reflection, it was evident that Qin Mingzhi's statements were quite absurd and lacked credibility. Yet, coincidentally, Qin Minghua had just asserted that Qin Mingzhi was a courageous and virtuous student. Consequently, they instinctively felt that a good student would not lie before them. Thus, they subconsciously took Qin Mingzhi's words at face value. To their astonishment, the child proved to be not merely a diligent student, but also a prodigy, equipped with an array of absurd props. Even if they harbored a modicum of doubt, they dared not gamble on the authenticity of the situation. Upon hearing Qin Ming's unbroken revelation of the truth, they collectively exhaled in relief. The Chinese possess a temperament that leans towards compromise. When one suggests opening a window in a room, they vehemently oppose. Yet when one proposes tearing off the roof, they begin to deliberate the feasibility of opening a window instead. The current predicament mirrored this behavior. To expect them to resolve the issue just described by Qin Ming would be utterly explosive, an impossible feat, however. Addressing the plight of a single impoverished student was a trivial matter, akin to someone entering your company, boldly demanding a salary of 1,500. You might mistakenly believe it to be 15 million. Cautiously, you invite them to your office, anticipating a significant client, only to discover it is merely 1,500. Without the extra zeros. Instantly, your tension dissipates, and you might even consider offering them an additional 200. Furthermore, from the perspective of several leaders, Qin Ming's strategy was undeniably astute. Had he confronted all the authorities directly, causing an uproar, he might have resolved the issue. But the leader's memories would not have been as vividly etched as they were now. Instead, he would have left an impression of being a bothersome, unreasonable individual. Yet now, Qin Minghua felt a sense of relief as if he had survived a catastrophe, even feeling inclined to thank Qin Ming. Indeed, he owed him gratitude. For without comparison, there can be no harm. The cousin of Gong Xiaobi, attending the 28th Middle School, had a homeroom teacher whose incompetence was indisputable, and the principal was equally derelict in duty. Gong Xiaobi's cousin undeniably met the criteria of an underprivileged student. Such matters, once investigated, would swiftly unveil the truth, leaving no room for deception. In contrast, Qin Minghua's administration at the first middle school faced none of these issues. The school even boasted students like Qin Ming, who exemplified altruism. The superiority of their educational effectiveness was evident. The principal of the 28th Middle School was indeed appalling. A middle-aged man suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, the financial assistance for impoverished students is intended to aid those in dire circumstances. Does he not conduct preliminary family investigations? As for that teacher, I believe he is wholly unworthy of the title of educator. He is nothing short of a disgrace among teachers. Undoubtedly, individuals like him infiltrating our ranks tarnish the integrity of our institution." A few among them bore serious expressions. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have dismissed such accusations with a laugh, perhaps forgetting or delegating the investigation to subordinates, ultimately disregarding the outcome. However, after Qin Ming's recent display, they were left in shock and felt compelled to take the matter seriously, fearing that their concerns might materialize. Qin Minghua silently nodded. He recognized that he did not need to attack anyone, as the vice principal of the 28th Middle School would take action. Director Zhang cast a deep glance at Qin Ming, revealing no inclination to impose punishment. Even if he had, there was no justification for it. After all, he was merely seeking justice for a classmate's younger brother, devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, one cannot even mount a moral attack against him. It's akin to discovering a dead fly in your meal. As long as you remain silent, no one will ever know of its presence. The only thing that made him want to chuckle was the fact that Qin Ming's earlier description had indeed startled him. It was somewhat unexpected. We shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, and once it concludes, the results will be communicated to the young lady in question. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing the sound of mission success, Qin Ming silently exhaled in relief, nodding obediently. Director Zhang whispered something to a person behind him, who then turned and departed. It seemed someone was destined for misfortune. The group, lacking any appetite, merely strolled briefly before leaving. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai, the two witnesses to the entire event, only regained their composure after everyone had departed. They looked at Qin Ming as if they were encountering a ghost. Wait, Qin Ming, are you truly a high school student? Indeed. How dare you tell such a grand lie in front of so many leaders? Aren't you afraid the principal will issue a manhunt for you? I can hardly believe this. Today has truly been disastrous. Why did I have to sit at the same table as you? Qin Ming shot them a glance, feeling somewhat indignant. I already told you not to sit with me. You insisted, and now you blame me. Who could have known you would orchestrate such a grand spectacle? Sun Fengjiao, irked, tapped her chopsticks and forcefully grabbed a portion of Qin Ming's pickled vegetables. Exactly. Jia Mingkai, on the verge of tears, also seized Qin Ming's scant pickled vegetables with vigor. Do you have any idea how close I felt to death just now? If the principal decides to hold you accountable, we'll both be implicated. Damn it. You are truly something else. Nonetheless, despite his harsh words, he harbored a deep admiration for Qin Ming. After all, who would dare to stand up for a classmate so boldly? At the very least, he could honestly say he would never have the courage to do so, not even in front of old Lu. However, he couldn't deny that what Qin Ming had just done was rather impressive. There are 3 levels of praise among high school students. The first is wow, typically bestowed when one answers a question that stumps everyone, even the teacher. The second is dad, a nod to the traditional filial piety in Chinese culture, which is self-explanatory. The third, and the highest form of commendation among boys, is you're impressive. This signifies complete recognition of the other person's capabilities. When dreaming at night, please do not assume my perspective, or else it may bring you unanticipated joy, he cautioned. That won't do. I must assume your perspective. I want to revel in it too. Jia Mingkai laughed heartily. Don't forget to pay me royalties for this. You can have this chicken leg as a fee for the creative reinterpretation, Jia Mingkai muttered softly. Qin Ming. Jia Mingkai planned to return to class and promote Qin Ming's actions enthusiastically. As a witness, he relayed the incident, thus capturing the attention of his peers and experiencing the unique thrill that accompanies being an eyewitness. Most importantly, if he remained silent, how would his classmates know that Qin Ming was born into this situation? Sun Fengjiao looked at Qin Ming with a face full of admiration, while also noticing the tearful expression of Gong Xiaobi. She whispered, Qin Ming, are you standing up for Xiaobi? Early romantic relationships were strictly forbidden at their school, so she dared only to murmur. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded. Haha, as long as I speak the truth, right? Are you brave enough to admit it? No way. You two have such disparate grades. There's a reproductive isolation. Sun Fengjiao was taken aback by Qin Ming's candid admission, shaking her head vigorously. Qin Ming, you're incredibly bold. What are you saying? We're just good desk mates. Qin Ming added a piece of braised pork ribs to his plate. Hey, I only took 2 pieces. Sun Fengjiao's expression turned somewhat fierce. Xiaobi, look at him. Gong Xiaobi blushed slightly, said nothing, and stood up to leave. Moments later, she returned with a plate filled with braised ribs, sweet and sour pork, and a serving of seasoned eggplant, placing it before Qin Ming. Eat, fill yourself up. Gong Xiaobi's eyes sparkled, fixated solely on the dazed Qin Ming. Sun Fengjiao glanced at the food and immediately felt as if her ribs had been poisoned. Are you trying to chase me to my death? Chapter 25. What shall I do about this? You have no idea how incredibly handsome Qin Ming was back then. Jia Mingkai, resembling a storyteller, with his black-rimmed glasses failing to conceal the brilliance in his eyes, had a group of people gathered around him, all wearing expressions of disbelief and shock. To be frank, their first reaction upon hearing Jia Mingkai's description was that he must have gone mad. However, upon making some inquiries, they astonishingly discovered that it was indeed plausible. Suddenly, they felt that Qin Ming was astonishingly handsome at that moment. In an age where one must ask their mother for permission to open a bottle of milk, who would dare to perform in front of so many leaders? This could not merely be described as courage. It was akin to a king shaking the 4 dragons, or Son Goku executing a one-armed Kamehameha, or Zoro, battered and bruised, silently proclaiming that it was nothing. It was simply magnificent, so incredibly handsome, yet truly born for greatness. Haha, the principal must have wanted to kill him. Jia Mingkai suddenly bore a cold smile and said nonchalantly, you underestimate Qin Ming. If he hadn't acted so boldly, the principal would indeed have wanted to kill him. But you have no idea just how clever Qin Ming is. What happened? Speak up. Someone urged eagerly. Jia Mingkai quickly continued. Every step Qin Ming took was meticulously planned. The location he chose was precisely along the path the principal and others would take, motivated solely by good intentions. Although he and Gong Xiaobi are desk mates, they had no interaction in their first year. This is a case of standing up against injustice. A classmate from Qin Ming's first year nodded vigorously upon hearing this. I can attest to this. Although Gong Xiaobi is a commendable student in our class, he is exceedingly reclusive. He possesses not a single male friend, nor does he have any female friends. I must say, is Qin Ming truly such a benevolent person? Assisting someone nearly unknown to him, apart from being described as altruistic. One struggles to find other adjectives. Well, it cannot be said that he is entirely commendable. Perhaps he has inherited some of my qualities. Jia Mingkai continued, moreover, he has prepared props. Would you not agree that is quite impressive? Furthermore, he laid the groundwork so well that one could almost envision the principal kneeling before him. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. Hey, do you think Qin Ming would be suitable for the position of class monitor today? Indeed. I also believe that having such a responsible and earnest student as our monitor would surely benefit us. The murmurs of several classmates were overheard by Zhou Qi and Qi Ying, whose expressions immediately soured. What right does a mere delivery person have to become class monitor? He merely dabbles in trivial tasks. Does that qualify him? Exactly. Just because he is willing to assist Gong Xiaobi does not mean he would extend that to others. I find that highly improbable. Lu Xuemei chimed in. Qin Ming comes from a poor family. it is evident he has long been oppressed. Upon encountering a female, he cannot help but seek her favor. He is undoubtedly captivated by Gong Xiaobi's ample bosom. Perhaps she merely regards him as a sycophant. To be so servile, I must say, is quite enlightening. Zhou Qi refrained from directly commenting on Qin Ming's actions, as that would somewhat diminish his stature. Even if Qin Ming aspired to be class monitor, he would undoubtedly fail to attain that position. Qi Ying, who had been listening attentively without participating in the discourse, did not wish to present herself as one who revels in gossip, as it might adversely affect her candidacy for class monitor that evening. However, upon hearing Zhou Qi's remarks, she felt a tinge of curiosity. Zhou Qi, why do you say that? I find Qin Ming rather courageous. Lu Xuemei rolled her eyes inwardly. Here we go again, with the pretentiousness. If Qin Ming runs for class monitor, I shall certainly cast my vote for him. Courageous he may be, but do you not think he lacks common sense? Zhou Qi chuckled, speaking candidly. Is a minor like him truly capable of intervening in matters concerning the impoverished student subsidy? I believe the principal must have felt quite embarrassed at that moment, and several leaders would have found it challenging to refuse him, thus agreeing to resolve the issue. However, whether they will follow through is an entirely different matter. Do you think he left a favorable impression on the principal? This is akin to a child complaining to guests about their parents denying them sweets when visitors are present. Once the guests depart, how will the parents react? What will the principal think of old Lu? He will surely believe that he manages the class poorly, with students exhibiting no discipline. And it would be strange not to reprimand old Lu. Do you think old Lu would still permit Qin Ming to become class monitor? If he is not subjected to scrutiny, it would only signify old Lu's inherent kindness. This discourse elicited a glimmer of delight from Qi Ying. Indeed, Qin Ming's actions were rather reckless, showcasing a distinct lack of foresight. Lu Xuemei and her companions could not help but nod in agreement, finding the reasoning compelling. It seemed that Qi Ying's position as class monitor was secure. After ordering an excessive amount of food, the two returned to the classroom quite late. Upon their arrival, a chorus of oohs echoed through the classroom. Gong Xiaobi felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly returned to her seat. In contrast, Qin Ming maintained his composure upon sitting down. He began to memorize vocabulary, just 700 words short of passing his English exam. Before long, old Lu rushed into the classroom. His voice tinged with an almost palpable frustration. Qin Ming, come here. The anticipation was palpable. Zhou Qi and his circle of friends exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. What is going on? Old Lu lowered his voice in the hallway. I step away for just a moment, and you pull off something so grand? Are you trying to ruin me? Teacher, didn't you ask Gong Xiaobi to sit next to me to help with my studies and suggest that I look after her in daily life? Qin Ming retorted sharply. Old Lu was left speechless. All right. So I'm entangled in a death grip, am I? But I didn't ask you to do everything for her, did I? Then do you think I was in the wrong? Qin Ming pressed. What do you mean? Are you carrying a phone? Old Lu's suspicions were aroused. He feared Qin Ming might be recording him. I never said you were wrong. It's just, your methods are questionable. If every student were to emulate you, how would the school manage its students? Qin Ming shrugged indifferently. The first is a genius, the second a mediocre talent, and the third a fool. Do you think I'm praising you? Then you believe I was wrong? You really are insufferable, Qin Ming. Are you truly carrying a phone? Old Lu said, his caution palpable. With a resigned gesture, Qin Ming rummaged through his pockets and revealed nothing. Old Lu finally exhaled in relief. Though he was irritated, he didn't actually believe Qin Ming was in the wrong. Quite the opposite. He felt Qin Ming was entirely justified. The poverty assistance was meant for students from genuinely struggling families, serving as their last vestige of dignity. Yet, some foolish teachers, driven by self-interest, exploited public funds for personal gain, an abhorrence that old Lu deeply despised. For many years as a homeroom teacher, he had ensured that the annual poverty assistance went to students truly in need. However, Qin Ming's approach was perilous. If taken too far, it could yield results that were decidedly counterproductive, affecting even old Lu himself. Such dangerous ideologies could not be allowed to flourish. After a lengthy discussion, Qin Ming was finally allowed back into the classroom. The system task updated once more, ding. After adding the contact information of 10 classmates, you have gained a certain level of recognition among them. However, this is far from sufficient. To re-enter the business world in the future, you must strengthen your relationships with them. Becoming class president and serving your peers is the most suitable approach. Task: serve your classmates. Become class president in the upcoming election. Reward: 10,000 RMB. Upon seeing the task, Qin Ming couldn't help but be taken aback. Serve my classmates? Becoming class president means I would be a regent. Serving them? Yet, the prospect of a reward as high as 10,000 yuan made his eyes widen with excitement. How could it be so substantial? Previously, the highest reward was merely 1,000, and now it had multiplied tenfold. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming began to grasp the reason behind it. Chapter 26. The principal's task. Though Qin Ming, an MBA student, had never attended a prestigious business school, he could surmise that among the true magnates of industry, there were also ordinary individuals seeking to elevate their status through association. It was inevitable that a number of astute manipulators would be present as well. As a bankrupt billionaire, Qin Ming's ambition to compete with this cohort appeared nearly insurmountable. Thus, the reward for the task was remarkably high. While this sum might seem trivial to his future self a decade hence, for 17-year-old Qin Ming, it represented a significant fortune. I shall undoubtedly secure the position of class monitor. The burden of the 52 students in Class 3 of the freshman year will rest upon my shoulders. Old Lu had not come to check on us all afternoon. It was rumored that the school had convened an urgent meeting titled Constructing Academic Integrity and Enhancing Student Quality. Day students were required to attend only 2 evening study sessions, dismissing at 8:30, while boarding students were obligated to attend 3, remaining until 9:20. During the second evening study session, the school was ablaze with light, and the sound of pen tips gliding across paper pierced the silence. Qin Ming was merely 200 words away from completing his task. This tangible positive feedback drove him to an almost frenzied state of study. Lu Haiyuan entered the classroom with an austere expression. Many students raised their heads, only to be met with his stern gaze, quickly bowing down like quails. It was over. He had forgotten the zero-tolerance policy for distractions at the start of the semester. Such was the nature of our school. Though our academic performance was often criticized, our level of silence surpassed that of the faculty. Lu Haiyuan stood at the podium, hands on his hips, casting a long glance at Qin Ming. Today's meeting had certainly garnered him some notoriety. Now, every homeroom teacher in the school was aware that a student from an ordinary class had reported misconduct during an official inspection. How utterly outrageous. Although Qin Ming's father, Qin Minghua, did not reprimand Lu Haiyuan, he sternly warned that such a student must never be allowed to exist within the school again. Lu Haiyuan was drenched in sweat in the meeting room. Upon entering the classroom and seeing Qin Ming, he was filled with ire. Studying was he? How pretentious. Ahem. Let us begin the meeting. Lu Haiyuan rapped on the podium. I believe everyone has heard that a certain student reported to the authorities during an official inspection today. This behavior is utterly reprehensible. The school has always encouraged students to first communicate issues with their teachers. If the teacher cannot resolve the matter, then they may escalate it to the administration. But to go directly to the leadership to report? What does that signify? On a smaller scale, it reflects a naivete on your part. On a grander scale, it shows a complete disregard for school rules and discipline. Such behavior is absolutely forbidden. Though Lu Haiyuan's tone was infused with anger, he felt powerless. After all, it was merely the principal's task. He personally believed Qin Ming acted correctly, as the school could not possibly accommodate the needs of impoverished students from other institutions. However, he could not advocate for this. He was obligated to address the class in accordance with the principal's directives. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted throughout the classroom. Almost all eyes turned toward Qin Ming. The rumors, it seemed, were indeed true. Impressive. Qin Ming, you have truly become renowned. Jia Mingkai prodded Qin Ming's back with his pen, leaning down to murmur, I believe your name will spread throughout the school by tomorrow, and you will undoubtedly become a legendary figure etched in its history, with a portion of that glory belonging to me. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. Damn it. So you're feeling proud now, are you? And what do you mean by renowned? Sun Fengjiao chimed in. Qin Ming immediately raised his hand. Teacher, Jia Mingkai is whispering to me, disrupting my studies. Lu Haiyuan paused. Is there really any room for improvement in your studies? Qin Ming, you rascal. Jia Mingkai, stand up. Qin Ming, you stand up too. Qin Ming, I am the victim here. Jia Mingkai instantly protested. Teacher, Sun Fengjiao did it too. Sun Fengjiao stood up as well. Teacher, I said nothing. I heard it all. Do you dare deny it? All right. Impressive, old Lu. I didn't hear it. But you did, right? Jia Mingkai, are you looking for trouble? If you're going down, let us go down together. Jia Mingkai chuckled, relishing the fact that Qin Ming was also called up. Sun Fengjiao stomped on Jia Mingkai's foot with force. Glancing at Gong Xiaobi, Sun Fengjiao contemplated a sisterly camaraderie. However, upon reflection, if she were to act on it, it would most likely provoke a fierce reprimand from old Lu. A good student like her wouldn't engage in such mischief. Thus, she abandoned the thought. Qin Ming, you're truly insufferable. When a single individual is called out by the teacher, it is awkward. When 2 stand together, it becomes a spectacle of schadenfreude. Yet, when 3 rise simultaneously, it can only be deemed an honor. Qin Ming, standing tall alongside the others, resembled a general poised for commendation. The circle of friends surrounding Qi Ying erupted in laughter akin to that of villains. Silence. With Qi Ying's command, the class fell quiet once more. Lu Haiyuan cast a glance at Qi Ying. Though somewhat self-serving, she was quite responsible. If she were to become class leader, it would alleviate his burdens for the next 2 years. He sincerely hoped she would succeed. As the class representative, Qi Ying felt it imperative to seize this moment to cultivate goodwill. This was one of the few opportunities to showcase herself before the upcoming class leader election. Having read The Art of War in the Ghost Valley during her first year, she was well versed in the timing of performance and restraint. Although the class leader position was elected by vote, old Lu held veto power. Simultaneously, Qi Ying noted old Lu's stern expression directed at Qin Ming and could not help but surmise that Qin Ming's reputation in old Lu's eyes must be abysmal. Not only had he reported on others, but he also disrupted the class order. Such a person could never become class leader. Her competitors were merely two classmates from her year who were also vying for the position. Qi Ying couldn't resist glancing at them. The situation seemed manageable. One was a dedicated scholar aiming for a score of 580, likely to forego aspirations of becoming class leader. The other was a strikingly beautiful girl who exuded an air of aloofness, which stirred a twinge of envy within Qi Ying. Truth be told, Qi Ying possesses a remarkable confidence in her appearance, epitomizing the quintessential high school beauty. Otherwise, one could not fathom the existence of an ardent admirer like Zhou Qi. However, that aloof girl is no less striking in her looks, her demeanor akin to a pristine flower blooming atop a lofty peak. Had it not been for the lack of a supportive circle to rally votes for her, Qi Ying might have found herself in a precarious position. With a bit of effort, she believed securing the position of class monitor would pose no challenge. Encouraging herself inwardly, Qi Ying pondered the role of class monitor, which some perceive as a thankless position fraught with excessive duties and the potential for behind-the-back disparagement by peers. Yet, she held an opposing view. The class monitor serves as an excellent platform for external social engagement, allowing insights into the familial backgrounds of all classmates, which in turn aids her in identifying potential suitors who might develop into devoted admirers. As the adage goes, a quality admirer enhances her own worth. Moreover, she relishes the sensation of being enveloped by the gaze of others. Chapter 27. Full Throttle. With no further issues at hand, the election for class leaders commenced. I hope responsible classmates will step forward to embrace this duty, as it will benefit your future endeavors, Mr. Liu stated, initiating the election process. The first candidate was a tall boy named Zhang Tao, who appeared quite robust. He approached the podium, stumbling through his campaign speech, clearly unpracticed. Upon finishing, he garnered only a smattering of applause. Qi Ying smiled, internally shaking her head. His incoherence left little hope for success. She resolved to make a grand entrance, ensuring the most favorable impact. After offering Zhang Tao a few words of consolation, Mr. Liu instructed him to step aside for the voting process. A scant 15 hands were raised in support. Among them was Qin Ming. His standing made his gesture particularly conspicuous, and Zhang Tao noticed him immediately. Qin Ming had been carefully observing the unfolding scenario. He knew Zhang Tao had no chance of winning, and his presence would neither add nor detract from the outcome. By raising his hand, he could potentially cultivate a favorable impression. Perhaps, during his own election, he could secure an additional vote. Next, the class's ethereal beauty took to the stage for her introduction. Named Dai Yuchan, she sported a youthful high ponytail, yet bore a rather impassive expression. She recounted her experience as class monitor in her first year and pledged to serve Class 3 diligently. Her articulation was fluid, and her enunciation precise. Coupled with her striking appearance, her words elicited a wave of applause. Zhang Tao found himself in an even more awkward position. Her prowess was undeniable. When it came time for the vote, nearly 30 hands were raised in her favor, surpassing the majority with remarkable ease. Mr. Liu could not help but nod approvingly. Dai Yuchan was indeed a commendable candidate, though she seemed somewhat lacking in enthusiasm, standing in equal regard to Qi Ying. This time, Qin Ming refrained from raising his hand, making his abstention all the more noticeable. Dai Yuchan cast a cool glance in his direction. What are you doing? You already have over 30 votes. Adding mine could tip the scales in your favor. Are you really underestimating me? Upon seeing the number of votes, Qi Ying felt a slight pressure, but overall, she remained optimistic. She believed she could secure at least 35 votes, significantly increasing her chances of victory. Are there any other classmates who wish to compete? Teacher, I would like to give it a try. Very well. Qi Ying, please come up. With a sweet smile, Qi Ying gracefully ascended the podium. Having established her presence in class previously, her peers, led by Zhou Qi and their close-knit group, couldn't help but cheer, creating a lively atmosphere. Qi Ying's campaign speech was simple, yet cleverly crafted. While she mentioned her experience as class leader in her first year, she refrained from overemphasizing it to avoid appearing arrogant. In student interactions, superiority is the last thing one should convey. To demonstrate her commitment, she even mentioned a few unfamiliar classmates' names, showcasing her familiarity with the class. She concluded by assuring Liu Haiyuan of her dedication to managing the class. Her sweet appearance and gentle voice naturally evoked a protective instinct in others. Thus, when she finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the classroom. Ultimately, the number of votes reached 38, a decisive advantage. Victory was assured. Qi Ying smiled, internally elated. She hadn't anticipated receiving so many more votes than Dai Yuchan. When I return to class tomorrow, I shall adopt a new hairstyle and wear a fresh outfit. Although I must maintain the persona of a first-year student, a subtle transformation is essential. I've heard there are quite a few affluent classmates in this class. Liu Haiyuan, seeing the turnout, couldn't help but reflect on the overwhelming support. It's as expected. However, Qi Ying was indeed the class leader he had pre-selected, capable, attractive, and responsible. With only a slight hint of ambition, she was the ideal candidate. At this moment, Qin Ming still had not raised his hand, wearing a faint smirk, clearly uninterested in pretending. The rumors about his delivery job originated from Qi Ying's group of fools. Despite Qin Ming's indifference to others' opinions, he couldn't fathom why he should show her any kindness. Forget it. Standing at a height of 1. 85 meters. His demeanor was strikingly noticeable on the podium. Qi Ying felt a surge of displeasure. What are you pretending for? Do you think you could win if you participated? Simultaneously, she recalled Qin Ming's disregard for her on Saturday. Having just been elected class leader, she needed to assert her authority now. This would facilitate future class management and leave a positive impression on old Lu. Qin Ming, you have brought this upon yourself. Qi Ying turned to Qin Ming and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. Qin Ming, do you feel that I have fallen short in some way? Lao Lu. No. Qi Ying, why are you suddenly asking this? Have you lost your mind? He was born to it. Lao Lu quickly shot a glance at Qin Ming, signaling him not to respond. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qi Ying, in her foolishness, to target him so suddenly. Surely she didn't believe that. In front of so many people, I would lower myself to apologize for the sake of your class representative's dignity? Surely not. Such a naive girl, truly a simpleton. At that moment, many classmates turned their attention to Qin Ming, and due to their lack of sensitivity, they failed to perceive the underlying intent in Qi Ying's words. They merely assumed that Qin Ming must have made some inappropriate expression, prompting the class representative's sudden inquiry. Consequently, several students' opinions of Qin Ming shifted slightly for the worse. Surely he wasn't attempting to draw the class representative's attention on purpose? What a simpleton. Gong Xiaobi looked up in confusion. She had originally voted for Qi Ying but was taken aback when Qi Ying mentioned Qin Ming. Upon seeing Qin Ming's dismissive expression, she instantly felt that Qi Ying was rather malicious, at least not as benevolent as she pretended to be. Thus, she lowered her hand. To raise her hand and then put it down was quite a slap in the face for the person involved. Had it been the former Gong Xiaobi, she would never have acted this way. Qi Ying is truly wicked. Gong Xiaobi discreetly remarked to Qin Ming. Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao felt a sudden sense of foreboding. They had both voted for Qi Ying, having cast their lot with all three candidates. After all, they were people pleasers, seeking to offend no one. Qin Ming chuckled. You've only been the class representative for a day. How could I possibly know how well you've performed? However, I find you rather hypocritical. The moment I decide not to vote for you, you begin to target me. If you were to become class leader in the future, would anyone who crosses you be able to enjoy a peaceful existence? Lao Lu's face turned a shade of green. Qi Ying's expression shifted. Hold on. Do you lack emotional intelligence? Can such words be spoken so directly? I merely intended to use you as an example, not to make you look foolish. And yet you resort to tearing the facade? What kind of person are you? The other students were equally stunned. How audacious. It seemed Qin Ming didn't care at all for appearances. Who would dare to provoke him? He was unyielding in his response, regardless of who stood before him. It was only after Qin Ming's revelation that they realized Qi Ying indeed harbored some animosity towards him. I meant no such thing. Qi Ying's expression grew somewhat aggrieved, her mind racing with curses for Qin Ming and his ancestors. Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was merely inquiring about your suggestions out of goodwill. What a farce. Lu Xuemei reveled inwardly. Inquiring about my suggestions? That brings me joy. Then I must say, your performance has been rather lacking. Was it not you who deliberately exposed my delivery job? You intentionally breached a classmate's privacy. Is that commendable in your eyes? I must ask. Was it not on that day when I saw you all alone? I do not perceive delivering takeout as something to be ashamed of. However, it seems that your class representative holds a different opinion. Even if it were not you, it would still be that group led by Zhou Qi who spread the word. I take pride in my work. Old Lu's expression shifted. He was astonished to learn that Qin Ming had been secretly delivering takeout. The other classmates were also aware of this, though the specific source of the information remained unclear. Upon reflection, it was indeed from the circle of Qi Ying that the news had leaked. Upon hearing this, Qi Ying was momentarily stunned, her expression subsequently shifting dramatically. How could Qin Ming lash out like a rabid dog? It is impossible. I absolutely did not say such a thing. Furthermore, I was not the only one who saw you that day. Zhou Qi and the others were present as well. On what grounds do you accuse me of being the informant? She indeed did not speak such words. Such disgraceful acts were beneath her. Yet, Qin Ming was indifferent to who had disseminated the information. You admitted to spending time with them over the weekend, which implies a close relationship with Zhou Qi and the others, does it not? How dare you? Are you waiting for me here? Seeing them speak ill of a classmate without intervention, what does that imply? Do you believe it is acceptable for classmates to disparage one another? Thus, I assert that I find your actions quite lacking. After a brief pause, a singular thought emerged in the minds of all present. Birth. To utter a single word is to dig 10 graves. Chapter 28. I support Qin Ming as class leader. Goodness gracious. This individual exhibits such aggression. He has laid bare the tensions, a truly formidable display, something I could never accomplish myself. The atmosphere in the classroom erupted. All were students of a prestigious institution, typically aligned with good behavior, and had never witnessed such a direct confrontation. Zhou Qi, hearing these words, struggled to maintain composure. How dare you involve me in this? If it was not Qi Ying who said it, then it falls to me, does it not? Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai also expressed their admiration. Qin Ming's eloquence surpassed their expectations. Yet, one must admit, it is exhilarating. Such a straightforward approach demands a strong response. Why should everything be conceded to you? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Qi Ying realized she had unwittingly fallen into his verbal trap. Rendered speechless, Fury surged within her, her chest heaving as tears welled in her eyes. This is utterly shameless. Lu Haiyuan, having been a teacher for many years, grasped the implications of Qin Ming's words in mere seconds. He was left at a loss for words. He harbored a dislike for students with poor academic performance, as well as for those who spoke ill of their peers behind their backs. Moreover, is delivering takeout truly something to be embarrassed about? How have students' values become so distorted? Enough. Let us all be silent. Who wishes to accompany me to the office? As the homeroom teacher, old Lu's continued silence only allowed the situation to spiral further. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Qi Ying as well. What was the purpose of provoking him? This is the time for selecting class leaders. Your personal disputes should be resolved privately. After school, come to my office. Very well, Qin Ming nodded. Chizukura lowered her head in silence, her fists clenched. Is there anyone else who wishes to run for class monitor? If not, then Chizukura will be the class monitor of class 3. Next, let us prepare for the election of the vice monitor. I shall. Without a second thought, Qin Ming stepped onto the podium. Gong Xiaobi's expression momentarily froze, her heart unable to suppress a flicker of excitement. She had just harbored disdain for Chizukura and had no desire for her to be the class monitor. Yet, Dai Yuchan's votes were insufficient for the role. Now that Qin Ming boldly approached the podium, Gong Xiaobi resolved to cast her vote for him. Jia Mingkai immediately grew anxious. Qin Ming, don't go up there and embarrass yourself. You cannot win against her. Sun Fingjiao was even more blunt. Qin Ming has lost his mind. Oh my. She has 38 votes. Do you think you're Chindaizai? Not even a lump of dirt would stand a chance. Please, don't go up there. I beg you. Wow, that is intense. Are they really out for blood? The odds are exceedingly slim. 38 votes. I can't even fathom how to lose. Isn't that just inviting humiliation? The classmates believed that Qin Ming's rush to run for class monitor was a result of being flustered. Chizukura indeed had 38 votes. And even if Gong Xiaobi chose to step back, she would still have 37. How could he possibly win? Unless Qin Ming could conjure a miracle, he wasn't exactly a buddy. When it comes to selecting class officers, you wouldn't conjure a miracle, would you? Old Lu, witnessing Qin Ming ascend the podium, could hardly contain himself. His expression clearly conveyed, Qin Ming, what mischief are you up to? Qin Ming shot back a look that questioned. Teacher, what do you mean? Is it not permissible for me to contribute to the class? Lu Haiyuan retorted, you, a student with a score of 470. What contribution can you possibly make? Will you lead my beloved students to ruin? Qin Ming responded. Then is it permissible for me to aspire to be an emperor? Lu Haiyuan exclaimed, I would kill you. In truth, Qin Ming regarded his own actions as occasionally impulsive, but certainly not devoid of reason. Just like now, he firmly believed he had a genuine opportunity to secure the position of class monitor. The rationale was straightforward. Firstly, earlier that day, he had just aided Gong Xiaobi in front of the principal and the authorities. To his classmates, this indicated that Qin Ming possessed sufficient audacity to advocate for the class's interests. Moreover, if he could take such a considerable risk to assist Gong Xiaobi, would he not extend the same support to himself in times of need? Qin Ming certainly did not appear to be timid. Secondly, the issue lay with Chizukura herself. Regardless of whether the rumor about Qin Ming delivering takeout originated from her, it was undoubtedly linked to her. If others could deliver takeout without it being the subject of baseless gossip, why was it that when I carry a phone and engage in romantic pursuits, you would rush to the principal's office to harass me for half the day? You claim you wouldn't then prove it by disrobing. How many would genuinely support Qin Ming? That remains uncertain, but there were certainly many who did not wish for Chizukura to become the class monitor. So what to do? I shall vote for Qin Ming. I cast my ballot for you and for him. This way, I offend neither side, and I incur no fault, right? More importantly, Qin Ming's reward for his task that morning just happened to be public speaking skills. The most renowned orator is none other than a certain illustrious painter. Setting aside the content, his speeches are imbued with fervor, emotion, hope, and pride. Qin Ming possesses these very skills as well. He intends to emulate this esteemed predecessor. Private Marseille. The copyright fee will be settled later. Qi Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled not to cry. Qin Ming is truly audacious. Spreading rumors without foundation. Although I did not intervene, does that absolve you of fault? If you do not deliver food, would anyone slander you? Simultaneously, she harbored a fierce thought. Should Qin Ming fail in his election, she would undoubtedly ensure he receives careful scrutiny in her future disciplinary duties, including those concerning Gong Xiaobi, Jia Mingkai, and Sun Fingjiao. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head expressionlessly, only to be momentarily startled by the glint in Qin Ming's eyes, which seemed to convey, I start with 3 divine artifacts. Unless I utterly obliterate you, consider it a clean slate. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qi Ying, an ominous premonition settling in her heart. Hello everyone, I am Qin Ming. As Teacher Lu mentioned earlier, I am the one who reported to the leadership. Qin Ming adopted a relatively calm tone, clarifying his identity. The audience erupted in a chorus of oohs and ahs. Old Lu rubbed his temples, clearly at a loss with Qin Ming. The only reason I assisted classmate Gong is that Qin Ming's gaze shifted to Old Lu. Oh, don't say it. Old Lu gestured comically. All right then, I believe that students should support one another. If it were any other classmate, I would extend my hand without hesitation. Even when I was not the class monitor, I managed to do this. If I were to become the class monitor, I could certainly do even better. To those who betray me, I would offer them 1,000,000. Gong Xiaobi puffed his cheeks. Qin Ming, you're being mischievous. You're lying. Qin Ming glanced outside into the deep night. The darkness could dull one's rationality, making it the perfect moment for a speech. Standing at the podium, he seemed to comprehend the emotions of all his classmates, adjusting his focus accordingly. If the emotion of sheer exhilaration was likened to boiling water at 100 degrees, then presently it hovered around merely 30 degrees. He aimed to elevate it to a searing 1,000 degrees, incinerating everything within this space. I have never served as a class officer. Upon stepping up, I felt a wave of trepidation. However, I soon realized that even if I faltered, everyone would candidly offer their corrections, for the class belongs to us all. Qin Ming's pace quickened, though his volume remained mostly steady, lacking grand gestures. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, he feared that in playing too boldly, old Lu might accuse him of incitement. With the enhancement of his oratorial skills, Qin Ming could ensure that every variation in tone conveyed distinct emotions. Wow, this skill is somewhat extraordinary. The classmates below did not perceive Qin Ming as awkward or out of place. Instead, one felt that when Qin Ming spoke, his words resonated with a melodious quality reminiscent of the stirring background music from Empire of Angels, embodying both grandeur and a sense of duty. His oratory skills allowed Qin Ming to articulate his thoughts fluently, presenting a compelling case for his suitability as class monitor from various perspectives. As he concluded his address, he bowed deeply to express his gratitude to everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the room. Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, and deep within, he suddenly entertained the notion that Qin Ming was indeed the ideal candidate for class monitor. What was happening? Qin Ming noticed that everyone remained motionless, gazing at him. Feeling somewhat awkward, he thought, come on, give me some reaction. Even a shout for the class monitor wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Suddenly, a soft and endearing voice broke the silence, proclaiming, I support Qin Ming as the class monitor. Qin Ming was taken aback. Where did this compatriot come from? This gentle declaration acted like a spark, igniting the entire class's enthusiasm. Qin Ming, Qin Ming, Qin Ming. Almost everyone, save for those in Zhou Qi's circle, eagerly raised their hands in support. Even Zhang Tao, who stood on the podium, after a brief moment of hesitation, couldn't resist raising his hand. After all, if he couldn't become class monitor, neither should anyone else. Dai Yuchan cast a surprised glance at Qin Ming, marveling at his impressive performance. Qi Ying was momentarily stunned, her eyes sweeping over the multitude of hands raised high, at least 40 in number, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Chapter 29. Crying. You've wasted the class's good fortune. Qi Ying felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. How could 38 votes not secure the position of class monitor? Are you kidding me? She had initially intended to give Qin Ming a warning, but never anticipated that he would effortlessly seize the class monitor title right from under her nose. I'm a girl. How could you do this? Why can't you let me have it? Old Lu was also in a daze. He was aware of Qin Ming's eloquence, having witnessed his knack for words since their first year. Yet, he was astonished by how adeptly Qin Ming could articulate his thoughts, even stirring a sense of fervor within him. What should I do? Please do not encroach upon my class, Qin Ming. Old Lu, in a state of helplessness, turned away, preparing to say something. However, he suddenly noticed Director Li Zijuan standing at the door, quietly observing everything, his gaze continuously assessing Qin Ming. Old Lu stepped outside with a smile. Director Li, Lu Laosher, this student of yours possesses quite impressive oratory skills, Li Zijuan remarked. Having been at the door for an unknown duration, typically focused on academic performance, he was an upgraded version of Old Lu, the score-driven educator. I believe he would make a fine class monitor, sharp-minded and unflappable. Old Lu began to sweat profusely, acknowledging, Qin Ming indeed has a gift for interpersonal communication. Qin Ming? Li Zijuan paused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the student who defended his classmate in front of the principal this morning? Li Zijuan pondered for a moment. Then his expression shifted to one of profound understanding. Helpful and a commendable student. You seem to be quite the admirer. So, you weren't just accompanying the leaders on their inspection? How are his grades? Li Zijuan regarded Qin Ming with a sense of appreciation, recognizing him as a commendable student, seemingly excelling in various aspects. At least, that was the impression he had. However, academically, his performance was rather mediocre. Upon hearing Old Lu's remarks, a fleeting sense of regret washed over Li Zijuan. Teacher Lu Haiyuan placed great importance on academic results, and when he described Qin Ming's grades as merely average, it implied they were quite poor. As for his attitude towards learning, it was exceptionally commendable. Despite Old Lu's personal disfavor towards Qin Ming, he would not compromise his integrity in his assessment. Today, he had discreetly observed Qin Ming numerous times, whether in class or during breaks. The young man displayed a remarkable dedication to his studies, exhibiting a somewhat unfamiliar diligence. Should he exert more effort, there would undoubtedly be significant room for improvement. Indeed, this child possesses considerable potential. Li Zijuan nodded in approval, departing with a smile. To speak candidly, teachers are human too, apart from academic performance. They place paramount importance on a student's character, the proverbial well-behaved child. Old Lu returned to the classroom and tallied the number of raised hands, 47 in total. Even Lu Xiaomei, a close friend of Qi Ying, had raised her hand. The remaining 5, however, belonged to Zhou Qi and his small clique. At that moment, these individuals appeared exceedingly awkward, fidgeting uncomfortably in their seats. Old Lu could only helplessly inquire, "Are there any other students wishing to run for class monitor?" The expressions on the faces of the seated classmates conveyed utter disbelief at his question. With no further interest expressed, he declared, "Then, it seems that Qin Ming will be our class monitor." Old Lu felt as though his class was doomed. What a disgrace. This was the first time he had a student with a score below 550 as class monitor. A humiliation. Qi Ying was still in tears. And Old Lu was about to offer her consolation, suggesting she step down or run for vice monitor. Observing her distress, Qin Ming immediately smiled and said, "Teacher, let me take charge. Perhaps you should reconsider," Old Lu replied, aware of Qin Ming's intentions. The audacious boy asserted, "Teacher, as class monitor, it is my duty to maintain order and care for my classmates. Shouldn't these responsibilities be entrusted to me? If I am not afforded this authority, how can I aspire to lead?" Old Lu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Qin Ming had a valid point. Before the watchful eyes of his peers, he approached Qi Ying. He had always detested 2 types of individuals. Those who, despite instigating trouble, would immediately run to their parents or teachers when faced with retaliation. He had relished dealing with such children during his youth, often facing reprimands from old Qin. The second type, which he loathed even more, were the girls who would cry before teachers over trivial disputes with boys, as though their tears could mitigate their accountability. Ironically, this tactic often proved effective. Teachers would invariably admonish the boys, insisting, "You're a boy, be a gentleman, and let the girl be." Thus, whenever a boy stood his ground, the matter of right or wrong became irrelevant, and the teacher would criticize him, leaving the girl unscathed. At that moment, Qi Ying epitomized the second type of person whom Qin Ming most despised. "No crying," he declared abruptly with a commanding tone. Laughter erupted from Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao, who found his proclamation utterly amusing. In a moment of unexpected drama, Qin Ming had assumed the role of the domineering leader. Qi Ying's tears flowed more profusely, and upon catching a glimpse of Old Lu's murderous gaze, Qin Ming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He expressed his apologies, saying, "Qi Ying, please do not cry. If you have something to say, you can share it with me, your class monitor. I can assist you." To his dismay, Qi Ying's sobs intensified, stemming from her disappointment at not being elected class monitor. "Still crying? How ridiculous. You weep, and so shall I. Greetings, everyone. I am not the class monitor. I am Su Junda," she choked out. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming cast aside his pretense. "You wretched creature, do you wish for an apology from me? You are the class monitor, and I am the class monitor? All I hear is weeping. Your tears have drained the class's fortune, and should our grades decline next time, you shall bear the brunt of the blame." Qin Ming then turned to address the entire class, exclaiming, "Classmates, her tears stem from feelings of inadequacy. Let's offer her our applause to encourage her efforts. Thank you." The dozens of eyes in the classroom were filled with shock as they beheld Qin Ming's audacity. They had heard of his reputation, yet they were taken aback by his brashness, confronting Old Lu and throwing accusations with such boldness. It was utterly shameless, yet oddly exhilarating. Old Lu's expression darkened. "Is this how you comfort someone? We are about to elect a vice class monitor, and I ask you to step outside and cease your crying." Qin Ming continued his relentless taunts, further unsettling Qi Ying, who then erupted into loud, inconsolable sobs. "Such noise. That will cost us 10 points. Qin Ming's frustration boiled over. Lu Xiaomei was practically soaring with delight, her laughter etching deep lines upon her face. "You pretentious green tea, this is what you get for showing off." The classmates were left bewildered by Qin Ming's barrage of remarks. Was this truly the sort of rhetoric one could utter? From this point onward, it was clear that provoking Qin Ming was not a wise choice. Ultimately, Old Lu, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, stepped forward to take both students outside. In truth, from the moment Qin Ming had uttered his first words, Old Lu had recognized the fiery spirit within him. However, Qin Ming's rapid-fire delivery and relentless onslaught of words had left him momentarily stunned. After Old Lu offered some words of comfort, Qi Ying gradually ceased her crying. Her eyes red and her lips sealed in silence. Qin Ming, unfazed, received a few admonitions from Old Lu before returning to his seat. As he settled down, Gong Xiaobi gazed at him in awe, offering 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. "Wow, impressive, truly impressive." Qin Ming smiled warmly at Gong Xiaobi. "I believe I just heard someone declare their support for Qin Ming." Gong Xiaobi's face flushed bright red. No, that wasn't me," she stammered. "I have no idea who that was." She shook her head repeatedly, her cheeks growing even warmer, having just witnessed Qin Ming's impassioned speech. Gong Xiaobi felt he was undeniably the most suitable candidate for class monitor. Yet, to her surprise, not a single person in the class had expressed their support for him. In a moment of desperation, she had blurted out her encouragement, resorting to her regional accent in an attempt to disguise her voice, hoping her usual reticence would keep her identity concealed. Upon the first utterance, Qin Ming immediately recognized the voice of Gong Xiaobi. Her tone was distinctly identifiable, characterized by a blend of innocence and a hint of cleverness. When she spoke in her native dialect, it possessed a soft and endearing quality, rendering it irresistibly charming. I truly don't know, she expressed, her tone imbued with genuine uncertainty. Qin Ming, wearing an expression of regret, remarked, I had intended to reward you with a manhole cover. But if that is your stance, I shall forego it. You are quite the rogue, Qin Ming, Gong Xiaobi observed, her demeanor slightly dazed yet sharp-witted. Quickly realizing that Qin Ming was about to delve into a regional jest. My hometown is merely nearby. Our accents are somewhat similar, but I am not. Hey, what do you mean? Qin Ming interjected, playfully pointing at her like a mischievous husky. Gong Xiaobi gasped. I am not. It is you who embodies regional bias. That is nonsense. Qin Ming retorted defiantly. Very well then. Gong Xiaobi lowered her gaze back to her book. After a brief moment of reading, Qin Ming leaned closer to her, inquiring, was I right or not, my dear? Indeed, Gong Xiaobi blurted out before she was struck silent. And you still claim it's not you? Qin Ming, I shall ignore you. You are a scoundrel. Ha ha. I was merely jesting. Do not be upset. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to breakfast. Qin Ming chuckled, finding amusement in teasing Gong Xiaobi during class. Gong Xiaobi looked earnestly at Qin Ming. Allow me to treat you. You have already assisted me greatly today. Chapter 30. The aroma of Gong Xiaobi soon. The other class officers were elected. The seemingly aloof Dai Yuchan assumed the role of vice class leader, while Zhang Tao became the sports commissioner. The discipline officer was a girl with short hair, and the youth group secretary was a tall, slender boy. Due to a shattered mindset, Qi Ying refrained from further participation, likely remaining silent in class for the next few days, perhaps even haunted by nightmares of Qin Ming pursuing her in her dreams. Qin Li had long noted, if one's mindset is fragile, how can they manage a class? You shall be punished to post selfies in the group for 3 days to strengthen your resolve. Qin Ming, you are truly impressive. The words you spoke to Qi Ying, even I could not muster the courage to provoke such a reaction, Jia Mingkai remarked, astonished that Qin Ming had genuinely become the class leader. It was akin to a struggling friend suddenly acquiring a luxurious Range Rover. Not that he felt envy, but rather, he questioned the lack of suitable temperament. Work hard and call me class leader, Qin Ming proclaimed sternly. From this day forth, I am the first official leader of the Qin family. Our ancestors would be proud. Between me and this group of struggling friends, a formidable barrier has arisen. You have no idea the magnificent vistas one can behold as class leader. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback by his own musings. All right, Qin Jiwu, Jia Mingkai, observing the delight of Qin Ming, felt an urgency to pat his thigh in disbelief. Had I known you could rise to such heights, I would have pursued it myself. What would you pursue? You struggle with early classes. You scoundrel. Sun Fengjiao was not particularly invested in Qin Ming's ascension to class leader, though her disdain for Qi Ying was evident. It appears rather serious, however. The words spoken by Qin Ming clearly reveal that this woman is nothing more than a gossiping troublemaker. Congratulations, Qin Ming. Who taught you to celebrate while empty-handed? Is it the person from Qingshan? I hope that by tomorrow morning, 2 bottles of 1985, 53-degree iced black tea will grace my desk. Qin Ming began to put on a facade. Rest assured, I do not hold a grudge against you for today's negligence. Sun Fengjiao, in a fit of frustration, sweetened her words. A flurry of charming banter ensued. She was astonished and began to tease Gong Xiaobi and Qin Ming. Qin Ming, had it not been for Xiaobi's words just now, you would have been in quite a predicament. Who knows? Everyone might have mistaken you for a mentally challenged child. Nonsense. If oratory skills merely serve to render oneself foolish, Qin Ming would have already brought the system to its knees, pleading for his survival. The power of his oratory played a decisive role, but so what? Xiaobi is delightful, while the speech was lacking. I favor Xiaobi. Yet, Gong Xiaobi believes that Qin Ming's position as class leader is solely due to his own exceptional abilities, with little connection to her. I merely uttered a single sentence. Qin Ming is truly remarkable on his own. No. Sun Fengjiao urged Qin Ming. Quick, thank Xiaobi. Without her, where would you be? Indeed, thank you, Xiaobi. Qin Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. A smile graced Gong Xiaobi's lips as she gently touched her satin-like long hair, presenting an aura of tranquility and gentleness. No need for thanks. Hurry, call me mom. Sun Fengjiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, unable to contain her teasing. Being a couple has reproductive isolation. Being mother and son is also acceptable. Qin Ming nodded fervently. Yes, I truly wish to leap into my mother's embrace and weep, while also sneaking a few licks. Shut your mouth. How shameless. Gong Xiaobi's face flushed with embarrassment. Upon returning to her aunt's home, Gong Xiaobi discovered her aunt's family of 3 seated on the sofa, radiating joy. Upon seeing Gong Xiaobi, her aunt, Fu Huanjuan, immediately beamed and led her to the sofa, gently stroking her hair as she cheerfully announced, Xiaobi, let me tell you, something monumental has occurred in our family today. Can you guess what it is? Upon hearing her aunt's words, Gong Xiaobi instantly discerned the matter at hand. She had initially been uncertain about how to broach the topic, but now it was unnecessary for her to bring it up herself. Thus, Gong Xiaobi smiled slyly. Let me take a guess. Has Zhang Shu received his financial aid for underprivileged students again? Huh, how did you know? Fu Huanjuan's eyes widened in surprise. Not expecting Gong Xiaobi to guess correctly on her first attempt, Zhang Shu, wearing glasses, was equally astonished. Sister, you are truly remarkable. How did you know? Did you really guess it? Her uncle, Zhang Ruiwen, gazed at Gong Xiaobi with curiosity, sensing that this little niece was evidently confident. Unlike someone who had merely made a guess. Xiaobi, did you know about this from the beginning? It seems like you were aware quite early on. Although Gong Xiaobi was staying at her aunt's house, she felt no sense of being an outsider. This was primarily due to the couple, Zhang Ruiwen and Fu Huanjuan, being inherently composed adults with good temperaments, who treated Gong Xiaobi with immense tolerance and sought to shower her with affection, regarding her as their own daughter. Although Zhang Shunian is slightly younger, he is remarkably sensible and would never utter foolish remarks that might prompt Gong Xiaobi to leave her home. As a result, Gong Xiaobi feels an inexplicable warmth while at her aunt's house. Yes, I actually knew this earlier today, Gong Xiaobi nodded. Really? Is that true? Xiaobi, how did you find out? Sister, you are so impressive. Gong Xiaobi thought that since Qin Ming had assisted her aunt's family, they ought to be informed of it. Otherwise, it would be quite unjust for Qin Ming. Therefore, she briefly recounted the incident of Qin Ming reporting to the leadership. Upon hearing this, the Fu family was left utterly astonished, staring at Gong Xiaobi in disbelief. This child is outrageous. A high school student daring to report directly to the leadership. Even in front of the principal, I'm at a loss for words. I thought it was the teachers from number 28 who had suddenly developed a conscience. But it turns out it was classmate Xiaobi who helped us. Zhang Shun also seemed to grasp something, exclaiming in surprise, I sensed something was off. Fu Huanjuan gave him a nudge. Stop overreacting and speak properly. Gong Xiaobi appeared genuinely curious. This afternoon, our homeroom teacher came to our class and abruptly announced that he would no longer be teaching us, leaving without further explanation. Near the end of the day, I heard from classmates that he might be teaching at the primary school now. Is that true? Fu Huanjuan was bewildered. Of course it is true. Anyway, we have a new homeroom teacher, Zhang Ruiwen, who had a better understanding of the inner workings of the system than Fu Huanjuan. Could not help but ponder. Some matters may seem trivial until they are weighed, at which point they carry tremendous significance. Just like the allocation of slots for impoverished students. If we suffer in silence, it would be as if nothing ever happened. However, since classmate Xiaobi made such a commotion, if the Education Bureau decides to address Zhang Shun's homeroom teacher, he cannot escape the consequences of his serious misconduct, which is bound to be dealt with sternly. The penalty of reassignment is already quite severe, akin to being sidelined. Does this mean we should thank classmate Xiaobi? Upon hearing her husband's words, Fu Huanjuan felt a sense of relief. After all, Zhang Shun's homeroom teacher's actions were undoubtedly unpleasant, and learning of his downfall was hard not to find joy in. We should indeed express our gratitude. Zhang Ruiwen looked at Gong Xiaobi with curiosity, as if trying to discern something. Gong Xiaobi also felt they ought to thank Qin Ming. Though she had yet to decide how to express her gratitude, she certainly intended to buy breakfast tomorrow, but one meal seemed a bit meager. Qin Ming seemed to place some importance on this. While Gong Xiaobi was lost in thought, Zhang Ruiwen discreetly nudged Fu Huanjuan, exchanging a knowing glance. Fu Huanjuan instantly understood. Xiaobi, that classmate of yours, he isn't your boyfriend, is he? Gong Xiaobi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. We are merely newly acquainted friends. Qin Ming is a wonderful person, kind to everyone, and he is our class monitor. We are not in a romantic relationship. Not to mention, the more you praise him, the more it seems so, doesn't he? Zhang Ruiwen and Fu Huanjuan, as a couple, could easily discern that Gong Xiaobi was on the verge of mental collapse from the incessant questioning. Since it is not the case, that is indeed a relief. Dear Xiaobi, at your age, it is paramount to prioritize your studies. Romance can wait until university. If your academic performance suffers due to a relationship, it would be a regrettable trade-off. Gong Xiaobi nodded in agreement. However, she suddenly recalled that she had not explicitly stated her intention to pursue a relationship with Qin Ming. Since he is not your boyfriend, how about inviting that boy, Qin Ming, over for dinner this weekend? Gong Xiaobi hesitated momentarily, clearly torn, as she was uncertain whether Qin Ming would accept the invitation. I will try my best. But he is usually very dedicated to his studies and may not have the time, she replied. Upon hearing this, Fu Huanjuan appeared even more pleased. It seems he is indeed a diligent student, which puts my mind at ease. Never mind, just extend the invitation to Qin Ming. If he cannot come, there will be other opportunities. Our family may not afford dining out often, but preparing a few dishes at home is certainly feasible. You know your aunt's culinary skills. Just mention it to Qin Ming when the time comes. Gong Xiaobi nodded. All right then. Chapter 31. The ex-girlfriend, Su Xuaning upon returning home. Qin Ming immediately heard old Qin cursing from the bedroom, likely perturbed by someone else's influence. Though their home was modest, it was charmingly decorated by Lu Fengying. With a few meticulously trimmed potted plants adorning the balcony, the living room was illuminated for Qin Ming's return. After taking a shower, he resumed his vocabulary memorization, determined to conquer English tonight. With Qin Miao heading back to school, the bedroom was tranquil, save for the soft murmur of Qin Ming reading aloud. After finishing his work, old Qin stepped into the hallway for a smoke, ready to indulge in a restful slumber. Noticing that Qin Ming's bedroom light was still on, he frowned. Thinking his son might be playing games again, he felt a twinge of disappointment and prepared to lecture Qin Ming. Stealthily, he opened the door, only to be taken aback by the scene inside. Studying again? It did not appear to be a facade. Old Qin was well aware of his son's reflexes. If Qin Ming wished to feign studying quickly, he would require at least 3 seconds to transition from gaming. Yet, old Qin had entered quietly without making a sound, leaving Qin Ming without a chance to react. This could only mean one thing. He was genuinely studying. Old Qin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that my son has truly felt shamed by me? How is that even possible? He opened the door wider, and Qin Ming turned his head just in time. Good evening, son, old Qin greeted. That 20 yuan, I'll transfer it to you shortly, Qin Ming replied. On Saturday, his mother had earned 2,000 yuan, intending to give old Qin 20, but since old Qin had not mentioned it, Qin Ming pretended to forget. Who would have thought, old Qin, that you would disturb my studying at this late hour for a mere 20 yuan? What do you mean by that? Do I look like I'm here to beg for money? Old Qin retorted, feeling slightly indignant as he rubbed his aging face. Bun, you don't want it? Send red envelopes. Don't make transfers, or else your mother will find out. All right. After Qin Ming secures the position of class monitor tonight, the system will automatically credit him with a reward of 10,000 yuan. As of now, Qin Ming's net worth stands at a commendable 13,000 yuan. Although he bears a debt of 2,000, it is certainly enough to secure old Qin's life. Giving 20 yuan to old Qin is of little consequence. Upon returning to his room, old Qin lay on his bed, feeling bewildered. After a moment, he nudged Lu Fengying. Do you think Qin Ming truly intends to study diligently? Lu Fengying, intrigued, asked, what did you see earlier? Old Qin, slightly uncomfortable, replied, when I stepped out for a smoke and returned to Qin Ming's room. I found him genuinely studying. It didn't seem like pretense. Really? Indeed. Lu Fengying seemed dissatisfied with old Qin's subtle demeanor. What is with your attitude? Our son is studying hard, yet you appear somewhat displeased. Can this even be linked to attitude? Old Qin retorted. I certainly haven't. All right then, perhaps a little. Usually, Qin Ming performs poorly and is quite mischievous, ranking lowest in the household. But if he truly excels academically, wouldn't that mean I would be overshadowed by him? This thought irked him. Nonetheless, reflecting on Qin Ming's earnestness in studying brought a flicker of joy to old Qin's heart. Should we consider enrolling him in a tutoring class? I believe Qin Ming has a decent foundation, but if he wishes to elevate his grades now, it might prove challenging. After pondering for a while, old Qin resolved to reward Qin Ming in light of the 20 yuan. However, the family's financial situation was rather strained. Hiring a tutor for an hour costs over 300, which is certainly unaffordable. Yet, if Qin Ming attended a tutoring class over the weekend, they could manage somehow. Lu Fengying suggested, perhaps we should consult Ming's opinion. Consult him? Old Qin's expression darkened. He undoubtedly wouldn't want to go. I know this son of mine too well. He is both lazy and indulgent. Convincing him to attend a tutoring class would be akin to sentencing him to death. Moreover, this boy is too sensible. He must understand that attending a tutoring class would incur additional family expenses, and he would refuse. Shall I persuade him tomorrow? Speak to him earnestly, without mentioning finances. At worst, I'll take on extra shifts. We cannot let others perceive our family as impoverished. At 11:30 that night, Qin Ming set down his vocabulary book, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, as if the world lay within his grasp. He had finally completed memorizing all 500 words after 2.5 arduous days. Qin Ming mused whether such talent existed elsewhere. If it did, he could only lament, BYD, you are truly infuriating. Even with my advantages, I cannot surpass you. However, the mnemonic palace had a distinct advantage. The knowledge stored within it would never be forgotten. An unparalleled benefit that others could not rival. According to the English teacher's bold assertion, if he managed to memorize all the words, his English score would soar to at least 120. In stark contrast to his current score of 70, which was met with disdain, this would indeed be a monumental improvement. As long as one becomes familiar with the grammar, there is even a glimmer of hope to achieve a score of 140. Achieving 145 is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ding dong. Suddenly, Qin Ming received a message on WeChat. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was from Gong Xiaobi. Goodness, even the academic overachiever is studying this late? How is one supposed to survive? Gong Xiaobi, class monitor. What do you wish to eat tomorrow? Qin Ming was taken aback. It turned out that during evening study, Gong Xiaobi had promised to treat him to a meal. However, what is this class monitor title? It must be that when he was joking with Jiang Mingkai, Gong Xiaobi overheard him and took it seriously. How adorable, Xiaobi-chan. Eavesdropping on others, are we? Qin Ming, please don't call me class monitor, just call me deskmate or Qin Ming will suffice. Knocking emoji. Gong Xiaobi, alright, deskmate. Are you still awake? Qin Ming smiled slightly. I just finished memorizing English vocabulary, all of it. Gong Xiaobi, thumbs up emoji Gong Xiaobi. Wow, you are amazing. Wait, why does that feel a bit sarcastic? Shouldn't the top student say, heh, I finished that ages ago, while pretending to be humble? Qin Ming, it's not too bad. I only used 10% of my strength, not taking on apprentices. Gong Xiaobi, deskmate, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Qin Ming, for Australian abalones. Gong Xiaobi, in panic, I don't have enough money. Can we eat something else? No money? Well, I'm afraid, Xiaobi-chan, that we might not be destined for each other. Qin Ming, since there are no abalones, how about a portion of soup dumplings? Gong Xiaobi had a lot to say about this. Their S.A. Baozi shop at school. Their lotus seed paste soup dumplings are delicious. Do you want to try them? Lotus seed paste soup dumplings? We from Qingshan want to eat scallion and pork buns. Qin Ming, sounds good. By the way, why aren't you asleep yet? Gong Xiaobi clearly panicked for a moment. I'm still busy. I'll sleep soon. Qin Ming, oh, good night. Gong Xiaobi, good night, good night. Just as Qin Ming was about to sleep, he heard a knock on the window. He quickly got up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain, only to see Su Xuanning, dressed in bear print pajamas, grinning at him. Qin Ming, why aren't you asleep yet? Preparing to return to the M78 Nebula to inherit my Leo throne? Qin Ming was speaking nonsense. Nonsense. Su Xuanning rolled her eyes. By the way, I need to tell you, today was the first time I ever skipped class. I never realized it could be so exhilarating. Exhilarating? Is it as thrilling as old Lu's face suddenly appearing on the glass of the back door? Now that is true excitement, a mix of thrill and heartbeat. Skipping class is nothing. You've never skipped class before? Qin Ming asked, feeling bored. Su Xuanning rested her chin on her hands and nodded. I'm a good student. Skipping class is quite taboo for me. In the movie I watched, taboo seems to be related to something like illicit affairs and extraordinary events, right? Your life must be quite dull then. I refuse to believe you've ever done anything thrilling. When you bring my test paper home and find that a dozen guests have just arrived, and your parents cheerfully say, son, you even brought your test paper home? Quick, let your uncles have a look, and you'll truly understand what real excitement is. Su Xuanning laughed heartily. After a moment, she curiously turned to Qin Ming and asked, hey, do you have any thrilling stories to share? I want to give it a try. Really, my dear sister, your parents must be too strict with you to be seeking thrills like this? How about spending a night in the girls' dormitory? Qin Ming suggested. Su Xuanning immediately regarded Qin Ming as rather dull. What is so thrilling about that? You can't possibly think I was referring to you, right? How bizarre, Qin Ming, that you would want to visit the girls' dormitory. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, realizing that for someone like Su Xuanning, who found skipping class exhilarating, his idea of excitement might be akin to the explosive dialogues between Trisolarans and barbarians. What about going to an internet cafe? He proposed. Su Xuanning's eyes visibly brightened. An internet cafe? That's an unfamiliar yet forbidden term. Seemingly intertwined with delinquents and violations of school rules. It sounds quite thrilling. Just where is the excitement in an internet cafe? Qin Ming observed that Su Xuanning had an uncanny ability to twist any normal phrase into something suggestive, much like a classmate who could imply something risque with just a mischievous glance. Do you want to join me this weekend? Su Xuanning invited. I'll treat you. No. Please don't drag me into this. How could I possibly go to such a sordid place as an internet cafe? I reside in Starbucks. Come on, please. I can't go alone. I'm begging you. Su Xuanning implored, unable to suppress her charm. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, not for any other reason, but because the system task had refreshed again, and it was related to Su Xuanning. Chapter 32. You really shouldn't have done that. Qin Ming. Beep. Your experience in MBA has led you to reflect on your past. Your burgeoning career has made you somewhat aloof, causing you to miss many opportunities. You recall your first investment return during high school, when your ex-girlfriend purchased shares in Muyuan Foods, capitalizing on the company's upward trend, yielding a modest profit. Those were carefree and joyous times. Task: Fortune's favor. Reconnect with your ex-girlfriend Su Xuanning. Reward: 200 renminbi. Qin Ming glanced at the task, and then at the radiant girl before him. Ex-girlfriend? Su Xuanning? Wait, I need to think this through. The system may not be entirely trustworthy, as anyone can lie, but tangible money is indisputable. This implies that there truly was a romantic connection between Su Xuanning and me during high school. However, we parted ways for reasons unknown. Upon reflection, Qin Ming found this quite reasonable. Given their close proximity and the likelihood of encounters, it was entirely plausible. Moreover, from their recent conversation, it appeared that Su Xuanning was someone who relished pursuing thrills, and being with someone like him, born into privilege, was inherently exciting. Thus, it made sense. Perhaps it was also due to Su Xuanning's bold character that she dared to venture into stock trading during high school. Furthermore, the system task provided a crucial piece of information. Su Xuanning had made some modest profits from her investment in a stock called Muyuan Company. However, Qin Ming had never even heard of this company. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but speculate. Since she had purchased stocks, it was undoubtedly after both had reached adulthood. And with only a year left until Qin Ming's own maturity, it was reasonable to assume that their ages were quite similar. This implied that in the forthcoming year, the stock of Muyuan Company was poised to rise significantly. Qin Ming was taken aback by the system's extraordinary capabilities. Wasn't this akin to a spoiler? Damn you, spoiler. Why did you have to reveal that? But then again, such an opportunity was one Qin Ming would surely not let slip away. Although he dabbled occasionally in stocks, his investments were modest. Each slight increase in value left him exhilarated. If it weren't for his capital of over 4,000 yuan, he might have thought he had struck gold. Pondering this, Qin Ming turned to Su Shiwening and contemplated, if I have nothing to do this weekend, I'll join you at the internet cafe. Great. Task completed. Re-establish contact with ex-girlfriend Su Shiwening. Reward, 200 renminbi, completed. The next day, Qin Ming rose at 5 in the morning, having stayed up late and needing to complete an energy enhancement task. Concerned about the potential risks of insufficient sleep, he deliberately allowed himself an extra half-hour of rest, fearing he might collapse in the park and become a target for unwanted advances from passing beautiful women. The sky drizzled gently while a soft breeze stirred the air. Despite having exercised over the past few days, Qin Ming's energy had not significantly improved. Yet he no longer felt on the brink of collapse after running. It was akin to undergoing a hemorrhoid surgery with anesthesia this time around. Upon returning to the classroom, Jia Mingkai shook his damp hair, resembling a famished giant. Qin Ming, do you have any food? I'm about to starve. While reviewing the biology notes left by Gong Xiaobi, Qin Ming shook his head. I haven't even digested yesterday's stomach acid. I haven't eaten anything. I knew I couldn't rely on you, Jia Mingkai grumbled, immediately changing his tone when he received no food. Does your family not cook? Cook. My parents only get up after 8. And with the rain today, I had to take a taxi. It's ridiculous. Isn't there a breakfast vendor outside the school? Don't get me started. Jia Mingkai's frustration flared. The little dumpling shop I love didn't open today for some reason. They are utterly disappointing and lack ambition. How can they expect to make money if they don't open? I'm tempted to call them and give them a piece of my mind. Do they even want to make a living? Qin Ming chuckled. They probably just don't want to work and are enjoying their day off. But you act like they've committed a heinous crime. Jia Mingkai adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. If I eat there again, may I be cursed. But the other breakfast options are just not appealing. Therefore, I had no choice but to seek your help, only to find you haven't had breakfast either. After the morning study session, I decided to visit the supermarket to procure some bread. Would you like to join me? Qin Ming smiled faintly. No, thank you. Jia Mingkai squinted. So you can withstand hunger? Don't regret it. Huh. You are starving not because you lack food brought to you, but rather because of loneliness and solitude. I, on the other hand, have someone to bring me meals. Wait. Didn't old Jia just mention that the steamed bun shop outside the school was closed? Could it possibly be the one that Gong Xiaobi referred to? Old Jia, how many steamed bun shops are there at the school gate? Just that one. Otherwise, would I harbor such disdain for it? Does it serve lotus seed paste buns? Jia Mingkai chuckled. You have good taste, just like your father. Their lotus seed paste buns are indeed exceptional. You scoundrel. Expel him from Qingshan. Watch it. You'll soon be calling me father. Qin Ming smiled without retorting. However, with the steamed bun shop closed, what would Gong Xiaobi bring to eat? Perhaps a fragrant pancake? Miss Ma, do take care not to burn yourself. As the self-study session approached, Gong Xiaobi hurried into the classroom, her face slightly flushed and breathing a bit heavy, as she gave Qin Ming a playful nudge before squeezing into her seat. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would have been inconceivable. Gong Xiaobi's interest in academics likely ranked just below old Jia's obsession with adhesive. What? Gong Xiaobi nearly arrived late. Impossible. Did the class bell ring early? Almost late. That merits a deduction of 10 points. A little rebellion against authority. Gong Xiaobi appeared somewhat drowsy, even sporting slight dark circles under her eyes. Her reactions lagging a moment behind when she heard Qin Ming speak. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and, without uttering a word, opened her light pink backpack, retrieving a steaming bag of buns. Here, lotus seed paste buns. Qin Ming. Jia Mingkai, what the? Qin Ming. You never mentioned anyone was bringing you food. Quickly explain. Did you give Gong Xiaobi 100 yuan, and that's why she agreed to bring you food? This is all staged. How vain can you be? You truly are incorrigible, Qin Ming. Qin Ming, holding the still warm but not overly hot buns, appeared momentarily dazed. Where did you buy these? At the school gate. Gong Xiaobi quickly shifted into study mode. Damn. Upon hearing this, Jia Mingkai was momentarily dumbfounded. Am I in a parallel universe? The bun shop at the school gate was clearly closed. Gong Xiaobi, you must clarify. These are leftovers from yesterday. Celebrating with the tears of a loser is indeed a bit extravagant. Gong Xiaobi was taken aback. She had anticipated that Jia Mingkai would also eat from the bun shop at the school gate. The steamed bun shop near the first high school was indeed closed today. She had arrived at school quite early, but upon seeing that the bun shop was closed and recalling her promise to Qin Ming, she remembered that there was a similar bun shop near the provincial experimental school. Thus, she traversed a kilometer-long commercial street to the entrance of the provincial experimental school, specifically to buy lotus seed paste buns for Qin Ming. Upon arriving at school, the buns had cooled considerably. She thought that if she spoke the truth, Qin Ming might consider her somewhat foolish. Therefore, she resolved to tell a little white lie. After all, Qin Ming usually dined at home, and he would likely not notice her small deception. However, she never anticipated that Jia Mingkai would also be eating at this establishment. It was not leftover. They had just been steamed moments ago. Gong Xiaobi hurriedly clarified, fearing that Qin Ming might misunderstand. Did he ask you to buy these for him? Jia Mingkai was on the verge of exploding. I came here to study. Not to be toyed with like a dog. No. Gong Xiaobi shook her head in confusion. She found Jia Mingkai peculiar. Why would Qin Ming ask her for this? It seemed reasonable that after Qin Ming had helped her, she would treat him to breakfast, right? Reasonable, my foot. Buying breakfast is indeed reasonable. But the bun shop is closed, and you went somewhere else to buy it. How is that reasonable? If you insist on saying it's reasonable, then I suppose Qin Ming must have overturned Newton's second law, which is also quite reasonable. Sun Fengjiao was almost beside herself with laughter. Jia Mingkai, hurry back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. Jia Mingkai cursed. What more is there to say? I'll jump off right now. Just collect my body. Qin Ming held the fragrant soft bun, remaining silent for a while. Where did you buy these? Gong Xiaobi revealed a knowing smile. At the entrance of the provincial experimental school. After a moment's thought, she added, it's not far. Chapter 33. How I long to show off. Dare to disturb my heart. The entrance of the provincial experimental school is at least 2 kilometers round trip. Even if Qin Ming jogged the whole way, it would take about 15 minutes. Gong Xiaobi had run such a distance early in the morning to buy herself a bag of soup dumplings. If Qin Ming claimed not to be touched by this gesture, he would be somewhat disingenuous. You look quite tired, Qin Ming observed as he noticed Gong Xiaobi staring blankly while reading, unable to focus. Did you stay up late last night? I pulled an all-nighter last night. Gong Xiaobi lowered her head. Oh, even a good student stays up late? Actually, I don't often stay up late, but last night it was unavoidable. Gong Xiaobi seemed to recall something and rummaged through her pink backpack, pulling out a thick notebook. Here you go. Qin Ming was stunned for a couple of seconds. What is this? Notes for the compulsory biology course 1. But you said you hadn't written any. Qin Ming was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Surely she hadn't stayed up all night writing this? I did, Gong Xiaobi nodded. Wow. Qin Ming was utterly flabbergasted. But why on earth would she stay up late to write this? Was it to prepare in advance? Yet that seemed unnecessary so soon. Old Lu hadn't even covered it yet. Could it possibly be for me? How could that be? You must study hard. Gong Xiaobi gave him an affirming look. Qin Ming felt a bit guilty, as if the bun in his hand weighed a ton. Who the hell applied the sun's gravitational pull to my bun? Thank you. You're welcome. Gong Xiaobi shook his head in a daze, expressing that it was only right for him to assist Qin Ming in return for his help. In a few days, he promised to write out notes for chemistry and biology textbooks as well. Qin Ming opened his mouth, almost wishing to say that it wasn't necessary since he had already borrowed the notes. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter them. His eyes glazed over as he envisioned Gong Xiaobi in his pajamas, yawning and diligently gathering notes for him. Stirring a tumult of emotions within. Qin Ming, hurry and share the buns. I'm starving. Came the impatient voices of Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao, their expressions somewhat fierce. The 4 of them swiftly devoured 8 lotus seed paste dumplings. Though Qin Ming had never tasted lotus seed paste dumplings before, he was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor he experienced for the first time. During the first language class, he didn't dare to tread on the nerves of the seemingly irritable teacher, so he continued to memorize ancient poems. Everyone knew that without memorizing these poems, incessantly solving problems would render language class indistinguishable from a film class. Study? Apologies, but language skills only seemed to deteriorate with time. The second and third periods were physics and mathematics. If it weren't for the mnemonic techniques still serving their purpose, Qin Ming could have easily drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, he had no choice but to earnestly engage with both teachers' lessons. Biology was surprisingly easy to memorize. The handwriting of his classmate was exquisite, reminiscent of a Korean comic, becoming increasingly addictive with each glance. Study, study, study. Inhale deeply. The final class was English. The English teacher, Hu Lijun, was a young woman in her 20s, recently graduated. However, it was said that she was already married to someone from an exceedingly wealthy family. The Van Cleef Arpels clover necklace she wore was worth around 40 to 50,000. It was indeed curious how English teachers seemed to consistently be among the most fashionable, beautiful, and affluent individuals within the school. As Hu Lijun entered the classroom, a fragrant breeze followed her. Many boys, usually indifferent towards their studies, hastily flipped through their English textbooks, finding the words surprisingly intriguing and igniting a desire to memorize them. Yesterday, I reminded everyone to complete the vocabulary for the entire unit. How is everyone doing? The school was known to produce a couple of students who could enter prestigious universities each year. Pre-studying was the norm, and the pressure of homework intruded upon personal space, akin to effortlessly taking control of a minion wave in a game. An air of tension suddenly enveloped the classroom. Wait, there was English class yesterday? What do we do if we didn't study? The sound of pages flipping and the rapid scribbling of words echoed around the room. Simultaneously, a few classmates murmured about having studied. Gong Xiaobi nervously flipped through her book, as she hadn't had time to review while taking notes for Qin Ming. Don't worry, if questions arise, I'll let you copy mine, Qin Ming said, nudging Gong Xiaobi with his foot, feeling an urge to show off. Gong Xiaobi appeared even more anxious. No need. I memorized it during the summer. I just need a quick review to recall everything. Qin Ming, can't this insufferably good student leave us a shred of pretentiousness? I've had enough. Can't the system show a little grace? System, you're utterly useless. Why can't you just grant me some points like Deep Blue, so I can turn this world upside down? Sun Fengjiao let out a cold laugh. Pretentiousness? You're just reviewing, Qin Ming. What are you trying to flaunt with your score of over 70 in English? Jia Mingkai. Flipping through his book, scoffed. Is it from Dunhuang? So many murals? Qin Ming wore a smile. Indeed, it's like this. Humiliate me thoroughly. Then wait for my perfect score to astonish you all. Are you two going to copy? Go ahead. I'd rather copy from the wall. Sun Fengjiao was eager to cram the book into her brain. Jia Mingkai paid no attention to Qin Ming. In his eyes, Qin Ming was a lost cause. The type who, unable to memorize for himself, would drag everyone else down with him. Then, he began to shake his head, invoking the spirits, hoping that his deceased great-grandfather might help him recall a few words during the upcoming recitation. Qin Ming found this amusing. Your great-grandfather, when confronted by the Eight-Nation Alliance, barely learned son of Beach, Holy Shift, and Mother-Father. Why not ask your living father to help you copy? Hu Lijun observed the frantic scribbling of her classmates and smiled slightly. It seems everyone has memorized, so we want to recite today. Let us wait until tomorrow. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then collectively sighed in relief. Teacher who is truly kind-hearted. 15 minutes before the end of class. Hu Lijun tapped on the desk. The lesson is over. Everyone, put your books away. We'll begin recitation. What? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Ah, old Hu, you're truly wicked. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became tense. No one had expected that Hu Lijun, appearing so youthful, would harbor such mischief. Who taught you this? Was it old Lu? What are you talking about? Hurry up and put your books away. Did you not say you had memorized? Hu Lijun had taught a class before. She understood these students' tricks all too well. To ask them to maintain a steady commitment to studying would be somewhat of an overestimation. However, when it came to recitation, they could memorize 20 words in 3 minutes. Like a scanner. Yet, this kind of rapid memorization was utterly futile. Chapter 34. Where is my victorious BGM? Quickly, put down your books. The classroom erupted in wails. Jia Mingkai turned pale. Great-grandfather, please come back. It's time for battle. Gong Xiaobi, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She had already memorized the words from the unit, and after a lesson, she had recalled most of them. Thinking for a moment, she gently nudged Qin Ming. Would you like to copy from me? Just once. No, I meant the words. Ha ha ha, so it's just the words. Qin Ming, you're a bad person. I was only thinking of the words. Qin Ming stubbornly retorted. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Don't slander me. However, I want to copy the words. Gong Xiaobi raised his head to glance at Qin Ming. Have you memorized it? It's all right. I have the answers. Oh, very well. Gong Xiaobi was somewhat skeptical. Yet, given Qin Ming's assurance, he assumed that perhaps Qin Ming felt cheating was rather unethical. Truly, Qin Ming was a decent person. Write down the words along with their meanings, Hu Lijun instructed, flipping through the textbook. Harvest. Upon hearing this word, Qin Ming immediately scoured the corridors of his mental palace, swiftly locating the corresponding term based on its pronunciation. Harvest, the act of reaping or gathering. As Qin Ming gazed at the word he had penned, a surge of excitement enveloped him. Who would have imagined such a feat in the past? This was indeed a word that Qin Ming could write. The sleepless nights he endured had not been in vain. Could this exhilarating sensation be what it felt like to be an academic overachiever? Celebratio. He knew this one too. Celebration. To starve, to be on the brink of starvation, Hu Lijun announced, prompting the students to write down the word. Starve. The classroom filled with the rustling sound of pens gliding across paper, accompanied by a chorus of drawn-out sighs. Darn it. Hu Lijun, you leave me bereft of affection. However, no one resorted to cheating, for Hu Lijun was a quintessential new teacher, equipped with fresh ideas. She possessed principles, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, and offered no favors. It was permissible to be uncertain, but copying was a matter of principle. According to her former students, Hu Lijun had once confiscated the phones of 2 or 3 students caught cheating during an exam. I have the means. I can easily compensate you. I fear nothing. A stricter approach was beneficial. It revealed who was truly unprepared. Hu Lijun selected a total of 30 words, and the bell signaled the nearing end of the school day. The completed words were passed forward, and the slowest row was instructed to copy each English word 10 times. Who are we protecting with this? Everyone hurriedly passed their papers forward, writing swiftly, as if performing a ritual. Qin Ming glanced at Jia Mingkai's words and couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like the King of Hell didn't grant you leave at the cafeteria. Qin Ming, I see your paper is filled to the brim. Did you sneak in some memorization during the holidays? Jia Mingkai, unable to discern the specifics, merely noted how full Qin Ming's writing appeared, reminiscent of students who copied reading comprehension answers onto their essays to astonish their teachers. I didn't memorize anything during the holidays. Qin Ming exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jia Mingkai let out a sigh of relief. That's good. But why did you write so much? Did you transcribe the cover of your English book? How vain of you. Have you considered the plight of your pen? Qin Ming sighed. What can I do? I'm the class monitor, after all. Even if I don't know, I must maintain face for the English teacher, right? If I write and make mistakes, that's a matter of ability. But if I don't write, that's an issue of attitude. Jia Mingkai marveled. You really know how to justify yourself. It's fine. I don't have many correct answers either. We'll all face the consequences together later. At most 50 times, Hu Lijun implemented a reward and punishment system for vocabulary memorization. Make fewer than 5 mistakes, and there is no need for punishment. Make 10 mistakes, and write it 10 times. 15 mistakes warrant 30 repetitions. 20 mistakes require 50. 30 mistakes result in execution. However, perfection brings rewards, the reward being the absence of punishment. Qin Ming's expression portrayed a hint of distress. Alas, I might have to write it 50 times. Could you lend me a hand? Goodness, how thick-skinned can you be? Why don't you ask Ji to do it for you? I can barely manage my own, Jia Mingkai retorted indignantly. What about the poor hands of Bai Bai-chan? Qin Ming replied while biting on his chopsticks. You treat your companions like beasts of burden, do you? Haha, just kidding. No worries, we'll all write together. Jia Mingkai thought with a flicker of joy in his heart. Thus, apart from Sun Fengjiao, Qin Ming had also joined the ranks of the unfortunate, making the task of memorizing words a tad more spirited. In the second period of the afternoon, during English class, Hu Lijun entered class 3 with a hefty stack of vocabulary sheets, her expression less than pleasant. I have been far too lenient with you all. During the dictation, only 4 students managed to get all the words correct, while merely 7 or 8 made fewer than 5 mistakes. Your class has poor English scores to begin with, and yet you all exert so little effort. Is it possible that some of you only got 5 or 6 right because you were studying words with the PE teacher? And there are even those who do math homework during English class. Is English worth fewer points than math? Can you not comprehend the teacher's good intentions? I truly wonder if you will even take English in the college entrance exam. Students who made fewer than 5 mistakes, please come forward. Although Hu Lijun's tone was somewhat harsh, she still considered the feelings of some students. Jana, you made 5 mistakes. I remember in your first year, you consistently made no more than 3 errors during dictation. What has happened in your second year? You must copy the words 10 times. A girl grimaced and approached the podium to collect her vocabulary sheet. What is this? Ho Shanja made 3 mistakes, which clearly shows he put in effort. Yet his carelessness shone through. Harvest is not exo. How could you lose the E? A ripple of low laughter spread through the classroom. Soon enough, those who made fewer than 5 mistakes were given a thorough reprimand by Hu Lijun. The few students who achieved perfect scores were commendable. Hu Lijun held 4 thin vocabulary sheets, and many students began to anticipate the moment. Those who managed to get all the words correct were undoubtedly the stars of Class 3. After all, the school year had only just begun, and everyone was eager to make their acquaintance. Dai Yu-chan, with all words correct, yet missing some definitions, was reminded to pay attention next time. The vice class monitor, the epitome of grace, Dai Yu-chan, with her high ponytail, walked to the podium to collect her vocabulary sheet. Many students murmured their praises. Who would have thought she is not only beautiful, but also excels in English? Qi Ying, perfect score, but you have the same issue. Your definitions are incomplete. Qi Ying, clad in a white school uniform and form-fitting black trousers, with long hair cascading down and red-rimmed eyes, exuded a delicate beauty. She had cried half the night, still memorizing words amidst her tears. However, upon hearing that she had achieved a perfect score in English, she stood up proudly. After all, only 4 in Class 3 had managed to do so, and she was one of them, a source of pride indeed. She reveled in the attention of the crowd. I apologize, teacher. I shall memorize diligently next time. It was uncertain how many mistakes Qin Ming had made, but it was assured that he had not gotten as many correct as she had. Rumor had it that his English was quite poor, scoring just over 70. Upon seeing the vocabulary paper, Qi Ying felt a flicker of resentment towards Qin Ming. Had he not intervened, she undoubtedly would have been the class monitor. However, she consoled herself, thinking that being class monitor was not such a great achievement, especially since her grades were far superior to his. Upon returning to her seat, she was met with admiration from her peers. Ying, you are incredible. You got them all right. I must have gotten at least 10 wrong. You are truly impressive. Many around her whispered praises, and while Qi Ying felt a tinge of pride, she remained modest, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. Teacher who said I did not write all the definitions correctly, so I can't really claim full marks. Everyone did wonderfully." Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Lijun's voice rang out. Gong Xiaobi. A rare smile graced Hu Lijun's face. You got all the words right, and your definitions were also correct. Very well done. A chorus of gasps erupted in the classroom. Was this the formidable pressure exerted by the top student? It was one thing to get all the words correct, but to also write all the definitions accurately. Was she even human? Gong Xiaobi lowered her head, accepting the vocabulary paper. Who was the last one? Someone inquired. I don't know. Are there other English whizzes in our class? I believe it's just the 3 of them who excel at English, speculated another. Observing the vocabulary paper in Hu Lijun's hands, many students couldn't help but discuss the scores. Academic performance was always the most discussed topic in the class. Everyone had a rough understanding of who excelled and who faltered in English. Jia Mingkai couldn't suppress his envy. Qin Ming, who do you think the last one with a perfect score is? Qin Ming smiled faintly. Perhaps it's me. Haha, sounds intriguing. Are we having a challenge to suppress laughter? I concede. Suddenly, Hu Lijun furrowed her brows and announced a name. Yes, all words correct, definitions also correct. Jia Mingkai's voice was abruptly silenced, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The class fell silent for a moment. Qin Ming? Oh, the class monitor? But isn't he just a mediocre student who can barely scrape through college? How could he possibly score full marks? Soon, all eyes turned towards Gong Xiaobi, who also had perfect scores. Surely it couldn't be. Qi Ying was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. This was impossible. The last one was indeed Qin Ming. And not only did he get all the words right, but his definitions were also flawless. How could this be? Wasn't he his English only in the 70s? To suggest he had flawlessly transcribed everything and written all definitions correctly was absurd. Qi Ying was convinced that Qin Ming had cheated. Surely he must have copied Gong Xiaobi's answers. A girl who was merely well-endowed, academically gifted, and beautiful. Surely that was the case. Qi Ying quickly comforted herself with this thought, even feeling a surge of anticipation at the prospect of Qin Ming facing difficulties under Hu Lijun's scrutiny, ultimately embarrassing himself in front of the class. Truly thoughtless. Can one not cheat within their own capabilities? Nevertheless, she did not take the initiative to approach closely. After all, Qin Ming's tactics were well known to her. The mere fact of his birth was often heralded as a testament to his benevolence. It mattered not. Hu Lijun would take action. As her English teacher from the first year of high school, Qi Ying knew her the best. And the utmost intolerable act was for a student to cheat and deceive themselves. Hu Lijun was also pondering. She had heard of Qin Ming's reputation and was aware of his academic performance. Logically, if this child made fewer than 15 mistakes, it would be within expectations. Yet, he happened to have an excellent deskmate. Did he cheat? She had not witnessed him engaging in any dishonest behavior. However, one could not apply common sense to Qin Ming. It was rumored that even the principal had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by him. So quiet? Is there no one to commend me? Do you not regard me, your class leader, at all? It seems I must raise the stakes. Where's my victorious background music? Qin Ming swaggered onto the podium, under the scrutinizing gaze of Hu Lijun, and received his vocabulary paper. Chapter 35. What is concealed is not strength, but cheat sheets. Well written. Thank you, teacher. No, what do you mean with that judgmental gaze? Do you suspect I cheated? The class leader should set a good example. Hu Lijun's words were laden with double meaning. Qin Ming feigned ignorance. If you suspect I cheated, present your evidence. Using unfair advantages does not equate to cheating. There were no gasps of surprise in the classroom, only a multitude of scrutinizing glances directed at Qin Ming. Look at you all. Do you all suspect I cheated, huh? Gong Xiaobi, you better apologize to me right now. Returning to his seat, Qin Ming felt somewhat displeased. Gong Xiaobi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Qin Ming's vocabulary paper, unable to restrain his thumbs from rising in admiration. Incredible, simply incredible. All right then. As long as Xiaobi believes in himself, the suspicions of this group of losers are of no consequence. Qin Ming, you must have cheated, right? Zhao Mingkai's face flushed with indignation. We agreed to copy the words together, yet you got them all correct? Betrayal. He didn't cheat. Before Qin Ming could respond, Gong Xiaobi immediately turned around and earnestly addressed Zhao Mingkai. Zhao Mingkai's awkward smile faltered. Fine then. Who could outplay the two of you? Sun Fengjiao chimed in with envy. What gives you the right, Qin Ming? How can you have gotten them all right? Qin Ming opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Gong Xiaobi quickly turned to Sun Fengjiao. My deskmate studies diligently. He was learning until past 11 last night. Jiao, he really didn't cheat. Sun Fengjiao blinked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiaobi, how do you know he studied until 11? Were you two chatting at that hour? My goodness, please don't divulge that. Zhao Mingkai felt even more uncomfortable. Yet, what baffled him most was that Qin Ming had indeed managed to flawlessly recite the words. Was this not akin to summoning a deity and utterly defeating the opponent? Gong Xiaobi's fair complexion flushed. He was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Nevertheless, he hadn't cheated. He had written everything himself. Sun Fengjiao smiled in resignation and promptly fell silent. Feeling like a little lamb that has inadvertently fallen into the clutches of a big bad wolf, the lamb continues to offer explanations to the wolf. After class, Hu Lijun turned to Qin Ming and said, come to the office with me. Once Qin Ming departed, a chorus of murmurs erupted in the classroom. Surely the teacher won't suspect that Qin Ming cheated, right? He definitely cheated. I can guarantee it. His English scores are so poor. How could he possibly get every word and definition correct? If he didn't cheat, I'll eat my words. Well, this is troublesome. I've heard the English teacher has a rather fierce temperament. She might just tear him apart. Qi Ying's expression stiffened. She firmly believed that Qin Ming had indeed copied from Gong Xiaobi. After pondering for a moment, she rose and approached the English class representative, Jina, with a smile. Jina, the teacher asked you to go to the office to retrieve the assignments. Would you like to go together? Jina hesitated for a moment. Can't we wait until after school to get the assignments? However, being the agreeable person she was, Jina nodded in response to Qi Ying's suggestion. All right, let's go together. In the English office, Hu Lijun settled into her chair and brewed a cup of jasmine tea for herself. The teacher is quite young, yet already prioritizes her health. She mused. Regardless of age, when a woman hears someone remark on her youth, the immediate reaction is often one of secret delight. Hu Lijun was no exception. Smiling as she replied, what are you saying? I'm almost 30. It's about time I focus on my health. You certainly don't look it. I thought you were only 25, came the retort from the student. Hu Lijun felt a twinge of indignation. She had just turned 26. Do I really appear a year younger? She thought with a smirk. So, teacher, you call me here for something? How should she approach the matter? If she directly questioned whether he had cheated, would he feel mistrusted? Would that lead him to develop a dislike for English? Yet, if she remained silent, how could he? As class leader, foster an environment devoid of plagiarism? It's not a big issue, Qin Ming said, ruffling his hair. Teacher, do you suspect that I cheated during the dictation? Laughter ensued, and Hu Lijun, now adopting a serious demeanor, replied, Qin Ming, I have no doubts about your integrity. However, your flawless dictation coinciding with your desk mate's exceptional academic performance raises some eyebrows. I absolutely believe in the character of each student. That said, you certainly went to great lengths to protect my fragile self-esteem. Qin Ming responded directly, Teacher, I understand. Such a clever child, she thought. I've memorized the words well, but I'm not entirely confident. Could you ask me some questions to help reinforce my understanding? His eloquence was impressive, framing his self-advocacy as a request for reinforcement from the teacher. Several other English teachers turned their gazes toward them. All right then, Hu Lijun replied, her expression slightly conflicted. Yet she sincerely pulled out a piece of paper. Ancestor. Qin Ming bent over quickly and wrote, Ancestor. Hu Lijun was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected him to write it down without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, her internal doubts vanished without a trace. Hu Lijun, you are committing a crime. I present you with a challenge, religious. Qin Ming swiftly completed the task, providing comprehensive definitions for both terms. Hu Lijun nodded repeatedly. His speed and accuracy left no room for doubt regarding any form of cheating. Hu Lijun suggested over 10 words, observing Qin Ming's steady focus, and when he finished writing, a look of astonishment graced her face. Impressive. To assess Qin Ming's true capabilities, she deliberately omitted the words they had practiced in the morning. Yet he still answered all correctly, with no omissions in his definitions. This indicated that Qin Ming had accurately recalled over 40 words, an achievement that, while not unheard of among students, was indeed rare, especially on the very first day of school. At that moment, Qi Ying and Jia Na entered to collect assignments. Cautiously glancing at Qin Ming, they were momentarily stunned to find him unperturbed, displaying neither shame from potential cheating nor embarrassment from being called upon. Instead, he wore a calm smile. In stark contrast, Hu Lijun's expression mirrored that of someone who had discovered a treasure, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. How could this be? Was it truly possible that Qin Ming had memorized the words himself? The two approached the assignment book with trepidation. Qi Ying instinctively glanced at the word list in front of Qin Ming and was immediately struck dumb. The English teacher indeed did not believe him. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to her expectations. Not only had Qin Ming answered everything correctly, but he had also astonished the English teacher. How could this be? Qi Ying felt as if her entire worldview had shattered, her previously bent posture now completely straightened as she stood in stunned silence. Jia Na noticed the word list Qin Ming had written and was filled with excitement. Class monitor, you really wrote this yourself? You little rascal. Do you realize you are speaking to the vice president? Hu Lijun took a sip of tea and promptly clarified for Qin Ming. Indeed. Qin Ming felt uncertain about his vocabulary, so he asked me to help him reinforce it. Yet here we are, he got everything right. Including the 30 words from this morning. That's over 40 words entirely correct, with no definitions overlooked. Hu Lijun knew her students well. It was clear that the class was now suspicious of Qin Ming's integrity. She felt no need to defend him further. Surely, within 2 minutes, Jia Na would spread the word throughout the class. As the English class representative, Jia Na was taken aback by Hu Lijun's statement. Incredible. Class monitor. I heard you only scored in the 70s last semester. Is that true? Are you hiding your true abilities? Jia Na wore a mischievous grin, her expression suggesting she found this rather cunning. Well, I am hiding something, but not my abilities. It's merely my cheat sheet. Haha, perhaps I just filled out the answer sheet incorrectly. Upon hearing this, the other English teachers turned their attention towards them. Chapter 36. Hee, I didn't fool you. Scoring in the 70s last semester, and now achieving a perfect score on this English dictation. It is rather absurd. Given the accuracy of this child's vocabulary, there is absolutely no doubt that achieving a score exceeding 90 in the upcoming English examination is within reach, and perhaps even higher. TSK. Teacher who has yet another opportunity to boast. Qi Ying trailed behind Jia Na, wandering back to the classroom, and sat down in silence. All correct, no cheating. Last semester, she barely managed a score in the 70s, and now she felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. Initially, she had intended to seize the moment to humiliate Qin Ming thoroughly, but unexpectedly, she found herself to be the fool, nearly choking on her own blood in despair. Well, never mind. Qin Ming may excel in vocabulary, but that does not guarantee exceptional performance in exams. No matter how hard he tries, he is merely a mediocre undergraduate. There is simply no comparison with someone like herself, who is destined for a prestigious university. Her aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. Students are perpetually the fastest carriers of information, just like how the name of any teacher's father can spread throughout the class in a mere minute. Jia Na arrived in the class 2 minutes earlier than Qin Ming. When Qin Ming entered, the gazes of his classmates shifted towards him, filled with a mix of reverence for a good student and incredulity at how this individual could possibly be one. Jia Mingkai cursed while scribbling vocabulary, resolute that he would never again allow Qin Ming the chance to show off. How can one endure such pretentiousness? Is it even possible for someone to be so insufferably arrogant? Upon returning home, Qin Ming climbed the stairs, preparing to enjoy an ice pop. He opened the refrigerator door. This old refrigerator, as aged as Qin Ming himself, was purchased shortly after his birth by old Qin, its legs now rusted. Lu Fengying had long been clamoring for a replacement. However, as it still functioned, the matter had been postponed. Nonetheless, the antiquated refrigerator's defrosting system was inadequate, resulting in a constant buildup of ice in the freezer. Every time he opened the refrigerator, Qin Ming felt as though he were giving birth. Crack! As he gazed at the broken drawer handle in his hand, he fell into contemplation. You may break, but could you at least refrain from breaking in my grasp? This is unbearable. Qin Ming glanced around and noticed no movement in the master bedroom. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful not to have been discovered. After discreetly putting it back, he opened the bedroom door to find old Qin still hard at work. Dad, would you like an ice pop? Slurp, slurp. No. Old Qin observed Qin Ming enjoying his ice pop, shifting slightly. Fine, just give me one. I still have to study, you can get it yourself. It's on the second shelf. Ungrateful wretch. Qin Ming calmly returned to his room, reviewing the biology and chemistry points provided by the palace wall. 2 minutes later, he heard footsteps approaching from the master bedroom. Qin Ming perked up his ears. He then heard the faint sound of the refrigerator door opening. Hiss. Old Qin's murmurs reached Qin Ming's ears. Yes, old Qin had broken the refrigerator drawer. Damn, Qin Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, the door burst open. Old Qin rushed in, bracing the door with his body, his eyes fixed on Qin Ming. I made a slight mistake, tell me. How much will it cost to resolve this matter? 50. You ungrateful beast. I can't believe I raised you for this. Old Qin seethed with rage. The sound of Lu Fengying stepping out of the door echoed. Lao Qin felt his heart leap into his throat. Suddenly, an angry shout pierced the air. Stupid! Lu Fengying exclaimed. Lao Qin's expression changed. 30? Is that all? You must be joking. I need 100. Lao Qin turned pale. Wasn't it 50? Do you hear my mother's voice? Can 50 yuan resolve this? If not, just get out. After all, you were the last one to touch the refrigerator. Lao Qin's face turned ashen. Fine. 100 it is. With that, he swiftly restrained Qin Ming, declaring, Wife, I've caught him. It was Qin Ming who broke it. Although Qin Ming received a scolding, the knowledge he had gained in recent days granted him a reprieve from this mishap, and he gladly accepted the 100 yuan. Lying on his bed, Qin Ming couldn't help but ponder. Presently, he possessed over 13,000 yuan. Investing in Muyuan Company seemed too trivial, while opening a cake shop would entail excessive costs. Thus, Qin Ming resolved to utilize this money to enhance his family's comfort. If necessary, he would spend it all, for the system would reward him with gold coins in return. One must admit, this system was far more dutiful than Lao Qin. Just as this thought crossed Qin Ming's mind, the system's task panel refreshed once more. Ding! Only upon experiencing loss can one truly appreciate the value of what was once possessed. Your parents sold their house to settle your debts, their graying hair causing you heartache. Task, filial piety. Improve your parents' living conditions. Reward, 5,000 renminbi. Ah, how fortuitous. According to the system's prior descriptions, in order to repay Qin Ming's debts, his parents must have sold the house and car he had purchased for them, relocating to a rented place. Their living conditions were undoubtedly poor, and even Qin Miao had exhausted her savings. Had this task arisen a decade later, it would have posed a tremendously difficult choice. On one hand, the urgent need to support his parents, and on the other, the immense pressure of survival, compounded by his meager savings. No matter the choice, both body and spirit would suffer. However, for Qin Ming now, the choice was clear. I choose Lao Qin to continue rewarding me with gold coins. He opened the app for Dogdong. Though the appliances there were pricier, their quality surpassed that of cheaper alternatives, with faster delivery, typically arriving the next day, thus allowing him to complete the task quickly. It was time to replace the refrigerator, perhaps a French model, spacious indeed, though his home was rather small, limiting options. Wait, what was this? Was this a refrigerator or a popsicle? How could it be so inexpensive? With national subsidies and trade-in offers, a 550-liter refrigerator cost only 1,700. Purchased. Lao Qin's dragon chair also needed replacing. His cervical spine was already compromised, and sitting on a hard bench all day while working was not ideal. I had seen him sneak in stretches while smoking every night. An ergonomic chair could be had for just over 700. The microwave was due for an upgrade as well. Astonishingly, it was only 200. Goodness, capitalists can indeed be generous. Qin Ming replaced all the household appliances, spending approximately 4,000 yuan. It was astonishing to realize how quickly money could be spent on daily necessities. However, the space in their home felt too constricted. If only it were larger, he could purchase a dryer. Qin Ming contemplated that once he had the means, he would certainly acquire a more spacious residence, confining Qin Miao in a vast room to let her experience the solitude of losing a brother. The following day, old Qin received a call from the delivery man at work, leaving him utterly bewildered. After hanging up, he wondered if he was being treated like a fool by a scammer. Did he appear to be someone capable of purchasing an ergonomic chair? Reflecting on the 100 yuan he lost the previous day, old Qin's resentment towards Qin Ming deepened. That cursed refrigerator must have been damaged by Qin Ming. How could he betray his own father? Suddenly, the phone rang again, and old Qin answered, What refrigerator? I didn't buy one. What do you mean it's in my name? If you're desperate for sales, don't drag me into this. Do you know who my daughter is? Well, yes, she is indeed a university student. Huh, you didn't manage to fool me. And a microwave too? Old Sheen was now completely unsettled, sensing something was amiss. The delivery man seemed to recognize him. Wait, I'm heading home right now. Chapter 37. I beg you, wife, did you buy a refrigerator? Old Sheen held the phone, calling Lu Fengying, his brow furrowing as time passed. Gazing at the brand new appliances, he felt somewhat dazed. It wasn't he Fengying who bought it. Could it possibly be Qin Miao? Where would she have acquired such funds? He tried calling Qin Miao again, but there was no response. In the evening, Lu Fengying returned home in a flurry, utterly astonished by the scene before her. Who bought all these refrigerators? Old Qin appeared equally bewildered, still unable to reach Qin Miao. However, he had already assembled the ergonomic chair, which he had just tested. The cushion was comfortable, the lumbar support prominent, and the neck rest boasted a perfect curvature. Sitting in it felt as if one could meld perfectly into the chair. It was incomparably more comfortable than the previous rickety chair. Perhaps it was Qin Miao who purchased it, showing thoughtfulness by getting him a chair, likely recognizing how exhausting his gaming sessions could be. Lu Fengying found this plausible. Qin Miao had always been sensible, so it wasn't he out of character for her to buy such items. But where did she get the money? These things must have cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Old Qin shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. This girl spends money so liberally. But she shouldn't be the one footing the bill. Our living expenses are already tight. Buying so many things could lead her down the wrong path. Lu Fengying nodded eagerly. I'll transfer her some money shortly. We've always wanted to replace these old appliances, but could never bring ourselves to do it. Now, it seems, Miao Miao has made the decision for us. This refrigerator looks excellent. We'll be able to stock up on a lot of specialties when I bring them home. The previous refrigerator had only a capacity of 220 liters, but now it was more than doubled. Lu Fengying appeared genuinely amazed. Old Qin sighed, remarking on how perceptive Miao Miao was, in stark contrast to Qin Ming. Let me tell you, last night, it was Qin Ming who broke that refrigerator drawer. When he returns, I shall certainly hold him accountable. All right, Lu Fengying interjected, fiddling with the new microwave. Why are you being so serious with a child? Haven't we replaced it? He's merely a child. Does saying that mean he is not responsible for your money? Ding, improving parents' living conditions, reward, 5,000 renminbi, completed. Qin Ming was twirling a strand of Gong Xiaobi's hair, folding it and poking at his ear, utterly absorbed. It seemed the delivery had arrived. The delivery speed from Dog East was commendable. It could reach one's home in less than 24 hours, almost as if it could strike Poland in a flash. Seeing Qin Ming's blissful expression, Gong Xiaobi pondered for a moment before addressing him. Classmate, are you free this weekend? Maya would like to meet you. Qin Ming was taken aback. Was it too soon to meet the parents? He was not prepared. Gong Xiaobi, noticing his hesitation, quickly waved his hands. No, it's not about meeting the parents. Maya wants to thank you by cooking for you. Ha ha. Qin Ming chuckled, finding Gong Xiaobi amusing. I might only be available Sunday evening. Our school has a 2-week cycle with one break. The weekends are reserved for mock examinations, so only Sunday afternoons offer complete relaxation. However, he might need to go to the internet cafe with Su Xuining that afternoon. Gong Xiaobi brushed his hair, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming. So, do you plan to go? Qin Ming was curious, unsure if it was Gong Xiaobi's aunt who wanted him there, or if Gong Xiaobi himself wished for his presence. Do you want me to come? Gong Xiaobi immediately nodded. Our family should indeed express our gratitude to you. Then you must plead with me, and I shall attend. Gong Xiaobi wore an expression akin to a beseeching little fox, looking adorably pitiful. I beg you. So cute. I wish to tousle his hair. All right then. Gong Xiaobi's joy was palpable. Class monitor, vice monitor, the teacher requests your presence in the office, called out a classmate from the front row. Vice monitor Dai Yuchan glanced at Qin Ming, noticing him leave, and promptly followed suit. Upon exiting, she discovered Qin Ming was waiting for her at the door. Dai Yuchan was slightly taken aback. Shall we go together? Qin Ming scanned her briefly. Dai Yuchan nodded gently, her fair complexion almost translucent, revealing faint blue veins beneath. Her features sharp and elegant, with a high nose bridge and a long ponytail that exuded an air of aloof beauty. As they walked, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Being a boy, Qin Ming took the initiative to break the ice, inquiring, did old Lu call us for something? I don't know. Dai Yuchan shook her head, then glanced at Qin Ming. You need not feel obligated to speak. It's fine to remain quiet. Our daily lives do not intersect much. Qin Ming thought. One act of initiative leads to a lifetime of introversion. Not at all. Honestly, why are you being so reserved? I simply wanted to lighten the mood. Who even wants to engage with you? You're hilarious, really. Sai haha. Your mother. Forget it. I'm losing my composure. Where's your home? I will arrange for 3 trucks to pick you up. However, upon arriving at the office, Qin Ming realized that Dai Yuchan was not merely straightforward. She spoke with a refreshing candor. Old Lu said, classmates, we will soon have a student with a disability joining our class. As class monitors, it is your responsibility to take good care of her. Qin Ming responded eagerly, great. We'll have some little toys. Dai Yuchan shook her head. A student with a disability should attend a special school. Coming to a regular high school would only create trouble for the school and teachers. And she might even face bullying. Why should she come here? If she needs special care, I suggest she goes to a special school. Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, and Qin Ming appeared equally astonished. Isn't it a bit much? You agree now? But that shouldn't prevent you from treating the new student like a soccer ball later, right? So bold. Clearing his throat, Old Lu continued. This student has a unique family situation, and the special school is too far for her, so she can only attend a regular high school. Dai Yuchan frowned. If she were to have a conflict with classmates, should I prioritize her status as a person with a disability or uphold fairness and justice? Good question. I support Dai Yuchan as class monitor. It should be fairness and justice. Old Lu affirmed. Dai Yuchan nodded and stated, since she is coming to class 3, she will be regarded as an ordinary high school student. When I manage the class, I will not provide her with special treatment. Old Lu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Taking a sip of water, he asked, all right, that makes sense. Qinming, do you have anything to add? Which of you is the vice monitor? I'm here to be the emperor, so what? Dai Yuchan had nearly exhausted her list of questions. After a moment of thought, Qinming inquired, what kind of disability does she have? Is it congenital or acquired? It should be acquired. I heard she has a problem with her legs and usually uses a wheelchair. As Qinming and Dai Yuchan exited the office, Dai Yuchan felt puzzled. It seemed that Qinming had no emotional reaction to the incoming student with a disability, as if he were an outsider. However, he was the class monitor. How irresponsible. In reality, if Qinming were aware of Dai Yuchan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, you're the one being overly responsible, all right? I'm the class monitor, not the principal, who is responsible for my affairs. Dai Yuchan remained silent for a couple of seconds before proactively addressing Qinming. As the class monitor, you should be accountable for every student. What did your silence earlier signify? Do you want me to shoulder all the responsibility? Qinming replied. Aren't you being a bit too direct? Dai Yuchan replied firmly, I don't like wasting time. Qinming found himself somewhat convinced. He had come to understand that Dai Yuchan was the type of person who took her duties seriously and was highly responsible in her role. I'm contemplating where to assign the new student's seat, he said. Dai Yuchan paused. That is something the teacher should handle. Come on. Even if Old Lu is responsible, he cannot know every single person in the class. However, as classmates, we should know a little about each other, Dai Yuchan remarked, surprised by Qinming's response. Did he contemplate this deeply? Where do you intend to place her? After careful consideration, Qinming responded, behind Jiao Mingkai, sharing a desk with Chun Wenjing. Why? Dai Yuchan furrowed her brow. Although Chun Wenjing appears somewhat effeminate and speaks in a manner reminiscent of a gay man, he is fundamentally a good person. His emotional intelligence is high, and he never utters hurtful words. He possesses a gentle heart, making it easy for him to befriend most individuals. As for Lao Jia and Sun Fengjiao, their academic performance aside, they excel at fostering a positive atmosphere, ensuring that newcomers do not feel lonely. Moreover, they are seated close to me, allowing me to address any issues that may arise. Additionally, being in the last row provides ample space for a wheelchair, facilitating easier access to the restroom during class transitions. Chapter 38. A gift that would satisfy Gong Xiaobi. Regardless of circumstances, a person with disabilities remains a person with disabilities. As long as one is not as foolish as Zhou Qi, Qinming is willing to lend a hand. The notion of treating disabled individuals as equals is, in reality, a manifestation of a superior sense of privilege and benevolence among the able-bodied. As Qinming walked, Dai Yuchan halted in her tracks, her gaze wide with astonishment at Qinming's retreating figure. Not sensing the faint fragrance of Dai Yuchan, he turned his head. Why have you stopped? Dai Yuchan blinked in surprise and hurried over, her expression as perpetually aloof as ever. I did not anticipate that you would consider this so thoroughly. It resembles the behavior of a good person. Haha, I was born. Are you satisfied now? Dai Yuchan's lips curled slightly. Ding. Dai Yuchan is your right-hand companion. Diligent and responsible, with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Company employees, in comparison, favor this vice president more than you. The allure of wealth has rendered you oblivious to her advice, ultimately leading to disappointment and departure. Task: reconcile and reinstate Dai Yuchan into the team. Reward 30,000 RMB. Wait, Dai Yuchan, a decade later, is actually my employee. Furthermore, why is the reward so substantial? A full 30,000. This exceeds the total of all my previous task rewards combined. How outrageous. Yet soon, Qinming comprehended. When Dai Yuchan left his company, she did so as the vice president of a company valued at over $1 billion. Upon rejoining a new company, her position could hardly be low, and her annual salary would certainly exceed $1 million. He was merely a bankrupt loser. To expect her to follow him again, especially after having shattered her heart, was nothing short of a fantasy. No wonder the system's reward was exorbitant. The vice monitor? Dai Yuchan turned her head, revealing a look of confusion. Ding. Reinstating Dai Yuchan into the team. Reward 30,000 RMB. Completed. Qinming's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart elated. Is this even possible? System. You resemble my father more than old Qin does. In his excitement, Qinming reached out to shake Dai Yuchan's hand. Dai Yuchan took a step back, her face displaying a wary expression. Class monitor, you don't intend to befriend me, do you? Huh, is that not permissible? Of course. I believe you are currently at a level where, if not corrected, you might pose a threat to society. Thus, I shall not be your friend. How infuriating. A face as frigid as an iceberg, uttering such words, exponentially escalated both its acerbity and annoyance. Wouldn't you agree? That evening, Lu Fengying finally managed to reach Qin Miao on the phone. Meow meow, all the appliances you ordered have arrived, and your father has already assembled the chair, she announced. Old Qin chimed in with a smile. Indeed, it's quite comfortable to sit on. Please, do not spend so extravagantly in the future. Earning your own money is no easy feat. Exactly, Lu Fengying continued. Your mother will transfer the money to you shortly, as we indeed need to replace some items around the house. My dear daughter, your father truly has not spared any affection for you. Qin Miao, utterly perplexed, inquired. What appliances? What do you mean? I didn't buy anything. Didn't buy? Lu Fengying was taken aback. Old Qin's cheerful demeanor froze. Could there be a fourth person in the house? After Lu Fengying elucidated the situation, Qin Miao promptly responded, it must be Qin Ming who purchased them. I didn't buy anything, so just give him the money. Is that so? Lu Fengying stammered. Surely, you must be aware of how much money your own son possesses. Where would he have the funds to make such purchases? Old Qin, slightly anxious, remarked, I have another son, Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming pushed open the door, the warm light illuminating his face. Old Qin and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on him as they sat on the sofa. Lu Fengying rushed over and embraced Qin Ming tightly. Mingzi, why have you bought so many things for the house? Where did you get the money? Haha, mother. I feel very fortunate, and so do you. I recently earned a bit of income, and I now have a stable source of revenue. But do not inquire about the specifics. It is all above board, and I shall continue to prosper, he replied. You should simply keep the money for yourself. Lu Fengying's eyes glistened with emotion. Just let your father handle the appliances, and that chair you bought. I looked it up. It costs several hundred. Old Qin interjected, no. I certainly do not have that kind of money. Am I not a person? Why should I not be afforded a chair? Qin Ming scoffed lightly, father. You broke the refrigerator yesterday. I feared you might injure your hand, dear mother. Old Qin retorted. So you're playing tricks with your father, are you? My son. How filial you are. Lu Fengying affectionately ruffled Qin Ming's hair. For the first time, she noticed her son had grown significantly taller than herself. She needed to tiptoe just to reach his head. Time truly flies. Catching a glimpse of old Qin's slightly awkward expression, Qin Ming teased. Well, old Qin, look at you in this rather embarrassing state. However, the moment of schadenfreude was brief. Old Qin approached with a stern expression, saying, to squander money so carelessly, truly. You have no sense of frugality. Once again with the sarcasm, old Qin, Lu Fengying admonished. See how he is treating me? Silence. Lu Fengying shot old Qin a glare. Returning to the room, old Qin sat down in the chair, enveloped in an indescribable comfort. It was blissful. Even his stiff neck was struggling to adjust to this new chair. Sitting there, old Qin was overwhelmed with excitement and relief, waves of elation crashing over him. Lu Fengying generously absolved Qin Ming of a debt of 2,000 yuan and inquired whether he wished to attend any tutoring classes. Qin Ming unequivocally declined. The tutor's teacher remarked that even the exam results might not surpass those of the palace wall test, questioning the wisdom of spending such unnecessary money. Upon returning to her room, Qin Miao messaged Qin Ming, informing him to collect a package the following day. Qin Ming inquired about the contents, and Qin Miao responded that it was a watch. Surprised, Qin Ming asked for whom it was intended, to which Qin Miao playfully replied, for the dog. Qin Ming humorously exclaimed that his sister was indeed a source of wealth and prosperity, prompting Qin Miao to send a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Reclining on her bed, Lu Fengying nudged Lao Qin, who startled but remained still. Stop pretending. What is wrong, dear? Qin Ming, still awake, suggested they discuss matters in the morning. You're driving me to distraction, Lu Fengying exclaimed, giving Lao Qin a firm kick. Qin Ming expressed his reluctance to attend the tutoring classes, stating that his deskmate had been assisting him with his studies, though he felt it was inappropriate to continually rely on him. Lao Qin pondered aloud, suggesting that if Qin Ming didn't want to attend, he shouldn't have to, as his grades remained mediocre regardless of effort. Irritated by Lao Qin's defeatist attitude, Lu Fengying retorted, what do you mean it doesn't matter? My son is a genius. He could recite multiplication tables back in first grade. I could sell the house or the car to pay for his tutoring. If it comes to it, I might even consider selling a kidney. Lao Qin, slightly annoyed, responded, that kidney of yours wouldn't fetch much. Perhaps you should sell your sharp tongue instead. Lu Fengying chuckled for a moment before abruptly asking if they would attend a dinner invitation from her third uncle that weekend. Of course, he replied, though he expressed his belief that her uncle always bore a somewhat snobbish attitude, as though looking down upon their family. Lao Qin scoffed, asserting that it was not merely an impression. Her uncle indeed held them in disdain, believing Qin Miao's performances to be average and deeming Qin Ming impolite. It's infuriating. Just because his grandson got into some mediocre 211 university, he acts as if it's a prestigious institution. Qin Ming, feeling disheartened, was scolded by Lu Fengying for his lack of ambition. Should we still go? She asked. Of course, let us go and eat to our heart's content, disregarding his remarks as mere nonsense. and let us keep Qin Ming from eating for a couple of days before we go. Lying in bed, Qin Ming contemplated his financial situation. His total assets amounted to 44,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase a restroom in the suburbs of Shanghai, to renovate his home, or even cover his educational expenses until university. However, he recognized that the most prudent course of action would be to invest. The information regarding the stock of Miyuan Foods presented a substantial opportunity for him, though the precise gains remained uncertain. According to the system's description, the stock prices might double. Qin Ming researched the company, discovering it was a dairy producer without any extraordinary features. The potential surge in Miyuan stock prices seemed to correlate with an anticipated earnings report on September 10th, which was expected to exceed expectations. Alongside a decrease in raw milk prices, he deemed other uncontrollable factors negligible. In essence, if he could invest his entire fortune in Miyuan stocks before September 10th, he could secure a modest initial capital. However, due to his age, he could only purchase stocks through Lao Qin's account or if Qin Miao was willing to assist him in creating an account. As the days dwindled, Qin Ming found himself unperturbed. At that moment, a new task emerged on the system panel. Ding. After resolving the troubles with Gong Xiaobi, your relationship has significantly improved. She intends to invite you to dinner, and in return, you wish to select a thoughtful gift for her. Task: enhance emotional connection. Present Gong Xiaobi with a gift that will bring her complete satisfaction. Reward: 1000, 3000, 5000 RMB. Satisfaction level: 30-50-100. Qin Ming pondered the task requirements, contemplating what gift would truly delight Gong Xiaobi. Money? Too mundane, she would likely disdain it. Even if she did appreciate it, satisfaction would not reach the pinnacle of 100. The gift must be something she genuinely needs, something that would warm her heart. Qin Ming felt akin to a girlfriend selecting a gift for her partner's birthday, anxiously deliberating over options, considering a lavish floral makeup case. Alas, the task proved daunting. Why wasn't he the gift meant for Jia Mingkai instead? A simple adult novel would suffice to warm him for an entire year. Chapter 39. Am I fighting Tyro? On Thursday, Qin Ming prepared a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar and a pink bunny hairpin. The ginger tea was a thoughtful choice, as he had noticed Gong Xiaobi discreetly retrieving a mysterious crumpled paper from her bag during her recent restroom visits. Of course, Qin Ming was not a creep, meticulously tracking her physiological dates. He merely felt compelled to acknowledge what he had observed. The ginger tea should provide warmth for Gong Xiaobi throughout the day. If that failed, the pink bunny hairpin would undoubtedly charm her. Gong Xiaobi's backpack was pink. Her WeChat avatar featured a pink cat, and her moment's background was adorned with pink patterns. She seemed to be a girl with a profound affection for pink, possessing a tender heart. Last night, Qin Ming had diligently researched Gong Xiaobi's preferences, and he felt well prepared. Good morning, deskmate. Qin Ming greeted with a confident smile. Gong Xiaobi looked up, returning his smile with sweetness. Good morning, deskmate. Ding. Present Gong Xiaobi with a gift that will bring her complete satisfaction. Reward: 5,000 renminbi. Satisfaction level: 100 completed. Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned. Wait, system. You must be malfunctioning. I haven't given her any gift yet. How could I have achieved the highest satisfaction? Qin Ming was completely flabbergasted, his heart racing uncontrollably. The notion that a mere question could elicit a satisfaction level of 100 from Gong Xiaobi was utterly absurd. Was he not merely human, but rather a charm demon? Things were getting a bit complicated. Gong Xiaobi tilted her lovely face towards Qin Ming, retrieving a notebook from her pink backpack. Here, I just noted this down last night. Qin Ming's mind nearly exploded. Ah, thank you. Don't mention it. It's what I should do. Gong Xiaobi lowered her gaze to the book, her eyes slightly shadowed, indicating she appeared a bit fatigued. She had likely been burning the midnight oil again. Qin Ming felt a surge of emotion within him. Did you stay up late again last night? You really don't have to go to such lengths. You can write to me when you have the time. Well, I didn't stay up too late, so you needn't worry, Gong Xiaobi replied, pulling 2 large white rabbit cream candies from her pocket. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday what you wanted to eat. The Baozi shop has opened, but I wasn't sure if you'd still like Baozi, so I didn't buy any. However, I brought 2 pieces of candy from home. Please, help yourself. With his chin resting on his hands, Qin Ming fell into contemplation. But why, Qin Ming? Do you have such privileges? Ah, I am Qin Ming. Well, that settles it. Why is Gong Xiaobi being so kind to me? This is a question that lingered. Because she is inherently a wonderful person, because I have assisted her, because I am her deskmate, because I am one of her few friends. Qin Ming could conjure 1,000 reasons. Yet, none could sufficiently elucidate why Gong Xiaobi would go to such lengths. It was akin to aiding an ordinary friend, only for them to not only bow and express gratitude profusely, but also to insist on taking you to a karaoke bar, ordering 7 companions to accompany you. It wasn't that such gestures were unwelcome. Rather, it was simply overwhelming. Did you bring your water bottle? Qin Ming asked as he retrieved his own. Gong Xiaobi nodded. Yes. Do you want some water? Have you filled it? Not yet. I'll go do that. What temperature do you prefer? Without waiting for an answer, Qin Ming seized Gong Xiaobi's water bottle and poured all the brown sugar ginger water from his own into hers. The dark red syrup resembled a sweet mirror, reflecting Gong Xiaobi's flushed and dazed visage. She was momentarily stunned. Does he know I'm on my period? I don't think I've mentioned it. Could he have figured it out? That seems unlikely. Still, it's rather awkward for him to offer me brown sugar water. Periods should be something to be embarrassed about, right? Should I accept it? You needn't feel embarrassed. There's nothing shameful about having your period. As long as you don't flaunt it in public and are open about it, it's perfectly fine. Besides, taking care of your deskmate is only natural. Just as you do. It seemed as though Qin Ming possessed the ability to read minds, causing Gong Xiaobi's cheeks to redden even further. Flaunting it would be too strange. Perhaps you should refrain from saying anything more. Thank you. You truly are a good person, Gong Xiaobi murmured, lowering her gaze. A good person struck by lightning, is it? Qin Ming quipped as Gong Xiaobi took a sip of the brown sugar ginger water, feeling warmth envelop her body and alleviating the discomfort in her abdomen. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Qin Ming unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in his mouth. Is it delicious? Gong Xiaobi asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Delicious and fragrant. It tastes like the essence of your hard work. Gong Xiaobi was momentarily lost in thought. But you didn't even eat the candy wrapper. Then I will consume it. Qin Ming, you are quite peculiar. He replied, puzzled. Is this truly considered peculiar? I haven't even asked you for anything. Please, just stop talking, Gong Xiaobi said, her face aflame, her toes feeling as if they could excavate an entire apartment. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming produced a pink bunny hairpin. This is for you. Upon seeing the adorable hairpin, Gong Xiaobi was momentarily speechless, staring at Qin Ming in disbelief. Did you really buy this specifically for me? Other sisters also have. Qin Ming placed the little rabbit hairpin into Gong Xiaobi's palm, enveloping it gently with his hand. Gong Xiaobi's delicate face flushed crimson, her entire being electrified as an unprecedented sensation erupted within her heart. Is he taking advantage of me? Never mind. As long as I feign ignorance, he won't notice. Yet, his hand is truly warm and possesses a certain strength, reminiscent of the way my father used to hold my hand in my childhood. In an instant, Gong Xiaobi's heart became a tumult of emotions. It's not store-bought. I snatched it from a child's head while passing by the kindergarten in our neighborhood today, and the child's mother scolded me for quite a while. Oh, Gong Xiaobi believed him, as it was entirely within Qin Ming's character to do something like this. Please don't do that again. I have money, and I can pay you. You plan to offer me 5 yuan for a hairpin that costs 1, do you? Qin Ming paused, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Haha, I was joking. I actually bought it. Oh, you really did buy it. Qin Ming became a bit anxious. Gong Xiaobi blinked, her gaze subtly affirming, I truly believe you. Qin Ming sighed. Forget it, let's just end this. In the afternoon, old Lu brought a disabled transfer student into the class. The disabled student, Zhou Shui, was a girl with short hair, of average height. Aside from being in a wheelchair, she appeared unremarkable. After a brief self-introduction, Qin Ming arranged a seat for Zhou Shui. However, while assisting her in organizing her desk, Qin Ming couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Shui had been secretly observing him. Whenever he glanced in her direction, she would abruptly turn her head, as if nothing had transpired. It felt rather peculiar. After evening study, a notification chimed. Ding. Su Xuanning is profoundly disappointed in your past actions. In her despair, she believes there is no possibility of reconciliation with you. Only a soul-stirring conversation can alter the current state. Task: soul communication. Engage in a conversation with Su Xuanning that is sure to bring a smile to her face. Reward: 10,000 RMB. The system had raised the stakes. Upon seeing the reward and task description, Qin Ming immediately recognized this as an immense challenge for his future self. 10 years down the line, it was indeed true that he had shared feelings with Su Xuanning during high school. However, in the few days he had interacted with her, he could sense that Su Xuanning was the type of person who had strict upbringing and had seldom stepped out of line throughout her life. Such individuals often share a common trait. They approach relationships with utmost seriousness. Consequently, it is nearly impossible to part ways amicably with someone like her. It usually results in a dramatic fallout, leaving chaos in its wake. Thus, given the circumstances, attempting to engage Su Xuanning in a conversation that could bring her joy felt akin to preparing for a boxing match, only to discover that instead of facing Tyson, one is confronted with a much less intimidating opponent. Chapter 40. Su Xuanning, what are you eavesdropping on? Knock, knock, knock. Qin Ming returned to his bedroom and had just switched on the light when someone knocked on the window. He opened it to find Su Xuanning, her little face tense, gazing at him with a look of grievance. Who upset you? With a sulky expression, she appeared to be a 30-year-old matron. Su Xuanning was taken aback. Is that true? No, forever 18. Are you out of your mind, Qin Ming? Su Xuanning retorted, her cheeks flushed. I've been utterly stressed lately. Typically, when a girl utters such a phrase, it often indicates that she has discovered her 2 close friends have formed a small clique behind her back. What on earth is happening? Qin Ming, eager to complete his task, observed Su Xuanning's demeanor and realized that making her smile today might prove challenging. Su Xuanning parted her lips, casting her eyes upward, her bravado instantly diminished. She then lowered her voice. It's all the fault of the neighbors upstairs. It turned out she was not betrayed by her good friends after all. Elaborating on her grievance, Su Xuanning expressed her frustration. The tenants above me just had a baby during the summer. They tossed their child's used diapers straight out of the window. Can you believe how lacking in decency that is? Qin Ming was unfazed. The Jinxiu Huafu community, a dilapidated complex over 20 years old, is predominantly inhabited by elderly residents who partake in square dancing. Such individuals often exhibit the lowest of standards. When engaged in their dance, they crank the volume to the max, insist on having young people yield their seats on public transport, and unabashedly flaunt their urban superiority over rural folk. They have transformed into pure miscreants in their old age. Su Xiwening's predicament, while not universal, is certainly prevalent in the Jinxiu Huafu community. Today, I returned home from school only to find a diaper from their child hanging on my window. How disgusting is that? Su Xiwening gagged at the thought. Qin Ming, upon envisioning such a scene, felt equally repulsed. How utterly ridiculous. Exactly. How did you handle it? Su Xiwening fell silent at his inquiry. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. You didn't just let it slide, did you? If you did, that would be quite pathetic. However, Su Xiwening indeed seemed rather spineless. I didn't let it slide. Su Xiwening, feeling a bit defensive under Qin Ming's gaze, asserted firmly. I stormed upstairs to confront them, demanding to know why they were so uncouth. Couldn't they simply dispose of it in the trash bin and throw it away the next day? And what was the outcome? Su Xiwening sighed. They said it was not their concern. Her spirits deflated, she continued. With her fierce demeanor, she could easily be a local informant in the countryside. How could I possibly argue with her? Qin Ming felt an explosion of frustration within him. Su Xiwening, you truly are spineless. However, he acknowledged that a high school student like her would struggle to contend with such unreasonable individuals. If things escalated, they might even resort to slandering her. In that case, Su Xiwening could find herself compelled to move away. Su Xiwening wrinkled her nose, gazing at Qin Ming imploringly. I was waiting for you to come. You're the only one who can help me. In such circumstances, even the police could only offer verbal reprimands, unable to take further action unless Su Xiwening's parents were summoned. But clearly, even if Su Xiwening's parents were to arrive, they would undoubtedly be unable to resolve the issue of the elderly nuisance below. Ultimately, a move seems inevitable. You reside on the 5th floor. Have your neighbors below not reacted to this predicament? Su Xiwening scoffed. Let us not even mention it. A bunch of spineless individuals. The reason that old woman is so domineering is that she has already berated everyone living below her, instilling fear in them. She further remarked that her grandson would not be in diapers for life, and after hearing this, everyone resigned themselves to the situation. Qin Ming found this utterly amusing. Such pitiful cowardice indeed congregated here. Can you assist me? Why not invite your father? Su Xiwening's eyes dimmed noticeably. He is very busy. No worries, your dad will help you. Su Xiwening contemplated leaping out the window to confront Qin Ming. Are you out of your mind? Qin Ming, get down here. Su Xiwening looked puzzled. Why? Your father will help resolve this matter. As Qin Ming became more adept at utilizing his memory palace, his retention speed improved, allowing him to absorb all knowledge points within a week. Therefore, wasting a bit of time was not a concern. As Qin Ming pulled out his electric scooter, he noticed Su Xiwening with her long hair flowing, dressed in a white cotton gown, displaying a graceful arm as she eagerly awaited. Are we still riding? Of course. Qin Ming replied thoughtfully. At the very least, we need to prepare some props. Huh, I thought you were going to stand downstairs and yell at people. That would be terribly uncouth at this hour. Get on. Reluctantly, Su Xiwening settled sideways on the back seat, glancing up at Qin Ming's straight back and clean neck. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. As they exited the community in the quiet of the night, the streets were nearly deserted, allowing for swift movement. Su Xiwening's hair danced in the breeze. The September night brought a slight chill. She instinctively pressed closer. Qin Ming felt a gentle warmth behind him and blushed. Are you cold? A bit, but it's all right. I'll just snuggle closer to you, Su Xiwening murmured. It was her first time riding with a boy, and the proximity made her nervous yet exhilarated. Was this the scent of a boy? Yes, Qin Ming's body wash must be citrusy. No, Su Xiwening. What are you doing? How can you sneak a sniff of a boy's scent? Isn't that a bit creepy? However, since Qin Ming was oblivious, she thought it harmless to indulge in a few discreet breaths. What a thrill. It felt akin to stealing. Qin Ming arrived at a funeral home, and Su Xiwening was taken aback as he walked inside. Why are we here? To buy props. At a funeral home? Su Xiwening's mouth hung open in disbelief. She was bewildered yet profoundly shocked. Qin Ming nodded. The funeral home owner chuckled as he observed the two high school students timidly entering. Never had he seen teenagers on a date at a funeral home before. So, are you here to cast a spell? Boss, I'll take a slice of yellow paper. 2 pieces. Aren't they usually sold for just 1? Qin Ming abruptly gestured, as if to say, do you think I haven't bought this before? Ha ha. The boss, instantly embarrassed, scratched his head. Look at this mess. They usually sell for 2 pieces, but perhaps on the day you bought it, there was a discount. However, since you insist, I shall sell you 1 piece. Selling yellow paper at a discount? Are you trying to fool me? And also, please bring me an iron basin for burning paper. That'll be 11. I can let it go for 10. The boss waved his hand generously. Such a magnanimous man. Qin Ming performed the highest gesture of respect in the underworld and then pondered, if it were 12, how much would you charge? The boss was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied without much thought, still 10. Then give me another slice of yellow paper. Hey. The boss gestured, looking bewildered. When my great-grandfather passes, I will still come to you for this. The boss was at a loss for words, thinking how nonsensical this child was. Chapter 41, Decent Legs, alright then. The boss neatly tied the 2 slices of yellow paper and placed them in the iron basin. Qin Ming returned with Su Xuanning to the community, parked the electric scooter, and they arrived downstairs at Su Xuanning's place. A patch of grass lay scattered with 7 or 8 used diapers. Ugh, that's truly disgusting, Qin Ming exclaimed. He set the basin down, opened the yellow paper, and turned to Su Xuanning. Do you have a lighter? Su Xuanning shook her head. No, don't you usually smoke? Su Xuanning shot him a glare. I'm quite sensitive to the smell of smoke. Sensitive to the point where you feel like smoking when you catch a whiff? Yes, I feel like smoking you. Ha. Qin Ming chuckled, standing up. I need to go upstairs to grab a lighter. Su Xuanning glanced at the yellow paper, the iron basin, the stark white diapers, and the silent black night. The ambience felt eerie. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Don't leave me behind. I'm coming up with you. All right then. Su Xuanning tugged at Qin Ming's shirt as they ascended the stairs. As Qin Ming opened the door, she couldn't help but peek inside. The cozy decor and tidy living room made Su Xuanning think of her own lonely room. She paused for a moment, her expression dimming. Qin Ming pilfered an old lighter. Let us go. Why do you seem a bit down? Not at all. I'm very happy. His keen observation revealed that she indeed felt somewhat disheartened. If my parents hadn't divorced, would I have a room as warm as this? Qin Ming noticed her glance into the room and realized that Su Xuanning lived alone and only sought help from him, her father, during difficulties. If he remained silent, she would likely feel even more desolate. Perhaps he should suggest, you can visit me sometime? But that seemed a bit boastful. And if he mentioned it and never brought it up again, it would feel insincere. It's unlikely that a girl would take the initiative to say she wanted to visit your home. I have time to visit your room. Huh. Su Xuanning was momentarily stunned. Really? When? If a girl agrees to go out for a meal, but only replies with okay, that meal is likely destined for the dogs. However, if she were to respond with what do you want to eat? Or I would like to have XX. What about you? It would surely lead to a delightful dinner, even if the meal consisted of spicy skewers. At that moment, when Su Xuanning uttered the words, really? When? Consisting of 7 characters, Qin Ming pondered that Su Xuanning must be quite lonely in her everyday life. When a stranger suddenly expresses a desire to visit your home, wouldn't you consider the possibility that he might transform into a beast akin to a monster? How naive. Why is it that when I reach out to my trusted elder sister, often asking if I could borrow her notes, the responses I receive are always dismissive? If only I had sent a message to Su Xuanning instead. Today I shall go. Su Xuanning followed Qin Ming downstairs, feeling anxious. But I haven't tidied up my room yet. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm not a strict teacher inspecting the dormitory. Then let us do it tomorrow. All right. I'll buy some snacks tomorrow for us to share. Upon returning downstairs, Qin Ming placed the diapers and yellow paper into a metal basin and turned to Su Xuanning, asking, do you have anyone you despise? Su Xuanning could sense Qin Ming's intentions and felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Yet she was caught off guard by the question. Someone I despise? Yes, my stepmother. I detest her the most. If it weren't for her, my parents would not have divorced. Qin Ming quipped. I can sense the intensity of your feelings. If you despise her any more, you might just shatter your teeth. Su Xuanning fell silent, choosing not to respond. Record a video, Qin Ming instructed Su Xuanning. Adjust the angle a bit, make me look handsome, and ensure the diapers are visible. Clarity is key. Su Xuanning took out her phone, aimed it at Qin Ming, and signaled an okay with her hand. Qin Ming then ignited the dry diaper with a match, promptly tossing in a piece of yellow paper. He began to wail dramatically like a grieving relative in a rural funeral. Oh, stepmother, your death was so tragic. Today marks the 7th day since your passing. I, your unfilial child, cannot afford paper offerings, so I can only burn this paper and some diapers for you. Use them well in the afterlife, and if you find them insufficient, please send me a dream. There are kind souls here who will throw these in regularly. I shall continue to burn them for you. After performing for quite some time, Qin Ming stood up, glanced at the video Su Xuanning had recorded, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. My acting skills might just land me in the entertainment industry. I'll share this in the community group. This matter will certainly be resolved for you. Throughout this exchange, Su Xuanning wore an expression of sheer astonishment. What else with the days? Qin Ming playfully flicked her forehead. Su Xuanning instinctively leaned back, covering her forehead. Yet at the same time, her heart raced, unsure whether it was from emotion or something else entirely. One thing was undeniable, at that moment. Qin Ming felt like the only person she could rely on. How she longed to embrace him, but would he think she was losing her mind? Noticing the hesitance in her expression, Qin Ming teased. You don't actually want to hug me, do you? No way, right? Have you been poisoned by mushrooms? I didn't tea. Don't say such things. How could I think like that? Su Xuanning replied, her cheeks flushed. Qin Ming displayed an air of indifference, remarking, that's good. Is it really good? What is so great about it? What is wrong with me hugging you? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Humph. Su Xuanning, feeling slightly offended, retorted, Qin Ming, your words make me lose face. I hugged you, so what? In a fit of impulse, she fantasized about recklessly leaping into Qin Ming's embrace. like a young cow nurturing its calf. However, she decided against it, reasoning that nighttime often incited irrationality. Let us save it for next time. Thank you, Qin-ming. With that, Su Shiwening dashed away, only for Qin-ming to hear a loud cry echoing from the hallway. Ah, Su Shiwening, you are truly foolish. You managed to twist your ankle just going upstairs. I am utterly astounded. Qin-ming held Su Shiwening's delicate, fair foot in his hands. Its sole a rosy hue resembling a rounded jade scepter, with veins clearly visible and her toes resembling soft, creamy marble. As he gently applied the medicinal oil, he couldn't help but notice the ample curves of Su Shiwening's bosom, a sight that, while not as pronounced as that of others, certainly indicated she was well nourished. Seated upon the sofa, Su Shiwening's eyelashes glistened with tears as she gasped from the pain. I was so nervous. Who would have known the hallway lights were off? She looked down at Qin-ming, who was diligently tending to her foot, her cheeks flushing slightly. The warmth from the medicinal oil and the heat from his palm sent shivers down her arms, raising goosebumps. This was the first time a boy had touched her feet, and the sensation was somewhat exhilarating. The two engaged in a casual conversation, the cold room making the passage of time feel imperceptible, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. Is it nice to touch? The legs are quite nice. They both chimed in unison. Suddenly, the air became tense. They simultaneously turned their heads, their faces aflame. What on earth? Qin-ming, why did you suddenly say something so ridiculous? Su Shiwening thought, you're a boy, this is flirting. One person making a suggestive remark might be seen as lighthearted banter, but for two to do so, was it playful teasing? Absolutely not. We are still high school students. I'm sorry, I bumped my head when I twisted my ankle. Apologies, my cousin just logged into my account, as if a tempest were brewing. They both hastily offered explanations. Ha ha ha, it seems like a spirit possessed us while burning paper earlier. Ha ha ha, this sofa is indeed a sofa. Please, for the love of all that is holy, stop talking. Engaging in a conversation with Su Shiwening that elicits a smile will yield a reward of 10,000 RMB. Completed. Chapter 42. Am I a stranger to you? After applying the medicinal oil to Su Shiwening, Qin-ming hastily descended the stairs. Su Shiwening's cheeks were aflame as she buried herself in a teddy bear, rolling around on the sofa in embarrassment. How utterly mortifying. Su Shiwening, you've truly lost your mind. Upon returning home, Qin-ming took a moment to unwind, his mood finally settling. Having thoroughly memorized the biological concepts, he began to tackle the intricacies of chemistry, working diligently until 11 o'clock. Qin-ming reclined on his bed and discovered a message from Chun Wenzheng. Class monitor. Why do I feel that my deskmate is acting strangely? She keeps inquiring about you during class. Zhou Shui? Asking about me? Surely not. Qin-ming searched his mind for the name Zhou Shui, realizing he had never crossed paths with anyone by that name throughout his life. Do not reward her openly, but subtly inform her that harboring unrequited feelings for me will yield no results. Ding ding. Chun Wenzheng. What a flirt, I stole it. Qin-ming, don't forget to pay me the royalties. Chun Wenzheng. Haha, I'm serious. She was subtly probing about you all afternoon. Qin-ming pondered for a moment. This peculiar situation seemed a bit off. If she indeed had a crush on him, wouldn't it be too blatant? After some thought, Qin-ming replied. What exactly did she ask? Chun Wenzheng. Odd inquiries, like whether you like to wear white socks, if you ever get a bit chubby, or if you can grow facial hair. Zhou Shui, you little rascal. Qin-ming bolted upright. Is she treating me like some sort of plaything? Let it be clear. There is absolutely no room for such behavior in Qingshan province. Qin-ming, are you certain she was asking about me and not you? Chun Wenzheng, do I need her to ask? If I tell a single lie, it'll be all over by tomorrow. Qin-ming felt a surge of agitation. He could guess why Zhou Shui might be somewhat disabled in her thinking. Was someone else behind this? You truly deserved it. The next day, Qin-ming rose at 4:30, diligently memorizing chemistry concepts for half an hour. After completing a 5-kilometer run in the park, he was drenched in sweat. Following a few days of adaptation, the sense of impending doom had faded. Instead, he felt an exhilarating rush. Youth truly is a blessing. Even after sleepless nights, one does not succumb to exhaustion. How delightful. He glanced at his task panel. Side quest, energy enhancement, 730 days. He had already persisted for 7 days. Thus far, this side quest had netted him 100 yuan, bringing his total assets to approximately 45,000 yuan. In 3 days, his physical condition would improve by 20. Qin-ming couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. After buying breakfast for old Qin, he returned home, took a shower, and then rode out on his electric scooter, waiting beneath Su Shiwening's building. After about 10 minutes, Su Shiwening limped down the stairs, dressed in the white and red striped uniform of the provincial experimental school, her black trousers accentuating the perfect curves of a young girl. Upon seeing Qin-ming, her eyes widened, only to be followed by a recollection of their conversation from the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Good morning, Qin-ming. Let's chit-chat, hop on. I need to get back to class and study. Oh, Su Shiwening nodded, somewhat dazed. The two fell into silence, as the memory of their earlier conversation made their heads spin. How could such words have been spoken? Was that something one could say to Qin-ming or Su Shiwening? High school students often find themselves in peculiar situations. Before their relationships with friends of the opposite sex evolve to a deeper level, they may engage in conversations that transcend the ordinary, only to feel a profound sense of embarrassment upon their next encounter. Such is the case for Qin Ming and Su Xuening. It wasn't until Qin Ming had escorted Su Xuening to the entrance of the provincial experimental school that she suddenly became acutely aware of her surroundings. Her heart racing with anxiety. What have I done? How could I have allowed Qin Ming to bring me to school? If a teacher were to witness this, would they suspect me of indulging in a romantic relationship? And with a student from the first high school, no less. This would be a violation of the school regulations, second only to surrendering to extraterrestrial beings. Should any classmates see them together, Su Xuening would surely be mortified. Xuening, good morning. A short-haired girl, recognizing her, greeted her with a look of astonishment, her eyes darting between Qin Ming and Su Xuening with unrestrained curiosity. Lulu, good morning, Su Xuening managed to say, her heart pounding rapidly, her limbs growing slightly numb. Qin Ming, having merely offered assistance after she twisted her ankle, found himself feeling as though he were engaging in a clandestine affair under the watchful eyes of his peers. Although Su Xuening had never been involved in such escapades, the dramatizations portrayed in films often depict such scenarios. How thrilling. This is Chen Lu, the girl interjected, her inquisitive gaze flickering between them, igniting the flames of gossip. Wow. Xuening is in a relationship? How daring of her to let her boyfriend escort her to school. Isn't she afraid of being reprimanded by Mr. Zhang? Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Qin Ming was quite handsome, aligning with her aesthetic preferences, although he was, regrettably, a student from the first high. What a pity. You should save your pity for your mother. Qin Ming thought, discerning Chen Lu's intentions, and couldn't suppress his irritation. Was being a student from the first high a mark of inferiority? Last year's health inspection results from our school overshadowed those of your provincial experimental school. Amused by this thought, he smirked. Qin Ming, Su Xuening's father, she twisted her ankle, and I brought her to school. If your school has an award for outstanding parents, please remember to let me collect it, he quipped. Chen Lu paused, astonished, her expression revealing a mixture of disbelief and intrigue, as if to say, is this how you conduct yourselves in broad daylight? I keep my lights off. Qin Ming greeted Chen Lu with a friendly nod. Get lost, Qin Ming. Su Xuening playfully punched him and then brushed her hair back, adding, this is my neighbor, the one who helped me during that unfortunate incident. Oh, I see. Xuening has mentioned that you're quite handsome and rather bold. I didn't expect you to be so striking. Chen Lu exclaimed. You really do speak your mind. Su Xuening's cheeks flushed as she elbowed Chen Lu. Lulu, stop saying such things. I never claimed that. Oh. Chen Lu replied, finally catching on. With a teasing grin. So you never said he was handsome? Watch your mouth. Did you have breakfast with poison this morning? Qin Ming waved dismissively and rode away. Upon returning home, he prepared a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar before hastily making his way back to school. As he settled into his seat, he noticed Gong Xiaobai's pink water bottle quietly positioned on the desk between them. How subtle and demanding. As per usual, ginger brown sugar water was poured for you. After Qin Ming sat down, Gong Xiaobai gently tapped him from beneath the table. Qin Ming looked down and discovered that Gong Xiaobai's delicate, fair hand was holding a small cup of cream-filled daifuka cake. He was momentarily taken aback. Was this feeding? Gong Xiaobai looked at Qin Ming and nodded. I don't want it. Huh. Gong Xiaobai's charming face fell momentarily. She did not anticipate such a direct refusal from Qin Ming. After a brief pause, disappointment flickered in her eyes. What's wrong? Don't you like it? My mother said that when out, one should not eat food from strangers. Stranger? Gong Xiaobai felt as if her heart had been tightly grasped. A wave of profound defeat washed over her, making it difficult to breathe for a moment. Am I a stranger to you? Her lips pouted slightly, and her nose suddenly felt a twinge of sadness, as if she were on the verge of shedding small pearls. All right, just don't cry. Qin Ming, you're playing the Xiaobai card. She will take it seriously. But on another note, while we cannot eat what others give us, we can eat what we actively request, as they would not have time to poison it. If you give me the cake, I will owe you 2 favors. And you can command me twice in the future, Qin Ming said, extending 2 fingers eagerly. Gong Xiaobai stared at him blankly. Really? Just kidding. Gong Xiaobai replied. I will not only eat your cake, but I will also command you twice. Very well. However, Gong Xiaobai still breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ming began to eat his own cake, and he no longer referred to himself as a stranger to her. A smile crept onto Gong Xiaobai's lips, her expression pure and adorable, which made Qin Ming internally scold himself once more. Sun Fengjiao, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed from behind, Qin Ming, you are truly heartless. Look how good Xiaobai is to you, and yet you bully her like this? We're just joking around. Sun Fengjiao, incensed, retorted. You must not tease Xiaobai like that, otherwise, I will punch your head crooked. As Qin Ming turned to argue, he suddenly noticed Zhou Shui sitting in a wheelchair, gazing at him with curiosity and a dreamy smile on her face. Upon realizing he was looking at her, she hurriedly fumbled, pretending to be busy. A chill ran down Qin Ming's spine. Zhou Shui, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 43, Newton's power surpasses mine. At noon, to make amends, Qin Ming invited Gong Xiaobai to lunch. Sun Fengjiao shamelessly draped her arm around Gong Xiaobai's shoulders, claiming it was to protect her from Qin Ming's bullying. Is that really protection? You are just after the teriyaki chicken leg from the second-floor cafeteria. How lowly. The afternoon consisted of 3 classes: physics, chemistry, and biology. Pure physics was far more enjoyable than pure love. For Qin Ming, physics class was akin to deciphering a foreign script. Strange concepts entered his mind, only to swiftly escape again. However, as he memorized the biological concepts, the chemistry points were also nearing completion. The memory palace had about a day's worth of time left. Qin Ming was reluctant to waste it and fervently memorized a section of formulas. He concluded that the prowess of Newton and Maxwell in physics surpassed his own. Damn it! Are these formulas truly derivable by mere mortals? Newton, are you certain you haven't indulged in any excess? Our chemistry teacher, Chen Shuer, is an endearing young lady. Slightly younger than Hu Lijun, and enjoys considerable popularity in class. If it weren't for the concern that students might pen love letters to her, she would deliberately adopt a style more suited to middle-aged individuals. When clad in her uniform among the students, she could easily blend in. Teacher, I've left the love letter on your desk for you to check. Chen Shuer responded. Keep your distance from my teaching credentials. Currently, the curriculum is covering the compulsory topics. Specifically the distribution coefficient, a concept that can elicit expressions akin to those of elderly commuters in the subway from high school students. Yet, to Qin Ming's astonishment, he realized, goodness, I can actually comprehend this. The knowledge points I memorized truly embody this meaning? Ah, so this is how it aligns. Quite agreeable. It resonates closely with my thoughts. After one lesson, Chen Shuer noticed several students in class chewing their snacks in silence, unable to mask their thoughts. It appeared she was contemplating solutions, yet in truth, she was at a loss. After all, I am merely a 25-year-old. The distribution coefficient is a pivotal challenge in chemistry, accounting for a significant 15 points in the college entrance examination. Without a firm grasp of this concept, achieving a high score in chemistry is virtually impossible. According to the experience of seasoned teachers, whenever the distribution coefficient is introduced, the average score in chemistry plummets, akin to the adverse news from a major stock. Chen Shuer observed the expressions of a few classmates, revealing a sense of lingering curiosity and realization, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, some students could grasp the material. It wasn't a reflection of her own abilities. Gong Xiaobi, indeed, a prodigy, consistently maintaining a score above 95 in chemistry, would certainly understand. Qi, her chemistry score hovers around 80. Can she comprehend this? And Qin Ming? Surely, he's merely feigning understanding. Qin Ming. Qi Ying noticed Chen Shuer departing and quietly exhaled a breath of relief. Perhaps she had managed to evade detection? Chemistry is so daunting. The concepts the teacher explained were somewhat graspable, yet when it comes to solving problems directly, she would undoubtedly be at a loss. However, Qi Ying, by nature, possesses a touch of vanity. She belongs to that type who, even if she doesn't comprehend, will feign understanding before the teacher and later catch up on her own, pretending to have always understood. Lu Xuemei approached. Ying, did you comprehend what was discussed earlier? I suddenly find chemistry to be so challenging. You didn't understand, did you? Keep pretending. Well, I grasped some of it, but not completely. I may need to reinforce my understanding. Qi Ying would never admit to her best friend that she didn't comprehend the lesson. Oh, so you truly did not understand. Look at the class monitor. No, Qin Ming. Observe how confident he appears. Do you think he understands? Lu Xuemei intentionally mentioned the class monitor, then feigned a realization that bringing up the class monitor in front of Qi Ying might imply a hint of rivalry, quickly altering her statement. Qi Ying, observing Qin Ming's composed demeanor, frowned slightly and remarked with a hint of disdain, impossible. His chemistry performance is merely average. How could he possibly understand? He's just pretending. Is his chemistry performance truly average? Lu Xuemei feigned surprise. In truth, one might ponder whether your academic performance is truly commendable. It's rather mediocre. I recall it hovering around 70 or 80 points. Is 70 or 80 points considered average? Lu Xuemei excels in the humanities while her scores in mathematics and science are rather ordinary. Her chemistry grades peak at 70 or 80, and at times, she even dips into the 60s. She perceives Qi Ying's remarks as mocking, which stings her deeply. She resolves to vent her frustrations about Qi Ying in a smaller group upon returning home. How can one deem a score below 80 as anything but average? Qi Ying asserts that a score of 80 in chemistry is requisite for demonstrating any aptitude, reflecting a higher receptiveness to new knowledge. I find it hard to believe that someone scoring in the 70s could grasp the content of this lesson. Qi Ying cannot suppress her sarcasm. Ordinarily, she cultivates an approachable persona, embodying a gentle and amiable beauty, maintaining good relations with everyone, and would never resort to mocking others. Even in evaluating her rival, she would likely only offer a lukewarm comment acknowledging both strengths and weaknesses, feigning indifference. However, when confronted with Qin Ming, her composure falters. This is primarily due to the considerable distress Qin Ming has caused her. Not only did he usurp her position as class monitor, but he also revealed his weekend activities with Zhou Qi and others, even accusing her of speaking ill of him behind his back, nearly unraveling the carefully curated image she had built. What? You claim that everything you said was factual? Setting aside the truth, can you not acknowledge your own faults? Lu Xuemei, observing Qi Ying's vulnerability, chuckles inwardly. Yes, I too perceive him as pretentious. Attaining such meager scores would make it challenging to pursue higher education, yet he feigns comprehension. As a student, one need not pretend to understand. Admitting ignorance allows teachers to provide targeted assistance. Pretending is futile. If one does not know, one simply does not know. Can pretense lead to genuine understanding? Yueying, do you not agree? Yes, I suppose so. Do you not find it exhausting to maintain such a facade? It's laughable. Such vanity is absurd. When the pop quiz arrives tomorrow, I doubt he will perform exceptionally. Pretense often invites misfortune. Liu Xiaomei's demeanor resembles that of a malicious supporting character. Qianying freezes for a moment, sensing that Liu Xiaomei has been covertly glancing at her while discussing Qin Ming. Could she be referring to me? She, too, has a smaller group devoid of Liu Xiaomei, and she plans to confront Liu Xiaomei later. During the last class monitor election, she had cast her vote for Qin Ming, although she later explained that her excitement had compelled her to vote. Such a clumsy lie could hardly deceive someone as astute as Qianying. By the way, you wouldn't have feelings for Qin Ming, would you? I might just spread some rumors about you. All the girls are like sweet little cakes. Liu Xiaomei departs, thoroughly satisfied. Let the pretense continue. Chapter 44. Cross me again, and I shall ruin you. Upon returning home that evening, the community chat erupted after Su Xuening shared her video last night, remaining silent until this afternoon. The once tranquil Jingsua Mansion community has finally encountered a formidable individual, leaving nearly all residents utterly bewildered. Who is this child? Burning diapers mixed with yellow paper. Could this possibly be a curse upon the children? Such malice. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of exhilaration pervades the air. Incidents of objects being hurled from high-rise buildings are not uncommon in Jingsua Mansion. Recently, a child playing below was struck by a bag of refuse dropped from above, prompting a police visit. This was a relatively minor occurrence, as most litter consists merely of garbage. However, more severe instances have occurred, such as the residents above Su Xuening, who carelessly discard children's diapers, feminine hygiene products, and even used condoms, contributing to a deplorable environment in the community. Regrettably, the number of individuals engaging in such behavior is alarmingly high. Many foolish residents believe that since they cannot regulate others, they might as well join in the littering. The most aggrieved are those living on lower floors, who, lacking the courage to confront their neighbors, are left to swallow their indignation in silence. Yet, upon witnessing the video shared by Su Xuening in the group chat, they were astounded that evening. This audacious act was undeniably shocking. Yet there was an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Not only was it not illegal, but it also delivered a significant psychological blow to those uncouth residents. Moreover, the older generation in Qingshan province holds a degree of superstition regarding such supernatural matters. Thus, when the video circulated in the property management group, nearly every family that had ever discarded diapers was left in disbelief, hastily descending to clean up their children's messes. Meanwhile, those who failed to locate their child's diaper turned pale with anxiety. Whose child is this? Brilliantly executed. This should serve as a lesson for those lacking decency. I have always advised against littering. Now, they have provoked someone they should not have. Indeed, my child's diapers are always disposed of in the trash bin, carried down daily. It is not as if one lacks the ability to properly discard waste. This child is remarkable. The act of throwing objects from heights is inherently dangerous, and discarding diapers is not only hazardous but also repugnant. Thus, such measures are warranted. Indeed, I reside on the first floor, and should I discover any refuse near my balcony in the future, I would undoubtedly resort to similar actions. Burning yellow paper is truly audacious. What a genius. Many residents, who have suffered from this nuisance, are fervently discussing the incident in the property management group. The sense of relief is palpable. Undoubtedly, Qin Ming, who conceived the idea of burning diapers with yellow paper, is not only regarded as audacious but also a genius in their eyes. Those who habitually litter are, after all, a minority, and in the face of this scandal, they dare not show their faces. The situation has sparked a minor uproar within the community's property management group. The property manager, upon witnessing the escalating situation, was both bewildered and secretly pleased with Qin Ming's approach. Complaints regarding littering had been a persistent issue among residents. However, the property management remained honest towards the homeowners, while the elderly were impervious to the onslaught of the immunity law. The only recourse was to deploy more cleaners for maintenance. Yet, the property manager was acutely aware that henceforth, the incidence of objects being thrown from high windows in the Jingsua Mansion would undoubtedly diminish significantly. It is hardly surprising. Who wouldn't he be concerned about their personal belongings being incinerated along with yellow paper? If such a disaster were to occur, one would inevitably ponder if any minor ailment thereafter was linked to that yellow paper, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. Consequently, the property manager swiftly issued a notice. Recently, there have been numerous instances of littering around the trash bins and lawns, severely damaging the public environment and breeding mosquitoes. We kindly ask all homeowners to dispose of their waste in the designated bins and refrain from littering. Any further violations will be dealt with according to regulations. Additionally, we advise everyone against playing with fire on the lawns, as this may lead to a fire hazard. Let us collectively maintain a clean and harmonious living space. Instantly, a chorus of support erupted from the group chat. The property manager replayed the video several times. The resident who posted the video seemed vaguely familiar. She appeared to be a high school girl who had previously approached him regarding the littering issue from upstairs. He had tried to advocate for her, but to no avail. She lived alone, unlike those who shared accommodations. The boy in the video looked somewhat recognizable as well. He appeared to be the son of old Chin. He had been frequently seen exercising in recent days. After some contemplation, the property manager decided to gift old Chin a barrel of cooking oil as a token of gratitude. When old Chin returned home, he noticed the group chat had exploded with activity. After a brief review of the events, he couldn't help but chuckle, wondering which genius had concocted such a brilliant idea. Upon watching the video, his head nearly exploded. Qin Ming. Old Chin immediately panicked. I left the property group for just 2 minutes, and you pull this off? Upon returning home, Qin Ming found old Chin and Lu Fengying sitting solemnly on the couch, waiting for him. Qin Ming, come here. Old Chin said sternly, gesturing for him to sit on the small stool in front of him. Such formality? Qin Ming sensed from old Chin's expression that they had likely discovered his burning of paper yesterday. How did you know I got all the English dictation correct? Really? At your young age, do not lie. Didn't you score just over 70 in English? Old Chin regarded Qin Ming with suspicion. He knew his son best. Sometimes, in attempts to evade punishment, he would resort to any means necessary. As a child, if he performed poorly on a test, he would undoubtedly invite relatives over to visit. If he got into a fight at school, he would pretend to be lost and have a stranger take him home. This child never spoke a word of truth. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied about my grades? Ridiculous. I even dared to mention my score of 472. What do I have to fear? Old Chin's expression shifted subtly. If Qin Ming had indeed aced the English dictation, it seemed his diligent studies in recent days had borne fruit. This was a positive development. Should he reward him? No, wait. What was I about to say? Old Chin instantly hardened his face, pointing at Qin Ming. Don't interrupt me. What were you doing last night? Was that video in the group you? It wasn't me. Qin Ming replied, performing a mock salute. You little rascal. Old Chin was so furious he could hardly think straight. How could I mistake you for someone else? Mingzi, just tell the truth. Don't make your father angry. Was that video really you? Lu Fengying hurriedly intervened, patting old Chin and signaling him to temper his words. With no other option, Qin Ming reluctantly nodded. It was me. Are you out of your mind? How dare you film something like that in the dead of night? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Old Chin exploded with rage. Upon hearing Qin Ming's admission, the tension that had been hanging in the air dissipated entirely. Oh, so you were just worried about me being possessed by a ghost? It's fine. I have strong yang energy. How could I possibly fear a ghost? If it dares to come, let it try. Look at him. It's all your fault. Old Chin began to shift the blame, directing his frustration toward Lu Fengying. Now our son isn't even afraid of ghosts. How can he fear me? Lu Fengying furrowed her brows. Qin Ming's actions were indeed perilous. If he angered the wrong person, what would happen? Mingzi, why did you film that video? There's no garbage downstairs. We should mind our own business. What if something happens to you? Mom, that's not fair. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. I don't think I did anything wrong. Lu Fengying fell silent for a moment, looking at old Chin with a pitiful expression. Shouldn't we at least give him a beating first? Old Chin jumped up and landed a couple of punches on Qin Ming. You better behave. If you make your mother angry again, I'll make sure you regret it. Uffed. Qin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly subdued. Chapter 45, Stock God? Practice makes perfect. All right, you two are true lovers. I'm merely an accident, is that clear? Now what on earth happened? Explain it to me clearly. I checked the surroundings, and it should be from the neighboring building. Confess freely, resist strictly, don't try to outsmart me. Qin Ming sighed. Honestly, I just couldn't stand it. That household was bullying others. Why should they be allowed to toss diapers everywhere, even onto someone else's balcony? Shouldn't people like that be taught a lesson? I was merely speaking up for others. Others? Old Chin and Lu Fengying were taken aback. Who? Old Chin suddenly recalled that the person who posted the video wasn't Qin Ming. The profile picture seemed to belong to a young girl. A girl? Old Chin felt a jolt, his mind clearing. Could this rascal be in a secret relationship? Hiding it quite well. In an instant, Old Chin and Lu Fengying exchanged glances. Qin Ming, tell the truth. Are you helping a little girl? Qin Ming straightforwardly admitted, yes, but she seems to be a girl who lacks affection from her uncle, is unloved by her grandmother, and has divorced parents. She doesn't have many connections and struggles to make friends. When faced with difficulties, all she can do is cry. Do you think I should help her? Indeed. Lu Fengying paused for a moment, taken aback by the girl's tragic circumstances. Her maternal instincts surged, feeling a pang of sorrow. If this were her own child, she would never allow her to be bullied like that. Mingzi, is what you said true? Qin Ming solemnly declared. Mother, I swear I will not deceive you. Lao Qin, having calmed down, replied, I see. If the situation of that girl is indeed true, then you ought to assist her. However, your methods are excessively radical. Are you not afraid of retaliation? If her family dares, let them come, Qin Ming retorted nonchalantly. Lao Qin remarked, well said, that makes perfect sense. Qin Ming subtly revealed his true nature, making it clear that few would dare to provoke him. By the way, is that girl from the building next door? Yes, she on the 5th floor, room 503. Lu Fengying expressed her surprise. Oh, how coincidental. What is her name? Su Xuening. Such a lovely name. How did you come to know that? We should invite her over for dinner sometime. After all, the more the merrier. And I can easily prepare a little extra. Lu Fengying felt a pang of sympathy for Su Xuening's plight. Given Qin Ming's good rapport with her, it would be fitting to have her over for a meal. Should Qin Ming develop a deeper connection with her, it could lead to fruitful possibilities. Even if that did not materialize, they could always treat her like a daughter. Lao Qin nodded, curiosity piqued. Which school does she attend? Provincial Experimental School. Both Lao Qin and Lu Fengying exchanged puzzled glances. I knew it. Qin Ming felt slightly defensive. What else with those expressions? Is the Provincial Experimental School that impressive? Are we really that inferior at number 1 high school? I'm so tired of this academic discrimination. It's not about whether the Provincial Experimental School is prestigious or if number 1 high school is lacking. Isn't that a concern? Unbelievable. I feel an overwhelming urge to escape my family. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lao Qin opened it to find the property manager standing there with a bucket of cooking oil. Lao Qin, I'm here specifically to thank you. Thank me? Lao Qin smirked. I did not expect to be thanked for not having my property fees chased. The manager placed the oil in Lao Qin's hands. Thanks to your son, we have resolved the sanitation issues in our community much sooner than anticipated. Your son has been a tremendous help. Lao Qin immediately understood the manager's purpose. Qin Ming, come here quickly. The young man appeared even more dashing than he did in the video, possessing both charm and character. Your mother, if you cannot offer a compliment, I suggest you elaborate on his handsome demeanor. Lao Qin lit a cigarette and chuckled. It's really nothing much. I've always taught my child to be altruistic and to bravely stand against injustice. This is merely a preliminary demonstration of my educational efforts. No need for gifts. It's about contributing to the community, after all. Huh. Indeed, Lao Qin, you left quite an impression on me. The property manager nodded vigorously. Qin Ming recorded that video yesterday, and today the cleaning staff remarked on how spotless the downstairs area has become. I believe it's likely that others are following his example. Haha, that's not something I taught him. It was entirely his own idea. An inspiring moment of divine intervention. Understanding. Well, old Qin, our community offers rewards for outstanding homeowners, allowing us to waive half of the property fees each year. Old Qin's eyes brightened at this news. The property manager, smiling, remarked, after considering it, I believe that Xiao Qin has contributed significantly to maintaining the cleanliness of our community. Therefore, I have personally decided to award this to your family. Next year, you will only need to pay half of the property fees. The annual property fee for Qin Ming's family is approximately 800 yuan, which means a reduction of 400, a considerable sum indeed. Old Qin immediately engaged in friendly banter. After the property manager departed, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The money was secondary. The real prize was the acknowledgement of his family's character. Unable to contain his delight, he began to hum a tune, but upon noticing Qin Ming nearby, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Get inside." Such a swift change of demeanor, truly impressive. Old Qin. Ding. To maintain your business acumen, you have decided to invest the reward, which will enable you to effectively monitor market trends and prepare for your return to the business world in the near future. Side quest, maintain your skills. Invest in an industry and achieve profitability within a week, with a target profit of 51,015. Reward, investment returns increase by 500, 1,000, 1,500. Qin Ming closed his chemistry notes and gazed at the refreshed task panel, feeling a surge of seriousness. Another side quest had appeared. Within a week, he needed to invest and achieve profits. The rewards were extraordinary, promising returns of hundreds of times the investment. The previous side quest involved enhancing energy, with equally outrageous rewards of physical improvement. Qin Ming scrutinized the task closely. The minimum requirement was a weekly investment return rate of 5 to gain any rewards. While May 5th seemed modest, achieving it within a week was quite ambitious. It is worth noting that even Warren Buffett's annual investment return rate barely reaches 5. Of course, Buffett's principal is somewhat greater than his own. Just as a large vessel's capacity for cargo correlates with risk, its return rate must inevitably be lower. Conversely, a small sailboat may achieve high returns, but its capacity for principal and resultant earnings is naturally limited. Had Qin Ming been the ordinary high school student he once was, unacquainted with the market, any arbitrary investment would likely have resulted in a harsh lesson, leaving him battered and bruised in this unforgiving arena. However, the situation was now markedly different. Chapter 46. After borrowing around, discovering no debt, Qin Ming had already seized the opportunity. Aware that the stock of Miyuan Foods was poised for a significant surge, likely coinciding with their annual report release next Tuesday. Therefore, this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. If he were to let this slip by, it would be no different from being unable to rise above the challenges at hand. Moreover, this investment was virtually risk-free. Even if Qin Ming's judgment proved incorrect and the stock did not skyrocket post-announcement, the company's stock would still appreciate over the course of the next year. As long as he refrained from selling, he would incur no losses. I currently possess approximately 45,000 yuan and wish to augment my wealth, which necessitates an increase in my principal. Utilizing Lao Qin's account for leverage is out of the question, he would undoubtedly disallow it. And even the possibility of him permitting its use remains uncertain. Alas, how could Ting Fei have such a hindering father? The ancestral graves of the Lao Qin family finally seem to be smoldering. I advise Lao Qin to exercise some discernment. If leveraging is not feasible, one might resort to borrowing. Qin Ming pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, a commendable notion. For borrowing may not always necessitate repayment. One could simply abscond without an IOU. If an IOU is issued, the interest belongs to private lending, which may also be disregarded. A direct application for bankruptcy could be made with public funds. By heavens. After a round of borrowing, I find myself devoid of any sense of urgency. Qin Ming excitedly opened WeChat. First and foremost, he reached out to his beloved sister. Qin Ming. Sis, lend me some money, it's urgent. 2 minutes later. Qin Miao, borrow money? For what purpose? Are you planning to get an abortion? I need to discuss this with my husband. Seeing an opportunity, Qin Ming responded. When did you start dating? Why haven't you brought him home for me to vet? Qin Miao. I'm not dating, so there's nothing to discuss. Qin Ming. Qin Miao perish. He then opened the chat with Jiao Mingkai. Qin Ming. Old Jia. Lend me some money. I'll repay you before next week. Jiao Mingkai. Damn, we're the same age. If you don't have it, how could I? Qin Ming. Useless. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming messaged Sun Fengjiao. Qin Ming. Jiao, lend me some money. Sun Fengjiao. Borrowing money strains relationships. Come back when you want to discuss feelings. Feeling helpless, Qin Ming decided to message Gong Xiaobi. The message hadn't even been sent when Gong Xiaobi transferred 1,000 yuan to him. Qin Ming. How did you know I needed to borrow money? Gong Xiaobi. Jiao said not to lend you any money. Sun Fengjiao, you are truly detestable. Qin Ming felt a warm glow in his heart and was somewhat curious. Then why did you lend it to me? Gong Xiaobi, I don't know. You seemed in need, so I had no choice but to lend it to you. A slight smile graced Qin Ming's lips. Xiaobi is truly wonderful. Aren't you afraid I might not repay? Gong Xiaobi sent a cute shaking head emoji. Qin Ming, then I won't repay. Gong Xiaobi, alright. But next time could you ask me first? Jiao is worried you might do something wrong. She might spill the beans. Qin Ming, a loss? Xiaobi, in this situation, you'd be listed on the reward board on Xiaohongshu. Given your current state, what else could be said? I'm completely sold. Qin Ming, once I return to school, I'll deduct Sun Fengjiao as quantitative points. You mustn't tell her. Gong Xiaobi, I won't say a word. Why do others have rich second-generation friends while I do not? Friends, could you not aspire for greater things? This is exasperating. Finally, Qin Ming sent a message to Su Xiuning requesting a loan. Her family circumstances should be somewhat better than the average, but to what extent, he was uncertain. Before long, Su Xiuning transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xiuning, are you really that wealthy? Before borrowing money, you called me Su Xiuning without any qualms, but after the transaction, what should you address me as? Mother. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming, you truly are peculiar. What do you intend to do with the borrowed funds? Qin Ming pondered for a moment. There was no need to conceal the investment matter from Su Xiuning, especially since this investment opportunity was linked to her. Thus, he replied, investment, I plan to dabble in a few stocks. Would you care to join? How thrilling. But you aren't of age yet, are you? How can you even register an account? I intend to use my father's account. I'm planning to buy shares in Miyu & Company. I suspect they may rise. If you wish to invest, you might as well buy a few. Qin Ming did not withhold any information. Su Xiuning responded almost immediately. Do you possess insider information? Qin Ming chuckled. Indeed. Su Xiuning retorted. Is your grandfather a security guard at Miyu & Company? How could a guard possibly acquire insider information? That seems rather implausible. Please do not be deceived. To hell with it. Buy if you desire. I shall invest regardless. Shortly thereafter, Qin Miao sent Qin Ming 4,000 yuan, stating, this is my last bit of savings. If you dare squander even a dime, I will hold you accountable. Repay me next week. Qin Ming replied, you're overly naive. I'll deduct 10 points. Worry not. I certainly will not repay this money. Qin Miao warned, if you continue with those tired cliches, do not compel me to take a taxi home and slap you. Qin Ming quipped, you even saved taxi fare. Miao, my brother, are you trying to outsmart me? As Qin Ming gazed at the 60,000 yuan in his balance, he felt for the first time the substantial weight of money. It seemed as though what lay within was not merely currency, but a glimpse of his promising future. Upon entering the master bedroom, he found old Qin seated on a new chair, grumbling while working, yet wearing a content expression. Dad, I have no money. Ask your mother for it. Old Qin anticipated Qin Ming's approach, employing a solid defense that was entirely unyielding. Qin Ming, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. I'm not here to ask you for money. I wish to discuss something with you. Old Qin glanced up at Qin Ming. What is it? I cannot assist with major matters, nor do I wish to help with trivial ones. If there is an issue, consult your mother. Qin Ming rolled his eyes. I want to purchase some stocks, but since I am underage, I need to use your account. I will transfer the money to you. And you can buy a few for me. Stocks? Upon hearing this, Old Qin instantly perked up. As a seasoned veteran in the stock market, the mere mention of stocks invigorated him. BYD in the A-share market, when the U.S. stock market declines, it falls. When the U.S. Market rises, it still plummets. It's a trivial matter, yet it keeps dropping. Whatever you buy, it will fall. Damn it. Old Chin took a sip of water. Investing in stocks is an intricate discipline. It's not merely about random purchases. You're still quite young. What do you understand about stocks? I believe it's best if you save your money for your future wife. In a nutshell, you are too inexperienced, earning a pittance. There's no need to rush for a wife. Why shouldn't I be anxious? Given your grades, how can you claim there's no rush? Just tell me whether you will buy or not. I can share some profits with you later. Old Chin laughed heartily. Do you think you can make money? I have navigated the stock market for many years and have occasionally suffered losses. Do you really believe you can succeed? Don't make me laugh. Even a top-tier investor like myself finds it hard to maintain composure amidst the antics of the A-shares market. What business do you have here? Chin Ming chuckled softly, saying, I understand that you engage in stock trading to earn a bit of money, but my motives are different. I am merely seeking an outlet for my disdain for ignorance. A simple and convenient arena to spar with some of the most astute minds on earth. At this, Lao Chin sputtered water in surprise. Chapter 47. Lao Chin. Why is your stock portfolio so lackluster? Coughing, Lao Chin was at a loss with his son, gazing at Chin Ming with an incredulous expression. Who raised such a thick-skinned child? Father, I assure you I'm not jesting. I sincerely wish to dabble in stocks. You ought to support me. After all, if I become wealthy, you too shall enjoy the benefits of being a rich second generation. Such an unfilial son. Is there even a rich second generation like that? Lao Chin hesitated. On one hand, he felt Chin Ming was being foolish. On the other, he believed his son should concentrate on his studies. Don't abandon your academic achievements so easily. You rascal. Chin Ming persisted. If you refuse to assist me, I shall use Chin Miao's account. She will certainly buy stocks for me. Lao Chin. You wouldn't want your daughter to enter the stock market, would you? Upon hearing this, Lao Chin's expression shifted to one of suspicion. After a lengthy pause, Lu Fengying finally interjected. If Mingzi wishes to invest, let him purchase a small amount. Recommend a stock that is likely to rise so he can experiment. It's good for a son to aspire to earn money. Lao Chin retorted, if I knew which stock would rise, would I need to recommend it to him? You truly overestimate my abilities. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before turning to Chin Ming with a serious demeanor. Chin Ming, be honest with me. Are you truly serious? Or are you merely toying with your father? Of course, I am serious. Are you certain you wish to invest your own funds? I must warn you. Most of those who claim to make money from trading online are frauds, merely aiming to sell courses and exploit the naive. Many are even using simulated accounts. It is not as easy to profit as you think. Why do you sound so familiar with this? You haven't purchased any courses, have you, Lao Chin? Chin Ming understood that Lao Chin was concerned he had spent too much time watching videos and, with a bit of money in hand, was eager to enter the stock market. However, that was not the case. Chin Ming could not explain further and simply nodded. I understand, rest assured. I will only engage in this once. Regardless of whether I earn money or not, I shall not pursue it again. I have observed you trading daily and know for certain it is unlikely to yield profits. Who knows if the system will grant me such an opportunity again? Lao Chin's expression stiffened. What do you mean by that? Why do you assume I cannot make money? This is a strategic adjustment. It is not that I am not profitable. It is simply not the right moment. What do you know? After some thought, Lao Chin proposed a condition. Chin Ming, you are still a student. Your primary focus should be on your studies. I believe you have a chance at attending university, even if you wish to trade stocks. It must not interfere with your education. Upon hearing this, Chin Ming smiled. Rest easy. Tomorrow is a pop quiz. Although the teacher won't grade it, it will provide a simple assessment of my abilities. By the time the monthly exam arrives, my scores will surely reflect my potential for university admission. Without delving into other subjects, the mere enhancement of one's English proficiency is sufficient to secure a place in undergraduate studies. Lao Chin's expression softened considerably. Then kindly transfer the funds to me, and I shall recommend 2 stocks for you. Lao Chin opened WeChat, awaiting Chin Ming's remittance. What is the matter? Lao Chin squinted. You wouldn't be considering using my funds for stock trading, would you? There is a limit on WeChat transfers. I must use my bank card to send it to you. Please provide your account number. Chin Ming, absorbed in his own affairs, retrieved his phone and opened the banking app. Lao Chin's expression gradually stiffened, thinking he must have misheard. A limit? Yes. WeChat transfers indeed have a daily cap of 50,000. But what does that concern you? Wait a moment. You can't possibly have 50,000, can you? Ha. How could that be? How much do you actually have? 60,000. God. Lao Chin was stunned for a brief moment, utterly thrown off balance. I barely earn 30 to 50,000 a year, and you claim to possess 60,000? Lu Fengying gasped in astonishment, hastily rising to check Chin Ming's account balance. Her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing the figure. Did you rob a bank, Chin Ming? Indeed, but I didn't dare to take that much. Mother, please don't overreact as if you've never encountered such wealth before. Where did you acquire all this money? Lao Chin felt as though his modest savings were but a mere trifle in comparison to Chin Ming's fortune. A sudden wave of despondency washed over him. It was as if his son's wealth far exceeded his own, tenfold. Is this even just? Am I dreaming? No. How did you come by such a sum? The sensation of shattered beliefs sent Lao Chin's heart racing. Lu Fengying glanced at Lao Chin, then at Chin Ming, contemplating. Let us not pry. I one T asked. And neither should you. Ming said we shouldn't inquire about his finances, and I trust my son would never engage in illicit activities. As long as the source of the money is legitimate, we ought to grant Qin Ming some personal space. Otherwise, he may withhold his thoughts from us in the future. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Lu Fengying's earnest demeanor stirred a warmth within him. As the saying goes, filial piety is challenging, and similarly, educating a child hinges on respect. Too much leniency breeds indulgence, while too little fosters an oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, Lu Fengying had mastered the delicate balance. However, Lu Fengying shot Lao Qin a glare. Lao Qin wearily closed his eyes. Am I still the head of this household? Oh. How could the masculine vigor of the Qingshan men diminish so? Are you certain you wish to purchase stocks worth 60,000? After contemplation, Lao Qin felt that 60,000 was indeed excessive. If Qin Ming were to invest merely 6,000, he wouldn't object. After all, it would perfectly complement his own 4,000, totaling a neat 10,000. Lao Qin opened the stock trading app, and his face was immediately illuminated by a green glow. Qin Ming displayed a mischievous expression. What in the world, Lao Qin? Why is everything on your screen green? My goodness, yesterday I heard the market was thriving. How could yours also be in the red? What on earth is this ST? Old Qin is about to turn into a sweat-drenched soybean. I am Qin Ming, he chuckled. No need for explanations. I comprehend. The stock market indeed targets top-tier speculators like you, which is understandable. Old Qin, assist me in purchasing stocks from Muyu and Company. Muyu and Company? Are you certain? I have never even heard of this company, let alone buying all its shares. Allow me to impart wisdom from my experiences. One should never place all their eggs in a single basket. Qin Ming nodded. Thus, if I merely avoid the path you tread, I shall profit. Old Qin smirked. When you incur losses, do not come crying to me for funds. Practice makes perfect. As Old Qin successfully completed his stock purchase, Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction and departed. Saturday. A gentle breeze accompanied by a light drizzle. Upon returning to class, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the scratching of pens, mingled with tense breaths. It was the impromptu test at Yizhong, also known as the weekly examination, occurring bi-weekly. Though results were not disclosed, it served as an excellent gauge of recent academic progress. Chapter 48. Borrowed on merit. Why should I repay? The first weekly test post-semester commenced, and a sense of unease permeated the classroom. Hey, Qin Ming, what was your intention in borrowing money yesterday? I managed to gather 300 today. Do you still need it? Jia Mingkai approached with a mischievous grin. You haven't been caught for PC, have you? Jia Mingkai, known for his irreverent remarks, never failed to speak inappropriately. I intended to purchase study materials. Huh. Jia Mingkai paused. Isn't that unnecessary? The website you shared last time. Qin Ming instantly pointed at him with a husky expression. No nonsense. Legitimate study materials. Cut it out. Jia Mingkai chuckled, giving Qin Ming a playful pat on the shoulder. You must be aware of your own academic performance. Why waste that money? All right. Do you want to face a punishment? Are you unaware of today's impromptu test? Sun Fengjiao also looked at Qin Ming with curiosity. Qin Ming, I truly lack funds. Coming from an ordinary family, Sun Fengjiao indeed had little money. Her meals at the cafeteria typically cost around 6 or 7 yuan. Occasionally, any savings were squandered on sweet drinks thanks to Qin Ming's influence. Therefore, she did not borrow money yesterday, but Qin Ming held no grudges. Well, the term hold a grudge is rather unflattering, suggesting a tendency for vengeance. Qin Ming was not angered. Forget it, I shall hold a grudge. In the future, I shall impose a punishment on Sun Fengjiao to serve Gong Xiaobi during her confinement. However, while Qin Ming did not harbor resentment for the lack of a loan, he was agitated by other matters. Will you kindly be quiet? Upon seeing Sun Fengjiao, Qin Ming felt a surge of irritation. It was one thing not to lend money, but she was also inciting Gong Xiaobi against him. Do not think I am unaware that you discouraged Bai Bai from lending me money. Fortunately, Bai Bai did not heed your advice. Gong Xiaobi had been eavesdropping intently on Qin Ming's words, and at this moment, her ears turned slightly red. Jiao, I apologize. Sun Fengjiao became flustered. Bai Bai, you betrayed me. Qin Ming, allow me to explain. I do not wish to listen. That is not correct. Are you implying that Bai Bai lent you money? No, that did not happen. Qin Ming pondered before responding. Sun Fengjiao let out a sigh of relief. That is good. I had not borrowed. She simply offered it to me right after your revelation. Thus it is not a loan but a gift. I bear no obligation to repay. Hence it is akin to a freebie. Why should I repay a debt incurred by my own merit? Qin Ming made a gesture of disbelief. What? Sun Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice resonating. From a distance, Dai Yuchan observed the scene, her brow furrowing in disapproval. As the class monitor, it was irresponsible to lead such raucous behavior before class. Otherwise, I would certainly call your name. Hearing this, Jia Mingkai felt a surge of jealousy. Seriously, Qin Ming. What gives you the right? You better say this is a joke. Have you resorted to online loans? Exactly, what gives you the right? Sun Fengjiao lowered her voice. Bibi, I warned you not to lend him money. He will squander it. Sun Fengjiao, you're spreading rumors. How could I waste it? Go polish shoes. Gong Xiaobi turned her head, contemplating seriously. I believe he may be facing difficulties, and I just happened to have a little money, so I lent it to him. Just happened to? How much did you lend? Sun Fengjiao felt as if the sky were collapsing. Qin Ming, with such a background, knew how to bully Gong Xiaobi. 1,000. Sun Fengjiao winced at the revelation. Where did you get 1,000 yuan? Didn't you just say you were running low on money? Jia Mingkai's face reddened with indignation. What the hell, Qin Ming? How do you even deserve to be friends with Gong Xiaobi and borrow her money? No. You should be a fiery goblin. Go back to your underground lair. Qin Ming was taken aback. Why didn't you mention you were out of money? Gong Xiaobi's face turned slightly red. I have just a little left, enough for meals. Qin Ming was rendered speechless. Sun Fengjiao cursed, directing Gong Xiaobi to have lunch with her and suggesting Qin Ming should eat their leftovers. Jia Mingkai felt an overwhelming sense of envy. While he was enduring the hardships of a traditional Chinese high school, Qin Ming's situation seemed no different from that of a Japanese high school. A beautiful, innocent, high-achieving classmate who was wholeheartedly devoted. Are you still in the country? Forget it. Your father should treat you to a meal. Lin Chong, the boy sitting in front of Gong Xiaobi, had been eavesdropping on her conversation. No money? How could a beautiful girl ever lack funds? Shouldn't she simply wave her hand and have a line of admirers waiting to shower her with cash? Contemplating this, he quickly penned a note and passed it to his close friend Gao Mingxi. I just overheard Gong Xiaobi say she's out of money. You've always wanted to add her contact information, right? I think this is a golden opportunity. Girls appreciate generous boys, and this could help her through a tough time. She will surely be grateful, so don't let this chance slip away. Gao Mingxi received the crumpled note and unfolded it to reveal Lin Chong's hasty handwriting. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Gao Mingxi came from a well-off family, with both parents owning their own businesses. He typically donned low-luxury attire, worth nearly 10,000 yuan altogether. Tall and handsome, he excelled academically, scoring 625 in the last exam, ranking second in Class 3, just behind Gong Xiaobi. Furthermore, he was well-versed in various circles and maintained good relationships, subtly emerging as a popular figure in Class 3. Many girls had confessed their feelings to him. Yet he remained single. After the division of classes in the second year, he continued to maintain his status. The moment he laid eyes on Gong Xiaobi, he was utterly captivated. Not only was she beautiful and kind-hearted, but she also possessed a certain endearing naivety. Apart from her somewhat reclusive nature, she seemed devoid of flaws. Gao Mingxi found himself instantly smitten. Of course, Gong Xiaobi was not the only stunning girl in the class. Dai Yuchan, the pinnacle of beauty, was equally enchanting. Yet her demeanor was aloof and proud, keeping others at arm's length. Furthermore, Gao Mingxi was acutely aware of Dai Yuchan's affluent background, rendering his pursuit of her nearly impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to focus on Gong Xiaobi. Consequently, he made an effort to cultivate a rapport with Lin Chong, often engaging him in conversation, hoping to draw Gong Xiaobi's attention through this connection. However, it seemed as though the rotation of the earth had altered the angle of perception, for Gong Xiaobi had never once glanced in his direction. This induced a slight sense of frustration within him, yet simultaneously heightened his excitement. If she treated him this way, how much more indifferent would she be towards other boys? Gao Mingxi frequently sought information about Gong Xiaobi through subtle inquiries directed at Lin Chong. Lin Chong, perceptive as he was, recognized Gao Mingxi's interest in her. Given Gao Mingxi's considerable wealth, their friendship blossomed after they became acquainted. Gao Mingxi had treated him to 3 lavish meals and gifted him several skins. Therefore, whenever there was even the slightest stir involving Gong Xiaobi, Lin Chong would discreetly inform Gao Mingxi. However, Lin Chong harbored reservations about Gao Mingxi's chances, as Gong Xiaobi seemed rather close to Qin Ming. Despite sitting in front of Gong Xiaobi, Lin Chong had not exchanged a single word with her throughout the week of school. Yet he often caught snippets of her conversations with Qin Ming, albeit faint, they were undeniably present. At times, she would even flash a sweet smile at him. How utterly frustrating. Chapter 49. Child, return to Gotham. Batman truly won't harm you. After the morning study session, Gao Mingxi sauntered over to Lin Chong with a beaming smile, engaging in light conversation. Gong Xiaobi remained engrossed in her book, but eventually succumbed to the urge to stretch her stiff neck. Gao Mingxi's expression faltered momentarily, but internally, he was elated. Could it be that Gong Xiaobi had noticed his presence and seized the opportunity to observe him? Was it possible that she had been secretly paying attention to him all along? There was indeed a strong possibility. Among the boys in the class who were academically comparable to her, he was the only one. Gong Xiaobi appeared to be the kind of girl solely focused on her studies, devoid of ulterior motives. She should be primarily concerned with academic performance. This implied that as the second highest achiever, he would undoubtedly capture her interest. Gao Mingxi felt a surge of determination. Seizing the moment when Gong Xiaobi had lifted her gaze, he flashed a youthful smile and softly remarked, "Classmate Gong, you performed exceptionally well in the last exam. I never expected our ordinary class to have such an outstanding student like you. Well done, Gao Mingxi." By leveraging academic achievements to pique Gong Xiaobi's interest, he could then obtain her contact information, followed by daily check-ins to express his concern. Surely, this strategy would win her heart. Gong Xiaobi stared at Gao Mingxi in a daze. Is he speaking to me? It seems that I am the only one with the surname Gong in the class. But who is he? Why is he suddenly mentioning grades? And he is a boy. How should I respond? Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Your grades are impressive. I should learn from you and hope for future opportunities. Thank you? What a strange reply. Gao Mingxi was momentarily taken aback. Out of politeness, shouldn't he inquire about my grades? Nevertheless, he finally managed to exchange a word with Gong Xiaobi. This is a small step for him, yet a significant leap in their emotional connection. Gao Mingxi felt a surge of excitement within, akin to an ordinary high school student brushing past their idol and fervently inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air. Of course, he was not an ordinary student. Nor could Gong Xiaobi be simply described by the term goddess. The sweet words from Gong Xiaobi continued to echo in his mind. Qin Ming couldn't help but glance at Gao Mingxi. A gesture in the making. If he wanted to strike up a conversation with Gong Xiaobi, why not enlist my help as his deskmate? However, Qin Ming had no intention of speaking. Gao Mingxi's actions hardly constituted harassment. They were more akin to a sheepish display intended to attract the attention of a beautiful sheep. Gao Mingxi cut to the chase, lowering his voice. I heard from others that you've been a bit financially strained lately. Do you need me to lend you some money? His voice was barely audible. Only Qin Ming and Gong Xiaobi could hear it. Qin Ming exclaimed, What the hell, man? Are you serious? Is there anyone more direct than you? This isn't just a casual chat. This is akin to throwing gold coins. Seriously? Even a rich guy like you is this repressed? Why don't you just connect with me instead? Damn it, it's about time to make some money. Gong Xiaobi paused for 2 seconds, quickly piecing together the situation. Gao Mingxi must have pried into her private affairs. Such occurrences were common in their freshman year, with numerous boys inexplicably trying to engage her in conversation. Initially, she believed they wanted to befriend her. However, upon overhearing her deskmate discussing her figure as the reason for the attention from boys, Gong Xiaobi felt a surge of anger. Was it wrong to have a fuller figure? She never provoked anyone. So why were they discussing her and not the ones who harbored ulterior motives? Gao Mingxi likely belonged to that same category of boys, perhaps even worse. His opening line was about money. I may be tight on cash, but Qin Ming wouldn't let me starve. Why is it any of your business? Gong Xiaobi's expression grew somewhat cold. No need. Although she appeared somewhat dazed, she was far from foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute. In Gong Xiaobi's eyes, Gao Mingxi's behavior lacked any sense of boundaries. Gao Mingxi was momentarily bewildered, utterly unaware that he had crossed a line. What was happening? She seemed a bit distant. But then again, Gong Xiaobi's personality was inherently reserved. He turned to observe her reaction, and what he saw nearly made his legs go weak. He almost knelt down. There. Gong Xiaobi pulled a small bag of dumplings from her pink backpack and handed it to Qin Ming, sweetly saying, Here, have some. Qin Ming was instantly caught off guard. However, she graciously accepted the situation. Bibi-chan, there is no need to use me as a shield, is there? This will only invite animosity towards me. Gao Mingxi felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, in a mere 2 seconds, he transitioned from confusion to anger and finally to a sense of relief. He had misunderstood. From what he gathered, Gong Xiaobi was inherently a kind-hearted individual, often bringing meals for her classmates, which was nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it served as a testament to her genuine benevolence. They were quite close as deskmates. If he were in her position, she would undoubtedly extend the same kindness to him. Moreover, as the class monitor, Qin Ming had also assisted her, indicating that she was a person who valued gratitude and cherished relationships. Woman, you have truly moved me. Gao Mingxi mused with a slight smile, eager to speak further. However, the subsequent scene made it impossible for him to maintain his composure. Gong Xiaobi unscrewed the cap of Qin Ming's water bottle and poured its contents into her own cup. Drinking water from the opposite sex's cup? And it was brown sugar water. Qin Ming, are you courting disaster? Gao Mingxi's mind buzzed. Why on earth would you pour water from a boy's cup into your own? Aren't you concerned about germs? This is practically a French kiss. The imagery struck him, rendering his face slightly pale. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. It's all right. This is perfectly normal. Perhaps Gong Xiaobi requested Qin Ming to bring it for her. Given her family's financial struggles, she might not afford premium brown sugar, so she asked Qin Ming for help. And her way of repaying him is by bringing him meals. With this rationale, everything seemed more plausible. Gao Mingxi sighed in relief and departed with a subtle smile. Wait, who played the clown's exclusive BGM? Child, return to Gotham. Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Witnessing a clown's performance daily felt like a stroke of fortune. What is the matter? Gong Xiaobi inquired. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze averted. Nothing much. I should have sold the buns to Gao Mingxi. He would certainly pay a premium, and besides, it's forbidden to sell. Gong Xiaobi puffed out her cheeks, gazing at Qin Ming. The first test of the morning was Chinese language. Given that the exam lasted only 2 hours, there was no essay section. Qin Ming excelled in Chinese, his linguistic talent shining through as a son of the esteemed Sun family. This was also his first assessment after employing the memory palace technique. Although it was not a formal examination, Qin Ming was fully engaged, understanding that this test would gauge his learning over the past few days. Give it your all, Qin Ming. Let all those who look down upon you bow in submission. His piercing gaze swept across the test paper, exuding an aura of strength. The multiple-choice questions were straightforward, and he dispatched them with ease. After completing 15 questions, only 20 minutes had elapsed. Qin Ming resolved to tackle the easier questions first. The memorization of famous quotes, totaling 6 points, invigorated him. This was the first application of his memory palace in an exam setting. In the biography of Chu Yuan, one must express profound meanings through grand imagery. This posed a bit of a challenge. Although the memorization of famous quotes may seem like an effortless task, it is not devoid of difficulty. At the very least, it requires some intellectual engagement. Qin Ming found himself in deep contemplation, as if his mind were a palace of memories searching for the article biography of Chu Yuan. The entire text seemed to be etched in his mind, gradually resurfacing. What a delightful sensation. Is there truly any distinction from cheating? Cheating may lead to disqualification, while using one's memory does not. The smallness of the text belies its vast implications, as it deftly draws parallels between the near and the far. The subsequent lines from Returning to the Countryside and Memorial of the Pavilion at Yiyang were well within Qin Ming's grasp, yet he hesitated, fearing mistakes, and thus compared them with his mental repository. No errors were found. The reading comprehension questions posed the greatest challenge. Qin Ming felt slightly overwhelmed, but managed to finish swiftly. Indeed, it was a splendid modern text. What purpose does this paragraph serve? It serves as a bridge. Qin Ming recognized only that it acts as a transition. 20 minutes later, he thought, how am I to discern the author's intentions when describing the gloomy sky outside and the gently falling raindrops? Is it merely because it happens to be raining? What emotions does the author express? A longing for home. Surely, the author would struggle with this question. Chapter 50. Qin Ming, is there still hope for you in this endeavor? The second examination of the day was physics. Similarly, some questions had been omitted. Yet upon the first glance at the paper, Qin Ming could not help but ponder, exclaiming, the grandson sets the questions, the son supervises, and the father remains clueless. Jia Mingkai laughed uncontrollably. His previous physics score of 82, while not particularly high compared to the maximum of 110, was certainly superior to Qin Ming's. The third examination was biology. As the test commenced, old Lu distributed the papers, pacing the classroom with hands clasped behind his back. Qin Ming worked through the problems at lightning speed, his memory palace operating at peak efficiency. His thoughts flowed seamlessly, as if he had activated some cheat code, while others were still struggling. Old Lu approached Qin Ming, casting a glance at his paper and pausing momentarily. Qin Ming immediately sensed the scrutinizing gaze behind him, an unbidden pressure weighing upon him. What does that pause signify? Is he astonished by my remarkable problem-solving approach? Old Lu, you shall pay for your former arrogance. Old Lu observed Qin Ming for a while, noticing the smile gracing his lips, and could not help but furrow his brow. He then crouched down, peering into Qin Ming's desk. No cheat sheets? Qin Ming's temper flared. Old Lu, are you seriously suspecting me of cheating? What now? Have you spotted a cheat sheet? No. Then you ought to apologize, Brother Ming. Old Lu scrutinized Qin Ming's paper, captivated by the fluidity of his writing, and his expression shifted from suspicion to astonishment. This shouldn't be happening. You ought to remain silent, Old Lu. Although Qin Ming did not meet Old Lu's gaze, he accurately inferred his thoughts. Surely, they wouldn't deduct from my total score, would they? Qin Ming achieved a total score of 470 in his last examination, with a biology score of 71. However, his current performance suggests he is capable of scoring at least 80, if not more. Indeed, we, the Shaolin sect, can easily disguise a combat power of 10,000 as merely 6,000. As a senior teacher in the biology department, Old Lu possesses an acute understanding of the difficulty level of each question in the quizzes. Students at a certain academic tier ought to be able only to tackle questions appropriate for their level. An increase in difficulty should ordinarily lead to frustration or reveal significant gaps in their problem-solving approach. Yet, Qin Ming defies this expectation. In the realm of cultivation novels, he exhibits a semblance of foundational strength that transcends the ordinary. Biology, being the science most akin to the humanities, necessitates both comprehension and memorization. Qin Ming's memory is exceptional, and his understanding is not lacking by any means. No matter how one views it, a first-class high school like Yizhong is a provincial key institution, capable of producing 2 or 3 students who gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University each year. Although Qin Ming's score of 472 places him at the bottom of his class in Yizhong, where he faces risks of not being accepted into undergraduate programs, his performance would rank him among the top 10 in an ordinary county school. This reality indirectly attests to Qin Ming's competence and understanding, at the very least, when he has firmly grasped the knowledge points. The intricate twists and turns of biology questions pose no challenge for him. Consequently, biology has become the subject in which he has made the most significant strides. Second only to English, Old Lu found himself perplexed. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Gong Xiaobi and felt a jolt of realization strike him, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that Qin Ming has genuinely been studying diligently alongside Gong Xiaobi? During the class assignments, Old Lu had thoughtfully arranged for Qin Ming to sit next to her, primarily to ensure that the enthusiastic Qin Ming could provide companionship to the reclusive Gong Xiaobi, preventing his prize student from achieving excellent grades while grappling with psychological issues. In simpler terms, he intended to use the 470-point Qin Ming as a catfish to stimulate Gong Xiaobi's engagement. But what if he truly is studying? This could very well be the most remarkable maneuver of the century. Excited, old Lu departed, contemplating the feasibility of a high-achieving student assisting a struggling one. In the afternoon, mathematics and chemistry quizzes took place. In the biology office, old Lu meticulously graded the papers. Correcting Gong Xiaobi's exam was an absolute pleasure. Her handwriting was neat, her paper immaculate, and her answers flawless. She missed only one multiple-choice question and failed to provide one answer for the final question's second part. Oh. She eliminated 2 incorrect options in that choice question, but luck was not on her side. With a 50 probability, she did not select correctly. This question was indeed somewhat challenging, but alas. Gong Xiaobi consistently scores above 85 in biology, approaching the perfect score of 90. In truth, achieving above 85 in biology is the most fundamental requirement for becoming a science top student. If a student cannot score above 85, their chances of gaining admission to a 985 institution are virtually non-existent. The reason is simple. The logical thinking required in biology is not overly demanding. Rather, it tests one's memory. A poor performance in biology inevitably suggests that the student is lacking in both subjects. Consequently, excelling in mathematics and physics becomes nearly impossible. Gao Mingxi, despite being commendable, made an error on the final question. He managed to score on the problems he could tackle, but failed to gain any points on those he could not. Gao Mingxi is the type of student who remains consistently steady, achieving near-perfect scores on foundational questions and almost never losing points on moderately difficult ones, yet he scores almost nothing on high-difficulty problems. His results are impressively stable, yet they only signify reliability, with little prospect for upward advancement. Once again, I have discovered a promising talent. If 2 students from my class achieve a 985 score, it would significantly bolster my chances for a special level evaluation in a few years. The top-tier talent at Yizhong congregates in the experimental classes. There are 6 such classes in total, nearly all of which consist of prospective 985 candidates. The regular classes typically yield about one 985 student each year. If we can produce 2, that would be a remarkable accomplishment. Lao Lu felt a surge of hope for Gao Mingxi, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, he turned to Qin Ming's exam paper. Lao Lu felt a wave of tension, as if he were drawing the final card in a game of chance. As he began to grade, he noted that all the multiple-choice questions were answered correctly. All correct. Lao Lu paused momentarily, quickly flipping to the last question to discover that Qin Ming had similarly eliminated 2 incorrect options and fortuitously chosen the right one. His luck seemed slightly better than that of Gong Xiaobi. The subsequent problems yielded almost no lost points. However, on the penultimate question, Qin Ming had written an absurdly incorrect answer, clearly a guess. Whereas Gong Xiaobi had overlooked an answer, Qin Ming had neatly inscribed his response. In an instant, Lao Lu felt as though he had lost all energy. His gaze became somewhat unfocused. Qin Ming hadn't copied. During the examination, he had confirmed that Qin Ming had indeed not resorted to cheating. Now, having completed the grading, his conviction was stronger than ever. But what was happening? How could Qin Ming have made such astonishing progress in just 1 short week since the start of the term? By the scores, he even surpassed Gong Xiaobi. Has he truly leveled up? Lao Lu began to sweat profusely. Had he not learned anything in his first year of high school? At that moment, another biology teacher, Yang Zheng, noticing Lao Lu's expression, couldn't help but inquire, Lao Lu, how did your students perform on this exam? Upon hearing this, Lao Lu immediately furrowed his brow. Yang Zheng was his arch-rival, slightly older at 45. In the entire biology department at Yizhong, only he and Yang Zheng were qualified for a special level evaluation. Like a character from a fantastical novel, only one could ascend to the throne. Under normal circumstances, after the retirement of the biology department head, it would likely be one of them who would attain that status. The department head was already 56 years old. This exam did not yield ideal results. Lao Lu sighed. Although both were competing for special teaching positions, they managed to maintain a veneer of civility, avoiding any overt hostility. However, both often engaged in a quiet rivalry over the average scores of their classes, with top students forming a significant part of that competition. Yang Zheng chuckled softly. Our class didn't perform particularly well this time. No one scored full marks. Lao Lu nodded in agreement. Neither did we. The final multiple-choice question was rather challenging. Yang Zheng smiled slightly. True, but Sun Ning from our class only missed 1 question, which is commendable, wouldn't you say? Lao Lu, if he hadn't graded Qin Ming's paper, could only muster a smile and utter a vague compliment about the test, internally cursing Yang Zheng for his pretentiousness. Surely, Gong Xiaobi would perform admirably next time. However, Lao Lu unexpectedly smiled. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Huh. Yang Zheng straightened his posture, sensing an unusual indifference in Lao Lu's tone. What could this mean? Did your class have even fewer mistakes? That shouldn't be the case. If anyone had achieved a perfect score, Lu Haiyuan would have certainly revealed it by now, indicating that no one had attained full marks. Did your class achieve full marks? Yang Zheng contemplated glancing at Lao Lu's graded papers. Lao Lu smirked slightly. Not quite, but we do have a student who answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. However, they made an error in the final calculation, which I reckon should only cost them 1 point. They are merely 1 point away from a perfect score. Each multiple-choice question is worth 2 points. Yang Zheng stifled a sigh and hastily took a sip of water. Why did this by Luo Chun taste so bland? Chapter 51. Do you have superpowers? It must be Gong Xiaobi, Yang Zheng thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Back in their freshman year, Gong Xiaobi was the creme de la creme under Lao Lu's tutelage, and it was surprising to see him placed in their class for sophomore year. What incredible luck! If Gong Xiaobi scored this well, it wouldn't be surprising at all. I hope it's Gong Xiaobi, he mused. Lao Lu's expression grew conflicted. Why on earth was it Qin Ming? It wasn't Gong Xiaobi who made an error on a single-choice question and only wrote one answer for the final major problem, which should logically result in a 3-point deduction. Lao Lu was particularly meticulous about these minor details. According to his radical theories, this paltry point could eliminate a whole playground full of students, akin to Jack the Ripper in modern times. Yang Zheng was momentarily stunned, feeling even more uneasy. Which student scored that way? Is their biology performance even better than Gong Xiaobi? What about their overall score? It must be quite poor, otherwise, I wouldn't be oblivious. Lao Lu smacked his lips. Qin Ming's overall score is mediocre at best. It's neither too good nor too poor. However, this child possesses admirable character and a commendable attitude towards learning. Director Li even praised him the other day, even if Lao Lu regarded Qin Ming as inconsequential. At this moment, he had no choice but to commend him. What? Their academic performance is poor, yet their biology score is excellent? Lu Laoshi, are you forcing your students to solely study biology? Yang Zheng pondered for a while, feeling that the name Qin Ming sounded somewhat familiar. Yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Nevertheless, the fact that Lao Lu didn't mention Qin Ming's score indicated that he was likely just an average student, probably with a skewed academic focus. Such students were not uncommon at the first high school. In fact, they were quite prevalent. Some students who are severely unbalanced in their studies can score as high as 280 in comprehensive science, yet their English scores languish in the 60s, as if they were the reincarnation of a divine being. How I long for the demise of foreign influences. After the chemistry test concluded, the school day came to an end. Qin Ming, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of Dai Yuchan. Her long ponytail cascading down her back, her skin as fair as intricately carved jade. Today, she wore a long black dress that accentuated her graceful curves and revealed her snow-white ankles. She walked alone towards the school gates. Does she have no friends? Wait, why am I using the word also? After some contemplation, Qin Ming took the initiative to greet Dai Yuchan, class vice president, not for any particular reason, but because he had earned 30,000 yuan through system tasks related to her. This meant that it was highly likely that future tasks would involve Dai Yuchan as well. It was better to establish a good rapport now than to scramble for favors later. Upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, Dai Yuchan turned slightly, her steps faltering for a moment, and nodded gently. How aloof she is. Heading home, Qin Ming sought to engage in conversation while observing Dai Yuchan. By her attire, she seemed to come from a well-off family. Why would someone like her want to be my vice president? It puzzled him. I'm not the type to roam aimlessly after school. What does that even mean? Am I not just as much a recluse as anyone else? Dai Yuchan silently added in her mind, unlike you. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, as if he could precisely intercept her innermost thoughts. Are you implying that you are different from me? No. Dai Yuchan's mind protested. Are you secretly denying it? She seemed taken aback for a moment, her gaze steady as she regarded Qin Ming. Do you possess some ability to hear my thoughts? Otherwise, how would you know? Oh, how curious. If I had such powers, I would certainly unleash chaos upon the entire school. Yet, saying that feels a bit too dramatic, doesn't it? An aloof yet fervently passionate middle school heroine? How could such powers possibly exist? Really? Dai Yuchan halted, locking her gaze with Qin Ming's, her thoughts echoing. Arrogant, audacious, and irresponsibly reckless. Are you insulting me? Indeed. You claimed you could not hear my thoughts. Qin Ming exclaimed. Is it not evident? Your eyes betray you. I'm not blind. However, I do possess other abilities. Would you care to see? Dai Yuchan replied coolly. Superpowers do not exist in this world. How childish. No wonder you are such an irresponsible class leader. With a smirk reminiscent of a classic anime villain, Qin Ming thought that if this were a comic, his eyes would be shrouded in shadow. I am serious. I truly have superpowers. Dai Yuchan pondered seriously. Qin Ming did indeed feel different, as if he could genuinely read others' hearts. Could it be that he truly possesses such abilities? Sure, it's merely a touch of emotional intelligence and a hint of observational skill, adeptly discerning the nuances of your facial expressions. Prove it to me. Qin Ming chuckled, nodding as he walked. Observe my hand. It possesses extraordinary powers. Dai Yuchan glanced at his hand, which was slender and defined, undeniably attractive. However, she failed to perceive any additional merits beyond its aesthetic appeal. Yet, it was almost excessively beautiful, resembling that of a hand model. Her heart fluttered slightly. She lifted her gaze to Qin Ming. May I take a photograph? Qin Ming replied. Are you fishing for compliments, or are you just pretending? You don't genuinely believe that, do you? However, seeing Dai Yuchan's earnest expression, Qin Ming reluctantly nodded. All right, but only one shot. Otherwise, the lens will impair my superpower. Begin your performance. Dai Yuchan retrieved her phone, adjusted her angle, and focused on Qin Ming's palm, capturing a photograph. The superpower of this hand is that with a snap of my fingers, you will forget that you are a homosexual. Dai Yuchan was momentarily taken aback. Snap. Qin Ming produced a crisp snap. Dai Yuchan's cool demeanor faltered. What does that mean? Well, you have now forgotten that you are a homosexual. Dai Yuchan's mind momentarily froze. I am not a homosexual. As long as you're not a lesbian, that's fine. Otherwise, I would make you forget that you are heterosexual. I know you've forgotten now. Confusion enveloped Dai Yuchan. She couldn't recall anything. What was happening? No. Qin Ming is deceiving me. He possesses no superpower. He merely snaps his fingers and claims to erase memories. Regardless of his denial. How childish. Dai Yuchan felt a surge of irritation. Chapter 52. Pain leads to clarity. As she exited the school gates, a Mercedes-Benz C300 awaited her. Dai Yuchan strode directly towards the vehicle. TSK. The daughter of a wealthy family even has a dedicated chauffeur, Qin Ming thought enviously. However, old Qin's second-hand car was undoubtedly ill-suited for waiting at the school entrance, or else the security might wonder why a car was abandoned in the middle of the road. The driver's window descended, revealing a striking woman with cascading waves of hair and fiery red lips, resembling Dai Yuchan by about 70 to 80%. Yet her demeanor was exuberantly warm, starkly contrasting Dai Yuchan's icy disposition. Xiaochan, come here. The moment she called out, countless gazes converged upon the woman and Dai Yuchan. Dai Yuchan maintained a composed expression, seemingly oblivious to the stares, and after a moment, turned back to Qin Ming and waved, goodbye. Rascal. In an instant, attention shifted back to Qin Ming. Do you enjoy watching your father? Please pay the copyright fee. Dai Yuchan settled into the passenger seat as the Mercedes-Benz C300 glided smoothly away. Xiaochan, who was that boy just now? I observed you greeting him. Dai Yuqing recalled the tall and handsome Qin Ming, feeling a hint of curiosity. Dai Yuchan nodded, stating that it was merely a greeting, nothing significant. Is he your friend? Of course not. Dai Yuchan replied without hesitation, shaking her head. Qin Ming's social reputation was exceedingly low, his behavior too detached from humanity, bordering on the divine. In simpler terms, associating with such a person could indirectly tarnish one's own reputation. Nevertheless, I noticed you seem to have greeted him. Dai Yuqing was accustomed to Dai Yuchan's reticence. Out of courtesy, Dai Yuchan glanced at her right hand, contemplating whether to demonstrate her supernatural abilities to her sister. She dismissed the thought, deeming it too childish. Could you be gentler? You're killing me, Su Shiwening exclaimed as she watched Qin Ming vigorously rub some ointment, her breath hitching. Where there is pain, there is blockage. Your condition indicates that there is still some blood stagnation that needs to be resolved. Your father insists on giving you a massage. Qin Ming quoted Lu Fengying's sage advice. In his childhood, he had been thoroughly tormented by this very phrase. He pondered where Lu Fengying had learned her electrotherapy, administering weak electric currents to the body. A foolish salesperson claimed it could cure all ailments. When Lu Fengying returned home, she subjected herself to these electric shocks. And if he uttered a complaint, she would simply retort, where there is pain, there is blockage, and increase the voltage. Ultimately, Qin Ming even revealed his childhood bedwetting incidents. Later on, old Qin tried it himself, and after being shocked by Lu Fengying, he finally comprehended the extent of suffering endured by young Qin Ming. Salesman of the century. Let us see if your mother can withstand 10,000 volts. Are we heading to the internet cafe later? Su Shiwening's toes were round and fair, resembling plump grapes, evoking an irresistible urge to peel and taste them. What the hell, taste what? Everything you wish to taste, just take it away. Su Shiwening playfully nudged Qin Ming with her foot. Let us go. I know a fun internet cafe. I'll ride my bike and take you along. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwening's face lit up with excitement, anxiety, exhilaration, and apprehension. A whirlwind of emotions enveloping her, as if she were finally embarking on the most significant journey of her life. Should we bring self-defense weapons? Su Shiwening was filled with a sense of trepidation towards the unknown world of internet cafes, her mixed emotions sending her head spinning. Qin Ming nodded, of course. I'll grab an AK, and I'll get you a shotgun. We'll storm the internet cafe and take down the manager. Are you serious? Su Shiwening was momentarily stunned. Are you out of your mind? Qin Ming replied, exasperated. We're going to surf the internet, not to a war zone. Why would we bring weapons for self-defense? You're insane, Qin Ming. Su Shiwening's face flushed with embarrassment as she muttered, just talk to me normally. Don't joke around like that. I thought it was genuinely dangerous. Once the ointment was applied, Qin Ming assisted Su Shiwening down the stairs. If Su Shiwening and he were placed in the same middle school, her determination to venture to the internet cafe despite her injuries would undoubtedly earn her the esteemed title of a formidable sister within the class. Get in the car. Qin Ming commanded as he pushed the electric scooter forward. Today, Su Shiwening donned a white floral long dress, exposing her delicate, snow-white collarbone. Her long hair cascaded down, framing a face so exquisite it resembled a perfect creation of Nuwa. Her long eyelashes fluttered, subtly veiling her bright gaze, presenting a visage that epitomized the nation's first love. Once seated sideways, Su Shiwening felt her heart race. It seems it does not carry the scent of green oranges. Qin Ming's family has changed their laundry detergent. After quietly assessing the situation, Su Shiwening concluded that Qin Ming's mother must be quite random in her choices, selecting whichever detergent she encounters. Unlike herself, who is the type to stick with one product until the end of time, or dine at a restaurant until it inevitably closes. Shall we choose a place closer to your school, or one a bit farther? Closer, of course. It makes it all the more thrilling. Su Xuaning's tone brimmed with excitement. Damn it. Those who know might think you went online, while those who don't might assume you were off catching the principal in an affair. Then let us indulge in some esports. The main hall charges 15 yuan an hour, and the private rooms are 25. It's quite popular and reasonably priced. Su Xuaning nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Sounds good. She didn't fully comprehend, but the way Qin Ming spoke made it seem quite enticing. Do you still have money? I do. Wow, a wealthy lady. Indeed. Su Xuaning crossed her arms, grinning, after that incident. I asked my dad for quite a bit of money. After lending you 10,000, I still have a fair amount left. The mention of borrowing money reminded Qin Ming of the stock issue with Mu and Company. Did you buy the stocks? He sincerely hoped Su Xuaning had invested, for without her, he would have missed the news of the stock's rise. I did. Mu and Company. Smart. How much did you buy? Su Xuaning held up one finger. 10,000 yuan. You're ridiculously wealthy. No way. I need to search you to see how much more you have. Qin Ming thought to halt the conversation. Are you insane, Qin Ming? With so many people around, let us hurry. Su Xuaning playfully punched him twice. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, Su Xuaning couldn't help but swallow hard. Her expression filled with awe and anticipation as she gazed at the technologically advanced entrance. This was the very internet cafe that teachers often spoke of. A place where wayward students frequently ventured. In the eyes of educators, it symbolized decadence, evil, and an untouchable taboo. Now, I too will enter an internet cafe. Qin Ming. Wait for me. While lost in her daydreams, she noticed Qin Ming had already parked and entered alone, prompting her to stomp her feet in frustration. Chapter 53. Why is this game so difficult? Wow, this internet cafe may not have a grand facade, but its interior is surprisingly spacious, radiating a futuristic vibe. It's magnificent. Su Xuaning exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Upon entering the cafe, she felt no significant discomfort, and the decor provided her with a striking visual impact. Even the stereotypical odor of smoke was absent. The air, while not entirely fresh, was at least devoid of the imagined stench. Qin Ming activated two machines in the main hall. It was not that Su Xuaning was particularly concerned about what she might do in the private room. Rather, she felt that the atmosphere in the hall resonated far more with her impression of an internet cafe. As she settled into her seat and her fingers grazed the mouse, her heart raced to an exhilarating peak, a sensation akin to breaking a taboo. What do you want to play? I don't know. What can you play? Nothing really. Just play your own game. I'll just watch a movie. Su Xuaning paid little attention to the computer before her. Her eyes wandered curiously around the unfamiliar environment, the novelty of which far surpassed the allure of the machine. However, Qin Ming was a different story. This was indeed a 5080 Ti, a titan among graphics cards, and it demanded to be played to its fullest. Were it not for Su Xuaning treating, he would never have set foot in such an establishment. Today, he was determined to indulge himself. As Su Xuaning played a movie, she watched Qin Ming furiously engaged in a game, cursing and calling out to someone as if they were a child of his. A smile crept onto her lips. After about 10 minutes, feeling a bit parched, she decided to head to the front desk to select an assortment of snacks and beverages. Just as she was about to pay, a voice suddenly called out to her. Su Xuaning. Instantly, she froze, a wave of shock washing over her, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to flee. Oh no. Running into a classmate at an internet cafe, the voice belonged to a tall, slender boy with a somewhat charmingly robed demeanor. Xiaolei, hello. Oh no. How did I end up meeting the class monitor here? Xiaolei wore an expression of surprise, initially doubting his recognition, but when he fully identified Su Xuaning, disbelief washed over him. Su Xuaning actually came to an internet cafe. This is absurd. It felt akin to discovering that a normally obedient friend had been ensnared by the allure of gaming. You're here to play too? I'm with some friends. Should we join forces? Xiaolei extended an invitation. Su Xuaning was strikingly beautiful, academically accomplished, and quite popular among her peers, with many boys harboring feelings for her. Though few dared to pursue her, Xiaolei was among those few. However, the coincidence was striking. He had not planned to visit the cafe, but after persistent invites from friends, he reluctantly acquiesced. To his astonishment, he encountered Su Xuaning there. It felt like fate had conspired to bring them together. Could it be that he might experience a romantic adventure akin to those in novels, blossoming within the walls of an internet cafe? The thought alone was exhilarating. Upon returning, he resolved to treat his friends to new in-game skins. I'm sorry, but I came with my friends, Su Xuaning politely declined. Xiaolei was taken aback. You have another girl with you? Haha, that's even better. We can all play together. I'll cover your internet fees. That sounds rather troublesome. But I should check with my friend first. Not troublesome at all. Go ask. Xiaolei generously encouraged, his gaze following Su Xuaning as she limped away, catching a glimpse of her profile. In that fleeting moment, he felt his heart race. What the hell? Why was it a guy? Su Xuaning. Why are you so close to him while talking? Are there really such good people around? Qin Ming was taken aback, wondering if he was in Jeju or on the green pastures, as it seemed that everywhere he looked, there were sycophantic sheep. How delightful. Could there be more of them? I truly need some internet funds. Should we play together? Su Xuening sought Qin Ming's opinion, feeling somewhat reluctant to engage with Xia Lei. As they were currently in their own little world, the presence of others would inevitably feel a bit constricting. However, it couldn't be ruled out that Qin Ming might need teammates for gaming. If it's a collective endeavor, why not? Others had already covered their internet expenses, so fulfilling this small request was hardly a burden. With a resigned nod, Su Xuening waved at Xia Lei. Xia Lei felt overwhelmed, akin to a hapless husband who wanted to share a moment with his wife, yet had to consult others first. Was this a task for the host? Damn it. Nevertheless, as the class monitor, Xia Lei maintained his composure, calmly nodding before taking a seat beside Qin Ming, with his friend joining them as well. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's gameplay, he couldn't help but chuckle. Want to join us? I'm a diamond player, and my friend here is platinum. We want to let you down. Care to play? You guys want to drag me down? If so, I might just throw the game. Qin Ming chuckled and nodded. Sure, let us do it. The trio commenced a match. As expected, Xia Lei proved his prowess, dominating the game, while Qin Ming merely floundered, struggling to keep his head above water during the landing phase. Xia Lei swiftly racked up an impressive score, completely overpowering Qin Ming. If Su Xuening were to witness this, she might consider him quite formidable. While gaming skills do not define one's entire existence, high schoolers possess an almost foolish penchant for competition. I'm better at gaming than you, hence I'm superior. My illness is peculiar and hard to cure, which makes me better than you. My brother dares to eat anything, yours does not, thus I am better. In simpler terms, the niche champion firmly established his dominance over the others. Xia Lei smiled faintly, glancing at Qin Ming, only to be met with a sight that nearly shattered his mouse. Qin Ming's screen had dimmed as he lay sprawled on the couch, while Su Xuening was munching on a jelly treat, gently massaging Qin Ming's shoulder and continuously encouraging him. Xia Lei's patience snapped. What on earth are you two doing? Can we not focus on the game? Why is this game so difficult? Ultimately, they emerged victorious. Qin Ming forced a smile, feeling as though he was the war criminal in this match, almost deserving of execution. Yet they had won. Xia Lei's skills were indeed extraordinary. Can you take me under your wing again? Su Xuening exclaimed excitedly, promptly offering Qin Ming the jelly treat she had just unwrapped. Qin Ming, you're amazing. This doesn't seem right. Xia Lei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression frozen, internally raging. This guy can't even play properly. It was evidently I who led the way, while Qin Ming merely engaged in taunting and incessantly sending gifts. What is his prowess? Answer me. When he witnessed Su Xuening, in a fit of excitement, press a jelly treat that she had torn open with her mouth directly into his, he was utterly taken aback. Chapter 54. I promise I won't fire the first shot. Damn it. I'm done. This is pointless. I'm preparing to head home for a leap off the building. Xia Lei concocted an excuse and left immediately. Su Xuening was momentarily stunned. Why had he stopped playing? Hadn't he just won? Qin Ming pondered. Perhaps he felt that winning a game did not equate to winning at life. From now on, he might see through the superficialities of the world. I believe he will focus on his studies henceforth. Su Xuening found Qin Ming's words utterly absurd. At 6 in the evening, Qin Ming escorted Su Xuening downstairs. Her face radiated satisfaction after an exhilarating day. Not only had she visited an internet cafe, but she also encountered classmates there. More importantly, she discovered that the cafe was not the filthy, chaotic place her teachers had described, but rather had an unexpectedly orderly ambience. This indicated that the words of teachers and parents are not always truthful. The true essence of reality must be experienced firsthand. Today was the happiest day of my life. Su Xuening raised her hands high, exposing her fair underarms, beaming with joy. Qin Ming, do you have any other thrilling ideas? Share them with me, and we shall pursue them next week. I have a friend who is quite curious about the scent of your socks. Wait, you're not unlocking some bizarre trait, are you? Qin Ming felt a tinge of helplessness. It wasn't that he lacked exciting activities, but he realized Su Xuening had a low threshold for thrills. If he were to proceed gradually, they could entertain themselves for the next 2 to 3 years. He truly didn't know what to suggest. After some thought, Qin Ming suggested, if you truly wish to embrace excitement to the fullest, then perhaps you should try on Pinru's clothes. Go to hell. I can't accept that right now. You might be able to accept it in the future, right? All right. I'll remember that. Smoking and drinking? Su Xuening contemplated. Smoking is detrimental to health, so let us skip that. However, a little drink could be enjoyable. How about we have some next week? Sounds good. Qin Ming agreed without objection. Su Xuening hopped off the small vehicle. I'll buy the drinks. I'm worried you might choose something too strong. And if we end up dizzy, that would be undesirable. Nonsense. I wouldn't buy anything too strong. Qin Ming had never drunk alcohol and wasn't particularly fond of it. The thought of drinking made him somewhat anxious. Is this what Su Xuening feels? It's a bit exhilarating. What is this sensation? Upon returning home, Old Qin and Lu Fengying were already dressed and ready to attend a banquet. What are you going for? We've been waiting for you. I told you yesterday that we're dining with your third granduncle today. Qin Ming managed to brush it off with a few vague remarks. Why are we going again? I don't want to go. They're all fools. The third granduncle is the youngest brother of Qin Ming's grandfather, who, in his youth, excelled academically and settled in Jeju. He is a seasoned educator. And with a son and daughter each more accomplished than the last, he holds significant esteem in their hometown. Although grandfather Qin Ming is the eldest, and old Qin is the firstborn and the eldest grandson, during the festive occasions of tomb sweeping, it is invariably the uncles from the third uncle's household who take the lead. Such is the nature of circumstance. The wealth of others exerts an invisible pressure. For Qin Ming and old Qin, it is not merely a matter of walking ahead of the uncles from the third uncle's family. If it were possible, Qin Ming would even suspect that they would require him and his father to don masks for the ancestral rites. After a year of such dismal circumstances, what face do they have to present before their ancestors? Despite third uncle's seemingly approachable demeanor and scholarly disposition, Qin Ming would assess him as being of equal standing in terms of origin. Old Qin is his only nephew in Jizhou, and while he often invites old Qin's family to meals, it is not for the sake of familial harmony, but rather an opportunity to impart his moral lessons to old Qin and to educate Qin Ming and Qin Miao, all while indulging in a display of superiority. Therefore, Qin Ming finds him exceedingly vexing. Damn it, always calling out. Do you think I am unaware that diligent study yields good grades? If you were truly so benevolent, why not vacate your spacious residence and let me live there instead? Not a penny to spare, yet you presume to lecture. The uncles from third uncle's family are no different. Their children are of similar ilk. They either flaunt old Qin or themselves. Yet, there is no alternative. Old Qin's ordinary life, along with his children's mediocrity and his modest salary, epitomizes a classic NPC design. Such a waste not to exploit this narrative for pretentiousness. Lu Fengying furrowed her brow. No foul language. Indeed, third uncle's family leaves much to be desired. Were it not for the potential utility of Qin Ming and Qin Miao in the future, they would have long ceased their interactions. Old Qin frowned. Children should not speak this way. Go change your clothes. They have invited us to dinner. Why not attend? If you skip this time, they may not invite you again. And what about when you marry and have children? Will you not call upon them? All the gifts offered would have been for naught. Third uncle's family is truly capable of procreation. We've spent nearly 10,000 in gifts. Very well. Regardless, with my system in place and ample time, third uncle's family will eventually find themselves on the wayside. As for this evening's gathering, after much contemplation, Qin Ming decided he would attend. Some truths are best articulated by children, for their innocence allows them to speak without reservation. Qin Ming planned to voice such unfiltered thoughts. I am but a child. Beep. In poverty, one is overlooked in the bustling city, yet in wealth, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. When you achieve success, you are surrounded by well-wishers, but in decline. The backstabbing of relatives inflicts greater pain than that of business adversaries. A small lesson for the relatives nearby. Task, heart-wrenching pain. Inflict emotional damage upon those ungrateful relatives who once benefited from your kindness but now turn their backs, awarding 10,000 RMB. Upon a cursory glance at the task, Qin Ming discerned that his future self would undoubtedly encounter a similar situation. A person fears not the state of poverty or wealth, but the transition from affluence to destitution. The biting cold remarks are indeed far more painful than the icy daggers of a frigid winter. Mr. Qin drove to the Meiyuan restaurant, an establishment adorned with a sophisticated decor that exudes an antique pastoral charm, with an average expenditure of around 300 yuan per person. It is evident that the family of the third uncle is affluent. This meal would undoubtedly cost over 2,000 yuan. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Mr. Qin cast a somewhat envious glance at a sleek black BMW 530 parked nearby, its smooth body and obsidian-like finish conveying an unspoken luxury. Do you fancy BMWs? Mr. Qin rolled his eyes. Qin Ming often posed such trivial questions. Who wouldn't he appreciate them? It wasn't so much a matter of preference, but rather a fleeting sense of familiarity, as it likely belonged to the third uncle's son, who seems to be involved in the finance industry, though Qin Ming was not well versed in the particulars. Behave yourself once we enter. Eat and drink plenty, but speak little. Mr. Qin cautioned Qin Ming. I assure you, I shall not fire the first shot. Chapter 55. Uncle, please bring me 2 more boxes. That is all right. No need for your reminders. Mingzi is much more astute than you, aware of when to speak and when to remain silent. Mr. Qin opened the trunk, grumbling. I'm merely concerned that Qin Ming might say something inappropriate. Lu Fengying expressed her dissatisfaction. What inappropriate remarks? If the third uncle's family does not speak out of turn, neither will Mingzi. Fine, fine, I concede. I cannot argue with you. Qin Ming is indeed your doing. I shall raise my own son. It is none of your concern. Mr. Qin retrieved 2 bottles of Fungio from the trunk, one costing around 200 yuan. Given the dining environment, such liquor would surely not be deemed suitable. However, Mr. Qin's financial constraints dictated his choice. Such wine was something he usually refrained from consuming. After checking the location on his phone, Mr. Qin led Qin Ming into a private room named 4 Seasons Like Spring. A large wooden table capable of seating 20 awaited them. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals occupied the seats. The main position was taken by a gentleman appearing to be around 60, alongside a thin-lipped elderly lady. A young man, slightly older than Qin Ming, sat engrossed in his tablet. This was Qin Ming's cousin, who had just been accepted into a prestigious petroleum university, a formidable presence among his peers. a quintessential representation of an exemplary child. In a corner, a child of approximately 7 or 8 was completing homework. Two pairs of middle-aged couples, thanks to their good upkeep, appeared younger than Mr. Qin and Lu Fengying. As the Qin family entered the room, they were greeted with enthusiasm. Ah, Ruifeng and Fengying have arrived. Please, take a seat. Why bring something? Your third uncle can no longer drink, and your two younger brothers have driven here today, so they cannot partake either. Qin Ming appeared even more handsome than during their last encounter. The others offered lukewarm greetings, remaining firmly seated. The usually opportunistic third aunt was surprisingly cordial, perhaps owing to her rural upbringing, though her facade was evident. However, upon seeing the gifts Mr. Qin had brought, a barely perceptible smirk of disdain tugged at her lips. Observing this, Qin Ming felt a pang of discomfort. Damn it! Can we send coordinates to the three-body lord and perish together? Uncle San and Aunt San. The road was a bit congested. I apologize for arriving late today. Old Qin smiled, having noticed the smile at the corner of Aunt San's mouth. With a smiling face and apologetic words, he mentally began to sift through the family tree, curious to see whom Uncle San had taken after. Please, have a seat. Your second brother's family will be here shortly. We can order once they arrive. It's quite all right. Old Qin warmly greeted his two younger siblings. Yet they replied with tepid responses, saying little more. To Qin Ming, these uncles seemed only distantly related to him by blood. They possessed neither wealth nor power. Merely ordinary working-class lives, with two children, one an average undergraduate, the other rumored to be struggling academically, barely able to secure a place in college, offering little promise for a prosperous future. In fact, he might even require assistance from Qin Ruifeng down the line. Thus, their demeanor remained rather lukewarm. In less flattering terms, this situation could be described as sycophantic. More graciously, one might say that individuals in positions of higher status wield the power of initiative in any relationship. Currently, the initiative was evidently not in Old Qin's hands. However, Old Qin remained affable, seemingly oblivious to the dynamics, engaging in conversation with enthusiasm. Qin Ming felt somewhat reticent. He was no fool. He understood that Old Qin's relentless efforts to engage were tinged with a hint of flattery aimed at paving the way for Qin Ming and Qin Miao in the future. Thus, he remained undeterred by the cool expressions and faint smiles of his uncles and aunts. Feeling a bit parched, Qin Ming picked up a bottle of beverage and poured himself a glass. Instantly, all eyes in the room converged upon him. Who turned on the background music? No, I merely poured myself a drink. There was no need for everyone to stare at me. Damn, I forgot I was in Qingshan. One of the peculiar rules of Qingshan banquets, juniors must not drink beverages before the elders have had their fill of water. Violating this rule could lead to dire consequences before one could even establish oneself. Grandma Sen shot a glance, a hint of discontent in her eyes. Yet she smiled and said, Qin Ming, do you enjoy this drink? I must tell you, children should drink more water. These beverages contain additives and are not good for health in excess. Uncle Sen chuckled warmly. Mother, perhaps you should say less. Kids today love these drinks. A rare indulgence is harmless. Old Qin thought to himself, what do you mean a rare indulgence? I can hardly afford it. Ah, Qin Ming drinks this daily at home. He has grown fond of the flavor. Qin Ming thought, Old Qin, your pretense is rather awkward. When have I ever had this at home? Is that so? Since Qin Ming enjoys it, then server, bring another case of this drink. Let him take whatever remains. Inciting trouble, are we? At a banquet. The most dreaded individuals are those overly enthusiastic uncles and well-meaning grandmothers. While they appear to be offering assistance, every utterance only serves to stoke the flames of embarrassment, insinuating, oh dear, your child is so underfed at home that they seek to make up for it here? Even before the meal is served. They suggest that the child take the drinks home. Isn't that a veiled insult? Old Qin's expression stiffened momentarily. Qin Ming's cousin, Qin Lu, also set aside his tablet, casting a peculiar glance at the Qin Ming family trio. Why are these relatives so miserly? Qin Ming felt compelled to intervene. Uncle, let us take 3 boxes. We can't finish them all at the table, and my sister Qin Miao loves to drink them. She couldn't make it this time, but specifically asked me to send her regards. What? When will you die? Uncle Qin Zhan was taken aback by this remark. I was merely being polite. Did you really take me at my word? 3 boxes? Aren't you concerned about developing diabetes? Fine, 3 it is. If my nephew enjoys them, I'll buy you 5 or even 8 boxes. Is that possible? Then let us add 2 more boxes to that. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. I plan to use these drinks to bribe my classmates. Perhaps it will even boost my grades. Thank you, uncle. Here's a toast to you. Rest assured, when my nephew becomes successful, I will never forget your kindness. Even in death, I wouldn't spare you. Uncle took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Haha, just hearing that from my nephew is enough. He cursed inwardly. I was just being courteous, and you took it seriously? That's another 1,000 spent. And all of it on Qin Ming. This situation was infuriating. Third Aunt's face turned a shade of green, coming from a rural background. Though her children had achieved success, they remained frugal. Witnessing her son squander over 1,000 yuan in mere moments made her heart bleed, intensifying her dissatisfaction with the Qin Ming family. Chapter 56. I will thank you specifically, Qin Ming. How have your studies been lately? I've heard that the educational conditions at #1 high school aren't that great. You must not let your studies slip, after all. The least among us has a bachelor's degree. The third grandfather opened with a focus on academics. Being a seasoned educator, he understood various matters, but regarding Qin Ming, all he could discuss was his grades. Initially, he intended to extend a gesture of assistance, perhaps facilitating a transfer to the provincial experimental school. However, upon observing Qin Ming's earlier shameless demeanor, that thought swiftly vanished. He feared Qin Ming might take advantage of the situation. Third aunt quickly chimed in. Indeed, Qin Ming, your third grandfather is quite concerned about your grades. Sometimes, when he hears about your performance, he is so troubled that he can't sleep at night. Qin Ming felt a twinge of guilt. My last scores were rather average, but I believe I can achieve over 500 this time. Upon hearing over 500, cousin Qin Lu couldn't help but glance at Qin Ming. It's merely a standard undergraduate score. A place in the 211 universities seems unlikely. This cousin is a bit lacking. Qin Lu couldn't refrain from commenting. Scoring over 500 can secure a spot in an ordinary undergraduate program. But selecting particularly coveted majors will be challenging. Qin Ming, you still need to put in more effort. Yes, I will strive for that. If you find yourself lacking study materials, feel free to come to me. I still have plenty after my college entrance examination. All right, thank you, Brother Lu. No need for such formalities. We are all like family here. Though Qin Lu is merely 2 years older than Qin Ming, this eagerness to impart wisdom gives him a sense of maturity and satisfaction. Qin Ming, which university do you aspire to attend? Inquired the charming aunt with a smile. Such gatherings are often dominated by discussions of work and children's academic performance. The top-performing and the underperforming students are invariably juxtaposed, leading to conversations that could last an entire day. Why not just end my misery and excite everyone? Within the province, perhaps Qingshan University or Ocean University would suffice. Qin Ming, unfazed, felt his foundational knowledge firmly rooted with the aid of his memory palace. As long as he remained stable over the next 2 years, gaining admission to a 985 university should not pose a significant challenge. The room erupted in surprise, yet skepticism prevailed. Uncle San, embodying the voice of experience, remarked, "What? Those 2 institutions are both 985. You are still young. Do not aim too high. It is imperative to remain grounded. If your goal is too distant, it loses significance. You should set a more attainable objective. Indeed, gaining admission to a 985 university is not as straightforward as you might imagine. You must rank among the top 10,000 in the province to have any hope, and even then, selecting a good major is not guaranteed." After a moment's pause, Qin Lu felt a tinge of disdain. During his second year of high school, he too believed that a score above 600 would secure him a place in a 985 university. However, only after the actual examination did he realize the vast competition that exists. To be admitted to a 211 university is already a remarkable achievement. Those who can attend a 985 have been adorned with accolades since childhood. Qin Lu looked at Qin Ming and said, "You are underestimating the situation, Qin Ming. While 985 universities within the province may be slightly easier to enter than those outside, you must achieve a score of at least 630, which is quite challenging. I suggest you first set your sights on a 211 institution in the province. Once your grades improve, you can gradually adjust your aspirations. Yes, Qin Ming, you must not aim too high. Can't you see Qin Ming is joking? I recall my brother mentioning that Qin Ming only scored a little over 400. Getting into even a bachelor's program seems precarious. Rest assured, Xiao Ming, I believe in your ability to secure a place in a bachelor's program. Why are you targeting old Qin? What have I done? Is my score of 472 a problem for you? Must you force me to lose my mind right here?" Qin Ming smiled calmly. "I believe my grades are quite satisfactory. I wish to broaden my horizons. I would rather not settle for the provincial 211. Either aim for 985 or venture beyond the province." Qin Lu's expression shifted dramatically, for within the province, the only 211 university is the Petroleum University. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting me to my face? Qin Ming raised his glass of beverage. Nonetheless, Brother Lu, I truly appreciate your advice. I find the concept of incremental goals quite valuable. I intend to implement it, and when my grades improve next time, I will be sure to thank you specifically. I will specifically seek you out to flaunt my superiority. Qin Lu nodded stiffly in agreement. They continued to discuss their academic achievements for a while. The third grandfather's family soon realized that Qin Ming was akin to a nonstick pan, effortlessly deflecting all responsibility onto others. It was as if he bore no blame whatsoever. He confidently asserted that he would undoubtedly achieve commendable results in the upcoming monthly examination. Naturally, the third grandfather's family was skeptical. The third grandfather even chuckled, suggesting he would verify Qin Ming's claims with a phone call to the teacher when the time came. Qin Ming smiled silently and retreated to a corner to assist his younger cousin with his studies. The second uncle's family also arrived. The third grandmother, whether intentionally or inadvertently, neglected to let old Qin order the dishes. After placing an entire table's worth of orders herself, she fell silent. At this moment, Qin Ming felt somewhat perplexed. This was not the intensity he expected from the third grandfather's family. It was nothing like the novels he had read. Shouldn't they be mocking old Qin mercilessly, relegating him to a table with dogs, serving him mere scraps to dismiss him, and ultimately laughing derisively while he emerged to flaunt his success? Why was it so harmonious instead? How was he to fulfill his task under such circumstances? Although Qin Ming had laid down some subtle hints earlier, he remained uncertain of their effectiveness. It would be best to accomplish his mission at the dining table. Brother, how has work been lately? Still dabbling in stocks? The second uncle, who worked in finance, was aware of old Qin's penchant for stock trading, albeit on a modest scale, often incurring more losses than gains. Old Qin appeared somewhat disheartened. Let us not even talk about it. The stock market is truly unpredictable. I have no idea what is going on. Everything I bought has plummeted. I've lost quite a bit over the past 6 months. The third grandmother immediately chuckled. Rui Fong, you could ask your third brother for some advice. He has made quite a fortune trading stocks. We are family, so there is no need to be modest. Mom, you're exaggerating again. My stock trading has only yielded minor profits. I haven't earned much at all, maybe just over 100,000 this year, which isn't significant. And the risks are too high. Over 100,000? Old Qin was taken aback. Third brother, impressive. You managed to make over 100,000 in this market? The second uncle beamed with pride. I have a relatively large principal amount. The stocks I purchased haven't surged dramatically, but with a larger capital. The probability of profit increases. Nevertheless, the risks remain substantial. My main focus now is on risk management, opting for more stable stocks. As soon as he finished speaking, the second uncle turned to old Qin. Would you like me to recommend a stock? I believe it may see a significant rise in a couple of days. At least a few points. Now that is what a true A-share investor would say. A few points would be a considerable increase. Old Qin replied. He took out his phone, opened the stock trading app, and handed it to the second uncle. The second uncle glanced at old Qin's portfolio and was instantly taken aback. Wait, brother, how are you managing such a substantial sum now? You're nearing 70,000 in capital. Chapter 57. Confucius, come forth to vanquish evil. Upon hearing this, the others were equally astonished. They quickly checked and, upon confirming its authenticity, expressed their amazement. They were aware of old Qin's family situation. While not impoverished, they were certainly not wealthy. Old Qin was typically quite prudent, dabbling in stocks with only a few thousand as his capital, so this sudden leap to 60 or 70,000 was genuinely shocking to them. Is it possible that old Qin hopes to turn his fortunes around through stock trading? What a fanciful dream, frowned third uncle. Brother, why did you purchase so many shares of Miyuan Foods? Their earnings report is due on Tuesday, and the industry generally holds a pessimistic view regarding their operations over the past year. There's a high probability their stock will decline. If you were to buy, it would be wiser to do so after the report is released. Is that true? Old Qin felt a twinge of panic. Although the money wasn't his, he was more concerned about his son's funds. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Third uncle held old Qin's phone, worth over 1,000, with a hint of disdain in his voice. Brother, if you haven't studied this thoroughly, you shouldn't place such substantial bets. If you incur losses, it could amount to your salary for 2 months in just one day. Indeed, Rui Fong, you ought to be more grounded. Stock trading carries risks, and you should heed your third brother's advice. He wouldn't wish you harm, would he? If Qin Ming fails to gain university admission, he will marry soon, and you should set aside some funds for his bride price. Don't be swayed by tales of others who became wealthy through stock trading and think you can do the same. I told you not to buy? It's all Qin Ming's fault. Old Qin hastily defended himself. The shares of Miyuan Foods were all Qin Ming's idea. They have little to do with me. This money is his, and I believe I should respect his wishes. If he wants to play, let him play. Old Qin began to shift the blame. Losses could be endured, but he would never bear the title of old leak. What leaks? We are investors. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense. Are you joking? Isn't Qin Ming still in high school? How could he possibly understand stocks? Moreover, where did he get the money? 60,000? What ordinary child has 60,000 yuan? Qin Ming, is that true? Qin Ming nodded, not denying it. It's true. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The boy was indeed playing a high-stakes game. While the capital might not be substantial, Qin Ming was merely a high school student without any earning capacity. You invested 60,000 in BYD? Have you lost your mind? No one inquired about the source of Qin Ming's funds, respecting the privacy of a child. Yet, they speculated that it probably wasn't he acquired through honorable means. Otherwise, how could Qin Rui Fong have kept it hidden for so long? Third grandfather's face turned serious. Qin Ming, at your age, how can you engage in stock trading? Your focus should be on your studies. Rui Fong, Fengying, how could you allow Qin Ming to be involved with such matters? What kind of education are you providing? He insisted on playing, so you let him? Third grandmother seized the opportunity to criticize, her expression stern. To her, Qin Ming, being a high school student, surely lacked knowledge about stocks. He likely had a small sum of money, merely seeking to impress his parents. Old Qin was drenched in sweat. Yes, brother. How did Qin Ming suddenly acquire so much money? I'm not entirely sure. It seems he earned a bit from some venture. You must keep a close watch on him. I've been reading the news lately. Many children fall victim to scams, such as through fake orders. Scams. If Qin Ming isn't deceiving others, old Qin would be counting his blessings. Old Qin found himself in an even more awkward predicament, akin to being pointed at by a multitude. In Qingshan province, when a child encounters difficulties, it is invariably the parents who face scrutiny first. Clearly, there must be an issue with your educational approach. From the perspective of the third uncle's family, Qin Ming has undoubtedly gone astray. Poor academic performance, lack of manners, a frivolous attitude, and even a mysterious large sum of money. All these attributes mark him as if possessed by a demon in Qingshan province. Confucius, where art thou to exorcise this evil? Old Qin forced a smile. We have always been quite strict in our education of Qin Ming. However, the money is his own. He can do as he pleases. As parents, we cannot walk every step of his journey for him. That is not correct. The third uncle immediately countered. Parents are a child's first teachers. You should guide him onto the right path. If you allow him to act recklessly, how much money do you think you will have left for him to squander in the future? Exactly. I treat my son Qin Lu in the same manner. Whatever he desires, I procure for him. Whatever he wishes to eat, I prepare. However, there is one rule. He must never act out of line. If he does, he will struggle to find opportunities in society, for leaders will not regard him favorably. The eldest son of the third uncle interjected. Qin Lu, his child, is a quintessential Qingshan province boy, polite and articulate. He waits for adults to be seated before eating, observes whether elders are serving themselves before offering dishes, serves tea to elders, lowers his glass and toasts, and humbly deflects praise when his parents commend him. He is a stark contrast to Qin Ming. Old Qin felt as though he might shatter. Qin Ming was on the verge of laughter. Uncle, are you training a dog for the capitalists? I will only hire someone like Brother Lu in the future and work him to the bone. The third uncle began to educate Qin Ming. You too? At such a young age, how can you dabble in stocks? Wait until you reach university before engaging in such matters. Right now, your priority should be to improve your family's living conditions or save for your own future. All right, Qin Ming acknowledged, taking in the advice. The third uncle retrieved his phone. Let me recommend a few stocks for you. Even if you don't make much profit, you won't incur significant losses. Consider it your foray into financial management. Oh, no, thank you, uncle. Qin Ming quickly waved his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak some truth, leaving their belief in it to fate. Uncle, I believe that Miyuan Company's stock will surely rise. The third uncle chuckled. What gives you such an impression? I have kept an eye on this stock. Their financial report for the year is unlikely to be favorable. Qin Ming did not counter. Perhaps. The third uncle lit a cigarette, smiling helplessly. All right, has this kid's fever made him lose his senses? His intent was not to dissuade Qin Ming, but rather to showcase his expertise. Otherwise, he would have gone to great lengths to urge Qin Ming to sell those stocks quickly, lest he be left holding the bag. After all, there is no point in discussing with a child who cannot comprehend sensible advice. So be it. Each person has their destiny. Qin Ruifeng is faced with such a son. His life seems to have reached its conclusion. Qin Lu cast a curious glance at Qin Ming. Chapter 58. Uncle, are you asleep? A high school student engaged in stock trading? I've heard of it, but never witnessed it. My roommate dabbles in it. Every day, he clutches his phone with a meager capital of 3,000, dramatically declaring, today, I raked in the old stock XX. Or hee, today I bought a bottle of cola. You know, and got sliced for 2 buns, etc. Nevertheless, overall, he still incurs losses. Therefore, he does not believe that Qin Ming, a non-professional, could make a profit. Why bother to argue with him? With a mere score of over 400 in his finals, he dares to dream of entering a prestigious university like 985. Dreaming is harmless enough. Dad, could you please pass me the stuffed eggplant? Qin Ming continued to indulge in the feast. As for social niceties, he simply enjoyed his meal, disregarding the fish head and the toasts, diving straight into the fray with reckless abandon. Old Qin could not maintain his composure, his expression slipping. How can you still be eating? He forced a smile. All right, that's enough. When we get home, I'll treat you to dragon meat. Ha ha. Lu Fengying laughed heartily in the car. Just now, when the third brother saw Qin Ming carrying the drinks, his face turned green. I truly admire him. He just loves to show off. With a bit of money, he likes to put on airs. That's how he has always been. It's been years. When he came, didn't he insist that you two sit in his BMW while he drove back alone? Old Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. This meal was somewhat satisfactory, especially since Qin Ming had taken on a significant portion of the burden. The youngest, Qin Ming, had indeed brought 5 boxes of jam drinks, each costing 200. Although such behavior might tarnish the perception of Old Qin's parenting, in Qin Ming's case, it bolstered his reputation. Old Qin glanced at the rearview mirror. Qin Ming, regarding the stock issue your third uncle mentioned, do you want to heed his advice? I reckon he is somewhat of a professional. He made over 100,000 solely from trading stocks in half a year, which is a bit more impressive than your father. Qin Ming lowered his head. Engrossed in his phone, I won't listen. Even if Warren Buffett himself came, I wouldn't budge. I only invest in Muyuan, and even if I lose everything, I will stick with it. All right then. Old Qin did not press further, merely responding with sarcasm. You do have some nerve, invoking Buffett. What if, in the future, Mingzi has a chance to dine with Buffett? Just don't forget your father. Such vanity, Old Qin. You wouldn't be thinking of posting 100 moments on social media, would you? Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Qin Ming felt a tinge of anxiety, as he had not completed his task. Although the third uncle's family displayed an element of deliberate pretentiousness, the scene did not devolve into a full-scale assault on old Qin. Qin Ming could not afford to explode in frustration. The crux of the matter lay in the system task, ominously titled heart-wrenching pain. As the name suggests, it demanded a significant emotional blow to their spirits to succeed. A thought crossed Qin Ming's mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Thankfully, I still have a backup plan, though I am uncertain if it will fulfill the task. Qin Zhan drove the new BMW, speeding down the road, with the trees on either side swiftly retreating to form a continuous line. Son, have you spotted your brother yet? Young as he is, he harbors grand ambitions, but lacks the skills. He aspires to soar before even learning to walk. You must not emulate him. Qin Zhan recalled the 5 boxes of drinks that Qin Ming had taken, filling him with ire. Did you really take them? Playing tricks with your uncle? You cleared the trunk before coming, didn't you? Indeed, Auntie Sin quickly nodded, turning to Qin Xiang. Son, look at how disobedient your brother is. Your uncles are utterly embarrassed. You must always be polite to others. Qin Xiang blinked, then suddenly exclaimed, I think Brother Ming is quite wonderful. He helped me with my homework today. He is really impressive. Impressive, my foot. Scoring just over 400, he won't even make it to college. He is not as good as Qin Miao. Qin Xiang protested. Dad, I won't allow you to speak ill of Brother Ming. He truly is talented. He can solve problems that I can't. What? That kid did your homework for you. Auntie Sam was a bit angry. What did I tell you? You must do your own homework. Don't let others do it for you. What assignments did he do? Startled, Qin Xiang whispered, just Chinese and English, but Brother Ming didn't he do too much. He only did a few. That is unacceptable. If you let others do your homework again, I'll break your hands. What was it? Idiom, fill in the blank. Auntie Sin quickly flipped through, and upon seeing it, her nose nearly crinkled in fury. 5 flowers and 8, blank. Qin Ming had filled in with blocks. Are you buying meat here? Hi, blank, without. Qin Ming had written high and untroubled. Clearly, he was carefree. What infuriated Auntie Sin the most was that Qin Ming had filled in surprise, blank, loss, blank, with surprise oil loss pa. Did he even have a dialect accent? After hearing this, Auntie San and Uncle San were instantly enraged. What a disgrace. How could our family produce such a child? Do you have any idea how to educate a child? Huh, I didn't know. Qin Ming actually taught children such things? Rest assured, I will certainly discipline him severely. This is outrageous. After returning home, Lao Qin was bewildered by the furious shouts of Qin Zhan and his wife. Once he grasped the whole story, he was equally dumbfounded, his anger surging to new heights. That night, he and Lu Fenging summoned Qin Ming, giving him a severe reprimand. Is that any way to teach a child? Thankfully, the child is still young and knows nothing. Qin Ming was drenched in sweat, hastily calling Qin Zhan to apologize, which finally quelled their anger. In truth, Qin Ming was secretly amused, for having once been kind to them, yet now facing the betrayal of ungrateful relatives. 1,000 points of emotional damage were inflicted, reward, 10,000 RMB. Completed. The once depleted treasury was suddenly replenished. Qin Ming set an alarm and fell into a deep slumber. At 3 in the morning, the jarring sound of the alarm woke him, and the wave of fatigue made it nearly impossible for Qin Ming to open his eyes. However, Qin Ming, despite battling drowsiness, opened his phone and promptly dialed his great-uncle's number. On the first attempt, there was no answer. On the second, the call was abruptly terminated. On the third try, the call was answered. A voice, tinged with suppressed irritation, came through the line, suggesting he had been roused from a peaceful slumber. Hello, who is this? Qin Ming, on the verge of sleep, felt a surge of excitement at the task ahead. It's me, Great-Uncle Qin Ming. Didn't you say you'd be restless upon hearing my results? Are you asleep now? Chapter 59. What makes you different? Qin Hongbang was aware of Qin Ming's lack of decorum, but he never anticipated such a blatant display of rudeness. At 3 in the morning, he was being asked whether he was awake. Why do you bother me with such a question? Do you truly believe I would sleep soundly after your call? It's akin to visiting a neighbor and seeing them enjoying dumplings. They offer you some out of courtesy, and you consume 3 bowls, only to turn and find them eating instant noodles. This kid should not be trifled with in the future. Great uncle, please take care of your health. Don't let my results wear you down. I assure you I will perform better next time. What kind of beast calls me at 3 in the morning? Who could possibly ruin my health like this? Enough, get some sleep. In a fit of anger, Qin Hongbang hung up, his lips sweetened with honey for a while before he begrudgingly attempted to return to slumber. Qin Ming placed his phone on the bedside table, lying back with a look of satisfaction. Had it not been for the backup plan he devised regarding Qin Xiang's homework, completing the arduous task would have been impossible. This early morning greeting undoubtedly expedited his great-uncle's awakening. Today was Sunday, with only an English test scheduled for the morning, allowing him to arrive at school by 8 without the need for early study sessions. Consequently, Qin Ming indulged in a brief nap until 6, rising to continue his running regimen. The side quest to enhance his energy levels was nearing the completion of its initial phase, eliciting a sense of exhilaration within him. Upon returning to school, as soon as Qin Ming settled into his seat, he sensed an unsettling gaze directed at him from behind. Damn it, it's Zhou Shui, isn't it? Qin Ming spun around abruptly, confirming that Zhou Shui was indeed fixated on him. What do you intend to do, Zhou Shui? Zhou Shui, caught off guard by his sudden turn, flustered and hastily turned the pages of her book. When people find themselves in a state of anxiety, they often appear overly busy. Surely the class monitor didn't notice I was watching him, did they? No, I wasn't observing him at all. With so many people in front of me, why would he think I was looking at him? Is he really that conceited? He shouldn't be. Am I truly that memorable in your thoughts? Qin Ming sat in Jia Mingkai's seat, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Shui. Startled, Zhou Shui quickly waved her hands, a look of innocence on her face. No. How could that be? I wasn't looking at you at all. Qin Ming fell silent for a moment. Given Zhou Shui's denial, he found it challenging to respond, especially since he could not reveal Chen Wenjing's involvement, lest Zhou Shui view him through a distorted lens. Qin Ming pondered for a moment before breaking into a sudden smile. You know, I actually am that. That is which? Zhou Shui was momentarily taken aback, but as soon as she caught sight of Qin Ming's expression, she quickly covered her mouth, unable to suppress a quiet exclamation. Really, class monitor? I sensed it from the very beginning, which is why I based my character on you. Are you kidding me? Where do I resemble that? Zhou Shui's remark about sensing it from the start carried tenfold more weight than her admission of inspiration. Qin Ming was utterly speechless. I truly implore you, could you refrain from messing with me? Do you realize that I rearranged your seating? I was worried others might bully you, which is why I had you sit with Chen Wenjing. He wouldn't harass you, after all. Fine then. Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret. He should have been firmer with Zhou Shui. Thank you, class monitor. Don't you like it? Do I appear to be particularly fond of it? Qin Ming gritted his teeth. What difference does it make to me? I apologize, I thought. Don't presume anything. Oh, I'm so sorry. I promise not to write about you anymore. Zhou Shui quickly apologized, her expression sincere. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Qin Ming's anger dissipated. After all, she was merely a disabled little fan of literature. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? Is that all? Zhou Shui believed her apology lacked sincerity, so she pondered. How about I give you some money? How much? Goodness, isn't that just bullying? I'm the class monitor. How could I do such a thing? However, if Qin Ming were to accept money, it would be entirely reasonable, as Zhou Shui compensating him would qualify as emotional damages. I don't want money. Think of another way to apologize. You wouldn't want your classmates to discover your indiscretions, would you? Qin Ming smirked, displaying a classic expression. Money is out of the question. Zhou Shui rubbed her forehead, finding it somewhat challenging. She was also concerned about Qin Ming divulging the incident. Although it was likely that his reputation would suffer more, she too would not emerge unscathed. How about I change the protagonist to Jia Mingkai? Brilliant. Send it to me once you finish. All right. The English test had no listening or composition sections. As Qin Ming scanned the paper, he was taken aback. He had never before encountered an English exam so astonishingly simple. It was akin to reading a primary school language test. While some obscure words appeared, their meanings could easily be discerned from the context. After completing the test, Qin Ming realized that the English teacher had indeed been correct. Memorizing vocabulary rendered the grammar discussions irrelevant. Memorization was all that was required. Hey, Qin Ming, let me share a secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone. Jia Mingkai leaned in mysteriously to whisper in Qin Ming's ear. What is it? I feel that Zhou Shui has a bit of a crush on me. Jia Mingkai's face reddened as he uttered these words. No way, really? Qin Ming feigned surprise. But inwardly, he was overjoyed. Old Jia, you are quite unfortunate in Zhou Shui's mind. Jia Mingkai chuckled, giving Qin Ming a playful pat on the shoulder. Of course it's true. Your ordinary self cannot possibly comprehend my father's charm. Let me tell you, when I arrived in class today, Zhou Shui greeted me with such enthusiasm. Aside from Gong Xiaobi, has any other girl in the class ever approached you so warmly? Qin Ming shook his head, stifling a laugh. No, but having Bai Baichan is more than enough. Gong Xiaobi was still tidying up her stack of books, having spent several minutes on the task without finishing. There were so many. In reality, she had been attentively listening to Jia Mingkai and Qin Ming's conversation. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, a warmth spread through her heart, and a faint smile graced her lips. Jia Mingkai felt a twinge of jealousy. All right, Gong Xiaobi indeed surpasses most girls in our class. However, that does not diminish the significance of other girls' greetings. Just consider, why did Zhou Shui choose to greet me instead of others? It must mean she values me. His friend, still thinking it was a good thing, added. I hope you can handle the truth when it comes to light. Jia Mingkai excitedly rambled on, preparing to add Zhou Shui as contact information for a deeper conversation. Chapter 60. 60 seconds is the limit for voice messages, not for old Qin. Gong Xiaobi finally finished packing her bag and glanced nervously at Qin Ming, asking, Are you coming to my house this afternoon? Gong Xiaobi's aunt wished to invite Qin Ming for dinner due to the assistance regarding Zhang Shu's financial difficulties. A few days prior, Gong Xiaobi had mentioned it. Qin Ming nodded. I'll come. See you this afternoon. Is that all right? Gong Xiaobi beamed. I'll wait for you then. Damn, how sweet. Why do Bai Baichan's lips shimmer like jelly? Is she wearing some lip gloss? I can't help but want to taste them. Qin Ming decisively shook his head. No way. If I directly asked that, it would reveal my true nature, right? No. That would be considered sexual harassment, and then I'd be in serious trouble. Send me your address when you get home. Okay. Once home, Qin Ming decided to buy a few gifts. Since he was visiting someone else's home, basic etiquette must be observed. Bringing a gift could not only enhance goodwill, but also quickly bridge the gap between them. Choosing a gift requires careful consideration. One must avoid overly extravagant gifts, which might come across as overly eager, as well as personal items like clothing that could be too intimate. The most appropriate gift is always one that conveys respect and practicality. Qin Ming pondered. He recalled Gong Xiaobi mentioning that her aunt was not in the best of health and had been a homemaker. Thus, he decided to purchase 2 boxes of a jiao. Whether a jiao is effective may be debatable, but in the realm of health products, its reputation is certainly substantial. For a middle-aged woman from a modest background, it would be an exceptional gift. Gong Xiaobi's uncle, rumored to be a veteran, also suffered injuries. Qin Ming resolved to gift him 2 boxes of medicinal wine. The sentiment remains unchanged. The utility of the gesture is secondary. However, as long as it is delivered according to the requirements, one is assured of avoiding any missteps. It is essential not to overlook the child. There is also a younger cousin of Gong Xiaobi who is currently in junior high school. Perhaps I should consider sending him a set of practice papers? No, that seems rather excessive. Alternatively, I could contact Leo to procure a couple of wild Ultraman figures for him, as children typically adore such gifts. After all, I still have some connections within the M78 Nebula. On second thought, bestowing such an extravagant gift upon a young lad might lead him astray. Perhaps 2 sets of extracurricular books would suffice. While the child may not necessarily appreciate them, the parents would undoubtedly be pleased. Arriving at the mall, Qin Ming selected 4 boxes of premium jiao, spending over 3,000, followed by 4 boxes of a certain medicinal liquor, incurring an additional 2,000. I shall not allow others to possess what old Qin and Lu Fengying do not. After leaving my address and contact information, Qin Ming proceeded to Xinhua bookstore, where he chose a copy of Don Quixote and The Little Prince for his cousin Gong Xiaobi. Both were books he had read in his youth, regarded as seminal works for adolescents, at the very least wholesome in content, unlike the likes of 100 Years of Solitude or Brothers, which Qin Ming initially mistook for reputable literature, akin to the deceptive allure of a legitimate cover concealing something unsavory. Not long after returning home, Gong Xiaobi sent him her location, Jindu Garden, a mere 3 kilometers from Jinxiu Huafu, with the first high school nestled in between. No wonder he had not encountered Gong Xiaobi on the way from school previously. Qin Ming, okay. Buzz, his phone vibrated. Gong Xiaobi, classmate, do you have any favorite dishes? Qin Ming, how about flavorful eggplant? Anything else is fine. Qin Ming was cautious not to jest with Gong Xiaobi regarding this matter, for she might take him seriously. If he were to see 4 pounds of lobster on the dining table, he would genuinely consider self-termination. Gong Xiaobi, the eggplant has already been purchased. Is there anything else you enjoy? Already bought. Well done, Gong Xiaobi. You've been discreetly inquiring about my preferences, haven't you? Have you been observing me all along? Qin Ming, just prepare some simple home-cooked dishes. By the way, will it be you or your aunt who cooks? Gong Xiaobi, I'll make a little, and my aunt will handle the rest. Ah, a charming little chef. A friend of mine has expressed fondness for that. Gong Xiaobi sent another message. What time are you coming? Should I expect you earlier? Young lady, why should I come early just because you request it? I shall not. Qin Ming, since it's dinner, I'll arrive at 3 o'clock. Gong Xiaobi, so early? I understand. I will come to fetch you. What sort of comment is that? 3 o'clock is hardly early. It's merely an hour ahead of the usual time. In the afternoon, just before stepping out, Qin Ming carried 2 boxes of a jiao, 2 boxes of medicinal liquor, and tucked 2 books under his arm, contemplating the auspicious number of 8. Consequently, he sent a message to old Qin. Qin Ming, Dad, I heard you coughing in the hallway last night. You should smoke less from now on. Upon reading the message, old Qin felt a moment of surprise, but his heart swelled with emotion. Reflecting on the recent transformations in Qin Ming's life, from purchasing meals to acquiring clothing, and now diligently waking early for exercise and burning the midnight oil for study, old Qin could not help but feel that his son had truly matured. He has begun to empathize with the hardships of his parents and understands the importance of striving for his own future. What a good son. Yesterday, I should not have scolded you. Thus, he hastily sent a reply. Son, you have finally grown up and are considering your father's feelings. I will heed your words and smoke less. The phone buzzed with a response from Qin Ming almost instantaneously. Upon reading the message, old Qin felt a surge of anger. Qin Ming replied, All right, Dad. Since you will smoke less, I will take the 2 packs of Furong Wang from home. Oh dear. Old Qin attempted to call, but Qin Ming resolutely declined the call. Old Qin was far too polite, even going so far as to thank Minggu over the phone. Shortly thereafter, old Qin's chat window displayed 2 60-second long voice messages. This was the limit of the voice function, not of old Qin's patience. When Qin Ming arrived at Jindu Garden, it was only 2:55. How strange. Why was the driver so swift? Surely, couldn't he have arrived early? Qin Ming had always been punctual. If he had plans with friends at 6 o'clock, he would typically arrive by 5:50. If others were late, he would mentally assign them a negative evaluation and ensure that he arrived equally late next time. After unloading the gifts, he was about to call Gong Xiaobi to inquire about which building his aunt lived in. However, as he looked up, he was astonished to see Gong Xiaobi running towards him. Goodness, is it really this hot? Am I hallucinating? Why did you arrive so early? It was only upon her speaking that Qin Ming realized she had come even earlier than himself. Yet, why was she waiting at the entrance of the community? Couldn't she have waited at the bottom of the building after he entered? Or simply stayed at home to welcome him in? It seemed there was no significant issue with either option. However, she chose to wait at the entrance, unaware of how long she had been there. Qin Ming's feelings became a bit complicated. Chapter 61. Eyes. Did you enjoy it? His gaze caught a sheen of fine sweat on Gong Xiaobi's forehead. How long have you been waiting? About 10 minutes, she replied, raising a finger with a look of genuine delight. Dressed in an oversized short-sleeve shirt, it appeared she intentionally concealed her alluring figure. Her cheeks were a rosy hue as if touched by a delicate blush, and her exquisite collarbone shone with a luminous whiteness. 2 strands of long, dark hair habitually fell before her chest, constantly proclaiming the stunning beauty inherent to youth. Upon seeing the gifts Qin Ming had purchased, her mouth fell slightly open in surprise. You bought so many things, classmate. It's not too many, I suppose. After all, it's my first visit, and it wouldn't be appropriate to come empty-handed. Thus reflects the innate gifting instinct engraved in the bones of Qingshan people. Gong Xiaobi felt a flush of embarrassment as she discerned the implications in Qin Ming's words. Akin to a boyfriend making his inaugural visit to his partner's family, an occasion that necessitated a display of decorum, ensuring no shame befall the woman. She promptly assisted Qin Ming by carrying half of the items. As she bent down, Qin Ming lifted his gaze, and in an instant, an overwhelming heat surged through his nostrils, causing him to erupt in a nosebleed. What on earth? He mentally exclaimed. Why is my nose behaving so absurdly? The nose retorted. Blame your eyes for their indiscretion. The eyes countered. Did you enjoy the view? Indeed, Qin Ming admitted to feeling somewhat taken aback. Ah, you are bleeding. Gong Xiaobi gasped in shock upon witnessing Qin Ming's sudden nosebleed. After hastily attending to the bleeding, she realized the reason behind it, her face flushing like a fiery cloud. Surely, he had stolen a glance. Yet, she reassured herself that Qin Ming was not the type to be furtive. It was merely an accidental sighting. It was her own choice of attire that was at fault. Indeed, having a generous bosom brought its own set of troubles. Gong Xiaobi's cool little hand rested upon Qin Ming's forehead, recalling a remedy from her childhood. My hand is cool. Allow it to soothe you. The sensation was indeed refreshing. Smooth as jade, Qin Ming tilted his head back, and after a prolonged moment, the bleeding finally subsided, clearing his throat. He felt compelled to clarify that he was not a lecherous person and had not intentionally peered inappropriately. The angle had simply aligned fortuitously, leaving him no recourse. However, he pondered that such an explanation might seem overly contrived. A gentleman observes actions, not intentions. If he had not meant to see it, yet had, would it not tarnish his reputation? Regardless, Gong Xiaobi pretended to be oblivious, so he could feign the nosebleed as an accident. I often suffer from nosebleeds. I experienced quite a significant one last night, so please, do not take offense. Really? Gong Xiaobi inquired, somewhat reassured, as she found Qin Ming's words mostly credible. He continued to embellish. Of course, it's a common occurrence for men a few days each month. What if you suddenly bleed in class? Gong Xiaobi asked, her concern evident. Shouldn't you visit a doctor? Visit a doctor? What if they diagnose me with late-stage color cancer? How would I treat that? It's unnecessary. I won't perish from it. However, you might consider keeping extra tissues handy in case I have an episode. All right, understood. Gong Xiaobi nodded vigorously. Yes, tissues at the ready. I shall continue to soothe your forehead in the future. Suddenly, she added, with my hand. Haha, thank you, that is quite effective. With a click, Fu Huanjuan opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Gong Xiaobi leading a tall and handsome young man, laden with gifts, instantly lighting up her face with a warm and astonished smile. There was no doubt about it. Qin Ming possessed an appearance that could easily score an 8 out of 10. His figure was tall and upright, devoid of flamboyant attire or unruly hair. He greeted her with a graceful confidence, addressing her as auntie, devoid of the typical nervousness displayed by ordinary children. Fu Huanjuan felt a twinge of surprise, particularly as Qin Ming exuded a striking sense of contrast. In terms of appearance, Qin Ming embodies the characteristics of an honest, intelligent, clever, and composed child. How could such a child possibly dare to report on his peers in front of the principal? Astonishingly, he even brought gifts. Fu Huanjuan was somewhat taken aback. At such a young age, he certainly knew how to navigate social situations. When her uncle Gong Xiaobi first visited her home, it was not nearly as ceremonious. Come in, Xiaoqin. Annie has been waiting for you for quite a while. Since you're here, there's no need to bring anything. Please, make yourself comfortable on the sofa. Fu Huanjuan warmly ushered Qin Ming into the room, refraining from accepting the gift to avoid appearing overly formal. As Qin Ming placed the gift down, he took a moment to survey the room. It was slightly larger than his own home, clean and comfortable. The decor was pleasing and inviting, likely a result of Fu Huanjuan's penchant for home arrangement during her leisure time. Xiaoqin, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance last time, Fu Huanjuan said, grasping Qin Ming's hand with genuine warmth, her tone maternal. You really helped our family out of a bind. Your uncle was quite upset, and had it not been for your intervention, he might still be fuming. It's nothing, auntie. We're classmates. It's only natural to help each other. Qin Ming replied modestly. I heard you're the monitor of your class, right? Haha, shining brightly for everyone. It's really not a big deal. How can you say that? Being elected as monitor is a testament to everyone's recognition of your capabilities. You mustn't be so humble, she encouraged. In Qingshan, even class leaders were held in high esteem. After an enthusiastic exchange, Fu Huanjuan retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal, with Gong Xiaobi assisting her. Qin Ming settled onto the sofa to watch television, feeling slightly awkward. Why isn't there a dog around for me to play with? Even a plastic bag would suffice. Suddenly, Zhang Shu stealthily approached Qin Ming. Bro, he began. Qin Ming had a favorable impression of Zhang Shu. He was at least polite, addressing him as bro with a touch of cleverness. What is up? Qin Ming inquired. I want to ask you something. What is it? Are you and my sister a couple? How audacious. How dare you tarnish my reputation? What does Gong Xiaobi have that I should desire? Of course not. Qin Ming replied. Zhang Shu laughed cheerfully. But I can't shake the feeling that your relationship is quite special. Is that so? Have you noticed? Zhang Shu continued. There are couples in our class, but their relationships don't seem as strong as yours and my sister's. Goodness. Do you have any idea how much damage your words could inflict on Jiao Mingkai? If you two end up getting married, could you please let me be the best man? I've always wanted to be one. My sister is really wonderful, and I think you're quite nice too. You both make a great pair. Goodness. Meeting you for the first time and already sending your sister off? Huh? All right, good lad. I'll reward you with a copy of Brothers next time. Friends who were close often spoke this way. By the way, have you finished your homework? Let me check it for you. Fu Huanjuan's voice echoed from the kitchen. Zhang Shu, hurry and finish your homework. Don't just wander around in front of your brother. Zhang Shu's expression changed, and he quickly returned to his room. Before long, Gong Xiaobi stepped out of the kitchen, having removed her apron, and was greeted by the sight of Qin Ming intently watching television, a sweet smile instantly gracing her lips. How serious he appears. It feels unlike Qin Ming. Chapter 62. Qin Ming, are you a weirdo? Is it inappropriate for me to witness you with that cricket? Have you finished? Qin Ming shifted slightly in his seat. Gong Xiaobi stared at him blankly, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Please, make yourself at home. Treat this place as your own. Do not stand on ceremony. Is he suggesting that he wants me to sit beside him? A hint of skepticism flickered in Gong Xiaobi's eyes. She felt that Qin Ming likely harbored such thoughts, yet he was too shy to voice them. Noticing the vacant spot on the sofa, she pondered for a moment before settling beside Qin Ming, adopting a serious demeanor as she resumed watching television. Yes, we are desk mates. It is entirely reasonable for us to sit together. Although other chairs were available, none could compare to the comfort of a sofa. Furthermore, Qin Ming's slight shift was clearly an invitation. What dishes did you prepare? I made a stir-fried chicken using a special sauce taught to me by my mother. It is utterly delicious. I make it every week, and my aunt and the others adore it. I also prepared a portion of braised pork, though I wasn't sure if you could handle something too aromatic, so I rendered out a significant amount of the fat. The flavor is still delightful. And once it's stewed, you should have a taste first. As for the remaining dishes, my aunt instructed me not to interfere, insisting that I keep you company instead. Gong Xiaobi spoke of her culinary endeavors as effortlessly as one would solve a mathematical problem. Impressive, Qin Ming responded, mimicking Gong Xiaobi's gesture of raising two thumbs. A gesture of utmost praise in her sign language. Seeing him perform her exclusive sign made her cheeks flush. If you find it tasty this time, I can bring some to school for you next time. However, if you wish to share it with others, it might not suffice. My aunt's lunchbox is quite small. Really? You are too kind, Bibi-chan. Why would I share it with anyone? Who dares? I am the class monitor. As Fu Huanjuan turned in the kitchen, she noticed Qin Ming and Gong Xiaobi chatting in the living room, and grew concerned that the clattering of pots would hinder their conversation. Bibi, why don't you take Xiaoqin to your room to play for a while? The noise from cooking is too loud, and you want to enjoy your television show. I will call you for dinner. Annie, do you really trust me that much? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Oh, very well. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaobi paused momentarily, but then gently nodded, her dark hair swaying lightly. Would inviting Qin Ming into her room make him feel awkward? It is only natural for a boy to feel some discomfort when alone with a girl, isn't it? Surely, Qin Ming has not experienced such situations before. Should I offer him some reassurance? Seeing Qin Ming's excited expression made Gong Xiaobi puff up her cheeks in response. He seems genuinely thrilled. This was the first time she had led a boy to her room, and her heart raced faster than usual. Fortunately, the trash had been cleared out that morning, and she regularly tidied up the hair that fell on the floor. The sheets and covers had also been freshly changed. She opened the door. A faint and delicate fragrance wafted from Qin Ming, reminiscent not of a mere air freshener, but rather akin to the scent of a palace wall. Perhaps a melange of laundry detergent and shampoo. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a resplendent glow throughout the room. The impeccably tidy bed, the immaculate wardrobe, and even the floor gleamed with a reflective sheen. One glance would reveal that the occupant was a quiet, reserved individual of composed temperament. If only my room were more considerate. I wish it would clean itself. The room was adorned with simplicity. A desk bore a lamp, a stack of books, a notebook, and, prominently displayed in the center, a pink rabbit hairpin. Why, oh why does Gong Xiaobi not wear it? Does she deem it too childish? To the south, a balcony basked in sunlight daily, contributing to the stuffiness within. On the balcony hung Wait. Qin Ming squinted, nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. What on earth was that? A black lace bra fluttered gently in the breeze, swaying in the sunlight, transforming the atmosphere into something sultry. And it appeared to be a complete set. Qin Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. Gong Xiaobi, oblivious to the turmoil, inquired, "What's wrong?" She waved her hands before Qin Ming, turning her head to follow his gaze. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. "What is this? Who hung this on my balcony? No, wait. This seems to belong to me. Don't look," she exclaimed, lunging forward to cover Qin Ming's eyes with her hands, her fragrance enveloping him. Qin Ming felt the heat of her palms against his eyelids. Realizing the extent of Gong Xiaobi's embarrassment, at this moment, feigning ignorance was imperative. He would deny seeing anything. What? I didn't see anything. Just let me sit down. Damn it. Something is about to rise. Do not stand up. If I didn't see anything, then nothing is there. Gong Xiaobi recognized that Qin Ming was lying. However, it was clear that both of them pretending to be oblivious was the more prudent course of action. After all, how would they face each other in the future? Would they really start off with, "Oh, by the way, your lingerie is quite nice"? The thought made Gong Xiaobi's face burn even more. "Don't open your eyes," she commanded, a rarity in her interactions with Qin Ming. But desperation had compelled her to take charge. All right. Qin Ming sighed in relief, keeping his eyes tightly shut. And soon he could hear Gong Xiaobi hastily gathering the clothing and stowing it away in the wardrobe. The room fell silent, save for two hearts racing in unison. Qin Ming longed to utter, "Well, this is quite normal." It wasn't unusual to find a set of undergarments airing on a balcony. Rather, as a high school student of her caliber, it was improbable that a standard bra would fit her. Hence, she was left to choose lingerie that exuded a more mature allure, yet fitted her perfectly. It was understandable. After all, they were classmates. Was it really necessary to maintain such distance? Should I reveal my adorable bear-patterned underwear? Damn it. Qin Ming, are you a pervert? Who on earth would want to see that? Gong Xiaobi, feeling a twinge of regret, calmed himself. Had he known better, he would have opted for something more conventional. As uncomfortable as it might have been, it would have been far preferable to being seen by Qin Ming. Surely he wouldn't think I am the sort of woman who deliberately feigns maturity, would he? Leaning against the wardrobe door, Gong Xiaobi seemed anxious that the clothes within might somehow leap out on their own. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Next time you come over, I will have everything tidied up beforehand, so as not to put you in an awkward position. I apologize." "It's all right. I truly saw nothing," Qin Ming replied. Gong Xiaobi blushed slightly, conceding, "Well, if you say you didn't see anything, then I shall assume you didn't. Perhaps you should sit on the chair. Sitting on the edge of the bed without a backrest seems tiring. You could read something, or I could assist you with your studies." "Study? Ugh. Could we not mention that word?" Qin Ming thought to himself that if he stood up now, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "I'll look later. I'd prefer to sit for a while." Gong Xiaobi, puzzled, could only nod in agreement. "All right then." Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Gong Xiaobi's uncle, Zhang Ruiwen, arrived home and warmly patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. After a brief exchange, only satisfaction remained in his eyes. At the dining table, although the dishes were simple home-cooked fare, they were quite sumptuous, rivaling those served in restaurants. Moreover, Fu Huanjuan's culinary skills, honed over the years, were remarkably proficient, presenting a feast for both the eyes and palate. Fu Huanjuan continuously served Qin Ming. "Little Qin, eat more? If you find it delicious, you must come often in the future." "Thank you, Aunt." Gong Xiaobi picked up his chopsticks and served Qin Ming a piece of chicken and some braised pork. "Give it a try." "Good." The two aunts exchanged a moment of bewildered glances. What does this mean? Is he serving food right in front of us? Delicious, delicious. My dear dining companion, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The chicken is not only juicy but also incredibly flavorful. It is simply delightful. And the braised pork is even better than my mother's cooking. Qin Ming was genuinely astonished by Gong Xiaobi's culinary prowess. Such skills should be showcased at a prestigious culinary school rather than at a secondary institution. "Qin Ming, what do your parents do?" Zhang Ruiwen, having a military background, could discern the subtle dynamics between Gong Xiaobi and Qin Ming and thus sought to inquire further. "And your uncle?" Qin Ming answered honestly, smiling. "They are just ordinary company employees, with a modest income of around 6,000 to 7,000 a month. They work hard. So I also earn some money to help them out." "You can earn your own money already?" Zhang Ruiwen expressed surprise. If memory served him correctly, Qin Ming was only in his second year of high school, which made it somewhat remarkable. Occasionally, it's not much, just small endeavors, Qin Ming downplayed. Not wanting to elaborate further, he preferred not to give Zhang Ruiwen the impression that all his gifts were funded by his parents, lest it create a perception of extravagance. "You truly possess ambition, little Qin," Fu Huanjuan observed with a hint of admiration in her gaze. After giving birth, she realized that the greatest wish of any parent is simply for their child to be obedient and understanding. At such a young age, Qin Ming already possesses an astute understanding of wealth. Is there a more perceptive child than he? Gong Xiaobi gazed at Qin Ming with admiration in his eyes. Dinner extended until 8 in the evening. After bidding farewell to Qin Ming, Zhang Ruiwen remained seated in contemplation. This child, Qin Ming, is rather extraordinary. Not only does he exhibit remarkable composure, but he also seems to possess a smattering of knowledge on a variety of topics. Most importantly, he has an audacious demeanor, able to speak freely regardless of right or wrong. In comparison, he felt as though he resembled the inexperienced son-in-law who had first arrived at their doorstep. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 63, Rarity Huanjuan. This child Qin Ming is rather exceptional. His eloquence is astounding. When I engaged him in conversation about military service, he reciprocated with enthusiasm, leading me to believe he had served. Yet, without a flicker of embarrassment, he confessed that his knowledge came solely from scrolling through Douyin. Zhang Ruiwen sighed, reflecting that in the past, Qin Ming would have been categorized as a glib child. Certainly, this holds true even today. However, such a skill is commendable, unlike many reticent children who can only respond with vague affirmations. I do not mean to disparage these quieter children. They may possess rich souls and profound inner worlds, much like Gong Xiaobi. Nevertheless, in contrast, Qin Ming radiates a vibrancy and liveliness that sets him apart. He has never served? Is that even a question? As Fu Huanjuan busied herself with clearing the table, she expressed her astonishment. I have come to realize that this world is filled with all manner of children. It is truly eye-opening. I cannot fathom how Qin Ming's parents managed to raise such an exceptional child. If given the chance, I must glean wisdom from them. Upon mentioning Qin Ming's parents, Zhang Ruiwen lowered his voice. Huanjuan, do you think there might be something between Bai Bai and Qin Ming? What do you mean? Fu Huanjuan's demeanor shifted to one of caution. She sensed it, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. I feel that Bai Bai harbors a certain fondness for Qin Ming. Nonsense. You do not believe me? I swear, I can genuinely sense it. Very well. Fu Huanjuan struggled to maintain her composure, letting out a sigh. Bai Bai, poor girl. Lost her father at an early age, while my sister is often away for work. Although her grandparents have cared for her since childhood, they are not her biological parents and may lack the tenderness she requires. I read online that such children are often deprived of love, particularly paternal affection. Do you think Qin Ming could be? Zhang Ruiwen furrowed his brow in contemplation. You make a valid point. However, I can discern that Qin Ming is not a bad child. As long as the two of them refrain from crossing any lines in high school and it does not affect their studies, we can turn a blind eye. But if Bai Bai's grades were to plummet, Fu Huanjuan's expression grew serious. Then we must intervene. Bai Bai is the apple of my sister's eye. She cannot encounter any issues, especially concerning her academic performance. Very well. Zhang Ruiwen nodded in agreement. He then glanced at the gifts that Qin Ming had brought. I examined the items Qin Ming presented. They are quite expensive, likely amounting to several thousand. What? Fu Huanjuan's eyes widened in disbelief. So costly? Where did he acquire such funds? Initially, I owed him a favor, and now, having purchased such an expensive item, how can I ever repay him? Perhaps I could invite his parents for a meal when the opportunity arises. Reciprocity is quite beneficial, and it would also allow me to learn more about his family. Zhang Ruiwen considers the future thoughtfully. I believe his parents must be quite down-to-earth individuals. Otherwise, they could not have raised such a child. Indeed, I had intended to give those 2 fine cigarettes as a mid-autumn gift to my superior. And you went ahead and distributed them all. Lao Qin pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Ming, feeling disheartened and helpless, deeply wounded by a scoundrel. Am I not still your father? I too give gifts. What difference does it make who they are for? Look at what he said. Does that even make sense? Using my money for your own affairs? Is there no law anymore? You, as class monitor, are you also engaging in embezzlement? Lao Qin, in a fit of exasperation, began to speak nonsensically. Lu Fengying, arms crossed, sat on the sofa like the head of the household, in front of an open packaging of donkey hide gelatin. Enough already. It's not as if I Haven Tea bought you anything. Those 2 boxes of wine are not less expensive than your cigarettes. Huh, am I being targeted? Do I have no rights in this family? I shall run away. Lao Qin weakly chuckled and shook his head. Fine then, I shall embark on a hunger strike. Starting today, I will not consume a morsel from this household until you come begging me to eat. I was pressed for time today and could not go buy cigarettes. So I had to borrow yours. Do you think the surrounding area is filled with quality smokes? That's just how Lao Qin is, always making a mountain out of a molehill. Once, during his childhood, he had bought Ultraman figures at the market and invited Lao Qin to watch, only to have the FBI intro play, and before it even started, Lao Qin had already given himself a beating. However, when he steals cigarettes, Lao Qin becomes furious. It's not hard to understand. It's like discovering that the piggy bank you painstakingly saved has been smashed by your mother to buy a gold bracelet, and she is flaunting it to you with glee. Lao Qin immediately pointed at the sky in disbelief. Furong Wang, ISNT bad. Qin Ming produced 2 packs of Huazi. A rarity indeed. Hey, speak up. Lao Qin paused for 2 seconds, awkwardly chuckling. But to be fair, he then proceeded to spout some incomprehensible phrases about how sons are wonderful and how Furong Wang is inferior, and how Huazi is a gentler choice, causing everyone to burst into laughter, filling the Qin household with a joyous atmosphere. Monday arrived. The sunlight was gentle, and the coolness of Jeju's morning made Qin Ming's 5-kilometer run less torturous. Moreover, after 9 days of relentless effort. Qin Ming had improved his pace to nearly a minute per kilometer, now averaging around 6 minutes. While still relatively slow, this represented a visible improvement for him. After 9 days of 5-kilometer runs, there was a slight transformation in Qin Ming's physique. Though not overtly apparent, changes were indeed noticeable. Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement. Tomorrow marks the first phase reward for the side quest of energy enhancement. I wonder how significant a change the 20-point boost in fitness will bring. Indeed, in this world, there are no individuals devoid of effort. Rather, it is a matter of being unable to discern direction amidst various circumstances. And the inability to perceive immediate progress often leads to resignation. Xiaoming, have you finished your run? A sister clad in yoga pants and a pink tank top. Her figure elegantly proportioned, greeted Qin Ming. Perspiration dampened her tank, her fair skin flushed, breath slightly hurried, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. And the delicate wrinkles at the corners of her eyes imparted a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. This was Qin Ming's running companion, Yuing. Running is wonderful. One must learn to run. Since both frequently encountered one another while jogging in the park, a friendship naturally blossomed. Yuing worked in sales. Her wrist adorned with an Apple Watch Ultra, holding the latest model of an iPhone, and around her neck hung a Cartier double-ring necklace. Even her undergarments, though the brand remains unknown, suggested a life of refinement. Based on her evident style, Qin Ming surmised that Yuing was the type to lead a meticulously curated life, often sharing on social media to attract compliments, secretly reveling in the admiration. What? How does Qin Ming know this so well? Since entering school, Qin Ming had frequently frequented gay bars, posing as Lao Jia and sharing his pictures, drawing similar comments in return. He too experienced a thrill. By the way, Lao Jia, you must be becoming quite the heartthrob in the gay community. Sister, I've finished my run. How much further do you have? I have 3 more laps. Yuing chuckled, finding Qin Ming's charming demeanor rather endearing. What are you babbling about? Qin Ming retorted. Being handsome is one thing, but your words have a delightful comfort to them. And you refer to me as sister. Unlike some colleagues in the company who immediately address me as Yu Jia, making me feel aged beyond 35. Go on with your running, sister. I shall return home now. See you tomorrow. Chapter 64, Distribution Coefficient. Are you a bit flirtatious? Upon returning to class, following the conclusion of the Memory Palace session, Qin Ming had refrained from late nights for 2 consecutive days. Coupled with a slight enhancement in his physical condition, his spirits were exceptionally buoyant. Gong Xiaobi arrived early in class, seated and engrossed in a book, catching a glimpse of Qin Ming as he settled into his seat. After a moment's contemplation, he took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, classmate. This was merely a show of basic courtesy, not something trivial. Good morning. Sun Fengjiao, feeling slighted, approached with indignation. Bye, you are so biased. When I arrived, you didn't greet me, yet you so readily acknowledged Qin Ming. Gong Xiaobi paused for a moment. Bewildered, huh? Did I? I'll make sure to greet you first tomorrow. Qin Ming, sensing the dangerous glances from Sun Fengjiao, was momentarily confused. Why are you staring at me? I'm not taking any disciples. You can't blame me for that, right? Sun Fengjiao let out a cold laugh. I suppose you're quite pleased that Bai greeted you first, aren't you? This isn't merely about being proactive. It signifies that, in your heart, Qin Ming holds greater importance than I do. A tinge of jealousy flickered across Sun Fengjiao's face. Gong Xiaobi glanced at Qin Ming. Momentarily dazed, is Qin Ming truly that significant? It is indeed significant, but does it hold more importance than Sun Fengjiao? Perhaps not, as the two cannot be compared. Sun Fengjiao is my closest friend in class, a cherished companion with whom I share moments such as visiting the restroom, dining together, and engaging in delightful conversations. However, Qin Ming possesses a unique significance that is indescribable. It is akin to a masterpiece of oil painting. Without Sun Fengjiao, the vibrant colors would dim and lose their luster. Yet without Qin Ming, it would be as though the brush were absent, leaving me at a loss as to how to create. So be it. What is this orange power nonsense? Cursed Sun Fengjiao. Gong Xiaobi thought for a moment, and a spark ignited in her eyes. I shall not greet him tomorrow. How about that, Jiao Jiao? Sun Fengjiao immediately beamed with delight. That is precisely how it should be. That rascal Qin Ming is quite cunning. Do not greet him under any circumstances. Qin Ming rolled his eyes. Huffed, who would want to greet Gong Xiaobi? Do you think I would be thrilled if you greeted me? Certainly not. Even if you threatened to make me smell your socks, I would refuse to acknowledge you. With a slight pout, Qin Ming decided to indulge in a minor display of authority. Zhou Shui depicts Sun Fengjiao as a hapless wife, helplessly watching her husband, Jiao Mingkai, being accosted by 10 burly men. A few minutes later, Gong Xiaobi discreetly nudged Qin Ming with her elbow, her small hand beneath the table clutching a note. What is it? Don't be upset, Gong Xiaobi said cautiously. Just show it. The note is for you to see. Passing notes during class incurs a 10-point deduction, Qin Ming muttered under his breath. Upon unfolding the note, elegant handwriting revealed, I will greet you on WeChat tomorrow morning, earlier than Jiao Jiao, so don't be angry. How amusing. Woman, do you think I would care about this? You underestimate me. Oh, how delightful it would be to annoy that shrimp-headed girl, Sun Fengjiao. At this, Gong Xiaobi's lips curled into a slight smile. Qin Ming is easily appeased. The first class was Chinese. The test papers were distributed, and the language teacher, who appeared rather irritable, graded them meticulously. In truth, the tests were conducted bi-weekly, and proactive teachers who corrected them were rare. Most simply handed them out for students to grade each other. As Qin Ming glanced at the return papers, the fill-in-the-blank section of nouns and phrases was flawless. 6 points secured. Yes. Although 4 points would suffice even without the memory palace, the reading comprehension section of 16 points yielded only 5. Is it possible there was a printing error? I demand verification. Good grief. Qin Ming's current mentality resembled that of someone who is frugal yet willing to spend lavishly. Cycling to a bar. With the 6 points obtained, a great leap forward for the era had been made. The literary star had descended, and the ancestral grave of the Qin family was emitting green smoke. I can outperform 6 students from the playground. The 11 points lost. Merely a trifling matter. In chemistry class, teacher Chen Shuer was new to the profession but had diligently studied a small guide on how to slack off prior to her employment. As the examination papers were distributed, the students began to review one another's responses. I had projected the answers, and I understood that the distribution coefficient questions posed a challenge for many. I allowed them 10 minutes to make their revisions before we discussed the answers. The papers were passed from the front row to the back. When Xiang received her paper, she noticed it bore the name Chun Hao, a nameless individual whose grades were even lower than Qin Ming's, placing him in a rather obscure position within the class. Xiang, whose paper are you reviewing? Lu Xiaomei inquired, her voice tinged with intrigue. Chun Hao's, Xiang replied. Lu Xiaomei's excitement bubbled over. Guess whose I'm reviewing? Who? Xiang asked, her curiosity piqued. Qin Ming. Upon hearing that name, Xiang's brow furrowed slightly, irritation flickering across her features. Oh. Lu Xiaomei shot her a glance. Are you considering grading Qin Ming's paper? Forget it. Our relationship isn't great. I'd rather not have him spreading rumors that I purposely gave him a low score. Don't worry. Who could possibly be such a blabbermouth? Fine then. After a brief tug-of-war with Lu Xiaomei, Xiang accepted Qin Ming's paper. To be honest, she felt a twinge of eagerness to assess his work. Although it was merely a simple quiz, many of the questions involved the distribution coefficient, a topic she recalled Qin Ming approaching with an air of calmness during chemistry class. As if he had mastered everything. She found it hard to believe. After all, she had struggled with the chemistry questions herself, scoring nearly 580. 10 points ahead of Qin Ming. Glancing at Qin Ming's paper, she noted it was filled with answers. The incorrect choices were few, and astonishingly, he had made no mistakes on the questions concerning the distribution coefficient. Xiang's brow furrowed slightly as her grip on the pen tightened. Turning to the later questions, she gasped. Qin Ming had answered all the complex questions related to the distribution coefficient, and his reasoning flowed with remarkable smoothness. The reality struck her. Qin Ming was nearly correct on all counts. Though he hadn't solved every major problem, he had annotated numerous key points alongside his workings. What did this indicate? Xiang understood all too well. Qin Ming grasped the concepts being tested and recognized the knowledge required. Yet for some reason, he hadn't managed to arrive at the correct solutions. How could this be? Xiang felt her resolve shatter. Was he perhaps copying from Gong Xiaobi? Xiang. How did Qin Ming perform? Lu Xiaomei sidled up again, and upon seeing the red check marks on Qin Ming's paper, she exclaimed, wow. Qin Ming is so impressive? He did all right, Xiang admitted, feeling somewhat deflated. Based on her recollection, Qin Ming had seemingly outperformed her, albeit only marginally. Just all right. Lu Xiaomei continued perusing Qin Ming's paper, discovering that he had answered many of the questions she had gotten wrong. If no questions were omitted, I suspect Qin Ming could score around 80, maybe even above 85. How remarkable. What are you boasting about? Could you possibly score that high? Xiang felt a profound discomfort in her heart, and upon hearing Lu Xiaomei's remarks, she was suddenly inclined to dismiss reality altogether. At that moment, a girl from the back row handed her the examination paper, announcing, Xiang, your test has arrived. A glance at the glaring red marks on her paper nearly crumpled her nose in exasperation. Who on earth had graded this paper? Did they not understand the principle of marking only the correct answers, leaving the incorrect ones untouched? How could she have made so many mistakes, far more than Qin Ming? According to Lu Xiaomei's grading criteria, it seemed her paper might barely scrape a score above 65. Distribution coefficient. Could it be that you have a penchant for pleasing the boys? Chapter 65. The first lesson in life, forgetting one's roots. Goodness, Gong Xiaobi was astonishing. She had nearly answered every question correctly, making the grading process remarkably efficient. Really? Let me take a look. Wow, incredible. How on earth did she solve the last challenging question? Did she have Mendeleev's brain on standby? From an obscure corner of the classroom, someone began to extol the virtues of Bai Bai Jiang. Xiang's expression darkened immediately. There were suggestions to revoke Gong Xiaobi's female status. Upon noticing Xiang's reaction, Lu Xiaomei nearly burst into laughter and quickly attempted to console her, saying, Ying, you mentioned that Qin Ming performed exceptionally well, and Gong Xiaobi did too. Could it be that he cheated? Suddenly, Xiang recalled the scene in the English office when she had seen Qin Ming memorizing words. She opened her mouth, subconsciously feeling he likely hadn't, but the words that came out were, perhaps he did. It seems a bit strange, don't you think? A sudden surge in grades ought to have a corresponding upward trajectory. Qin Ming's performance lately is akin to someone who has consumed 3 brain-enhancing pills. Aren't you worried about getting caught? Lu Xiaomei wore an expression that mirrored her own thoughts, yet she said nothing. Hooray! She could go home and chit-chat with friends about Qi Ying, gossiping about the class leader out of jealousy for her improved studies. Once old Lu distributed the biology exam. He cleared his throat deliberately, casting a glance, whether intentional or not, toward Qin Ming's seat. His lips curled into a smile reminiscent of the Nike swoosh. Had he seen his own exam paper? That shouldn't be the case. In reality, during the previous class, Qin Ming had held his chemistry paper, nearly moved to tears, as his diligent efforts over the past few days finally bore fruit. The exhilarating sensation of seeing tangible rewards for hard work was simply sublime. In this test, everyone had performed reasonably well, with almost no errors in fundamental knowledge. However, a few students warranted particular mention. As everyone sat upright, old Lu relished this routine, casually praising one student as if fishing for compliments, thereby fostering unwavering loyalty from that student towards the study of biology. Truly a masterful tactic, old Lu. Gao Mingxi. You did quite well this time. You lost little to no points on the fundamental questions, yet struggled with the more difficult ones, which is a minor flaw. Overall, your strengths overshadow your weaknesses, but you must elevate your upper limits for a brighter future. Gao Mingxi maintained a calm demeanor, affirming with yes. Yes, while internally reveling in delight. Although old Lu's comments contained a hint of critique, the praise was unmistakable. Overall, there remains a profound expectation of oneself, believing in the potential for greater development that should not be confined to mere scores. Moreover, since Mr. Lu has specifically mentioned certain students, being named is in itself a form of honor. Gao Mingxi humbly retrieved his examination paper. As for Gong Xiaobi, the classmates have somewhat desensitized to his name, as it has been uttered by the teacher from class 3 far too many times. Gao Mingxi's heart swelled with joy. How delightful! My name is now associated with Gong Xiaobi. Is this not a twist of fate? Much like when 2 assignments are stacked together at the time of submission. Mr. Lu wholeheartedly praised Gong Xiaobi, eliciting a chorus of awe from the class. Finally, Mr. Lu picked up Qin Ming's paper, grappling internally with whether to commend him. What if he felt too pleased? Should he instead reprimand him? That would be even less advisable. The likelihood of Qin Ming being chastised is far greater than that of him receiving praise. Ultimately, he resolved to commend him, but it must be a tactful commendation, one that neither inflates his ego nor induces complacency, ideally serving to motivate him. At last, he had to mention Qin Ming. Instantly, every gaze in the classroom converged upon him. Gao Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. Why was Qin Ming being acknowledged before Gong Xiaobi? Could we not be granted a moment of our own? Qi Ying paused for a second, her eyes suddenly brightening. Qin Ming? Why does Mr. Lu bring up Qin Ming? Has he discovered his cheating? Praise him? Unlikely. The probability of Mr. Lu praising a student with a score below 500 is akin to a low-ranking ninja defeating the 9 tails. Qin Ming had nearly answered everything correctly on this test, missing only one question, and he should be the top student in our class. The room fell silent for a moment, before a grand and deep exclamation, reminiscent of a symphony, resonated outward. Incredible. How exaggerated. Remarkable. True to his role as class leader. This implies that the class leader has performed even better than Gong Xiaobi. With excellent grades and a charismatic presence, he is indeed invincible in class. Qi Ying thought she must have misheard, her expression frozen in shock. With a crack, she felt her heart shatter into pieces. How could this be? He answered nearly everything correctly. Did he not score only 470 points last time? An unprecedented sense of defeat surged within Qi Ying, constricting her heart to the point of near cessation. Does this mean he truly did not cheat? Lu Xiaomei suddenly turned to Qi Ying. Ying, the class leader actually didn't cheat. Yes, amazing. Looks like you were mistaken. A dagger to the heart. Qi Ying replied, thanks for enlightening me. Incredible. He must have cheated, right, Qin Ming? Jia Mingkai's eyes were nearly red with frustration. Come on. It was just a simple in-class test. Was it necessary to cheat so impressively? Is this truly your strength? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself, only to end up in a predicament? Qin Ming must have studied hard at night. Truly vain of you. What does that leave the honor of your comrades? Sun Fengjiao began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Study? That is simply out of the question. Brothers? Who among you considers me a brother? Those who score beyond 5 points lower are unworthy of being my brother, Qin Ming. You're truly a dog, Qin Ming. You forget your roots far too quickly. Nonsense. If I perform poorly, I do not forget my origins, and if I perform well, am I to forget them as well? Wouldn't he that render my good grades meaningless? Sun Fengjiao gritted her teeth. Look at him, reveling in his small triumphs. Gong Xiaobi glanced at Qin Ming and then lowered his voice. I think Qin Ming is quite impressive. He scored even better than I did. All right. Sooner or later, I'll bury you two. One in the Arctic and the other in the Antarctic. Silence. The class promptly quieted down. Qin Ming's successful experiences were something everyone should learn from diligently. Huh. My successful experiences? Steamed buns. Do you also have failures? The most important thing is to boldly ask questions of those who perform well. I believe Qin Ming must have frequently asked Gong Xiaobi questions during class. Otherwise, his grades couldn't have improved so rapidly. If anyone wishes to seek Qin Ming's learning experiences, they may approach him after class. After class, a few girls, somewhat shy, approached Qin Ming's desk and engaged in pleasant conversation with him before leaving with smiles. Several boys also came over and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. Many were aware of Qin Ming's scores from the last exam, and now, witnessing such a significant improvement, they were all astonished. Among high school students, those who genuinely maintain their grades are ultimately few. When everyone recognizes your substantial improvement, they will sincerely congratulate you. After all, they may not be able to achieve it. But you can, and that is indeed impressive. At present, Qin Ming was somewhat remarkable. Cheating? Don't be ridiculous. If there were even the slightest possibility of Qin Ming cheating, old Lu would never have held him up as a model. Chapter 66. Explosive Reward. Ding. After being elected class monitor, your relationships with your classmates have significantly improved. Although you must handle class affairs, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to make an impression before this group of wealthy heirs. They are key figures in your return to the business world. Task: flatter and ingratiate. Perfectly resolve the tasks assigned by the teacher related to your classmates. Reward: 3 years of boxing skills. Amateur. In business, the most important thing is life safety. And the only person you can truly trust is yourself. Oh my. A second skill reward. The moment Qin Ming saw the task, he was momentarily stunned. Last time it was public speaking abilities, and this time it was 3 years of boxing skills. Qin Ming had already witnessed the terror of public speaking skills. It could be said that if he wished, the entire class 3 might nominate him as the class leader. You truly have tormented me. Skills are undoubtedly something one must acquire. Not to mention boxing skills. Every man in Qingshan is a powerhouse at home. How can one be a good head of the household without mastering boxing? However, to perfectly resolve the tasks assigned by the teacher related to classmates is not only challenging, but also requires perfection. Just then, someone suddenly shouted. The class leader and the vice class leader, old Lu, is calling for you. Qin Ming's expression grew serious. Come here. Qin Ming, Yu Chan. The school is distributing financial aid for impoverished students in the coming days. You two are tasked with compiling a list of underprivileged students in our class, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Old Lu emphasized Qin Ming's name while sipping from his cup. Not far away, Yang Zheng's attention was immediately drawn to the conversation. Due to certain circumstances, a notice has been issued from above, mandating that every allocation for impoverished students must genuinely reach those in need. Old Lu's unusual gaze fell upon Qin Ming. Dai Yuchan couldn't help but glance at Qin Ming, her expression seemingly questioning him. What are you all looking at me for? Qin Ming smiled slightly. This is a good thing. At least the truly needy students won't leave empty-handed. In reality, while there have been instances of impoverished student allocations being misappropriated, such occurrences are indeed rare. As long as one is not as shameless as Zhang Shu, the head teacher. Most genuinely impoverished students can secure their allocations. However, to eliminate even the slightest chance of misallocation, the higher authorities must take this matter seriously. Old Lu nodded helplessly. In the past, we would simply have everyone write applications. However, some students with thin skin may feel embarrassed to do so. While I am your homeroom teacher, I am certainly not as familiar with the family situations of our classmates as you two class leaders are. Therefore, I believe we should implement a dual approach this time. Allow the students to submit applications, and you two should also keep an eye out for any truly needy classmates who may not write an application. Inform me privately, and I will adjust the allocations accordingly. One must admit, aside from his somewhat rigid nature, old Lu is indeed a commendable teacher. All right, so this is the task at hand. It's a bit challenging. Distributing the allocations isn't difficult, but ensuring that each allocation genuinely reaches an impoverished student is a bit more complicated. Qin Ming thought to himself, I hope I won't fail this task. The idea of possessing boxing skills might not seem essential at the moment, yet who could deny the value of self-defense abilities? On the way back to class, Dai Yuchan's high ponytail swayed gently. Her face remained expressionless, while Qin Ming walked in contemplation, appearing somewhat troubled. Suddenly taking on such responsibility? Have I hurt her with my previous words? She looked at Qin Ming. How do you plan to conduct the investigation? Although we are all classmates, suddenly inquiring about family circumstances may come off as abrupt or invasive, and they might not be willing to share the truth. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. Of course, I will delegate the task to the vice class leader and set a deadline for her to submit an investigative report. If she fails to do so, I will deduct from her year-end bonus. Naturally, the vice class leader can distribute this task among the group leaders, as long as the requirements remain consistent. Incredible. Dai Yuchan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. To articulate such audacious words without batting an eye is indeed a talent. Who have you learned this deadpan sarcasm from? Qin Ming conceived an idea that, while potentially fraught with failure, boasted a significantly higher probability of success than conventional methods. He glanced at his future subordinate and smiled, jesting that simply mentioning the plight of students facing familial hardships in class would surely elicit written requests for assistance. Overconfident, Dai Yuchan felt a slight headache, but, imbued with a sense of responsibility, remarked that as high school students, pride ran high, and many classmates, fearing ridicule, might be reluctant to write such letters. This perspective held merit. As often stated by those navigating the streets, one would rather provoke a handful of university students than incite a headstrong youth. High school students are, after all, quintessentially headstrong, valuing their dignity above all else. Yet, this notion applied to others did not hold true for Qin Ming. Rest assured, I am certain I can achieve this, he declared confidently. Dai Yuchan, her expression frosty, cast a glance at Qin Ming and slightly curled her lips. You doubt me? I do indeed. If you succeed, what then? Intrigued, Qin Ming decided to tease Dai Yuchan. A subtle smile broke through her otherwise indifferent demeanor. What do you intend to do? She seemed to challenge him. Can I have my friends take a whiff of your confidence? Why did this thought always surface? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming proposed, from now on. For trivial matters in class, I shall refrain from intervening. You may handle them on your own, and when a formidable challenge arises that you cannot tackle, come seek my assistance. Dai Yuchan, momentarily incensed, replied, what a lack of responsibility. You are the class leader. Incorrect. I am the emperor. So what will it be? I do not believe you can accomplish this. It's a pact. Dai Yuchan readily agreed. During the first evening study session, Qin Ming ascended the podium to announce this initiative to the class. He passionately urged those truly in need to write their applications, employing his oratory skills to great effect. Ignite the flame of determination. Instantly, several students, previously sullen and reluctant to write, were stirred by Qin Ming's voice. Their expressions shifting as they cautiously scanned for any disapproving glances from their peers. Dai Yuchan, seated in her place, found herself momentarily taken aback. She suddenly recognized that Qin Ming possessed a captivating eloquence that fostered empathy with ease. However, it seemed challenging to persuade others. Just then, Qin Ming reiterated, now, I require each student to submit a piece of paper with their names. Those wishing to apply for financial aid should write 1, while those who do not should write 2. I will collect these papers from your desks in 2 minutes. After school this evening, I will add you all as friends to verify your family situations. Orders may reach out over the weekend. A flicker of surprise crossed Dai Yuchan's previously composed face. He is remarkably astute. No, this can't be. It seems I have lost. Chapter 67. There are too many people here. I feel somewhat embarrassed. In truth, Dai Yuchan was not the only one astonished. Even Qi Ying was momentarily stunned. If I were to find myself in Qin Ming's position, would I be capable of making the same choices as he has? I fear not. A subtle pang of bitterness tugged at Qi Ying's heart. All I could do was stand on the podium after old Lu's notification, gently imploring my classmates to apply, urging them to disregard the peculiar gazes of others. In an attempt to express my impartiality towards all, however, it is evident that anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that uttering such words is, in fact, a form of subtle superiority. You acknowledge the existence of those odd looks, don't you, dear Qi Ying? Damn, Jia Mingkai adjusted his black-framed glasses, scrutinizing whether Qin Ming had been possessed. Buddy, how on earth did Qin Ming conceive such an idea, given his background? It's got me contemplating applying myself. After all, what if I were selected? The financial assistance for impoverished students at Yizhong is 1,600 yuan per year, which surpasses that of Jizhou Junior High. For a family like Gao Mingshi's, 1,600 may merely equate to the cost of a pair of shoes, yet for an ordinary student, it could represent 3 to 4 months' worth of living expenses. Moreover, if one were to apply, only Qin Ming would be privy to that information. By the way, Qin Ming, have you been reading too much of Guguzi, the Book of Sheepskin, and the Art of Deception? Sun Fengjiao opened her mouth, pausing in silence. Her family situation was average. While not impoverished, she certainly ranked amongst the lower tier in Class 3. Initially, she had no intention of applying. However, a memory from her first year suddenly surfaced, how she had painstakingly penned an application letter, only for it to be inadvertently seen by her classmates. Subsequently, she received unsolicited attention from friends, who, though well-meaning, ultimately recognized her financial struggles. Their good intentions, while appreciated, became a source of pressure for her. She felt grateful, yet uncomfortable, a predicament akin to Kong Yiji's inability to shed his long gown. Yet, after Qin Ming revealed his strategy, Sun Fengjiao found herself reconsidering the idea of writing that application letter for financial aid. After all, it was merely a name accompanied by a number. She cast a glance at Qin Ming on the podium. Qin Ming, well, praising him does not imply I endorse the notion of him being on par with Bai Baijiang. She then mumbled, he does possess a bit of cleverness. What? Jia Mingkai smirked. You're not falling for Qin Ming, are you? Damn it. Qin Ming continued. As for the method of disbursement, you all needn't worry. I will communicate with old Lu to ensure that the selected students remain anonymous. The funds will be transferred directly. If selected, I will request your bank account details via WeChat. Those residing on campus can use the phone booth to ask their parents for a bank card number. I believe you all need not fret over being discovered. Our financial difficulties do not dictate our futures. Furthermore, I shall also apply for this financial assistance. Damn it. Why let free money go to waste? Instantly, the classroom erupted in laughter. The atmosphere significantly lightened under Qin Ming's guidance. Many classmates cast their gazes toward Qin Ming, their expressions subtly shifting. It turns out the class monitor, yes, referring to Qin Ming as the class monitor is more appropriate, hails from a modest background as well. Yet, he remains optimistic and is adept at assisting his peers. It seems his initial aid to Gong Xiaobi was not merely due to his being a sycophant. Qin Ming felt the need to interject, exclaiming, "Who dares to strip me of my identity as a sycophant? Sensuality is the primary driving force of productivity. Despite my aversion to staying up late, I can still pull an all-nighter until 3 in the morning." A few students, who grappled with problematic family backgrounds and lived in genuine poverty but were sensitive and insecure, reflected upon their circumstances and pinned down their thoughts on slips of paper. As class drew to a close, Qin Ming collected 51 neatly folded notes. "You are quite impressive," his deskmate remarked. "I feel many students will apply." Just as Qin Ming settled into his seat, Gong Xiaobi pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling as she gave him 2 thumbs up. Where's your little tuft of hair, Gong?" Qin Ming gestured playfully, a move that would surely fluster Nanbang. "I only just realized today that you actually possess some merits, Qin Ming." "Truly astonishing," Jia Mingkai admitted, although he would never concede it openly. "Have you consulted the dog's opinion?" "Damn." Qin Ming couldn't help but retort. "Are you envious of my father's prowess?" Jia Mingkai surprisingly refrained from retorting, merely mumbling, "You're impressive, I suppose." Sun Fengjiao fell into a contemplative silence, but nodded in agreement. "Ah, how delightful." During the second evening study session, Qin Ming wrote a note to Dai Yuchan and had it delivered to her. Upon receiving the note, Dai Yuchan paused momentarily, mistaking it for a love letter from a fellow student. See, being beautiful means you can receive love letters anytime, anywhere at school. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from Qin Ming, which read, "Don't leave after school. Do you wish to spar with me? I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Even if I cannot win, I can still take advantage of you." Dai Yuchan squinted at the subsequent lines and sighed in relief. "Meet me in the dormitory during the third evening study session." "Didn't we agree to inquire about the living conditions of boarders only on weekends? Why the haste?" Her expression remained cool as she nodded slightly toward Qin Ming. As the second evening study session concluded, her deskmate inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" "Oh." When Gong Xiaobi addressed her deskmate, her tone always carried a sweet, syrupy quality that made Qin Ming feel a little sticky. Of course, this stickiness referred to his mental state. "So sweet. I'll just stay for a moment." Her tone resembled that of a homeroom teacher. "Oh." Gong Xiaobi nodded, contemplating before saying, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Initially, she intended to express her willingness to accompany him, but felt it might sound ambiguous. She quickly clarified, "What I mean is, I could assist you with your studies." "Didn't you mention that you find subjects like math and physics somewhat challenging?" Qin Ming paused for 2 seconds. "Bibi-chan, you are truly wonderful. I wish to hug you and soothe my heart, which has been wounded by Jia Mingkai." Jia Mingkai was immediately displeased. Hey. Do you really think you can harass me? There's no need to use me as a shield. Defying the class monitor incurs a 10-point deduction. Damn. Is there no justice left in class 3? I am the law. Speak again, and I'll deduct another 20 points. Qin Ming pointed at him like a husky. Jia Mingkai, with his mouth suddenly sweetened, grumbled as he packed up his bag to leave. "Huh, do you need comfort?" Gong Xiaobi's ears flushed red. Sensing that Qin Ming didn't appear to be hurt at all, he then lowered his voice and said, "But there are too many people right now. I feel a bit embarrassed. I'll comfort you next time you're unhappy, alright?" Chapter 68. I'm leaving first. Classmate. You're way too easy to fool. Can't you see that I'm Serlon? Ha. Qin Ming forced a smile. Alright, I was just joking. You should hurry home. I have to go to the dormitory tonight, and we'll be home very late. If you return late, your aunt will worry about you. Oh, okay. I'll take my leave then. Sun Fengjiao had been watching coldly from the sidelines, a smirk occasionally appearing at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze seemingly wishing to pierce Qin Ming 1,000 times over. "Birth, didn't you say you would only investigate the living conditions of boarding students on the weekend?" Dai Yuchan swayed her high ponytail as she walked alongside Qin Ming on the campus avenue, flanked by golden streetlights and sturdy sycamore trees. The gentle breeze causing the leaves to rustle. I thought about it and decided to expedite the process, to leave a good impression on old Lu. In truth, Qin Ming was eager to complete the task. 3 years of boxing experience was far too enticing. He could hardly contain the desire to knock Jia Mingkai's block off. How many people in the class applied? Nearly 30, I believe. That many? Dai Yuchan's expression remained cool, yet her tone bore a hint of surprise. She recalled when she was class monitor in her first year, there were only about 15 or 16 students applying for financial aid. To her astonishment, Class 3 had seen an increase of nearly half. Undoubtedly, it was Qin Ming's methods that encouraged many students, who initially hesitated, to submit simple application letters. Qin Ming smiled. "It's not too bad. There are still plenty of impoverished students. Do you think everyone is as wealthy as your family? However, among them are troublemakers and those who are genuinely in need. Discernment is still required." Dai Yuchan frowned slightly. "It's not my fault that my family is wealthy. I've noticed that your shortcomings now include jealousy towards the rich. Sensitive pride, was it? Next time, I'll be cautious. Can you remember who among the boarding students applied?" "Of course." Qin Ming nodded. "On my first day as class monitor, I noted down the numbers and names of both boarding and commuting students. The reality was that after a long day of memorizing classical poetry, He accidentally memorized the entire class roster and, surprisingly, couldn't he forget any of it. Ridiculous. Dai Yuchan was utterly stunned. You must be joking. How is that possible? This doesn't align with your irresponsible persona. Qin Ming handed the list of female boarding students to Dai Yuchan and then made his way to the male dormitory. As soon as Qin Ming stepped through the door, he was assaulted by the overwhelming stench emanating from the male dormitory. Goodness, how can it be so foul? The smell of used socks hung in the air like a low-flying menace. The dormitory, designed for 4 occupants with a private bathroom, typically fostered a close-knit environment, barring any unusual circumstances. After identifying a few applicants, he methodically inquired about their family backgrounds and income, forming a rough assessment of each student's situation. Upon exiting the dormitory, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Dai Yuchan, waiting at the entrance of the female dormitory. You haven't left yet? He remarked. Since we came together, we should depart together. I'm not like you. What do you mean by that? Qin Ming felt slightly taken aback. Dai Yuchan consistently wore an expression of disdain, and every word she uttered seemed laced with barbs. Had she met her end by knife in her previous life? Dai Yuchan remained silent, offering him only the sight of her alabaster neck and a high ponytail before turning away. Under a sky speckled with stars, the campus pathway lay deserted. The two walked side by side, resembling a pair of young lovers on the brink of mischief. Qin Ming could even hear the sound of Dai Yuchan's breaths. She was visibly anxious. Oh no, am I also feeling a bit nervous? What if this woman has some nefarious intentions towards me? Just then, the streetlights flickered out, plunging them into darkness. Dai Yuchan gasped, her body stiffening as her voice trembled. Is there a power outage? No, this is simply lights out. Qin Ming retorted. Those wealthy individuals who have never lived in a dormitory are utterly clueless. They have no idea what it means to be in the dark. Glancing at the watch his sister Qin Miao had gifted him, he urged. The lights out bell will ring soon. We must hurry, or we'll be locked inside the school. With only 2 or 3 minutes remaining, he implored her to run. Huh. Dai Yuchan stood frozen, her voice quavering. What? Are you afraid of the dark? Yes, very much so. Her admission was remarkably candid, a testament to her character as the aloof vice-class leader, never one to hide her fears. Yet, the thought of being overwhelmed by the night was troubling. I have a rather immature idea, Qin Ming mused, but noticing Dai Yuchan's escalating fear, he added, grab my arm. Let us move quickly. Despite her trepidation, Dai Yuchan retained her composure. I would rather not have physical contact with you. You idiot. Now is not the time for such nonsense. Hee. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Ming bolted away. Hey, wait for me, Qin Ming. Come back. As she watched him vanish into the shadows, Dai Yuchan's heart momentarily ceased its rhythm before racing anew, goosebumps prickling her skin, her voice tinged with a quaver. She anticipated that Qin Ming could run so swiftly. The sudden wave of fear and solitude threatened to overwhelm her, as if a monstrous creature lurked in the darkness, eyeing her as prey. Those unafraid of the dark could never truly comprehend such feelings. Yet, fear could be likened to other phobias. It was akin to the dread of cockroaches, waking to find one perched upon your face, or the fear of snakes. Glancing down in a restroom only to see one slithering by your feet, or the terror of mice, discovering a tiny rodent head peeking from your meal. That sensation was akin to being thrust into the abyss. Do refrain from shouting. Do you wish to attract the xenomorphs? Qin Ming suddenly returned. He noticed a Mercedes C300 parked at the entrance, reminiscent of Dai Yuchan's vehicle. Dai Yuchan, already on the brink of despair, quickly grasped Qin Ming's arm upon seeing his return. Even if she were to succumb to despair, survival took precedence. Run quickly. I excel at running. Just keep up with me. Enough talk, let us go. After several days of training, Qin Ming's running speed had significantly improved. As Dai Yuchan held onto his arm, she leaned forward, their bodies in contact, providing her mind with a fleeting sense of safety. During their swift escape, their backpacks bounced rhythmically. Approaching the school gate, they finally glimpsed the streetlights, their shadows elongated and nearly intertwining. Ah, the streetlights seemed to be acting up again, Qin Ming mused. Reaching the school entrance, the door of the Mercedes C300 swung open, and Dai Yuchan stepped out. Indeed, Qin Ming thought, relieved that Dai Yuchan had not been abandoned. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. But then again, did he truly owe her an explanation? After all, it was she who had. Perhaps it was unnecessary to quibble with a woman over such matters. Dai Yuchan, hands on her hips, breathed heavily, her heart racing, yet her fear gradually subsided, and she discreetly released her grip on Qin Ming's arm. Chapter 69. Old Qin, dare to be sarcastic once more, and see what happens. Xiaochan, why are you so late getting out of school? Dai Yuqing inquired, casting a curious glance at Qin Ming, who unexpectedly seemed familiar, resembling the boy she had seen speaking with Yuchan last time. What does this mean? 2 adolescents of the opposite sex, both at the height of their hormonal exuberance, lingering outside the school for an extended period, appeared guilty as if they were thieves. What were you two up to? We were doing nothing, Dai Yuchan panted, trying to explain. I'll tell you more on the way. The class monitor's enthusiastic assistance to the vice monitor was hardly questionable. Complicated? What is complicated? You just grasped his arm. Am I blind? Dai Yuqing, who routinely picked Dai Yuchan up after school, noted that today. Not only did she linger well past the second evening study session, but she also emerged embracing a boy. Embracing? Such a suggestive term. It feels as if our scandal has been exposed by the principal. But wait, we have no scandal. We are merely serving the community. Good evening, sister. Qin Ming greeted sweetly, promptly clarifying the entire situation. Dai Yuqing's expression shifted to one of realization. So that is how it is. Or else what? You wouldn't think we, humph, superficial woman. Even if you suspect your sister, you cannot suspect me. Xiaochan is indeed afraid of the dark. Thank you, class monitor. Just call me Qin Ming, he replied. All right. Dai Yuchan nodded repeatedly. It's getting late. Would you like me to give you a ride home? Is Jingxiu a mansion on your way? I hope I'm not imposing. Why does this lad seem a bit manipulative? So agreeable. My home is at Jai de Shanxi. Let us get in. Impressive, indeed wealthy. The Jia de Tianxi is a renowned affluent community in Jeju, where the average price of a residence exceeds 30,000. And even the smallest units boast an area of 180 square meters. Old Qin's aspiration is to one day wander through the halls of Jia de Tianxi. Qin Ming once suggested that Old Qin take on the role of a security guard at Jia de Tianxi, yet Old Qin appeared less than enthusiastic about the idea. Qin Ming muttered under his breath, removing the shoes that Dai Yuchan had inadvertently stepped on. This was sheer retaliation. He explained the situation to Old Qin and Lu Fengying. Upon returning to his bedroom, he contacted the day students who had applied for financial aid once more, seeking information about the female dormitory from Dai Yuchan. Ultimately, he identified 8 students genuinely facing financial hardship, along with 2 alternates, and proposed that the school initiate direct payments. The list was sent to Old Lu. Qin Ming lay on his bed, feeling mentally exhausted, contemplating whether to engage in some relaxation exercises. After a moment's deliberation, he decided against it. In the dead of night, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing the sudden completion of the task assigned by the teacher regarding his classmates, with a reward of 3 years of amateur boxing proficiency. The most crucial aspect of commerce is ensuring one's safety, and the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. Task completed. Qin Ming jolted upright, invigorated by the realization of his accomplishment. However, he pondered why the reward felt rather inconsequential. He shook his fist, feeling that aside from being able to provoke Gong Xiaobi to tears, confronting Dai Yuchan was an entirely different challenge. What was this? A glitch in the system? Damn it. System. Are you pocketing my rewards? Never mind. Time for sleep. If I do not see the reward tomorrow, I shall inform Old May that your hometown is rich in oil. Dai Yuchan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her skin delicate and glistening with droplets of water. Her alabaster neck and finely sculpted collarbone lending her an air of aloof elegance. Upon glancing at Qin Ming's chat window, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Bastard. In such darkness, he abandoned her to flee alone. Yet, recalling the moment she clutched Qin Ming's arm and dashed outside, her heart raced with excitement. He provided a semblance of security. A faint blush crept across Dai Yuchan's cheeks. She opened her gallery and viewed the photograph of Qin Ming's hand. Biting her lip and instinctively squeezing her legs together, Qin Ming drifted into a haze of slumber. In his dreams, he felt his consciousness drawn into a boxing gym. A burly boxer meticulously instructed him on controlling his body, incessantly throwing punches, dodging, and perfecting his footwork and strikes. Sweat poured down his body, punch after punch. Pain coursed through him. With each swing, his awareness teetered on the edge of collapse. He continued to punch, punch, punch. Time lost all meaning. Qin Ming was consumed by the rhythm of his fists, his dodges becoming less pronounced, his movements increasingly refined, and the power of his punches growing more formidable. Suddenly, he awoke, the dawn light softly illuminating the sky outside. Sitting up, he marveled at the vividness of the dream. Was this the method through which the system imparted knowledge? It was not a mindless infusion. Rather, it held a certain exhilarating charm. Qin Ming reflected on the dream. Everything within is vividly etched in memory. As if I am truly drenched in sweat, having fought for 3 years, with experience indelibly inscribed in my very flesh. Qin Ming can sense that his current boxing prowess has ascended from mediocrity to the pinnacle of amateur levels overnight. Although he cannot yet compete with professional athletes. Should old Qin dare to mock him again, a single punch would undoubtedly bring him face to face with his ancestors. What a farce of paternal devotion. At last, the 5th day of the 5-kilometer run has concluded. Qin Ming performed a brief stretch. Side quest. The first phase of enhancing vitality is finally complete. Daily running of 5 kilometers, maintaining this for 10, 20, or 30 days. Reward. Physical enhancement of 20, 50, 100, 300 yuan per day. Completed. Upon seeing the words completed on the task panel, Qin Ming felt an immediate transformation within his body. His hurried breaths gradually calmed. The soreness in his muscles slowly eased, and the fatigue dissipated swiftly. His cardiovascular function, muscle strength, and metabolic recovery appeared to be steadily improving. Well done, Foundation Establishment Pill. Not a disappointment. The changes in his body were not as fantastical as depicted in novels, where one expels foul and dark impurities. Indeed, novels are deceptive. The transformation was ongoing, and Qin Ming chose not to dwell further, instead preparing to eat and head to school. Suddenly, a panicked cry pierced the air. Help! Someone's robbing me. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Ying, his running companion. Qin Ming swiftly turned to the source of the commotion. Spotting Yu Ying in a pink tank top, knocked to the ground about 50 meters away, a shadowy figure, clutching a mobile phone, was racing towards him. Damn it. Why are they running towards me? Qin Ming glanced around, realizing that due to the weather, fewer people were out running today, and he was alone in the vicinity. His mind raced. Should he intervene? Did the assailant possess a weapon? Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, he and Yu Ying were not particularly close, and inviting such trouble seemed unnecessary. In this society, it was merely a matter of time before a robber was apprehended. The thought of being injured weighed heavily on Qin Ming's mind. His family, including old Qin and his mother, as well as Bai Jiang, would be heartbroken. Why take such a risk? After a mental deliberation, Qin Ming prepared to step aside. Though it felt somewhat shameful, it might spare his life. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. He could simply wait until the assailant departed to report the incident and provide information. At that moment, the figure in black drew nearer, and Qin Ming could see clearly that he was unarmed and around 40 years of age. Xiaoming, get out of the way. Don't engage. Yu Ying suddenly shouted urgently, her expression filled with concern, fearing for his impulsiveness. Damn. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and stepped aside. The assailant glared at him menacingly, as if poised to draw a knife at any moment. Upon seeing Qin Ming yield, a mocking smile crept onto the robber's lips. Chapter 70. This glory shall not be mine alone. In a sudden twist, Qin Ming tripped the assailant, who was clad in black, causing him to crash to the ground unceremoniously. Without hesitation, Qin Ming mounted the fallen figure and unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, each strike akin to a relentless downpour. Drawing upon 3 years of boxing experience, he unleashed an unrestrained barrage, employing a combination of blows. The first punch targeted the legs, rendering escape impossible. The second struck the mouth, silencing any cries for help. The third, a fervent onslaught, left him shouting in frustration. Are you suggesting that a high school student, armed solely with his bare hands, rendered this robber unconscious without incurring any harm himself? I was merely acting in self-defense. The victim can attest to my actions. As Qin Ming provided his statement, he felt a twinge of anxiety under the scrutiny of the two officers, uncertain of the robber's condition. Surely, I haven't caused him grave harm? The officers exchanged glances, a subtle smirk tugging at their lips. The robber had survived, albeit with significant injuries. One could not overlook the sheer force exhibited by this young man. The suspect lay in the hospital, bruised and battered. Officers, may I take my leave? I have classes to attend, Qin Ming inquired. You may, as the testimonies and evidence attest to your act of heroism. However, we have noted an incident just days prior, where you also demonstrated bravery. Is that true? The previous incident involved a staged accident, which may not have qualified as such. However, the individual insisted on expressing gratitude, presenting me with a banner. Yet, this time, I genuinely acted in defense. Had it not been for Yu Ying's sudden shout urging me to step aside, I might not have intervened. The officers exchanged amused glances. Was this child seeking accolades? Very well, let us have your guardian come to fetch you. What is the matter? The officers asked, puzzled. Could my homeroom teacher come instead? I prefer not to worry my parents, Qin Ming replied after some contemplation. Old Lu, I am ready to showcase my achievements. What about you? The officer chuckled. Indeed, you are a commendable youth. In future incidents, prioritize your safety above all else. Thank you, officers. Your efforts are appreciated. The students of our esteemed school have always upheld our motto as their guiding principle, consistently applying it in their lives, and we remain dedicated to their education. Qin Minghua remarked with a beaming smile, engaging the officers in discussion about how Qin Ming had been molded by their institution. Qin Ming stared in bewilderment. What is happening? Old Lu, why on earth did you bring the principal here? Standing behind Qin Minghua, Old Lu, with a smile gracing his lips, nodded in agreement, remarking that it was all due to the principal's guidance and the nurturing environment of their school. He turned his gaze toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming, you wish to impress? How fortuitous. I seek to improve as well. Old Lu, having awakened early that day, pondered over the list of impoverished students Qin Ming had sent. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this the same Qin Ming who scored 470 points, accomplishing all this in a single day? Surely, he must be jesting. However, upon reviewing the classroom surveillance footage, Old Lu was left utterly astounded. This was no mere pretense. Instead, Qin Ming diligently employed the best methods to select the impoverished students. Old Lu, in his heart, was inclined to chastise himself, questioning how one could determine a student's entire future based solely on their scores. However, a phone call from the police department nearly drove him to madness. Upon grasping the situation's details, Old Lu exhaled deeply, realizing it was yet again Qin Ming, which made his head spin. Who on earth had placed Qin Ming in my class? Yet, his long-standing awareness of progress propelled him to call Qin Minghua without a second thought. This honor shall not be mine alone. Loyalty. Upon receiving the news from Lu Haiyuan, Qin Minghua was equally astonished. He hurriedly adjusted his attire, drove to pick up Lu Haiyuan, and rushed to the police station. After a brief exchange with the victim, Yu Ying, he engaged in conversation with several officers. Thank you, Xiaoming. Although Yuing suffered a minor scrape on her arm, she was not gravely injured. I'm fine. How about you, sister? She smiled, unable to resist pinching Qin Ming's arm. I never expected someone so young to possess such strength. If it weren't for you, I might have been in serious trouble today. In the future, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I will undoubtedly assist you. Humph. If we had crossed paths on the streets of Shenyang, he would have regretted it. All right, I'll remember that. On the way back to school, old Lu occupied the front passenger seat, while Qin Ming settled in the back, with Qin Minghua at the wheel. This display of grandeur was something Qin Ming had never envisioned in his life. Yet, it must be said, riding in the principal's Magotan was indeed quite comfortable. Qin Ming, you truly embody the ideal student of our school. In less than 2 weeks since the start of the second year, you have already acted heroically on 2 occasions. In my years of teaching, I have never encountered a student quite like you. Surely, you will make the news again, and our school will bask in your glory. Qin Minghua recalled Qin Ming's previous actions in the cafeteria, which left an indelible mark on him. Yet, it seemed that Qin Ming was, by nature, a kind-hearted soul, the type to stand against injustice. As a child of Qingshan, one must understand from a young age that when a high-ranking official praises you, one should not merely nod in agreement. Rather, one ought to express gratitude for the organization's nurturing, the leader's guidance, and the cooperation of colleagues. The high number of public service candidates from Qingshan is indeed due to our esteemed teacher Lu. Otherwise, I would not have had the courage to act in such a manner. However, the most crucial factor remains the educational philosophy of our school. It instills in me the confidence to act bravely, knowing that even if I encounter trouble, the school will not abandon me. The school is my home. The honor does not belong solely to me, but to the entire institution. Old Lu could hardly contain his smile. Speak more, please. Qin Ming, your Chinese composition grades should not be so low. Qin Minghua chuckled and shook his head. Qin Ming, after your heroic act, you can be assured of an official commendation. The school will also provide some rewards. What would you like? Just tell me, and I shall make it happen. You see, although Qin Minghua is the second in command, his words carry significant weight. Lao Lu timely reminded, Qin Ming, this is the reward you truly deserve. Do not be shy. If you need it, feel free to approach the school. If there are financial difficulties at home, do not hesitate to report it to the school, which will surely extend a helping hand. Lao Lu recalled that Qin Ming's family situation was rather ordinary. Thus, he subtly endeavored to assist Qin Ming in securing a bonus. After all, setting aside the issue of grades, how could Lao Lu not be considered a commendable teacher? Upon hearing about financial hardships, Qin Ming suddenly had an idea. Teacher, I was thinking, could the school directly deposit the financial aid for impoverished students into their student cards or their parents' bank accounts? As the class monitor, I realized that many classmates refrain from applying for financial aid simply to maintain their pride. I believe that if the funds could be transferred directly, it would help preserve the dignity of those students. Of course, to avoid disputes, the school could publish an anonymized list of the impoverished students to prevent any discontent among others. However, such situations are likely rare, as there aren't many truly impoverished families nowadays. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere inside the car fell silent. Chapter 71. Qin Ming is indeed a good child. Now, a question arises. Suppose, when your son achieves a perfect score on an exam, you wish to offer him a choice of a gift. He does not select toys, cigarettes, snacks, or even a trip to Fiji. Instead, he solemnly informs you, Father, it's getting cold. Let's save some money for you and Mother to buy new clothes. What would your feelings be? It would be impossible not to be moved. Lao Lu suddenly turned his gaze towards Qin Ming, his lips twitching weakly. Qin Ming, do you desire more? In a mere third of a second, Qin Ming comprehended Lao Lu's unspoken thoughts. Haha, you truly cannot be deceived. You are correct, but I will not admit it. Qin Minghua, having had little interaction with Qin Ming, was unaware of the significant things Qin Ming had accomplished. Therefore, upon hearing Qin Ming's suggestion, a look of astonishment and surprise crossed his face. Was Lao Lu's hint not clear enough? Did this child not understand? No. From these brief encounters, it was evident that Qin Ming was not only exceptionally clever and perceptive, but also remarkably judicious in his actions. He was not the type of child who was overly naive or dull. This meant that he not only grasped teacher Lu's subtle hints, but also eloquently declined Lu Haiyuan's proposal without uttering a word. Moreover, he thoughtfully proposed a suggestion that could benefit all impoverished students in the school. While this suggestion may seem insignificant, it profoundly illustrates Qin Ming's attentiveness and the warmth inherent within him. I will seriously consider this suggestion. Qin Ming, you are truly a wonderful child. Our school will not let a remarkable student like you feel disheartened. If the impression Qin Ming left on Qin Minghua was 88 points before, it has now soared to 99 points. The missing point was solely due to the absence of knowledge regarding his academic achievements. Upon hearing Qin Ming being associated with good students, Lao Lu felt rather odd. Only those with excellent grades could be deemed good students. As for Qin Ming gazed at Lao Lu, somewhat speechless. Lao Lu, are you teasing my brother again? Upon hearing the principal praise me as an exemplary student, do I not feel akin to an inept husband? The pressure is comparable to that of a lovely fawn taking the stage to sing in unison, is it not? Teacher Lu, Qin Ming is the class monitor of your cohort. Having a considerate class leader like him is indeed a blessing for the students in your class. Old Lu, with a tongue that belies his heart, modestly remarked, "Oh, not at all. This is entirely Qin Ming's capability." Yet, in his heart, he mused, "Principal, you shall see. One day you will find the reason within yourself." Qin Minghua's sleek black Magotan is well known to the gatekeeper, who allowed it to glide smoothly into the school without a moment's pause. Qin Ming rose at 5 this morning to run, and after attending to all his affairs, he returned to school just in time for 7. The sound of students reciting lessons resonated within the teaching building, while numerous duty students busied themselves with cleaning duties below. Duty students are such that they venture out daily to tidy up, with a minimum of half an hour required. Some may even take up to an hour, akin to a massage session where one clings to the therapist, reluctant to let go. However, there is little choice in the matter. After all, our esteemed institution ranks first in hygiene inspections among high schools in Jeju. If the students do not apply themselves in cleaning, how could we possibly maintain such a prestigious position? The outdoor cleaning area assigned to Class 3 encompasses the parking lot. Today being Tuesday, the task falls upon Group 2, of which Zhou Qi and his peers are members, with Qi Ying as the group leader, accompanied by a few familiar faces. Wow, the class monitor's actions yesterday were quite audacious. To be honest, I could never conceive of the idea of having everyone write application letters. I bet many did so yesterday, exclaimed Zhang Jieqi, leaning on his broom. Although he belongs to Zhou Qi's circle, he harbors no animosity towards Qin Ming. The mention of Qin Ming was inspired by the impressive display he witnessed the previous night. It is akin to a student confessing to another in front of a teacher. One might perceive such an act as foolish, yet internally, one must acknowledge the boldness of the individual. Zhang Jieqi is aware that Zhou Qi, Qi Ying, and their associates do not hold Qin Ming in high regard. However, as his parents both work within the system and his family's circumstances are no less favorable than Zhou Qi's, he feels no need to curry favor. Thus, he speaks somewhat recklessly. Qi Ying's expression darkened immediately. Zhou Qi inwardly cursed Zhang Jieqi for his thoughtlessness, thinking, why bring up such a topic now? Another group member was about to nod in agreement, having also submitted an application, but upon noticing Zhou Qi's expression, he quickly retracted, falling silent. To be honest, had Ying been the class monitor, I believe she would have performed no worse than Qin Ming, Zhou Qi remarked, casting a glance at Qi Ying. He continued, besides, isn't it merely a matter of winning hearts? At most, he gathers a few less fortunate souls to play along with him. Those who can apply for financial aid are hardly destined for greatness. The countenance of another group member who had applied shifted dramatically, and he fell silent. Zhou Qi, how dare you? Qi Ying had initially intended to nod in agreement. However, reconsidering, she thought, if I do so, won't my classmates think I speak ill of others behind their backs? In truth, such a statement was unnecessary. Qi Ying chuckled lightly, inwardly in accord. Zhang Jieqi furrowed his brow immediately. Zhou Qi, we are all classmates. Your words are rather harsh, aren't they? Harsh? Really? Zhou Qi feigned a casual wave of his broom, his demeanor nonchalant. I merely spoke the truth. I did not mention any of us specifically. Not a friend, then. You are quite foolish, Zhang Jieqi replied, somewhat exasperated. Due to his parents' positions within the system, and after enduring numerous incidents involving his father, Li Gang, and Zhang Er, along with a series of minor essays, his parents strictly prohibited him from uttering any thoughtless remarks. Countless individuals had suffered repercussions because of their offspring's actions. Their influence over their parents capable of keeping competitors awake at night in laughter. Filial piety, excessive filial piety. I am not your father. You are mine. Furthermore, what significance does being a class president in high school hold? When you go for an interview, would you dare to mention that you held such a position? I was a group leader in elementary school. In today's society, connections and power are of paramount importance. Being a class president is utterly trivial, with such poor grades. Qin Ming's fate is to toil as a mere cog in the societal machine. The more Zhou Qi spoke, the more agitated he became. Suddenly, a black Magotan approached the principal's car. Damn it, quickly hush. They hastily resumed their pretense of cleaning. Qin Minghua, driving the black Magotan, noticed them conversing from a distance. His tone growing serious. Which class are these students from? It's been half an hour since the morning self-study began. Why are they still cleaning? Just as old Lu was about to respond with uncertainty, he caught sight of Zhou Qi and nearly faltered. How is it that they are from our class? The third class? Qin Minghua had intended to say something, but instead chuckled, feeling somewhat nostalgic. It's nothing. Quite normal. In any class, there are always mixed students, some good, some bad. Teacher Lu, please educate them later about the importance of time management. They shouldn't think that cleaning allows them the freedom to play. Chapter 72 What? I am to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples? Very well, principal. Qin Minghua parked the car, opened the door, and frowned as he cast a glance at the group. Zhou Qi and the others promptly stood at attention. Good day, teacher. Qin Minghua departed. The group had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when the passenger door opened, and the moment they saw Lu Haiyuan, a cold sweat broke out among them. What the heck? Why is old Lu getting out of the principal's car? It was still early. Could it be that the two of them? Hiss. Old Lu appeared quite different than they had imagined. He was not the person they expected. Subsequently, they noticed the rear door opening, and to their astonishment, Qin Ming alighted from the back seat. In an instant, their minds went blank. As Qin Minghua locked the car and took his leave, he exchanged greetings with Qin Ming, who smiled and nodded in return. "Oh, look, all you guys are here. How embarrassing." The principal insisted on. The others exclaimed, "What the hell? What does this mean? Have you just returned from the hospital? Has the parent-child paternity test between Qin Ming and the principal succeeded?" Once Qin Minghua had departed, Old Lu's demeanor shifted dramatically. The overwhelming aura of an emperor began to manifest. "What are you all doing? It is already past 7. Does cleaning really take this long? How many people are left in the entire school to clean? Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. After everyone returns, you all must write a reflection of no less than 1,000 words to be submitted to Qin Ming." The expressions of Zhou Qi and the others immediately twisted into grimaces. "Damn it." Qi bit her lip, lifting her gaze to see a smile playing at the corners of Qin Ming's mouth, nearly causing her composure to crumble. "He must be mocking me mercilessly. It is not as if we are close, Qin Ming." His smile was solely due to the system task refreshing once more, and this time, it was a genuine main quest. "Finally, it has arrived. Do you have any idea how I have endured this past week?" Qin Ming gazed at the task panel, which read, "During your time pursuing an MBA, you have amassed foundational management experience, business acumen, connections, and capital. It is time to return to the business world and rise anew. Main quest, start from scratch. Choose a promising physical industry, conduct market research. Reward, 10,000 RMB. Incredible. Simply for conducting market research, a reward of 10,000 yuan is offered. Truly befitting a main quest." Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement. The largest business he had ever engaged in was during his middle school graduation year, distributing flyers in the market, only for the leader to abscond without settling accounts. To be honest, Qin Ming was unsure of his suitability for business. However, according to the system's description, he possessed a keen business mind and would experience rapid growth post-university, ultimately amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million within a few years. Furthermore, with the premature arrival of the bankruptcy system, it was akin to having a safety net. Thus, Qin Ming felt a stirring within him. Why should I not give it a try? If both seasoned and novice entrepreneurs can succeed, then surely I too can find my fortune. As for which industry to enter, Qin Ming had some thoughts. During his previous stint as a food delivery driver, he had examined the cake market near No. 1 high school and discovered it surprisingly lackluster. He even deduced a viable business secret. As long as he could project the credentials of a top scorer in the college entrance examination, he could potentially unlock the cake market within No. 1 high school. The title of top scorer carried weight far beyond mere words. It was akin to the Shao family producing an Emperor Yan. What benefits would this bring to the school? A bunch of struggling cousins could directly ascend to the Dozong level, while BYD Yuansan is merely Dozong. What truly is the advantage? For decades, the top scorers from Jeju have been divided between the provincial experimental school and No. 2 high school, while No. 1 high school boasts a prestigious name, yet has seen its students struggle to break into the top 5. This truly tarnishes the illustrious reputation of No. 1 high school. Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. Damn it. To exhibit the qualifications of a top scorer in such a short time is utterly impossible. I am merely a student. Yet, I cannot simply alter my scores. Should I defeat the Tang monk and his disciples? Don't be ridiculous. Nevertheless, Qin Ming gradually calmed himself to reflect. If one does not exhibit the qualities of a top-performing student, penetrating the cake market of the prestigious first high school is not impossible. After all, during this period, I have appeared before the principal far too frequently and have masqueraded as an exemplary student quite convincingly. I am on the brink of etching my name into the annals of school history. As long as I can achieve a score in the upcoming monthly exam that is astonishing enough to provoke skepticism about my capabilities and potentially grant me the opportunity to ascend to a top-tier university, then everything remains uncertain. But let us defer that discussion for another time. Great achievements do not occur overnight. One must take small, deliberate steps towards their goals. Old Lu's verbal assaults on Zhou Qi and the others have reached a saturation point. You all should learn from Qin Ming, who not only studies diligently and progresses rapidly, but also possesses outstanding character. There is no need for you to be so fixated on this, Old Lu. Character speaks for itself. Resorting to circular insults? I am genuinely incensed. This morning, Qin Ming once again displayed heroism by aiding a running girl in reclaiming her stolen phone from a thief. He bravely apprehended the assailant. This is the exemplar of learning you should aspire to. When will you be as dependable as Qin Ming? Old Lu is on the verge of transforming into a fervent admirer of Qin Ming. However, Old Lu does speak some truth. Ever since Qin Ming became class monitor, he has indeed alleviated many of my concerns. Given Qin Ming's inherent charisma, no student in class 3 dares to oppose him. Most importantly, Qin Ming is not only intelligent, but also exceptionally capable. Many tasks that should fall under the purview of the homeroom teacher have been efficiently managed by Qin Ming, often surpassing the teacher's own efforts. Zhou Qi and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Why was heroism once again a topic of conversation? Qin Ming, tell me, was it the sight of that girl's face that prompted you to assist her? Please, do enlighten us. Jealousy was palpable among them. Goodness. Such actions are a stark contrast to merely posing as a pretentious figure at school. What? You received a mobile flag? Apologies, but Qin Ming has earned a banner. It's so grand. Someone quietly gasped in astonishment. No wonder Qin Ming returned in the same vehicle as old Lu and the principal. This rascal has once again garnered attention before the principal. I am utterly vexed. Qin Ming, why is it not I who performed an act of heroism? Upon returning to the classroom, Gong Xiaobi approached with a worried expression. Classmate, why are you so late today? Qin Ming has never been late. He had not arrived. And despite sending him a message in the morning, he did not respond. Initially, Gong Xiaobi thought Qin Ming simply woke up late. But as the morning self-study commenced without his presence, her concern escalated, leading her to indulge in unfounded worries. Chapter 73. Old Qin, how is your stock trading going? Sun Fengjiao remarked with a hint of envy. Qin Ming, you are nearly an hour late. Do you have any idea how worried Bai Bai has been about you? She couldn't even concentrate on her studies during the morning session. Gong Xiaobi, a mere 630-point student from a small town, appeared to Sun Fengjiao as someone merely a step away from dropping out. Gong's cheeks flushed, and the worry in his eyes could not be contained. Strangely, he refrained from countering Sun's remark. After all, it was only natural for him to be concerned about his deskmate, Qin Ming, just as it was typical for Sun to frequently inquire about Jia Mingkai's demise. A warmth enveloped Qin's heart. Indeed, Xiaobi was truly commendable. Just as he was about to explain, Jia Mingkai approached with a mischievous grin. Qin Ming, do you think you blew a fuse last night and had to go to the hospital today? With a weary smile, Qin shook his head. Oh Jia, how should one even respond to you? It's rare to encounter someone so audaciously close while I'm trying to maintain an air of sophistication. After Qin finished explaining, frustration bubbled within him. Forget it. I'm contemplating dropping out. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Jia's facade crumbled. He buried himself in his homework, only to realize he couldn't solve the problems, nearly snapping his pen in frustration. He silently vowed never to grant Qin another chance to show off. Sun Fengjiao scratched her head. Are you not joking? It's a joke that could kill. Qin swore vehemently. Sun hesitated. You needn't go to such lengths just to impress Xiaobi, right? Qin, taken aback, exclaimed. Hey, there's no need to slander me. I'm not pursuing her. It's she who is pursuing me. With a scoff, Qin resumed his studies, suddenly leaning towards Gong Xiaobi. Hey, isn't your brother Ming impressive? Seeking some praise here. Gong Xiaobi pursed her lips, turned her gaze down to her book, and then softly stated, I find it too dangerous. You should refrain from such actions in the future and just report it afterward. Qin was momentarily stunned by her response. Gong Xiaobi then lifted her head, her clear eyes holding an unprecedented seriousness. I am serious. Please do not act this way again. She longed to express that had Qin placed his hand on her chest while recounting his story, he would have felt an unparalleled heartbeat. Qin opened his mouth, feeling somewhat deflated. All right. Gong Xiaobi suddenly appeared flustered. I didn't mean to imply anything negative about you. You're great. However, such behavior is far too perilous. What if you were to get hurt? Your family would worry, as would your classmates. I would too. I understand, Qin replied. Do not be upset. Your intentions are commendable. I did not mean to criticize you, and I apologize for my earlier words. So, could you let me? No. Qin, how shameless. Gong Xiaobi laughed, recalling how someone had unwittingly spoken through him moments ago, relieved that she hadn't acquiesced. Blushing, Gong fell silent. Please, don't let this slip out. All right. Back to studying. As news of Qin's gallant acts spread throughout the class, everyone began to perceive him as a hero. Qin interjected, what do you mean like? I am one. Lu Xiumei turned her head with excitement and said to Qianying, who was writing a reflection. Qianying, the class monitor has once again demonstrated remarkable bravery. It's astonishing. The school year has barely begun, and my goodness, he is not only handsome but also. If only his grades were slightly better and his family had a bit more wealth, he would be utterly flawless. Qianying's delicate features stiffened. Lu Xiumei, I know you were doing this on purpose. I have long seen through your betrayal of the organization. Hey, Qianying, what are you writing? A scathing critique of your mother. A reflection? What mistake have you made? Lu Xiumei, please just shut up, I beg you. Lu Xiumei displayed a forced smile, reminiscent of a popular meme. Beg me? If you beg me, I will also inquire. Sighing, Qianying observed Dai Yuchan's cold gaze, her once fair complexion today appearing unusually vibrant. Upon hearing of Qin Ming's act of bravery, she expressed mild surprise. However, recalling the events of the previous night, she gently shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. In the first class of the morning, a television reporter conducted another interview. Qin Minghua and Lu Haiyuan attended in fine attire, while Qin Ming calmly accepted the interview, attributing most of the credit to the school. Qin Minghua remarked, Qin Ming, what you said has pleased Uncle Hua greatly. Meanwhile, an obscure stock saw an unexpected surge after the market opened, reaching its limit within hours, creating a sensation among investors. The reason was straightforward. Much to the contrary of predictions from numerous industry insiders, Mu Yuan Company released their financial report at 9 o'clock this morning, showcasing results that significantly exceeded market analysts' expectations due to a decline in raw milk prices, the emergence of popular products, and a shift towards high-end offerings. This internal momentum, coupled with favorable external factors, propelled Mu Yuan Company's stock to soar. Qin Ruifeng, why are you only eating this for lunch? In the company cafeteria? Xiao Sun glanced at Qin Ruifeng's plate, which contained a portion of cabbage, rice, and a chicken leg, unable to suppress a smirk. Old Qin's unit gets a meal allowance every day, but it only covers 13 yuan per meal. Some colleagues, facing tight budgets, barely scrape by. Qin Ruifeng poked at the chicken leg, stating, I ate too much this morning, so I'm not very hungry today. In reality, the stock had plummeted by 102 yuan yesterday, leaving Old Qin somewhat unable to eat. The stock market is truly frustrating right now. Dong Ming, carrying his tray, saw Qin Ruifeng's meager meal and chuckled as he sat beside Old Qin. Old Qin, why such a humble meal today? Is BYD giving you a hard time? Qin Ruifeng shot Dong Ming a glance, choosing silence to avoid an outburst. Xiao Sun quickly clarified, Brother Dong. Qin said he ate too much this morning. Ha. Dong Ming set down his tray, which boasted 2 chicken legs, a chicken cutlet, and a generous portion of fish-flavored shredded pork. You can fool your friends, but don't fool yourself. Old Qin, how's it going with the stocks? I remember you mentioned last week that you had a small loss. Yesterday, I managed to make a small profit. Would you like some guidance? Lao Qin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slam his plate onto Dong Ming's face. Gazing at his chicken leg, he suddenly pointed at it and inquired, would you care for this chicken leg? Dong Ming was momentarily taken aback. Who offers a chicken leg as a bribe? No, thank you. Oh, much appreciated. Lao Qin snatched a chicken leg from Dong Ming's plate. Satisfied that he had only lost 97 yuan yesterday, a small reprieve. Qin Ruifeng, damn you. Dong Ming was nearly infuriated. Is this how you ask someone? Xiao Sun struggled to suppress a laugh. After a brief pause, Dong Ming pointed at his own chicken leg and asked, Lao Qin, do you want this chicken leg? I would, thank you. Damn it, another 5 yuan back. Delightful. You owe me my crispy chicken leg back. Xiao Sun was on the verge of an internal injury. Pinching his thigh to refrain from laughing out loud, Dong Ming found humor in his own actions, laughing heartily, taking a couple of deep breaths to quell his frustration. He steered the conversation back to the stock market. Lao Qin, I am serious. I understand a bit about stocks, and I have invested more than you. In this regard, I must be superior, right? Offering you some guidance is hardly excessive. I heard today's market is quite favorable, with several stocks soaring. I wonder if you managed to invest in any. Upon hearing this, Lao Qin perked up. Really? The stocks I purchased can't possibly have risen, can they? Such is the nature of stock traders. Even while observing the tide at the beach, they fantasize that their stocks might be experiencing a similar surge. Just a fantasy before diving into the sea. Dong Ming pulled out his phone to show Lao Qin his earnings. With a principal of 100,000 yuan, he had a floating profit of over 800 today. Lao Qin glanced over, feeling a twinge of envy. Reluctantly, he took out his own phone, intending to check privately. If his stocks had risen, he would feign modesty, and if not, he would claim the market had not opened yet. Dong Ming chuckled and leaned closer. With no other option, Lao Qin clicked to open it. He was instantly stunned. Dong Ming glanced over, his eyelids twitching, mouth agape. Xiao Sun, puzzled, noticed the expressions on the 2 older brothers' faces and couldn't help but ask, what is going on? Why is there silence? Xiao Sun displayed a penguin emoji, jaw dropping to the floor. Floating profit of over 5,000 in just one day? With a principal of only 64,000, unbelievable. Qin Gu, are you a stock god? Upon hearing this, Lao Qin felt a surge of anger. Was this directed at me? Yet, he too was shaken internally. Qin Ming's stocks had actually hit the ceiling, yielding a 10% profit in a single day. After years of trading, Lao Qin had never seen such a figure on his own phone. Dong Ming wiped his eyes, realizing he was not mistaken, and felt an immediate pang of envy. Why does Qin Ruifeng get to achieve this? What gives him the right to see his stocks rise like this? With a principal of just over 60,000, his returns were 6 or 7 times that of Dong Ming's 100,000. Unbelievable. Old Qin, with such extraordinary fortune, are you playing with your lifespan? Old Qin, you are being rather ungracious. Do you already know something? Dong Ming cast a sour glance at Old Qin. Indeed, if I had known, my profits today would have exceeded 6,400 rather than merely 5,000. Haha, how should I put it? I had a premonition that it would rise, but I was uncertain about the extent of the increase, so I casually bought a little, and unexpectedly, it hit the ceiling. Old Qin decided to take advantage of Qin Ming's favorable wind to boast a bit. Little Sun was all too eager to play along. Brother Qin, you are far too modest. 60,000 in capital is hardly just a little. You've reaped a considerable bounty, equivalent to my salary for 2 months. Oh, it's not that much, really. Why does this feel a bit exhilarating? Although Old Qin was a veteran in the workplace, he lacked both wealth and influence, often blending in with the background and frequently being harassed by Dong Ming. Therefore, it was exceptionally gratifying to finally stand tall in front of Dong Ming, sending shivers of delight through him. Dong Ming felt more distressed seeing Old Qin profit than he did experiencing his own losses. This is terrible. I can hardly eat now. Tonight, I shall surely have nightmares. Suddenly, Old Qin turned to Dong Ming, chuckling. Hey, Old Dong, I made a little profit today. Care for some guidance? Get lost. Dong Ming laughed awkwardly and left. Soon enough, The news of old Qin earning over 5,000 in a single day of stock trading spread throughout the workplace. Several seasoned investors approached old Qin to smoke with him. Yet, in solitude, old Qin's face would occasionally reveal a hint of bitterness. At the Petroleum University, Qin Lu had just returned to his dormitory from the cafeteria when he heard his roommate, who traded stocks daily, exclaim, "Wow, Miu & Company has skyrocketed today. It drives me insane that I only invested 300. I'm done for. Brothers, Miu & Company hit the ceiling today. Can anyone lend me some money? I feel like I'm about to strike it rich." The other roommates gathered around to watch. Initially, Qin Lu paid little mind, but soon he froze in realization. Miu & Company? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, isn't that the stock Qin Ming bought? It hit the ceiling? Qin Lu's mind suddenly buzzed with disbelief. Old Tian, which Miu & Company are you referring to? He could hardly believe that the stock Qin Ming purchased had actually reached its limit. Which one? What do you mean? There's only one Miu & Company in the A-share market, engaged in dairy products. They released their financial report today and hit the ceiling. It's simply exhilarating. The financial report. Qin Lu recalled that his uncle had mentioned this term the other day. It must be the same company. The corners of Qin Lu's mouth twitched, completely dumbfounded. Goodness, that nefarious cousin Qin Ming made 6,000 in a day from stocks. No way, are you serious? Qin Zhan, seated at his workstation, gazed at his plummeting stocks, unable to contain his curses. Turning his head, he recalled the stocks Qin Ming mentioned during their meal on Saturday, causing him to erupt in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is amusing, truly amusing. It seems that foolish people indeed have their share of fortune. The current market circumstances have left me utterly speechless. It resembles the unexpected resurgence of a close friend, although they remain inferior to you. The diminishment of one's own sense of superiority is palpable, akin to losing a target for pretentiousness. What a peculiar situation this is. However, one must acknowledge that stocks cannot perpetually rise. At best, they may do so for a few days. Yet, my employment remains steadfast and secure, which, in the grand scheme, offers a considerable advantage over Qin Ming's household. Upon returning home, Qin Ming casually removed his shoes, only to find old Qin and Lu Fengying seated on the sofa, their expressions grave as they scrutinized him. What now? Have I committed yet another transgression? He inquired. Come here. Old Qin furrowed his brow and unlocked his phone. What is the situation with this stock? Qin Ming cast a glance. Goodness, it has hit the limit up. But why is the profit only a little over 5,000? Old Qin's face darkened. Whoever inquires about this shall face dire consequences. Qin Ming burst into laughter, sounding almost pig-like. You haven't lost money again, have you? I can't believe it. Thank goodness I didn't heed your advice to invest in those dreadful stocks. Otherwise, I would have been financially ruined today. Had you invested in Miu stocks, I believe you could have made a substantial profit over a year and a half, at the very least, several $100s. Old Qin fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling a childhood incident where he had angered Qin Ming's grandmother, resulting in a prolonged reprimand from Qin Ming's grandfather. Eventually, it was Qin Ming's grandmother who intervened, and at that moment, he felt remorseful. However, ever since Qin Ming's arrival in his life, old Qin often reflected on a single thought. Father, your punches back then were neither swift nor fierce enough. Chapter 75, Stock Sold, Mission Accomplished, Additional Update. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Leave the stock business to me. It is merely a stroke of luck. I observed the market and sensed an upward trend. Yet I did not anticipate such a dramatic rise. Just sell it for me on Friday. It will probably only increase for a few more days. Side mission, maintain sensitivity. Invest in an industry and achieve profitability within a week, yielding a profit of 51,015. Reward, investment returns increase by 500, 1,000, 500. The mission was issued on Thursday evening. Profitability is only calculated within that week, leading up to Thursday evening. Thus, selling on Friday is entirely feasible. Although Miu stocks may continue to rise, the subsequent profit margins would be minimal. It is more prudent to expedite the main mission. Qin Ming, the industrious entrepreneur. Old Qin opened his mouth, poised to protest. But this stock could rise for another year. And you plan to sell? He reconsidered, knowing that Qin Ming would likely mock him, and chose silence instead. Lu Fengying approached, affectionately ruffling Qin Ming's hair, exclaiming, Mingzi, you are astonishing. Who would have thought that we would have a genius investor in our midst, far surpassing your father? Old Qin retorted, is this a form of ridicule? He rubbed the bruised area on his leg where Lu Fengying had pinched him, internally fuming. Do you wish to experience the might of a man's iron fist? How utterly humiliating, old Qin. Qin Ming sat at the table, diligently researching information about cake shops online. Trusting his instincts, he discerned that this was indeed a viable industry to enter. The cake industry is synonymous with high profits. In fact, many cake shops boast a net profit margin that can reach an astonishing 70. This figure is indeed formidable. Establishing a chain of cake shops could lead to a proliferation akin to the success of Snow King. One can hardly fathom such an idea due to the numerous constraints involved. Unlike bubble tea or snacks, which can be enjoyed at any moment, cakes are typically purchased during birthdays or anniversaries. In simple terms, While the profit margins are substantial, the overall sales volume pales in comparison to other popular products, resulting in a relatively modest total profit. Nonetheless, the industry is not devoid of merits. Currently, there is no definitive market leader within this sector. Goodies can be considered a partial frontrunner, exhibiting considerable competitiveness in first-tier markets. Its direct sales model ensures quality and customer experience, and its cross-industry collaborative marketing strategies have proven successful. However, it faces significant challenges, including historical internal conflicts that have fragmented the market, severely hindering domestic growth. High-end brands, such as Black Swan, have not met their anticipated development, and lower-tier markets are largely untouched. Many fourth-tier cities lack Goodies outlets entirely. As Qin Ming leaned back, he pondered, "What on earth is Goodies up to? I'm waiting for the system. What are you waiting for? For you, Mingo?" Just then, a sudden knock on the window disrupted his thoughts. Approaching the window, he opened it to find Su Xuening beaming with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she bounced on her toes, eager to leap into his room for a hug. "Qin Ming, have you seen the stocks? Oh my goodness. They hit the ceiling. I made 1,000 yuan. To Su Xuening, 1,000 yuan wasn't an exorbitant amount, yet it marked her first profit, especially in the volatile A-share market. Wait, Su Xuening, are you implying something? The thrill she experienced was beyond words. Thus, when her initial investment soared, she felt a rush more exhilarating than her first visit to an internet cafe. Be honest, do you really have insider information? Of course not, she retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. You see, even when I speak the truth, no one believes me. Oh please. I know you too well, your mouth is full of lies. Yet, Su Xuening smirked, resting her chin on her hands, her long, dark hair cascading down. Her delicate features illuminated by a sweet smile as she teased Qin Ming. You truly are impressive. I didn't expect your insight to be so precise. A slight investment, and you've hit the ceiling. How talented you are, refusing Buffett 3 times. Qin Ming, a bit flattered by Su Xuening's praise, replied, I advise you to hold on tight to this golden opportunity, and you'll never have to worry about food or drink in your lifetime. Sure. Which part should I hold on to? The third, it's up to you. She giggled. Should we celebrate with some drinks this weekend? Qin Ming nodded. Weren't we already scheduled? All right, but I just wanted to remind you. I won't forget. Su Xuening wrinkled her nose in mild discontent, exclaiming, I'm not worried that you'll forget. Why are you being so fierce? Don't shout at me. I have a sensitivity to loud voices. She felt an urge to give Qin Ming a hearty knock on the head through the window. When I buy drinks, remember to come over. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. You mustn't flake on me, or I'll go tell your parents. A smirk tugged at the corners of Qin Ming's mouth as he retorted. Just you? However, upon hearing Su Xuening mention his parents, he recalled what Lu Fengying had said to him the other day. By the way, my mom mentioned that if you have time, you can come over for dinner. Really? Su Xuening paused, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Is that for real? Absolutely. Su Xuening's parents were divorced, and she lived with her father, who had a stepmother that wasn't very kind to her. Thus, the notion of home felt rather unwelcoming. Yet, she recognized that Qin Ming's family life was vastly different. Just a glance at his home evoked a sense of enviable warmth. All right, I'll make time to come over. Just don't mind if I eat a lot. You're being overly cautious, Qin Ming replied. Su Xuening fell silent for a moment before letting out a playful giggle. On Wednesday, the stock of Miyuan Foods continued its vigorous ascent, surging by 8 that day. Qin Ming's principal amount, along with returns, reached 71,200, yielding a total profit of 11,200 yuan. Old Qin was somewhat ecstatic, disposing of all his underperforming stocks to invest in Miyuan Foods. By Thursday, the momentum of Miyuan Foods began to wane, with an increase of 5 that day. For the first time in years of stock trading, Old Qin wore a smile. On Friday, the growth of Miyuan Foods stabilized, closing with only a 3 increase before the market closed. Just before the market's closure, Old Qin sold off all the stocks purchased with Qin Ming's funds, netting a total of 77,002 yuan. The total profit amounted to 17,002 yuan, with a remarkable return rate of 283. For a brief moment, Qin Ming seemed to embody the aura of a stock market savant in Old Qin's eyes, making precise predictions and withdrawing without hesitation. Qin Ming, tell your father the truth. Has an ancient master taken control of you? If that is the case, we might need to change how we address each other. Investing in an industry and turning a profit within a week, yielding 51,015. Reward, investment return increased by 500. 100,01500. Completed. Gazing at the recently credited 255,030 yuan, Qin Ming's hands trembled with excitement. 250,000, an entire 250,000. The total capital had surpassed 260,000. No joke. This time, he could genuinely buy Old Qin's life. Of course, a portion of that money had to be returned. Alas, why did it feel like he didn't T1 apart with even a single cent? Chapter 76. My classmate was stabbed over 8,000 times. After using the restroom, Qin Ming discovered the door ajar, with Old Qin standing in the hallway, smoking. An ashtray sat on the windowsill, piled high with cigarette butts. Qin Ming's refined demeanor was entirely inherited from Old Qin. He He intended to discuss entrepreneurial matters with Old Chin. Although he couldn't divulge specifics, it would be prudent to give a heads up. Why are you still awake? Old Chin held a cigarette between his lips, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen as if he hailed from the realm of Zwan. Upon noticing Qin Ming approaching, he sheepishly inquired, "You haven't slept either. Have you? Can we even compare?" Old Chin flicked the ash from his cigarette and resumed his fervent activity on the screen. His brow furrowed as if facing a formidable adversary. For, in a moment of carelessness, Qin Ming might lose his grandparents. Qin Ming observed Old Chin, cigarette in mouth, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you still smoking, White General? Doesn't tea the Zhonghua satisfy your craving?" Without lifting his gaze, Old Chin retorted, "What do you know? White General has a stronger kick, and Zhonghua is far too expensive, better save for gifting during the new year. Smoking it myself would be a waste." "TSK, Old Chin. Are you still unprepared to embrace your identity as a wealthy heir?" Qin Ming smacked his lips and leaned closer to Old Chin's screen. "What are you cursing about?" "Oh, today I shared my stock trading insights online and encountered a fool who insisted on arguing with me. Oh, look who is flaunting their wealth online after earning a little money from stocks." Qin Ming remarked. "Old Chin, this is quite cringeworthy." With a hint of resignation, Qin Ming added, "Let me see how you insulted him." Old Chin's verbal prowess was always formidable. "Ha ha, little brother, I'm at it again with your brother. Do you even have money? Did you drink so much that you forgot your surname? Are you still living in that dilapidated old place of 60 or 70 square meters? Driving a beat-up second-hand car, barely scraping by with a monthly income of 2,000 to 3,000? What do you have to compare with your brother? In reality, he could pull out a mere fraction of his wealth, and it would be enough to overwhelm you. Do you realize that?" The opponent responded with a forced laugh. "You've won. Those insults are something I could never conjure in a lifetime." Qin Ming glanced at the screen, nearly bursting with laughter. "Damn, Old Chin. Did your self-introduction reduce him to tears? Is this not our situation? If you went home, could you keep cursing for another 5 minutes? Finally, I understand why those foolish rich kids are so piercingly incisive when they argue with me online." Old Chin flicked the ash from his cigarette again, saying, "Indeed. There are many fools nowadays. I posted a simple image online, and a swarm of trolls descended upon me. The internet culture has been corrupted by these scoundrels. The internet operates this way. Express any opinion, right or wrong, and there will always be someone ready to call you a fool." Qin Ming, exasperated, remarked, with such aggression, "Aren't you afraid someone might retaliate against you?" A classmate of mine once boasted online, insisting on confronting someone in person, and ended up getting stabbed over 8,000 times. Old Chin's lips twitched. Did he engage with a meat grinder or something? That kid really has no sense. Pretty much, at that moment, Old Jia could have been wrapped like a dumpling. Qin Ming chuckled, then turned serious. "There are all kinds of people online now. One must remain vigilant. Many have suffered dire consequences because of their careless behavior. I believe you should refrain from cursing others online in the future. The internet can indeed be a dangerous place." Old Chin smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine. You have quite the adventurous spirit." With a calm demeanor, Old Chin continued, "Indeed. As one ages, maintaining a balanced mindset becomes paramount." Qin Ming fell silent for a moment. "You're not using my information to apply for an account, are you?" "Huh. Respond to me. Lao Qin. You rascal. How could you possibly guess that?" "Damn. Qin Ming has been caught off guard. Goodness. Mom. Qin Ming. May I pose a question to you?" Lu Fengying gave Lao Qin a thorough dressing down, while Qin Ming, feeling quite satisfied, reclined on his bed. His phone vibrated, signaling a message from Jia Mingkai. Qin Ming grew alert. Could it be that he discovered some malevolent deed done by Zhou Shui? "What is it? Have you gathered considerable romantic experience? I sense you must be adept at manipulating the emotions of women." "Qin Ming, is it because your father is relatively handsome?" Jia Mingkai. "No, it's because you have no sense of boundaries." Defamation. Qin Ming swiftly sent a message to Zhou Shui, determined to humiliate Jia Mingkai thoroughly. Pondering Jia Mingkai's message for a moment, Qin Ming inquired, "Have you fallen in love?" "Ha ha." Jia Mingkai seemed a bit embarrassed. "Is it that obvious? You even have to stutter when typing, right?" Qin Ming, Xiao Chunan is like that. Jia Mingkai. Damn. The name Chunan holds a lethal power over boys. Akin to a pure love warrior, it's truly devastating. Jia Mingkai, I'm serious. I'm quite lost in matters of the heart lately. It's such a shame. Old Jia, playing the brooding handsome guy is a bit cliché, you know? However, Qin Ming refrained from delivering a cutting remark and replied earnestly, "Do share. As the class monitor, I must listen to the voices of the people." Jia Mingkai thought to himself, what kind of family did Qin Ming grow up in? It's like this. I mentioned a few days ago that Zhou Shui seems to harbor a crush on me, right? Ha ha ha. Qin Ming, go on. Jia Mingkai, but you see, I'm not particularly drawn to her. It's not that I disdain her disability. I have a female friend online with whom I converse quite well, and I'm at a loss on how to choose. Not to mention, buddy, you're still contemplating your options. Qin Ming, choose the online romance. Huh. Jia Mingkai paused, taken aback by Qin Ming's blunt suggestion to abandon Zhou Shui, and immediately felt gloomy. But isn't that unfair to Zhou Shui? We've been chatting quite a bit lately. How do I explain this to her? You see, some people are like this. As long as a girl chats a lot with him, she'll suspect that others like her. Hee hee. If someone uses the same pen as him, He'll think that person likes him too. Hee. If someone scores the same as him, in his eyes, it's as if the matchmaker has tied steel bars for him. Can't you wake up? Haven't you looked in the mirror? Playing too many games leads to this. Qinming. Just don't explain. Why should you? Jiao Mingkai. Justify your actions to anyone? Just leave it be. Jiao Mingkai was startled. Your standards are so high. Why are you so selfish? Zhou Shui is your classmate. Old Jia. Can't you see your father is trying to save you? Do I have to spell it out for you? Zhou Shui is not a good person. Qinming, feeling helpless, replied. Then tell me about your online romantic interest. Let me offer you some advice. Jiao Mingkai, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, she possesses a sweet voice, excels academically, has a gentle disposition, and enjoys robust health. Qinming interjected. Wait a moment, while I can comprehend the rest. How do you ascertain her good health? Jiao Mingkai chuckled. She consistently bids me good night at 7 every evening. With such a regular routine, how could her health possibly falter? What? How can a woman be so wicked? Old Jia, you are truly a hapless lovebird. No, that's incorrect. Lovebirds come in pairs. Old Jia, you are indeed a wretched duck. Qinming responded. You have endured much. My friend, Jiao Mingkai replied. Chapter 77. The distance of my fist is a mere 0.1 centimeters. On Saturday, with the completion of the first phase of the side quest aimed at enhancing one's vitality, Qinming experienced a 20 improvement in his physical condition. Although it may not seem substantial at first glance, as the individual involved, Qinming felt an extraordinary transformation. Most notably, he observed significant changes in his physique. His strength had increased, his reflexes had sharpened, and his energy levels had surged. Even the occasional bouts of insomnia had dissipated. He could now fall asleep in various positions at any time. Remarkably, muscle definition had begun to emerge. Moreover, Qinming's athletic performance had similarly improved. Before this enhancement, he maintained a pace of just over 7 minutes for a 5-kilometer run, which had now accelerated to 6 minutes. Following the 20 boost to his vitality, his pace had astonishingly dropped to 5.5 minutes overnight. Furthermore, after completing a 5-kilometer run, he still retained considerable stamina and could easily jog an additional kilometer without issue. Incredible. What a transformation akin to a Super Saiyan. Yet, Qinming's running was solely for the purpose of fulfilling tasks and enjoying a bit of fresh air. He did not push himself to the limit every day. His running companion, Yuing, had also noticed the changes in Qinming's physique. In recent days, their conversations had been filled with even more laughter. After returning home and showering, Lu Fengying served the porridge she had cooked, alongside 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes and 3 cups of milk. Xiangzi, today Miao Miao is coming home. You two should go out for dinner. I'll send you 200 yuan shortly, so you can enjoy something good. Lu Fengying transferred the funds to Qinming's account. He paused in surprise, realizing how swiftly time had passed. Qin Miao had been back at school for 2 weeks, and she was due to return today. However, he pondered whether she had forgotten about the money he borrowed from her, which she had yet to ask him to repay. How delightful. Wouldn't he have to repay it? Plus, she still owed him a lunch. Ding. Receiving a gift from Gong Xiaobi has elevated your goodwill. She recognizes that even after a decade, she remains unchanged in essence, her heart unwavering. Yet, confronted with your financial distress, she feels anxious and fears you may retreat from her due to your predicament. A quiet date could restore tranquility to her heart. Task. Her heart remains unchanged. Complete a date with Gong Xiaobi and soothe her inner turmoil. Reward. 8,000 renminbi. A new task had arrived. Qinming gazed at the task panel, deep in thought. The reward of 8,000 yuan was not insignificant. Qinming, how can you, having only recently acquired wealth, dare to look down upon a sum of over 8,000 yuan? Qinming inwardly chastised himself, vowing that once he had money, he must never become arrogant. Otherwise, he would inevitably follow the path of his future self a decade hence. Every penny must be cherished. Thus, Qin Miao's money need not be returned. However, on another note, the system's reward of 8,000 yuan signifies that, in the eyes of the system, the difficulty of this task is undoubtedly far less than that of winning over Dai Yuchan, whose task was valued at 30,000 yuan. Why does the term win over sound so inappropriate in this context? Perhaps acquire is more fitting, albeit still somewhat unsettling. Yet, due to the misalignment of tasks, the circumstances of his current self and that of his future self differ greatly. Presently, dating Gong Xiaobi seems rather straightforward. However, soothing the inner anxieties of Gong Xiaobi proves to be quite challenging. The reason is quite evident. At this moment, Gong Xiaobi is being pampered by him, radiating happiness akin to the character Huafei from Zhenhuan. What could possibly make her feel uneasy? Alas, he is indeed digging his own grave. Should he provoke Gong Xiaobi to tears? No, that simply won't do. Qinming, how could you entertain such thoughts? Xiaobi is a good person. One cannot treat her poorly over a foolish task. He shook his head, casting aside such absurd notions. Qinming continued to ponder what might be troubling Gong Xiaobi. Every human experiences anxiety, and with anxiety comes unease. Being a girl, Gong Xiaobi, lacking paternal affection, undoubtedly feels this void. Yet, it is a challenge he cannot resolve. He cannot simply find her a stepfather. Even if he were willing, Xiaobi's mother might not consent. Besides, he had no intention of meddling in such matters. Moreover, targeting the absence of paternal love in Gong Xiaobi's life is akin to reopening old wounds. Ensuring that Xiaobi remains unscathed is paramount. Otherwise, failing the task would be the least of his worries. A mere 8,000 yuan, what a paltry sum. It hardly seems worth dwelling upon. Achievements? Hilariously, while others excel at prestigious universities, he finds himself in a completely different realm. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Xiaobi is somewhat of a reserved individual. Yes, reserved. He had nearly overlooked this aspect, likely due to the influence he had on her personality after they became desk mates. She appeared much more vibrant now, even forging a friendship with Sun Fengjiao, engaging in social activities, dining together, and even involving old Jia, who serves as a sort of pet among their trio. Yet, fundamentally, Xiaobi remains a rather introverted person. In his absence, she could swiftly revert to the reclusive girl she was in her freshman year. Faced with this reality, she must also harbor some unease, wouldn't she? Resolving this issue could lead to the successful completion of his task. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming discerned a potential reason for Gong Xiaobi's introversion. Unlocking her phone, she opened the chat box with Gong Xiaobi. Bibi-chan, are you going to the mall tomorrow? I owe you some money. The other party is typing. There's no rush to return the money. I still have enough for meals. If you have something to do, go ahead. You can visit the mall. Excellent. As always, her responses were characteristically lengthy. Qin Ming pondered that given Gong Xiaobi's academic performance, she would undoubtedly be studying on weekends. If her grades were to decline, there was a 98% chance that old Lu would be devastated. Aren't you studying? You can stay up late today. This was the true essence of a scholar. Her response was not about taking it easy, but rather about the possibility of burning the midnight oil. Qin Ming replied, it's fine. I can sleep early today. We'll leave early tomorrow and won't be out for long. Gong Xiaobi responded, the weather has been delightful lately, not too cold or hot, even at night. It's the perfect time for studying. What are you rambling about? Qin Ming queried. What I mean is, we can stay up a little later tomorrow. I'd like to spend more time with you outside. All right, let us head out tomorrow afternoon. I'll come find you, and you can come downstairs. I need to study now. After 9, Qin Ming tidied up, preparing to venture out to assess the cake market near their school, as she needed to advance her main task. Just then, she encountered Qin Miao, who was ascending the stairs in a pair of black round-toed shoes, making a clicking sound. Where are you off to? Qin Miao raised an eyebrow, not mentioning the debt repayment. Qin Ming stretched lazily. Mind your own business. Get lost. Qin Miao feigned a punch, stopping mere centimeters from Qin Ming's face. With a smirk, Qin Ming suddenly flashed her phone screen, momentarily startling Qin Miao, who widened her eyes in surprise. On the screen, Qin Ming had transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Woman, can this not keep you in line? Chapter 78. I need a bank that won't call the police. Where did you get this money? Qin Miao asked, astonished and skeptical, closely examining Qin Ming's phone screen and realizing it wasn't a doctored image. At that moment, her own phone received the transfer notification. Qin Ming contemplated. Qin Miao was the type who, the more you tried to keep her in the dark, the more curious she became. Rather than concealing the truth, it was better to be straightforward. Moreover, considering their age difference, she might find it beneficial to involve her when opening a store in the future. Thus, she shared the news about the soaring stocks of Miyu & Company with Qin Miao. However, she refrained from mentioning the system reward. Qin Miao appeared momentarily dumbfounded. It wasn't that she didn't comprehend, but she found it hard to believe. Are you saying you have 60,000 yuan and made over 10,000 from stock trading? Seeing Qin Miao's astonished expression brought Qin Ming a sense of satisfaction. Yes, remember to lend me money in the future. You definitely won't lose out. After recovering from her shock, Qin Miao rolled her eyes dramatically. I suggest you behave yourself and not engage in reckless activities. If you lose money, you'll have no one to turn to for comfort. That was Qin Miao's nature. Her words were sharp, but her loyalty was unquestionable. Where are you going? To stroll around the school entrance and check out the market. I plan to open a cake shop. Are you crazy? Qin Miao widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Do you really think you're a genius? You recklessly spend the little money you have without considering your time to open a shop? I will inform Mom. Just wait for the consequences. To Qin Miao. Qin Ming was utterly speaking nonsense. You've never engaged in business. Do you even know how to run a shop? What do you plan to sell? Have you been watching too much TikTok, dreaming of running a chain brand? That amount of money is hardly sufficient. I advise you not to squander your funds. As a fourth-year student, Qin Miao was diligent and aware of the challenges of earning money, having been deceived in her past endeavors. Consequently, she was extremely cautious. Qin Ming shrugged. I just want to give it a try. Try? You wish. Qin Miao gritted her teeth, feeling an urge to confront Qin Ming and see just how much sense he possessed. All right, fine. I'm just browsing. I never said I would definitely open a shop. Stop rambling. You can eat at home for lunch. I want to be back. With that, Qin Ming hurriedly left. Watching him depart, Qin Miao couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. Just as she descended the stairs, her phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Su Xuening. Qin Ming, what are you up to? Qin Ming recalled their agreement to meet for drinks. But it was still only a little past 9. Was it necessary to meet so early? I'm planning to check out the business district near the school, he replied. Su Xuening responded. What is interesting about the first high school? Try insulting my alma mater one more time, and I'll only forgive you thrice. I'm thinking of opening a small cake shop. Is that for real? Just you? She expressed her astonishment. What do you mean, just me? What is wrong with that? No wonder you're my ex. I should have thoroughly crushed your fragile heart. I'm coming with you. I'll get up right away, so wait for me. With a click of her tongue, Qin Ming thought how Su Xuening was indeed a reliable ex, trusting him without the disparaging remarks that Qin Miao had thrown his way. Qin Miao apologized to me, mumbling, just support me, and that is enough. She quickly added, I can offer you some advice. My father is a businessman, and choosing a location is crucial. I believe you might not understand this. I can teach you. Moreover, I have excellent luck with me by your side. You're bound to find a satisfactory spot. All right, my lady, I shall await your command. Haha, I'll reward you later. Su Xuening's words were quite insightful. She was indeed the luck goddess certified by the system. Whether now or a decade later, his first fortune would be closely tied to Su Xuening. Maximum luck. Having her around might just bring him inexplicable good fortune. Thud, thud, thud. Su Xuening descended the stairs in black lace-up shoes, wearing a gray short-sleeved top and black fitted shorts. Her long, dark hair was tied into twin ponytails, radiating an innocent and charming aura. Her legs were long and straight, fair as jade, and the gray top clung snugly to her figure, accentuating her curves. I'm here, Su Xuening exclaimed, holding a bag of cookies, and excitedly offered Qin Ming a small bear-shaped cookie. Come and taste it. Qin Ming took a bite, chewed, and his expression froze, his face turning pale in an instant. What on earth is this abomination? Why does it taste so dreadful? Did you mix concrete into it? Is it expired? Su Xuening looked on with eager anticipation. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. Su Xuening, are you serious? Am I your guinea pig? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Qin Ming spat it all out, his temper flaring. Su Xuening, what if I choke on this? It's inedible. Did you prepare it without washing your hands or toss in a dead rat? Are you trying to kill me, Qin Ming? Su Xuening's face flushed with indignation. After all, this was her creation. Even your father's cooking wouldn't pass muster. Su Xuening bit her silver teeth and retorted fiercely. It's not that serious. Stop exaggerating. This is my first attempt, though I made it the day before yesterday. Can't you at least say it tastes good? Qin Ming was at a loss for words. Fine, fine, fine. It's delicious, truly delightful. People have criticized me and even hit me, but no one has ever treated me like this, as if I were a fool. Su Xuening brushed the crumbs off Qin Ming and huffed. Even if my skills are lacking, I need a friend willing to eat anything I make. I also need a bank that won't report me. Qin Ming grumbled. That piece of cookie truly vexed him. Can't you just give me a compliment? Damn, look at this. This is how women are. If you hit them, their only plea is for you to stop. If you don't hit them, they have endless demands. Fists clenched. Su Xuening pouted, somewhat unconvinced. I think it's fine. Qin Ming replied with exasperation. I'll cook for you next time. Then you'll understand what real deliciousness is. Su Xuening's eyes brightened momentarily. Let's make it this afternoon. She hopped on the little electric scooter. Su Xuening raised her hands and patted Qin Ming's back. Let us go. Qin Ming rode the scooter around the shops near the first high school for over 2 hours. He discovered that within a kilometer radius of the school, there was only one bakery, and it was quite far from the school, clearly catering to the nearby residential area. Su Xuening sat on the back, continuously snapping photos with her phone. This location is quite nice, close to the community entrance, and the foot traffic primarily flows from this direction, making it a prime spot. However, the sycamore tree at the entrance is too obstructive. The sign is hardly visible. If only the tree could be moved. This spot is decent. Arriving at the pedestrian street, the shops were densely packed on either side, with various eye-catching signs dazzling the eye. Crossbridge rice noodles, braised pork, clam noodles. Qin Ming was quite familiar with the pedestrian street. There used to be a bakery there. However, since it couldn't attract business from the first high school nor draw customers from the nearby residences, it struggled and eventually closed down, leaving the shop available for rent. Even now, the shop remains unleased, with the owner's phone number still posted on the glass door. Qin Ming felt a flicker of interest. If he could choose a location, he would certainly prioritize the pedestrian street. Not only is it closer to the school, allowing him to observe the shop after classes, but it also has a significant flow of customers. As for whether he could manage it, that would depend on his own abilities. Qin Ming, I find myself a bit hungry. The restaurant ahead, Yu Wei, is quite popular. My classmates have all praised its deliciousness, yet I have yet to indulge in its offerings. Could you secure a seat for me? Please remember to order a portion of bean curd sheets and a serving of pickled vegetables. I shall venture to find a shop and inquire about the specifics of the pedestrian street. I believe that if a business were to establish itself here, it would undoubtedly thrive. Your thoughts seem rather simplistic, indeed. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. After Su Xuening alighted from the vehicle, she strolled towards a candied chestnut stall. Qin Ming parked in front of Yu Wei and, upon entering, unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. Zhou Qi, along with Qi Ying and their entourage, were gathered, placing their orders. What a stroke of bad luck. How could they be here? Qin Ming, tall and handsome, immediately attracted the attention of Zhou Qi and his group upon entry. Their expressions shifted to one of discomfort as they quietly murmured among themselves. What a surprise to see Qin Ming here. How unfortunate. I can hardly eat now. Should we leave? Qi Ying's expression was somewhat tense. Ever since she submitted a reflection letter to Qin Ming, she felt stripped of her dignity in his presence, leaving her in a gloomy mood for days. Why leave? Zhou Qi, the self-proclaimed alpha of Qi Ying's circle, quickly interjected upon noticing her change in demeanor. If we leave now, it will seem as though we are afraid of him. Qi Ying's delicate features softened slightly as she nodded in agreement. Exactly. We came here to dine because I heard the food is excellent. Why should we leave just because he is present? Zhou Qi promptly concurred, muttering, "Let us just avoid provoking him." The group murmured, "Damn, how could you utter such cowardly words?" As if provoking him would lead to any dire consequences. Indeed, inciting Qin Ming was akin to stepping on a toad. While he may not bite, his mere presence is repugnant. Qin Ming's notoriety was well known throughout the school. Everyone was aware of the class monitor from the third class, who commanded respect to such an extent that not even the homeroom teacher's words carried as much weight. "Hey, Qin Ming." Suddenly, a crisp voice pierced the air. Qin Ming turned towards the source of the sound. That voice seems familiar. A short-haired girl with glasses. Who are you? He searched his memory, a hint of recognition dawning upon him. Oh, Chen Lu, a classmate of Su Xuanning. Chen Lu occupied a four-person table, dining alone, and upon spotting a familiar face, she eagerly beckoned. "Come, sit with me." Qin Ming pondered for a moment. It was indeed fine, as Su Xuanning was familiar with Chen Lu, and dining together would not be amiss. Chen Lu's voice was not soft, and Zhou Qi's group overheard her invitation. Qi Ying glanced over, noticing the apparent warmth with which Chen Lu greeted Qin Ming, and her curiosity began to stir. Lu Xuanmei observed the interaction with keen interest and suddenly remarked, "Hey, do you think that girl is the class monitor's girlfriend? She looks decent, though not quite as lovely as Ying. What a disappointment. Qin Ming, why could you not choose a more beautiful companion?" This only served to elevate Qi Ying's spirits. For a moment, Qi Ying was left puzzled, uncertain whether Lu Xuanmei was joking or speaking earnestly. Upon casting a careful glance at Chen Lu, a slight smile graced her lips, for indeed, she found her appearance rather unremarkable, a far cry from her own. Perhaps it is true. No matter how exceptional one may be, if one hails from a modest background, one can only seek companionship with ordinary individuals. It seems her looks are rather commonplace. In an effort to maintain her own persona, Qi Ying smiled and remarked, "Perhaps that young lady possesses inner beauty. After all, appearance does not dictate everything." "Really? Is that true?" Someone questioned, surprised. "I haven't heard that he is in a relationship." "Huh. Isn't that how men are these days?" Lu Xuanmei observed Qin Ming's every move, muttering to herself, "They all want what they can't have." If he were indeed dating, how could he attract so much attention at school? Have you not noticed how Qin Ming is captivated by Gong Xiaobi's ample bosom? If Qin Ming were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly retort, "By the way, Lu Xuanmei's description is quite vivid. I'll assign you to collaborate with Zhou Shui on an account of old Jia, but it must feature no female lead." Lu Xuanmei's tone dripped with jealousy. Acknowledging that despite being a girl herself, she could not deny Gong Xiaobi's exceptional qualities, her outstanding academic performance, her beauty that was beyond reproach, and, most importantly, her physique that was enviably perfect, the kind that would elicit admiration from any girl. "Are you dining alone as well?" Chen Lu inquired with curiosity, her smile brightening her face. "Your words inadvertently reveal your lifelong single status," he retorted. "Cut it out. Su Xuanning's observations are quite astute. You remain unchanged." Chen Lu rolled her eyes. "Well then, Su Xuanning, are you secretly gossiping about me behind my back? In that case, I might just spread some scandalous rumors about you." "Really? Is that true?" Su Xuanning exclaimed from behind them. "You two aren't actually dating, are you?" Chen Lu wore an expression of intrigue. Qin Ming shook his head, saying, "She has been pursuing me, but I did not acquiesce. Consequently, when a girl cannot have what she desires, she resorts to slandering me." Chen Lu smirked, momentarily uncertain of whether Qin Ming spoke the truth. "You are quite impressive." At that moment, Su Xuanning stormed in, her demeanor suggesting she was quite upset. Her striking beauty and distinguished aura instantly captured the attention of many. "Wow, what a stunning girl," exclaimed a boy beside Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi glanced up, momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that she was indeed beautiful. However, upon seeing Qi Ying, he quickly contradicted himself. "She's all right, but certainly not the most beautiful in this establishment. What a charmer you are. Perhaps you were a flower flatterer in your past life?" Lu Xuanmei thought to herself, quickly nodding in agreement. Ying is just as captivating." Qi Ying was momentarily taken aback, thinking, her attire is rather revealing. I wonder for whom she is dressing so provocatively. This was her perspective. She would claim that all girls are sweet and delicate, smiling at those less attractive, yet harboring unspoken thoughts when confronted with someone more beautiful. Wait, why is she approaching Qin Ming? Wait, what? She actually sat beside him? No way. Could she be the class leader's girlfriend? Zhou Qi and his companions were taken aback upon seeing Su Xuanning seated beside Qin Ming, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Qi Ying was momentarily dazed, nearly snapping her chopsticks in frustration. Why were they so stubbornly straight? This was infuriating. Lu Xuanmei, momentarily stunned, was inwardly amused, chuckling to herself. "Ha ha ha, In Chapter 80, the psychological committee is summoned. I can hardly breathe. Is this not a case of young love? That girl is remarkably beautiful. Perhaps she is not Qin Ming's girlfriend, but rather a sister or a friend. Indeed, one of them remarked, remember this, my friend. I have never envied your good fortune, but you mustn't indulge too excessively. The boys surrounding Zhou Qi began to console one another, as who hasn't encountered such situations. Occasionally, while riding the bus, a striking girl might sit beside me. Does that mean I would delude myself into thinking she has an interest in me? Is this not a form of suppressed desire? A few began to engage in self-hypnosis, yet deep down, they could not fully convince themselves. Su Xuanning had anticipated running into Chen Lu while dining, and her previously indignant demeanor softened somewhat. After all, they were not at the school entrance, devoid of classmates, and thus, their interaction would likely go unnoticed by teachers. Chen Lu was a friend, and Shi Wunti spread rumors at school. Feeling slightly anxious, she soon regained her composure. Qin Ming glanced at Su Xuanning and inquired, "What's wrong? Did you not ask?" Su Xuanning, with a look of grievance, nodded. "I went to that candied chestnut shop, hoping to inquire how many orders the owner sells daily and the corresponding revenue, aiming to gauge the foot traffic on the pedestrian street. However, she refused to divulge any information and even snapped at me." Qin Ming sighed in exasperation. "If you ask so directly, who would divulge such details? Those unaware might assume you are a competitor. You should at least purchase something for them to be inclined to share." I thought of that, but by the time I did, it was too late. All right, stop pouting. After we finish eating, I will ask." Chen Lu appeared bewildered. "What are you two discussing? What foot traffic on the pedestrian street?" Qin Ming chuckled but remained silent, as revealing this might seem pretentious. It was not that he wished to appear ostentatious. Rather, he refrained from such awkward pretensions, knowing that Su Xuanning would take the lead. Su Xuanning proceeded to explain Qin Ming's intention to open a shop. "What? Qin Ming, you intend to open a shop?" Chen Lu's eyes widened like saucers, her voice resonating loudly enough for everyone in the hot pot restaurant to hear. "Lulu, keep your voice down. Everyone is staring at us. My apologies." Chen Lu clasped her hands in apology and then lowered her voice. "Qin Ming, aren't you still in your second year of high school? How can you manage to open a shop? I'm not doubting your abilities. I just find it hard to believe. Students from number 1 high school, really? Must we involve the school in this? Should I really bow to your principal from experimental high school before we eat? Hey, what's wrong with our number 1 high school?" Not implying anything negative about no. 1 high school, but aren't you still a minor? I've heard that opening a shop is quite complicated, requiring various permits, renting a space, and having sufficient funds. Do you think you can handle it? Chen Lu expressed her disbelief. Under Su Xuanning's description, she merely perceives Qin Ming as a rather ordinary individual in terms of behavior and academic performance, yet fundamentally kind-hearted, whose primary ambition is to enhance his grades and secure admission into a reputable university. However, she could never have anticipated that Qin Ming harbored aspirations of opening a store. What? Isn't that a venture typically reserved for adults? It feels as though we are operating on entirely different wavelengths. It is akin to a freshly enrolled university student, oblivious to risks, while their roommate boasts an IELTS score of 8, a commendable Mandarin level, a GPA of 4.5, along with a charming girlfriend and a car. Impressive. Qin Ming mused that a man would never admit to his inadequacies, perhaps merely muttering about a fleeting moment of poor performance or attributing it to having consumed alcohol. As is often the case with older men, at the age of 17, having surpassed 16, he believes himself to possess full civil capacity, indistinguishable from an adult. And with the approach of his 18th birthday, he anticipates fewer restrictions. Chen Lu gasped in surprise. Though you hail from number 1 high school, you possess remarkable insights. Qin Ming felt a sigh escape him. Number 1 high school is an indelible stain on my life. Su Xuanning promptly intervened. Lulu, number 1 high school is quite commendable. Their hygiene inspections are the best in the city. Wouldn't you agree, Qin Ming? Su Xuanning, for heaven's sake, be quiet. Daily humiliation completed. Hey, Qin Ming, why do those few people keep staring at us? Su Xuanning noticed the gaze of Zhou Qi and his group, discreetly nudging Qin Ming. He glanced up, and Zhou Qi and the others hastily lowered their heads. Judging by your expressions, it's clear you are gossiping about me. The temptation to act on impulse was overwhelming. My classmates are also my rivals. Oh, do you have that many rivals? Not really. But I can encounter 10 or 8 of them just by stepping out for a pack of cigarettes. Su Xuanning laughed heartily. Wow, did you all just hear that? That short-haired girl mentioned that Qin Ming is thinking of opening a store? I heard it, but it must be a joke, right? I don't think so. It feels genuine. Qin Ming has always been quite unconventional in his endeavors. Although Lu Xiaomei had little interest in Qin Ming, she was well acquainted with his modus operandi. The more absurd and outlandish the idea, the more likely it was to be his doing. However, I heard that Qin Ming's family is quite impoverished. He even applied for financial aid last time. You actually believe he could open a store? Zhou Qi scoffed, dismissing the notion with a curl of his lip. His parents were business people, and he had learned a thing or two from them, understanding that entrepreneurship is exceedingly challenging. Without substantial social experience and acumen, success is nearly impossible, especially for a high school student. Opening a store is a cumbersome endeavor. How would he, a mere high school student, find the time. Besides, his family is indeed quite poor. Where would he procure the funds to squander? Poverty is a reality that cannot be feigned without genuine experience. Qi Ying smiled sweetly. Perhaps he aims to gain some face in front of the girls. It's quite common for boys to boast a little. There's no need for such malevolent speculation. Lu Shumei displayed an expression of agreement, uttering her disdain for boastful individuals while internally musing about Qi Ying, thinking, you must be laughing hysterically inside, you insufferable green tea. A few of them chuckled, not taking the situation seriously. After Qin Ming and his companions finished their meal, he summoned the waiter. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming whispered something to the waiter and then raised his hand towards Zhou Qi and the others, exclaiming, Oi, gentlemen, I've finished eating and shall take my leave. Thank you. Huh, what's going on? Zhou Qi and his friends looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Ming's intentions. Aren't we supposed to be adversaries? Is he really greeting us so straightforwardly? Could it be that Qin Ming has realized his mistakes and wishes to reconcile? The atmosphere turned awkward as they exchanged glances, their expressions stiff and uncertain. Yet, being high school students, they were often concerned about appearances. Even if they found someone displeasing, they would return the greeting with feigned enthusiasm, secretly muttering, what an idiot. Take care, class monitor. After Qin Ming departed, a heavy silence enveloped Zhou Qi and his group. What did Qin Ming mean by that? I have no idea. Wait, did he just say thank you? Thank you for what? Perhaps he is grateful that we didn't expose him in front of the girls? That seems plausible, albeit unlikely. The atmosphere became increasingly peculiar, leaving them all perplexed by Qin Ming's actions. Soon enough, they prepared to settle the bill. The waitress approached with 2 receipts, a smile adorning her face. Hello, handsome. The total for both tables is 501. What? Zhou Qi stood up in disbelief. How could 5 of us possibly eat over 500? This is just hot pot, not hataleo. Is this some sort of scam? And what do you mean 2 tables? We're just at 1 table, can't you see? The waitress's expression turned cold at his outburst. Are you trying to dine and dash? That student over there mentioned that you all were treating him. The group erupted in indignation. What the hell? Qin Ming, are you serious? Zhou Qi exclaimed, nearly in tears. I never said I was treating him. Then why did you greet him? He was simply acknowledging me. And out of politeness, I returned the gesture. The waitress, growing impatient, interjected, enough of this back and forth. If you can't settle the bill, I'll have no choice but to call the authorities. Numerous curious gazes turned toward them. Zhou Qi felt cornered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Casting a glance at Qi Ying, his heart sinking. At that moment, he resolved that even if it meant death, he could not admit to being broke. Fine. I'll pay. He gritted his teeth. Psychology committee member, hurry up. I can't breathe. Zhou Qi was the embodiment of a high school student unwilling to sacrifice his pride, opting to lose money rather than face humiliation, especially in front of girls. He often unwittingly displayed his financial prowess, showcasing refined tastes and gifting beyond his means. It might seem impressive, but it was rather foolish. Had it been Qin Ming, he would have begun calling the authorities the moment the waiter mentioned 2 tables. Zhou Qi, you ought to learn. Qin Ming, do your adversaries truly wish to invite you for a meal? Shen Lu's gaze towards Qin Ming shifted, pondering whether this fellow possessed an unusually remarkable social aptitude. He resembled a legendary hero from a martial arts novel, possessing connections in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, even earning respect from those who might harbor animosity towards him. In simpler terms, such individuals exude an extraordinary charisma. However, it is rather incongruous for such allure to manifest in a second-year high school student. With a sigh, Qin Ming began to ramble. They insisted on treating me. What could I do if I was unwilling? I couldn't possibly let them lose face, could I? Indeed, it is quite the predicament. That darn chestnut vendor. As Su Xuanning contemplated the veracity of Qin Ming's words, she suddenly pointed towards the earlier scene of injustice. Qin Ming cast a glance and noticed that the proprietor was a middle-aged woman, one whose demeanor suggested a rather irritable temperament. All right, I'll inquire, he said. Be cautious. She has a fierce disposition and may scold you. Understood. Generally speaking, the temper of the Jeju auntie was somewhat milder than that of the Qingqing auntie, but not by much. After all, one specialized in attacking parents, while the other engaged in comprehensive regional disparagement, distinct domains, yet closely matched. It was akin to Su Gu and Zion, both shining brightly in their respective fields, yet operating within their own spheres. The chestnut-selling auntie had already taken notice of Qin Ming and Su Xuanning. Previously, she had reprimanded Su Xuanning. You're just a child. What business do you have asking about my income? Who are you to me? Why should I share that with you? You haven't even purchased anything. Thus, as she observed Qin Ming approaching, she felt a surge of wariness, her expression stern and silent. If you dare to pose the same question, I shall give you a frying pan. However, as Qin Ming stood before the stall, he remained silent. Under the auntie's apprehensive gaze, he retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, appearing to possess over 1,000. The auntie's eyes widened in astonishment. What a keen observer. Young man, are you here to buy chestnuts? Mine are the best on the entire street. Qin Ming smiled gently and calmly inquired, may I have a taste? Of course, of course. He leisurely counted out a bill. The crisp sound of the currency seemed to possess an enchanting quality, melting the auntie's stern expression. Yet, Qin Ming remained silent. The auntie paused for a moment, pondering, what does this mean? Is he buying or not? Suddenly, recalling Su Xuanning's earlier question, she quickly brightened and said with a smile, young man, you may not know this, but this pedestrian street is the largest commercial district nearby. The foot traffic is astonishing. And students from both the first high school and the provincial experimental school come here every evening to shop. Qin Ming remained silent, counting another bill. While giving the auntie a knowing look, the auntie became increasingly excited, exclaiming, my goodness, could this sale amount to 200? Thus, she began to sell her wares with renewed vigor. Young man, you don't strike me as someone who sells chestnuts. Allow me to share some candid truths with you. On this street, any product that appeals to students guarantees profitability. Although the rent may be somewhat steep, around 6,000 to 7,000 per month close to the school, and 4,000 to 5,000 in more central locations, there is no shortage of business. Qin Ming nodded with a smile, counting the money again. The elderly woman leaned in conspiratorially, urging him not to share this information with anyone. With a keen eye on the cash, she lowered her voice, stating that as long as students are not on break, the store could easily make 2,000 a day. The evening foot traffic is substantial, with at least 10,000 people passing by. As long as one avoids overly dubious enterprises, profits are virtually assured. Young man, you seem to possess a keen business sense. I believe you can succeed, she remarked. Holding the money, Qin Ming couldn't help but ponder. The woman had indeed revealed vital information, while she didn't specify exact earnings. A simple calculation suggested that making 10,000 to 20,000 a month was entirely feasible. Choose a physical business that you are optimistic about. Conduct market research. Reward, 10,000 RMB. Completed. The task was accomplished. Qin Ming felt a surge of joy, realizing he had nearly finished his market investigation. The next step was to secure a rental space and obtain the necessary permits. Ding. Speed is of the essence. After conducting market research, you have confirmed your decision to pursue a physical business. This is a bold yet steady move. A suitable shop is the foundation of it all. Main task, step by step. Rent an appropriate shop, obtain various permits, and choose a store name. Reward, 30,000 RMB. Upon seeing the suddenly refreshed task, Qin Ming was taken aback by the rapid update and the generous reward of 30,000 RMB, equivalent to the cash reward for acquiring Daiyuchan. Perhaps the reason lies in the fact that, a decade later, physical businesses carry significant risks. The system truly serves as a reliable ally. I adore you, system. See you tomorrow, Qin Ming murmured as he slowly tucked the money into his pocket. The elderly woman's expression gradually stiffened, her thoughts momentarily derailed. Why are you putting the money away? Aren't you buying? Buy? I don't even like chestnuts. Why would I buy them? I'm the one who should be buying. Without waiting for her to finish, Qin Ming casually picked up a chestnut, smiled, and waved goodbye without uttering a word. He had gathered all the information he needed and even enjoyed a chestnut in the process. Delightful indeed. The sweet chestnut was delicious, and he chuckled heartily. The elderly woman stood frozen for 3 seconds, and only after Qin Ming had left did she realize she had been played. Anger surged within her as she crushed a chestnut in frustration. Damn it, where did this kid come from? Chapter 82. I'm going downstairs, not taking the stairs. Qin Ming, my little cookies are ready. Come and taste them. Lulu, you should join us. After leaving the pedestrian street, Su Xuanning purchased 4 bottles of low-alcohol white wine from the supermarket. The bottles were exquisite, and the clear liquid sparkled like a dreamlike elixir. Upon hearing that they would be drinking, Chen Lu rolled her eyes and insisted on accompanying Su Xuanning home. Once at home, Su Xuanning began to prepare the cookies, eager to witness Qin Ming's culinary skills. Meanwhile, Chen Lu ordered a variety of snacks, eagerly awaiting the feast. Upon hearing Su Xuanning's voice, Qin Ming and the others entered the kitchen. Chen Lu, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, Xuanning, did you make this? Did you add chocolate? Why is it so dark? Qin Ming's lips twitched. Silly child, you have yet to grasp the ordeal that awaits you. Su Xuanning's smile faltered for a moment. Chocolate. My sister added it. Perhaps the cookies had too much soy sauce during their creation. Never mind that. Come, taste it. Qin Ming, you too. Su Xuanning shot Qin Ming a fierce glare. Chen Lu, unsuspecting, took a bite, and her face turned green in an instant. What on earth is attacking my palate? It's horrendous. No, I can't voice it. Xuanning is quite sensitive about her image. If I declare it inedible, she would lose all face before Qin Ming. How should I put it? The texture is decent, quite crunchy, akin to a cookie. Qin Ming mused. Chen Lu certainly knows how to articulate her thoughts. If a wealthy individual were to propose a challenge to consume something distasteful for a reward of 10,000, she might indeed bankrupt others with her talent. Qin Ming took a bite. Now this is a flavor that is authentic. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he analyzed. It's passable. But I believe eating it dry isn't ideal. If it could be crushed, mixed with milk, perhaps a touch of condensed milk, with a few pieces of strawberries and mangoes added, and then stirred in a bowl before discarding the bowl entirely, that would be optimal. Su Xuanning, exasperated, exclaimed. You must be joking, Qin Ming. Chen Lu began to sweat profusely. Qin Ming had articulated her thoughts. Yet, she was a loyal friend, in crucial moments. She would undoubtedly support her bestie. It can't be that exaggerated. Qin Ming, You are too much. I refuse to believe that yours could be any better. Exactly. Chen Lu chimed in. Qin Ming smirked dismissively. If my cooking were subpar, would I open a cake shop? You all step outside. I shall let you savor my culinary skills. Su Xiwening and Chen Lu were ushered out of the kitchen and into the living room, where they prepared snacks and poured drinks. After several minutes, Qin Ming's voice echoed from the kitchen. Come and taste. Coming. Su Xiwening exclaimed, excitedly darting into the kitchen. Chen Lu observed Su Xiwening's enthusiasm with a hint of exasperation. It was merely a broken cookie. Was such excitement necessary? As she entered the kitchen, the sight of Qin Ming's cookies drenched her in sweat. They bore little difference from Su Xiwening's creations. Pitch black, utterly unappetizing, and even slightly nauseating. Chen Lu tentatively took a bite. Oh my, this is dreadful. Qin Ming, what on earth have you made? You must refrain from opening a shop. You would surely incur losses. Su Xiwening cautiously tasted a piece, her expression momentarily blank. This is truly awful, quite horrid. Yet she wished to preserve some dignity for Qin Ming. Otherwise, Chen Lu would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. Suppressing her distaste, Su Xiwening nodded slightly. Actually, I think it's acceptable, somewhat commendable. Chen Lu immediately erupted. What is commendable about it? It is undeniably terrible. Dear lady, you are far too loud. Qin Ming maintained a stoic expression. Is it truly that bad? Passable, she replied. But how did you produce this? I did not make it. Huh. Chen Lu suddenly fell silent. What does it mean that you didn't do it? This is the dish made by Su Xiwening. I adjusted the presentation a bit. You mentioned it was unappetizing. Qin Ming performed a military salute, his expression betraying a playful acknowledgement of an unintentional truth, while inwardly, he was laughing uncontrollably. Chen Lu, Su Xiwening. Chen Lu cast a deep glance at Qin Ming, her demeanor stiffening. Well, my home might be on fire, so I should head back. Only by confronting the Trisolaran fleet could Xiwening potentially forgive me. Qin Ming, damn you. Su Xiwening forced a smile, shooting Qin Ming a glare, and quickly reassured him. It's all right, it's all right. If it doesn't taste good, it doesn't taste good. At least you spoke the truth. Chen Lu's eyes were brimming with tears. Xiwening, will you forgive me? No. Then I shall take my leave, without using the stairs. A crisp sound echoed as glasses clinked together. Cheers. Su Xiwening's heart raced. It was her first experience with alcohol. The thrill of breaking a taboo stirred within her, and her nervous grip on the glass appeared somewhat comical. Her rosy lips took a gentle sip. Contrary to her expectations of sourness and bitterness, it turned out to have a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of sparkling water. Delicious. The trio drank heartily, exchanged glances, and laughter erupted. Though the drink was inexpensive, the friendship shared at that moment was priceless. Qin Ming rarely indulged in alcohol. The last time he had high-proof liquor was in his childhood when an unknown uncle fed him a couple of drops at a banquet. Thus now, consuming alcohol felt oddly exhilarating. Several bottles of white wine were soon emptied. Despite its low alcohol content, the trio, unaccustomed to drinking, quickly succumbed to incoherence and a haze of intoxication. Chen Lu was the first to falter, swaying toward the bedroom for rest. Su Xiwening's fair skin was tinged with a delicate pink, her long hair casually tied up, exuding a vibrant allure. Her eyes were dreamy, and even her smooth toes appeared rosy. Qin Ming, you look like a large shrimp, all red. Are you all right? Qin Ming's mind remained somewhat clear, though his head felt heavy, and his thoughts sluggish. I can't take it anymore. I need to go home and sleep. Drunk already? Is this how quickly you succumb? Are you all right? Not all right. Su Xiwening playfully nudged Qin Ming. It's too dangerous for you to go downstairs now. Rest here for a while. I'll fetch you a tatami mat. Fine. After tidying up, Su Xiwening brought Qin Ming a thin blanket and encouraged him to lie down and rest. Her own head was also heavy. After collecting the bottles and trash, she lay down on the tatami and drifted into sleep. Fortunately, the tatami was spacious enough for both to sleep soundly and still. As the sun set, the room remained quiet and warm. In a semi-conscious state, Qin Ming sensed Su Xiwening wobbling as she rose to head toward the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. In his dazed state, a line of memorized poetry suddenly surfaced in his mind. The bright moon shines between the pines, clear springs flow over the stones. With his eyes closed, Qin Ming felt a warmth enveloping him, almost compelling him to rise. Qin Ming hastily turned to his side and resumed his slumber. The sound of rushing water and the flow of tap water filled the air. Su Xiwening settled herself on the tatami mat and noticed a slight shift in Qin Ming's posture. With a hint of suspicion, she gently kicked him. Qin Ming? A sigh of relief escaped Su Xiwening's lips as her cheeks flushed red. Thankfully, Qin Ming remained oblivious. Later that evening, after sobering up from the night's revelries, Qin Ming returned home and retrieved the phone number of the cake shop owner on Walking Street, dialing it without hesitation. Due to the landlord's urgency to re-rent the property, and with Qin Ming's adeptness at negotiation, he managed to secure the rental for 10,000 yuan, down from the initial asking price of 12,000 yuan. After some back-and-forth discussions, the lease was set for 3 months, with a contract to be signed the following day. However, Qin Ming had intentions of extending the lease long-term, so he asked for the landlord's mobile number. Upon searching for the landlord on WeChat using that number, he was struck by a sense of familiarity with the profile picture. Had he encountered this person before? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Dai Yuqing, the landlord's wife. Chapter 83. I too have my connections. But can they be compared? Verification information was promptly sent and quickly approved. Qin Ming pondered how best to approach Dai Yuqing. After all, she was the sister of a classmate, and instinctively, he felt inclined to request a reduction in rent. The landlord's family was likely not well off, and any savings would be beneficial. Nevertheless, such matters should not be overtly discussed, as it would surely arouse her aversion. Therefore, the way of initiation was of utmost importance. Hello, sister, I am Qin Ming. I would like to rent your shop on Walking Street. Are you available to sign the contract tomorrow? Although this seemed ordinary, it was, in fact, quite strategic. Qin Ming deliberately refrained from mentioning Dai Yuchan, which would leave a favorable impression on Dai Yuqing subconsciously. What? Qin Ming wishes to rent my property? He didn't even mention my sister. Does he not desire any discount? How intriguing. The art of negotiation is often shrouded in paradoxes. A secret to success imparted by the fourth master. A subtle smile graced Qin Ming's lips. Sister, how will you respond to me? With surprise, confusion, or perhaps inquiry? Wow. Fantastic. This is a display of wealth. Our impoverished group has found hope. Qin Ming paused for a moment, thinking to himself that, indeed, driving a Mercedes indicated wealth. I have come to an agreement with the owner of the cake shop that is up for transfer. I will be signing the sublease contract tomorrow. Of course, you will need to be present for the sublease contract as well. However, since I am taking over, I wish to secure a long-term contract. Simultaneously, Qin Ming contemplated and opened a chat with Dai Yuchan, sending a message. Deputy Class Monitor, does your family have many shops on Walking Street? Dai Yuchan responded swiftly, many. Indeed. Is it possible to partake in some soft benefits? Such a direct approach seemed rather embarrassing. Is there a shortage of dogs? Qin Ming thought about the implications. He estimated that Qin Miao would be willing, but old Qin would surely be furious with him. After much deliberation, Qin Ming inquired, is it the entire street? Dai Yuchan replied, no. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Dai Yuchan, half the street. Qin Ming fell silent, reflecting on the simplicity of her response, which was quite unpretentious yet revealing. Just then Dai Yuqing replied, sure, see you tomorrow morning. By the way, is it your family who wants to rent? Qin Ming analyzed the situation. Since Dai Yuqing asked this, it indicated that she suspected he was merely acting on behalf of his family to negotiate a lower rent. If he spoke the truth, it would surely take her by surprise. No, I wish to rent it myself. I plan to open a cake shop. After all, my academic performance isn't stellar, and I might not gain admission to a prestigious university, he said with a wry smile. A touch of self-pity could elicit a certain degree of sympathy. Every word Qin Ming typed seemed to echo the principles laid out in the book. How to captivate wealthy women in 3 sentences. Dai Yuqing responded with a gasp of disbelief. I didn't expect that. She continued. Aren't you about the same age as Xiaochan? You're already planning to start a business? Aren't your parents quite trusting to give you money? Such skepticism was entirely reasonable. It was uncommon for anyone to remain composed upon hearing that a sophomore intended to open a shop. Continuing his self-deprecating narrative while establishing his independence was an effective strategy to garner sympathy from a woman, an inherently emotional being. Qin Ming replied, I've earned every bit of it myself. My parents aren't in the best of health, and my sister has a slight intellectual disability. So I must make plans ahead of time. The funds I have can barely cover the expenses to open a cake shop. He added with a bittersweet smile, Xiao Miao. I'll treat you to some sunflower seeds later. After a moment of silence from Dai Yuchan, Qin Ming felt a pang of anxiety. Had he gone too far? This tactic had never failed him with women before. Dai Yuqing finally said, Xiao Qin, I underestimated you. I didn't realize you were so capable. Having saved enough to start a business while still in your second year. However, I must advise you against opening that particular shop. If you insist on pursuing this, it would be wiser to consider a different type of business. Qin Ming furrowed his brows in confusion. Why, sister? Dai Yuqing replied candidly, to be frank, I don't really need that little bit of rent. The last cake shop I had was only moderately successful, with a net profit of merely 3,000 to 4,000 yuan each month. The primary issue is that cakes don't sell well. And I've heard that another cake shop is about to open on the pedestrian street. It seems they have connections to a certain leader at the first high school, which might allow them to sell directly to the students there. Qin Ming was instantly infuriated. What? Which fool is attempting to use backdoor connections? And what? I should do the same? That's entirely different. I am a student. How shameless. Rest assured, I will report you. Qin Ming responded, I see. Thank you for considering my situation, but after some reflection, I've decided to go ahead and rent it. I want to take a chance while I'm young. If I incur losses, so be it. Don't worry, sister. I won't shortchange you on the rent. Dai Yuqing conceded. All right, see you tomorrow. Qin Ming replied, goodbye. Sister, a small tip. During conversations, one should never allow the woman to end the topic. Learning is an endless journey. Dai Yuqing, filled with excitement, rushed to Dai Yuchan's room only to find the door locked. She began to knock fervently. Xiaochan, open the door quickly. I have something important to tell you. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within. Click. The door swung open, revealing a puzzled expression on Dai Yuchan's face. Dai Yuchan recounted, in meticulous detail, the news that Qin Ming intended to rent her shop. You must admit, This Qin Ming, is he not quite remarkable? At such a tender age, he dares to venture into business like others. Dai Yuchan, with a cool demeanor, appeared somewhat perplexed as she inquired, "Are you certain it is him?" "Absolutely," Dai Yuqing replied earnestly. With that sweet-talking charm of his, no one else could possibly emulate it. "It must be him. I plan to sign the contract tomorrow morning, and then we shall see." Dai Yuchan's expression remained largely unchanged, though a slight furrow appeared on her brow. "I will accompany you," she said. Had he inquired about her shop because he wished to rent it? "Are you truly going to rent it?" Dai Yuchan's tone was cool, and even as she questioned Qin Ming within the shop, Qin Ming smiled amiably. "Of course, Yuchan." Dai Yuchan paused momentarily, slightly turning her head away. "Such a familiar address. Are you hoping for a discount on the rent?" "This is rather too direct. I find it somewhat overwhelming." "Honesty is an eternal trump card," he replied with a laugh. "Indeed, if I could secure a reduction, that would be splendid. However, if not, it matters little. As it is, after all, my own business." Dai Yuqing interjected, "Are you claiming this as your own already?" The owner of the cake shop, a woman in her 40s, departed after signing the sublease contract with Qin Ming. Upon learning that Qin Ming also intended to open a cake shop, her expression shifted dramatically. "This audacious young man is truly formidable." "Curious," Dai Yuqing asked, "how much is the monthly rent for the sublease?" After a moment's thought, it occurred to her that this cake shop likely had 3 months remaining on its lease. 10,000, Qin Ming replied. 10,000. Dai Yuqing was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Dai Yuchan turned her head in confusion. When I leased it out, it was 5,000 a month." "You certainly possess the knack for negotiation," Dai Yuqing remarked, her gaze toward Qin Ming noticeably shifting. "To secure a 5,000 reduction is a skill akin to that of a rural grandmother haggling at a market." Qin Ming clarified that the owner was eager to sublet quickly and had initially quoted 12,000. "Then you are quite impressive yourself," Dai Yuqing observed, scrutinizing Qin Ming. He hardly appeared to be a mere teenager. "Qin Ming, have you truly made up your mind? Are you certain about renting?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely." "Wait." Dai Yuchan suddenly interjected. "Do you know what it takes to run a cake shop? Can you even bake? Aren't you supposed to be attending classes? You're the class monitor." Qin Ming chuckled lightly. "That's why I plan to hire someone. But you might incur losses," she cautioned. "Don't worry, sister. I have my own plans," he assured her. Dai Yuchan pondered for a moment. "Do you know any decorators?" Qin Ming nodded. "Last time, when assisting a classmate with financial aid, I learned that Lu Yun's mother is a decorator. She is a single parent and is on the brink of unemployment. I believe if I offer her a position, she would accept, especially since it brings her closer to her daughter." Dai Yuchan's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You remember all that?" No wonder. She then felt a flicker of curiosity. Did Qin Ming possess knowledge of every classmate's family circumstances? If so, that would be an extraordinary level of responsibility. "Let us proceed with the contract," she concluded. "Dear brother, I shall not beat around the bush. Since you are indeed class monitor of our dear Xiaochan, I require a mere 45,000 for an entire year's rent. That averages out to just over 3,700 per month. In the bustling pedestrian street. This is quite a reasonable deal. Dai Yuqing truly does extend a generous offer. Come here, let me embrace you." "Thank you, dear sister. Are you still attending university?" "How impressive, to commence collecting rent at such a young age. Unlike us, who are bound to labor." Dai Yuqing chuckled heartily. "I graduated several years ago." "Your words are so sweet. Shall I assist you in obtaining the necessary documentation? I know a few people, which could expedite the process." Qin Ming nodded eagerly. "All right then. Thank you, dear sister. Allow me to treat you all to a meal later." Dai Yuchan couldn't help but roll her eyes. As Qin Ming picked up a pen, preparing to sign the contract, she noticed Dai Yuchan taking a photo of the contract with her phone, focusing on Qin Ming's hand. "Are you not going to wait until it's fully signed to take pictures?" Dai Yuchan's expression remained calm, as if she had committed no wrongdoing. "I'll snap a few during the signing and a few more afterward." "Very well." Dai Yuchan observed Qin Ming's long, slender fingers. With pronounced knuckles and visible veins on the back of his hand, his earlobes slightly flushed. She found the perfect angle and quickly captured several images. "Transfer the funds. Collect the keys." Dai Yuqing drove Qin Ming to handle the paperwork. When it came time to fill in the name of the shop, Qin Ming pondered briefly before inscribing the words "Ming Ming bye-bye." Upon completion, a notification appeared. Successfully rented a suitable shop, completed all necessary documentation, and established a store name. Reward, 30,000 RMB. Completed. Qin Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, an exhilarating sensation igniting within her mind. From this moment onward, I too shall be a proprietor. Chapter 84. Expulsion from the mail register. Once all was finalized, Qin Ming transferred the shop rent to Dai Yuqing, totaling 90,000 for 2 years. In an instant, her bank balance dwindled to nearly 200,000. The subsequent renovations would require nearly 30,000, in addition to the costs of equipment and raw materials, bringing the total expenditure to approximately 400,000. Though the shop spanned only about 40 square meters, Qin Ming was determined not to take a half-hearted approach for her first venture. Therefore, the renovations must meet a standard of excellence. It should exude an air of sophistication. appealing to the hearts of young women while inducing a shiver of apprehension in young men who might wonder if they would leave with anything intact after entering. Admittedly, high-end decor may impose a certain psychological pressure on customers, particularly high school students with limited pocket money. Nonetheless, the essence of decoration lies in its facade. Attracting customers ultimately relies on effective marketing strategies. How to devise the renovation plan? An excellent question. Naturally, one must draw inspiration from exemplary establishments. What kind of cake should we offer? Let us emulate the best. What about customer service? Again, we shall take cues from the finest. I will learn and adapt. You are already at the pinnacle. What harm is there in me borrowing from your success? Moreover, in the world of business, can this be termed as mere imitation? It is merely a pursuit of knowledge from the esteemed practices of our peers. Lei has something to say. As for the matter at hand, if that is the case, why do others choose to visit your low-end establishment rather than the esteemed highly Lai? Isn't it akin to pitting Mama Milk Tea against Snow King? The answer is quite straightforward. There are no highly Lai outlets near Yizhong. The closest one is situated 3 kilometers away in another commercial district. This clearly indicates that highly Lai's efforts in the sinking market have not been particularly effective. After treating the Dai sisters to a meal, Qin Ming returned home alone. He recalled that he had a date with Bibi Jiang to attend. Thus, Qin Ming opened WeChat, accessed Bibi Jiang's chat window, and sent a message. Are you coming? Almost simultaneously, a notification appeared in Gong Xiaobi's chat box indicating she was typing. Sure, where shall we go? Let us wander around the mall, shall we? All right. Just a moment while I get ready. Qin Ming stared at his phone screen, suddenly realizing that in their conversations, it was always Gong Xiaobi who concluded their exchanges. What could this imply? Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Consequently, Qin Ming sent another message. Okay. Gong Xiaobi replied, hom. Qin Ming continued, Bibi Jiang, are you truly a girl? If this continues, I might have to put out a warrant for you. Taking a taxi to Jindu Jiyuan. Qin Ming waited a few minutes at the entrance until he spotted Gong Xiaobi rushing out. Today, she donned a delicate floral dress, complemented by a chic white handbag that harmonized beautifully with her fair complexion. She wore white canvas shoes, revealing a glimpse of lace-trimmed socks, and sported a striking rabbit hairpin atop her head, exuding an aura of purity and charm. Qin Ming could only describe her as top-notch. Gong Xiaobi's bright, clear eyes sparkled with joy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, I just arrived. Let's go, Qin Ming replied. You look beautiful today, he added, glancing sideways and unable to restrain his compliment. It was hard not to express his admiration. The reason for his words was not merely to reassure Gong Xiaobi. Rather, he felt that with the moonlight shining brightly and the flowers in full bloom, not saying something would seem like a waste. Thank you, she responded. That is how it should be. Just accept compliments graciously. I understand. I'll remember this for the future. Gong Xiaobi nodded earnestly. Arriving at Vientiane City, they strolled through a jewelry store for a while. After some contemplation, Qin Ming decided to transfer 2,000 yuan to Gong Xiaobi. Giving 1,000 more to Qin Miao and 1,000 to Bibi Jiang seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Gong Xiaobi stared at the money Qin Ming had sent, momentarily taken aback, before looking up at him. You've sent too much. I only need 1,000. Everyone should have a share, including you. Then I don't want it. It's too much. Just accept it. Qin Ming insisted, adopting a somewhat domineering tone. Gong Xiaobi's gaze remained fixed on Qin Ming, making him feel slightly uneasy. Why are you staring at me? Don't you want the money? Qin Ming asked. Tell me, are you wealthy? A good question indeed. Should he feign modesty? He decided against it. Bibi-chan may not necessarily have a fondness for it. It's quite all right. The money you lent me is still intact. Since you willingly offered it to me, I feel compelled to return a bit more, ensuring that you will lend to me again in the future. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaobi suddenly spoke earnestly. Even if you don't return the extra, I would still lend to you next time. What a surprise. Why do I feel so touched? It's akin to a girlfriend noticing someone else drinking cola and suddenly asking, do you have cola to drink as well? The content may be trivial, yet the sincerity and concern embedded within the words are of utmost importance. I understand, but I truly want you to accept it. You want me to accept it? Gong Xiaobi puffed up her cheeks. Although she doesn't consider herself particularly wealthy and comes from a single-parent household, the monthly allowance from her mother suffices for her needs, even allowing her to save quite a bit. After all, she has no friends, no social life, and no hobbies, leaving her with few avenues to spend money. Therefore, in principle, she does not wish to take more money from Qin Ming, regardless of Qin Ming's intentions. Simply accepting the money would leave a label tied to financial obligations in his heart. However, Gong Xiaobi sensed the firmness in Qin Ming's tone. He wishes to express his gratitude, which is only right, but he is unsure how to convey his feelings, hence his desire to give me a bit extra. If I refuse, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt. Yet, I remain unconcerned. Last week's ginger tea is surely far more precious than this money. I senti it? Qin Ming is foolish. Gong Xiaobi's remarkable intellect, rated at 630 points, swiftly processed this information. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and with a hint of adorableness, she said, I would prefer not to take the money, but you could give me a small gift. I believe a gift holds more significance than money. It is more tangible, and I can cherish it forever, all right? Well, I do have a rather large, Qin Ming ruffled his hair, slightly exasperated. Alright, by the way, I'm planning to open a store, so let that 1,000 yuan be an investment in my venture. No, woman, do you realize what you are rejecting? Although Gong Xiaobi appeared somewhat dazed, she was quite stubborn. Whenever money was involved, she would resolutely decline. I only want a small gift. Gong Xiaobi returned the money. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and began to understand Gong Xiaobi's thoughts. Alright then, since Bibi-chan has said so, I shall settle for a small gift. At this moment, it was imperative not to suggest that she choose whatever she wanted. Gong Xiaobi valued the sentiment behind the gift rather than its monetary worth. The added value of something selected by Qin Ming would undoubtedly exceed what she might choose herself. After all, what a girl desires is the thoughtfulness behind the gesture. Wait a moment, Qin Ming, have you been browsing Zaihongshu too much? How can you utter such flattering words? You are hereby expelled from the male roster. Chapter 85. Is this what you were aiming for? Qin Ming sifted through various options and finally selected a silver bracelet adorned with crystal stars, which sparkled beautifully under the light, costing just over 100 yuan. Give me your hand, and I shall put it on for you. It's so beautiful. Gong Xiaobi obediently extended her delicate, fair hand to Qin Ming. As Qin Ming grasped her hand once more, Gong Xiaobi felt her heart race unexpectedly. It was the second time Qin Ming had taken hold of her delicate wrist. Is it beautiful? Gong Xiaobi inquired, lifting her wrist and playfully displaying it before Qin Ming. Akin to a fairy flaunting her newly acquired Apple 17 p.m. Qin Ming nodded in approval. Indeed, it is lovely. Your hands are exquisite. Gong Xiaobi smiled gently. The bracelet is even more beautiful. I adore it. Wait, doesn't this mean it's yours now? Speak up. How much bride price do you demand? After browsing the mall for a while, Gong Xiaobi purchased 2 ice cream cones and settled down at the entrance of a shop to rest. Qin Ming, you mentioned you opened a shop. What kind of shop is it? Gong Xiaobi asked, her curiosity piqued. Qin Ming countered, do you enjoy eating cake? I do, she replied. Previously, Gong Xiaobi had brought Qin Ming a creamy daifuku, which was delightfully sweet and indulgent. It seemed that she was indeed a connoisseur of sweets. Then let's open a cake shop. Whenever you desire a treat, you can indulge freely. But I am rather apprehensive about gaining weight. Wait. Who dares to claim you are overweight? Qin Ming's tone became slightly indignant. You are merely a bit plump. Gong Xiaobi licked her ice cream cone and sighed. Many people say so. Ignore their nonsense. Your waist, wrists, ankles, and arms are all quite slender, and your face bears no excess. Look, you didn't even mention my chest. Qin Ming retorted, pointing at her playfully. Gong Xiaobi, you've turned wicked. Are you digging a pit for me? Qin Ming slurped her ice cream and suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. Having a good figure is not your fault. Besides, we are still in high school. Once we reach university, they will envy you. Gong Xiaobi cast a curious glance at Qin Ming, as if to say, how do you know? I saw it on Douyin. Many flat-chested girls are obsessively posting about not having body anxiety. Just observe, their self-deception is evident. It's precisely because they lack it that they preach against body anxiety. Gong Xiaobi indeed harbored concerns about her figure. After all, in high school, her physique was undeniably supermodel-like. To other girls, this was an aberration. Why should she possess such allure? When one stands out, envy breeds contempt, and they will indiscriminately tarnish your reputation. Any rebuttal only deepens their disdain. Such is the folly of high school students. Equally foolish are the high school boys, who, upon seeing a girl with an enviable figure, turn her into a subject of ridicule, as if her physique were mere fodder for their jokes. How uncouth. They dare to bully Gong Xiaobi. Curse them all. Gong Xiaobi sighed softly, conceding, all right. Despite Qin Ming's reassurances, Gong Xiaobi still felt burdened by her physique. She had made every effort to wear loose clothing, eat less, and even walk carefully, trying to conceal her figure. Yet, she often attracted curious glances, especially during physical education classes when many would regard her with peculiar eyes. I don't want this either. I'm exhausted. It's so frustrating. Have I failed to comfort you? Gong Xiaobi nodded slightly, saying, your words bring me joy. Yet they seem to have altered nothing. You truly are quite honest, aren't you? Mocking my inadequacies? Suddenly, Qin Ming reached out and patted Gong Xiaobi's back, instructing, straighten up. Just as comrade Lu Fengying often advised herself in childhood to avoid slouching. Instinctively, Gong Xiaobi straightened, turning her head to meet Qin Ming's clear gaze. Her ears tinged with a blush. Qin Ming recalled Lu Fengying's childhood wisdom. Mother merely wishes for your health. Everything else pales in significance. Slouching will lead to neck pain and deteriorated posture, greatly impacting your well-being. Contemplating this, Qin Ming emulated Lu Fengying's tone, stating, I believe that maintaining an upright posture exudes vitality. It is inconsequential to alter the perceptions of others. The true imperative is to transform oneself. You need not concern yourself with the judgments of strangers, who are merely foolish and unfamiliar faces. Your friends will never critique your physique. They only desire your improvement. In school, what truly matters is the camaraderie of your friends. Gong Xiaobi remained motionless, her mental barriers resembling crystal, suddenly fracturing with a faint crack. Qin Ming continued, I am your friend, and I wish for you to embrace confidence. At the very least, I believe your figure is commendable. Of course, I do not imply any lascivious intentions. I merely contend that flowers bloom in diverse hues, each possessing its unique beauty. It would be absurd to deem one flower more attractive while disparaging another's leaves. Just as some may favor lolas, others may prefer mature women. And some may even have an affinity for Komodo dragons. I believe all preferences deserve respect. Naturally, he did not intend to suggest that purple mushrooms were harmless. Gong Xiaobi pouted in mild grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qinming, you are a good person. Oh, spare me the compliments. Very well. If you wish to bestow a good person card upon me, do so. I shan't mind, after all. Who would crumble over a mere card? I am unfazed, truly. What harm could such a trivial card inflict? Can I retract that statement? One of my friends isn't feeling well. Qinming retrieved a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, tearing it open to gently wipe away Gong Xiaobi's tears. Should I take it back? What should I say instead? Perhaps scold me a little. Pervert. Gong Xiaobi broke into a smile, feeling relief wash over her. Having completed a date with Gong Xiaobi and soothing her inner turmoil, reward, 8,000 renminbi. Completed? Qinming, you are truly remarkable for having opened a cake shop. When it opens, I shall be your patron. Do you believe I will succeed? Gong Xiaobi replied with unwavering confidence. Of course, I believe in you. Really? Indeed. I trust you in all your endeavors. What if I claim I'll rank first in our class? Gong Xiaobi nodded seriously, given your diligence. It is only natural for you to surpass me. I believe in you. Hey, how dare you presume you'll always be first? Gong Xiaobi felt a surge of panic. I didn't mean that. I simply trust you. Qinming stroked his chin, contemplating. Then I must say, I have a certain ailment that necessitates a couple of licks. Chapter 86. How could I encounter the department head? You shameless rascal, Qinming. Please, stop. Gong Xiaobi's face flushed crimson as she covered her ears. I won't listen. Qinming, exasperated, wondered how he could always steer the conversation in such a direction. Yet, Gong Xiaobi pondered. Could it be that Qinming was acting out of kindness? He had just reassured her that her physique was not her fault. Perhaps he was persistently bringing it up to desensitize her? Upon considering this, Gong Xiaobi felt a sense of relief. It seemed that ever since Qinming had jested about her body, her anxiety had indeed diminished, ultimately dissipating entirely just moments ago. Qinming was right. There was no need to concern herself with the opinions of others, not even those of friends. Her own happiness was what mattered most. Of course, if Qinming was also happy, that would be even better. Suddenly, Qinming exclaimed, "Oh no, Li Zhijun, the head of the department, along with his family." His gaze fell upon a bespectacled middle-aged man, causing him to panic. Gong Xiaobi also spotted Li Zhijun, her expression instantly stiffening. Her voice trembled slightly. Director Qinming. What should we do? He asked, walking towards us. This was not Gong Xiaobi's fault. It was entirely due to Li Zhijun, who, aside from being a top-tier enforcer rivaling Old Lu, was notorious for being a couple's nemesis. The couples who had fallen into his clutches numbered not in the dozens, but in the hundreds. Ruthless in his actions, he had committed the most dastardly deeds, such as forcing captured couples to accuse one another. The one who spoke first would avoid parental notification. If neither spoke, perfect. It was time for an exhilarating yet nerve-wracking meeting of the in-laws. To avert such a grim scenario, the young man from the couple would bravely step forward to take full responsibility, only for Li Zhijun to declare that he had spoken first, resulting in the girl calling her parents while the boy faced no punishment. It was not a matter of scarcity, but of inequality. Naturally, the young couple would end their relationship. How did we end up encountering him? What should we do? Qinming was now drenched in sweat. He was not particularly worried about parental notification, as his own family, represented by old Qin and comrade Lu Fengying, was relatively open-minded. Dating? My son knows his grades are poor and is actively seeking a way out. What? A good student? Why should that impede someone else? But the crucial point was that Gong Xiaobi had been coaxed by him into behaving like a daughter. She would never admit to anything first. What was even more dire was that he was merely a mediocre student with a score of 472, while Gong Xiaobi ranked among the top 100 in the school. In Li Zhijun's eyes, such a mismatch was utterly absurd. If caught, he would surely be dissected by Li Zhijun, though perhaps not in such a literal sense. The crux of the matter lies in Li Zhijun's self-awareness. Remarkably, when he was elected class leader, he expressed a certain confidence in himself, bolstered by his prior accomplishments in front of the principal. It would be implausible for Qinming to believe that Li Zhijun had no recollection of himself. This is absurd. His father wept half the night, and his mother has passed away. What should Qinming do? Gong Xiaobi, rigid and trembling, found it difficult to move. Qinming's thoughts surged like boiling water. With so many people in Wanxiang City, perhaps he wouldn't notice them. No, this is not a gamble worth taking. Perhaps he refrains from apprehending couples outside the school? Unlikely, as it is said that Li Zhijun's capture rate of couples outside the school is as high as 60%. Turning around might draw his attention. Damn you, Li Zhijun. Who exactly is in Wanxiang City? Why did you come here? Qinming took a deep breath and whispered, "Act natural, don't move erratically, and don't look around. Let us pretend we haven't seen him. We'll just walk past calmly." Gong Xiaobi's delicate face tightened as she followed Qinming closely. Perfect, just like that. We mustn't reveal any flaws. She was exceedingly anxious. Can I hold your hand? Are you out of your mind? Grabbing my hand at this moment is akin to a little boy confessing in front of a priest. I'm sorry. Stay quiet. Keep your steps steady. Just walk past. Qin Ming endeavored to maintain his composure, even pulling out his phone to feign distraction. An outrageous thought crossed his mind. If evasion proved impossible, he might as well give Li Zijuan a good beating. After all, in Li Zijuan's eyes, hitting a teacher could be seen as a show of strength. But dating? Not in my wildest dreams. Just as the three brushed past one another, Qin Ming's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, suddenly relaxed. They had managed to evade detection, until, at that very moment, Li Zijuan abruptly turned his head towards Qin Ming. A smile gracing his face, his expression laced with curiosity. This child seems somewhat familiar. Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell are you looking at? Gong Xiaobi felt as though she might explode, her blood rushing, the tension making her feel as if she were covered in countless tiny prickles. From her position behind Qin Ming, she clearly observed Li Zijuan turning to look at him. Had they been discovered? If so, she would let Qin Ming speak first. Her excellent grades meant that even if her aunt scolded her, it would be inconsequential. Qin Ming halted, turning to face Li Zijuan, his expression one of mild surprise as he quickly said, "Hello, teacher." "Ah, hello," Li Zijuan replied, slightly taken aback, smiling as he glanced at Gong Xiaobi. This girl also seems a bit familiar. Yet, he could not quite place her. However, the boy from earlier must surely be Qin Ming, the class leader from class 3, quite an impressive child. What was his relationship with that girl? Were they dating? It didn't seem likely. Li Zijuan possessed considerable experience in this realm. Genuine couples, regardless of where they encountered him, would never greet him with the same calmness that Qin Ming had displayed. Yet, an instinctive feeling suggested that something was amiss. As he turned around to observe once more, the figures of Qin Ming and the others had completely vanished amidst the throng of people. That was a close call. I nearly got discovered. Gong Xiaobi felt utterly drained. As if all his strength had been sapped, his face a portrait of anxiety and fear, yet overshadowed by a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. The term surviving a calamity felt rather crude, much like winning against Faker in a BO5 match. Li Zijuan, are you even human? Qin Ming also exhaled deeply, beginning to reflect on the encounter. Alas, I was so nervous upon meeting the director that I completely forgot to think. We simply needed to part ways. If we separated, Li Zijuan certainly couldn't keep us glued together, could he? Such a pity. It's akin to arguing with someone and, in the heat of the moment, forgetting all the things you wish to say, only to lie in bed at night, lamenting the cruel words that never escaped your lips. Gong Xiaobi nodded in agreement. I never anticipated this. I was far too tense. I could barely walk at that moment. Haha, it's all right. We'll get used to it in the future. Can one truly acclimate to such a situation? Gong Xiaobi gazed at Qin Ming with curiosity. Chapter 87. Are you really capable of reading minds? When Qin Ming uttered this, it seemed as though he had a wealth of romantic experience. In an instant, he discerned the meaning behind Gong Xiaobi's gaze and quickly replied, I have never been in a relationship. Upon hearing Qin Ming's explanation, Gong Xiaobi felt a flicker of joy. I wasn't doubting you. In truth, had we merely pretended not to know each other, Director Li Wunti have acted against us. After all, he knows me but not you. Why the expression? As Qin Ming spoke, he suddenly noticed Gong Xiaobi's brow furrowing, seemingly a bit irked. Gong Xiaobi remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming. Caught off guard, Qin Ming asked, what do you mean? Did I offend you? If you keep this up, I might just have to hit you. Gong Xiaobi did not respond, her tone suddenly turning serious. Qin Ming was taken aback. Huh? Did I just reveal your secret? Could it be that you possess the superpower of mind reading too? No, wait, what do you mean by two? I certainly do not. Gong Xiaobi stepped in front of Qin Ming, her tone earnest. Do you think that upon encountering a teacher, I would pretend not to know you? Qin Ming paused for a moment, realizing that this emotionally intelligent man had misspoken in front of Gong Xiaobi. Her message was crystal clear, even if discovered by the teacher. I would never feign ignorance of you. In simpler terms, your emotional well-being is far more significant to me than any severe punishment like a parental notification. Qin Ming felt somewhat dazed. He admitted that for a fleeting second, he considered wagering his entire fortune on Gong Xiaobi. Money? Here you go. My mother? Take her. The system? I'll hand that over as well. Useless system, have you perished? Hurry and grant me gold coins for Gong Xiaobi. No, that was not my intention. I merely felt this was a delaying tactic, just pretending. But that one tea suffice. Gong Xiaobi's expression was serious, her demeanor suddenly resolute. Is that the kind of person you think I am? Of course not. Then why would you think that? Because of my worthlessness, I am guilty. This is merely a methodology. Gong Xiaobi suddenly grasped Qin Ming's pinky finger and turned to chase after Li Zijuan, exclaiming, I shall prove to you that, regardless of the circumstances, I will never pretend not to know you, even if it means being summoned by your parents. I believe there is no need for such demonstration. I truly believe. Qin Ming was taken aback by Gong Xiaobi's sudden boldness. In his recollection, Gong Xiaobi was the type of girl who was somewhat introverted and plagued by body image issues, never raising her voice in the presence of others. It was his first time witnessing her so animated. Is it because of me? Do you truly believe it? If not, you will certainly perish. There is no need for proof. Why endure a reprimand? I trust you. Qin Ming began to feel a tinge of apprehension. Gong Xiaobi's expression softened slightly. Next time we encounter a teacher, regardless of the situation, I will not feign ignorance of you. And you should refrain from making such statements in the future. Qin Ming, sweating profusely, replied, I understand. Gong Xiaobi was the first person, apart from Qin Miao, to impose a sense of pressure on Qin Ming. Am I still a man of Qingshan? At that moment, a good punch from Bang Bang would suffice to see if she would dare to shout at a man again. Qin Ming, you truly bring shame to the people of Qingshan. After dining with Gong Xiaobi, Qin Ming escorted her home at 6:30. Upon returning home, his aunt was preparing dinner. Seeing Gong Xiaobi, she immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. Bye-bye. Did you go out to play with your classmates? Yes, aunt, Gong Xiaobi replied, a faint smile gracing her face, her shoulders held back straight, momentarily causing Fu Huanjuan to pause in surprise. It seems Bai Bai has changed in some way. She couldn't quite articulate what was different, but it felt as if Bai Bai had become a touch more joyful. Those closest to her would be the first to notice such a sudden transformation. Did you have fun today? Yes, very much so, Gong Xiaobi replied, her feet eagerly tapping as she changed her shoes. Fu Huanjuan was even more astonished. Not only did she go out, but she also had a splendid time. Did she make new friends? It didn't seem so. Fu Huanjuan tentatively inquired. Who did you go out with? Gong Xiaobi paused for a moment, contemplating that there was no need for concealment. Qin Ming. Fu Huanjuan was a bit taken aback. A boy. Although it was Qin Ming, he was still a boy. She went out with a boy and was so happy. Suddenly, Fu Huanjuan felt a stir of concern for her precious cabbage. The last time Qin Ming had come to dinner, she sensed that the relationship between Qin Ming and Bai Bai was rather too intimate, but she had always been reluctant to believe it. To her surprise, in just a week, the two had spent an entire afternoon together. During her year and more in Jeju, Gong Xiaobi had seldom gone out on weekends, predominantly dedicating her time to studying or tutoring Zhang Shu. Time was exceedingly precious for someone like her, a diligent student from a small town. Yet today, she had squandered a whole half day. Aunt, I've already eaten, so please don't call me for dinner. I'm going to study in my room. Oh, all right, Fu Huanjuan said, watching Gong Xiaobi's joyful figure fade away into thought. Upon returning home, Qin Ming wasted no time. With the shop already leased, the next step was to commence the renovations. Renovation serves as the facade of a store, akin to a person's appearance. First impressions are indeed paramount. Furthermore, Qin Ming planned to inaugurate the shop after the National Day holiday, leaving just over 3 weeks to complete the project. If the pace was sufficiently swift, this goal was attainable. However, the choice of renovation company was of great significance. The safest option would undoubtedly be to select a well-acquainted renovation firm with commendable capabilities. Otherwise, the outcome of the renovations could appear exceedingly cheap, reminiscent of a fighter who looks competent online but falters in reality. Unfortunately, Qin Ming lacked such connections. Nonetheless, during his last visit to the boys' dormitory, he seemed to recall someone mentioning that Ho Shanja's father owned a competent renovation team. Perhaps it would be worth reaching out to him? Although it is often advised against hiring acquaintances for renovations, to avoid complicating relationships, the key factor rests on whether one can assert authority over them. If managed well, it might even result in some cost savings. As Qin Ming pondered, a notification chimed. Everything is progressing steadily. The shop is leased, the documents are complete, and the next step is the renovation, which is crucial for attracting foot traffic. Main quest, splendid transformation. Renovate the leased shop. Reward, ordinary exquisite dazzle, 100, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000 RMB. Splendid. Qin Ming located Ho Shanja's chat window, intending to send a small gift to his father, hoping to earn the endearing title of Godfather in the process. Chapter 88. I have the lights off. After being elected class monitor, Qin Ming promptly added the contact information of all his classmates. This was not only for ease of communication, but also to enlist their assistance during group purchases for red envelopes. Qin Ming messaged Ho Shanja. Shanja, what are you up to? Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated as Ho Shanja quickly replied. Ho Shanja, monitor, please don't do this. It's a bit frightening. Just call me Ho Shanja. Qin Ming felt a twinge of displeasure. What do you mean? Am I terrifying? Ho Shanja thought to himself. Isn't that an unnecessary question? Yet he responded honestly. No. Qin Ming. Shanja, I heard your father is in the renovation business? How competent is he? Ho Shanja was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Ming was inquiring about his family. Could it be that his family intended to renovate? He quickly replied. He is quite capable. My family indeed owns a renovation company. Although it's not very large, we handle a variety of designs. Monitor, is your family planning to renovate? Qin Ming did not conceal his intentions. Actually, I'm preparing to open a cake shop and will be renovating soon. However, I thought, rather than seeking other renovation companies, it would be better to give this business to your family. Ho Shanja believed he misread the message. Your family is opening a cake shop? It's me who is opening it. What do you mean by that? Ho Shanja's eyes widened in astonishment, finding Qin Ming's words somewhat absurd. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that anything that transpired in Qin Ming's life could be deemed reasonable. Class monitor, are you certain? He inquired. Enough chit-chat. Just ask your father if he is willing. I desire a better outcome. The shop isn't large, merely over 40 square meters. If your father's capabilities fall short, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. It was then that Ho Shanja realized Qin Ming was not jesting. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily replied, No way, class monitor, don't. My father will definitely take it on. I'll speak to him immediately. Please don't seek others. It's our family business. Why waste money on outsiders? Qin Ming responded. If I approach your father, he won't let me down, will he? Ho Shanja felt a surge of irritation, retorting, What do you mean by that? Absolutely not. Qin Ming, unfazed, replied, I am serious. If the price isn't suitable, I will certainly consider alternatives. Ho Shanja, feeling anxious, reflected on his position as a high school student with little contribution to his family. Although his family owned a renovation company and he assisted during summer breaks, he was merely a laborer. However, bringing a client to his father would hold a different significance, essentially introducing a business opportunity to his own father, which could elevate his standing in the family, whether for the sake of impressing his father or earning some money for his family. Ho Shanja was determined to keep Qin Ming as a client. Thus, he quickly replied, fearing Qin Ming might slip away, Class monitor, rest assured. I will persuade my father to offer you a discount. I still hold some influence at home. Childish, do you find that amusing? Qin Ming thought. After all, they were merely high school students. If not for the impending college entrance examinations, their standing at home might even be inferior to that of a dog. With sincerity, Qin Ming stated, discount or not, as long as your father doesn't let me down, I'll be grateful. The key is to ensure the renovation quality is exceptional. Ho Shanja chuckled. Class monitor, I believe you underestimate yourself a bit. What do you mean? Qin Ming queried. With a look of certainty, Ho Shanja replied. I think my father might not necessarily be outmatched by you. After all, you even dare to confront the principal. Hey, hold on. Qin Ming shot back with a humorous expression. Before long, Ho Shanja sent another message. Class monitor, I spoke to my dad, and he didn't believe me. I'm truly fed up. I'll send you his WeChat. You can speak to him directly. This was expected. If Ho Shanja were attending university, his claim about a classmate opening a shop would seem more plausible. The idea of a high schooler doing so felt a bit far-fetched. Ho Shanja forwarded a WeChat contact named AA Renovation Company, Hu Qinggang. So Ho Shanja's father is Hu Qinggang. Noted. I now possess another means to keep Ho Shanja in check. Unfortunately, the name was rather common. Otherwise, it would have had a more substantial impact. Qin Ming added Hu Qinggang on WeChat, where the profile picture depicted a man with sunglasses, taking a selfie at a 45-degree angle. He bore a striking resemblance to Ho Shanja, albeit with a slight paunch. Hello, is this Mr. Hua? Qin Ming opted not to be overly familiar and refrained from addressing him as uncle right away. Not only does one lower their status, but at such moments, the more amiable and cordial one appears, the greater the likelihood of being taken advantage of. Therefore, it is imperative to maintain an elevated demeanor during conversations. Adopt a demeanor of indifference. Ho Qinggang was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that Qin Ming was a classmate of his son, but he was surprised by the formal nature of the message, prompting him to take Qin Ming more seriously, no longer perceiving him as merely a child. Hello, Mr. Qin. This, indeed, is the hallmark of a business person, treating the other party with respect. Had he approached with a casual big nephew, Qin Ming would undoubtedly have retorted, I am your father. Ho Qinggang inquired. I heard from my son that you are planning to open a cake shop and are looking to renovate, correct? Indeed, came the reply. What is the size of the premises? Approximately 40 square meters. What style are you envisioning? I want whatever style corresponds to the one from Good Gifts. I am not asking for an exact replica, but it should be about 90% similar. Is that feasible? Ho Qinggang responded, Are you serious? That's outright copying, devoid of originality. I'm shutting off the lights. He then pulled his son closer, glaring at him. Is this truly your classmate? How can he be so reckless with his requests? Coming straight out asking for the renovation style of Good Gifts. Ho Shanja, upon reviewing Qin Ming's chat history, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Qin Ming could be quite audacious, but he had evidently underestimated him. Of course he is my classmate. He is the class president. Dad, let me tell you, Qin Ming is a person of considerable background. Even our principal has been outmaneuvered by him. Do not even think about trying to deceive him, or else not only will you suffer, but my days at school will become unbearable. However, overall, Qin Ming is quite a decent person and treats our class well. Ho Qinggang raised an eyebrow. So he possesses such caliber? I suspect he is concealing even more prowess. He found himself at a loss for words. Is this really a child? You should learn from him. Observe how others conduct themselves, and look at yourself. He subsequently sent Qin Ming several images of past renovations he had completed, including those of cake shops, which indeed appeared quite upscale. Chapter 89. My father may not necessarily be able to outplay you. Mr. Qin, since you are classmates with my son, I shall be candid with you. I can replicate the renovation style of Good Gifts in its entirety. However, the price will undoubtedly be higher. For the 40 square meters, the total cost may exceed 300,000. 300,000. Qin Ming had contemplated the pricing before inquiring, and Ho Qinggang's quote was roughly in line with his expectations. Earlier that afternoon, While shopping with Gong Xiaobi, he had visited several good gifts outlets and discreetly inquired about renovation costs, which averaged around 7 to 8,000 per square meter. Given that his shop was a total of 40 square meters, plus equipment, materials, and so forth, the overall expense would amount to approximately 400,000. Damn, that's exorbitantly expensive. Thankfully, post-renovation, the task rewards could replenish some of his finances. Otherwise, he might truly have lost the motivation to proceed. In terms of materials, you may rest assured that I will not cut corners. I will adhere to the highest standards. My business is built on reputation, and I would never tarnish my name for a single transaction. You may verify this. There is no one in all of Jeju City who can offer a lower price than mine. If there is, I shall do the work for free. Ho Qinggang spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Qin Ming did not take it seriously. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, if the results were indeed commendable, the price would be entirely acceptable. Time waits for no one. Qin Ming aspired to commence operations following the National Day holiday. Thus, he needed to initiate work promptly. The deal was struck. Ho Qinggang was taken aback by Qin Ming's decisiveness. He quickly added, "The deposit is 20,000. I will send you a list of the various material costs later, and you can remit the payment then." Without hesitation, Qin Ming transferred the funds. "I wish to start work after the National Day holiday, approximately in 3 weeks. Is that feasible?" Ho Qinggang, staring at the 20,000 yuan Qin Ming had sent, was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe it. Qin Ming was genuinely serious about opening a store and had transferred the deposit so readily. Was he still a high school student? Truly impressive. Ho Qinggang pondered for a moment. With ample time, the renovations should be completed before National Day, leaving the remaining week for you to prepare for the grand opening. Upon shutting off his phone, Ho Qinggang remained in a daze for a while before glancing at Ho Shanja, his gaze tinged with disdain. "Damn, we're both sons. Why is my son so useless? Just look at him." Ho Shanja smirked. "Other people's children are excelling, aren't they? Old Ho, have you truly forgotten who brought you this business? Am I receiving any commission?" For renovations exceeding 300,000. It is unreservedly said that Old Ho's profit lies between 500,000 and 2 million. Whether one earns more or less depends on one's conscience. "Commission my foot." Ho Qinggang lit a cigarette, contemplating, and then inquired, "What about your class leader? What is his family situation like? Does he have money?" "Pretty average." Ho Shanja recalled Qin Ming's delivery job but refrained from mentioning it, fearing Old Ho might exploit Qin Ming financially. He added, "Dad, please don't be too harsh. Qin Ming is quite a decent person. How can you say that about your father? What am I being harsh about? That money is earned through my own effort." Ho Qinggang exhaled a puff of smoke. "However, this time, I shall earn a little less. I believe your classmate possesses some talent. At such a young age, he dares to take such bold steps. If you could associate with him, you would never have to worry again." Ho Shanja burst into laughter. "You are being utterly ridiculous. What do you know?" Ho Qinggang maintained a serious demeanor. "Do you think Qin Ming is naive? Had I quoted a higher price, he would not have hesitated to sever ties with me. Do you believe that?" "That seems unlikely," Ho Shanja replied, somewhat perplexed. Intuitively, he thought Qin Ming would not act in such a manner. Surely he would consider his reputation. "Cut it out. You know nothing. If this fellow is indeed as you described, he must have already estimated the approximate costs of renovation before reaching out to you. Moreover, I suspect he may have consulted others about their renovation prices, hence his willingness to part with a substantial deposit. Do you think others are foolish?" House Hanja was completely taken aback. He had not considered this possibility. Is that true? Can others really tell him? After all, Howley had no inclination to be naive. However, upon further reflection, House Hanja realized that it was indeed plausible. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Ming's style. Damn, he had truly underestimated Qin Ming. Most likely, you should learn from others, regardless of where his funds originate. Dealing with someone like him offers ample opportunities for learning. Ho Shan's instincts informed him that Qin Ming was no ordinary child. Thus, he intended not to profit excessively from this renovation, viewing it as a means to cultivate connections for his son. He did not believe that a person willing to invest hundreds of thousands to open a store in their second year of high school lacked talent. "Sister, do you have time tomorrow?" Qin Ming inquired while lying on his bed, gazing at the wooden slats of Qin Miao's bed above. Qin Miao, now in her 4th year, had minimal coursework left and was preparing for autumn recruitment. Thus her time was relatively abundant. "What is up? I've opened a store." Suddenly, Qin Miao's head popped out from the upper bunk. "Did you really open one?" "Yes, I've secured the lease for a shop on the pedestrian street for 2 years. And I've already contacted the renovation company and paid the deposit." Qin Ming revealed, not intending to conceal this matter from Qin Miao. "Where did you get the money?" "Oh, I killed a few people, sold 7 or 8 human organs, and introduced old Jia to some shady deals for a commission." Qin Ming began to jest. Qin Miao looked at him, bemused. "Are you joking? Should I show you my rental contract?" "Forget it, are you serious? I mean, is there a catch?" Qin Ming smiled. "There's a catch, but don't ask. Just stick with me and wait for the good times to come." Qin Miao's heart raced, and she couldn't help but widen her mouth in astonishment. She couldn't believe that Qin Ming had any ulterior motives. However, the revelation of him opening a store was still a significant shock for her. Just yesterday, she had thought he was joking, yet only a day later, He had secured the premises and was preparing for renovations. How to put it? It felt similar to a foolish child still in middle school suddenly being told by a teacher that he had disproved Newton's second law. Although it sounded ludicrous, the teacher's earnest tone provided ample evidence that the statement was indeed true. What do you want me to do? Please keep an eye on the renovation progress. Ensure they do not cut corners. I still have classes and no time to manage this. Qin Ming explained. For him, studying remained paramount. His performance in the upcoming monthly exam needed to be nothing short of spectacular to secure a pathway within the prestigious school. Although Qin Ming was confident that, even without relying on connections from the school, his innate marketing skills would yield favorable results, having multiple avenues open was always advantageous. After all, the market within the school was undeniably more expansive. Chapter 90 Qin Ming. Your salary must be as meager as your conscience, right? All right. I shall keep an eye on things for you. Qin Miao, in matters of great significance, is quite discerning. Hence, she refrained from mocking Qin Ming coldly. However, tonight, sleep would likely elude her. Could you please check the market for me? Inquire about the prices of equipment for the cake shop, and do so with a preference for brand name products. Send me the dimensions later. Oh, Qin Miao lay in bed, silent for a moment, before suddenly peering out again. Wait, are you really opening it? I am indeed opening it. Look, is this not a rental contract? Can the money spent by your life get lost? Qin Miao hurled a pillow down in frustration. The following day, Qin Ming, along with her running partner Yuing, had grown considerably closer since their last encounter where she had assisted Yuing. They now ran together regularly. Qin Ming learned that Yuing worked in automobile sales and had clients from various industries. After some contemplation, Qin Ming broached the subject of cake shop equipment with Yuing, inquiring if she had any clients in that business. Upon hearing that Qin Ming intended to open a shop, Yu Ying's demeanor shifted dramatically, nearly causing her to lose her breath mid-run. After a series of questions, it became clear that Qin Ming was indeed opening a cake shop. Suddenly, Yu Ying's gaze towards Qin Ming transformed. Previously, she had regarded Qin Ming with a sense of gratitude typical of an older sister towards a younger brother. Now, however, she found herself somewhat admiring Qin Ming. To dare open a shop at such a young age, regardless of anything else, it certainly required a bold spirit. Such a person, one might even jest, would not hesitate to peek at a teacher bathing. That would be an understatement. Yuing pondered. Little brother, I happen to know a business owner in the appliance industry, dealing in ovens, refrigerators, and dough mixers among other things. I've heard they offer great value. If you're truly interested, I could help you get in touch. I have a decent relationship with the owner's wife. Being acquainted, we should be able to negotiate a good price. If that fails, you could always compare prices online and choose what suits you best. Yuing, already indebted to Qin Ming, felt compelled to offer her assistance. Moreover, I've heard that he has second-hand equipment that is nearly new, with minimal wear, yet the prices are significantly lower. Brother, if you genuinely want it, I'll help you make the connection. My sister's influence is worth something. Damn it, Qin Ming, you truly are a charmer. Thank you, sister. I have class today. I'll have my sister add you on WeChat to facilitate the connection. All right then. After their run, Qin Ming forwarded Yu Ying's WeChat details to Qin Miao. A few minutes later, Qin Miao sent a message. Is this the wealthy woman who is sponsoring you? What the heck? Not only does she insult my character, but she also belittles my preferences. Do I seem like someone who fancies older women? Indeed, indeed. Giving me $1 million each year and making me work myself to the bone. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for our family? Her household is also in need of a maid, offering $20,000 a month to care for me during my confinement. Would you consider it? Qin Miao replied. Get lost. Qin Ming, do not forget to keep an eye on the store for me. Qin Miao, I have arrived. They have yet to come, so I shall wait for them. Qin Ming, good. Qin Miao, nonsense. Qin Miao, are you capable of baking cakes? And what about cake design? Surely, one cannot merely create birthday cakes, can they? I have heard that cake design is quite challenging, and professional cake designers are rather expensive. You cannot possibly open a store without any skills, can you? TSK, Qin Miao. You are a classic example of possessing good intentions, but lacking intellect. Seeking a cake designer for a few tens of thousands a month? Have I lost my mind? It is utterly impossible. Qin Ming pondered. I have connections with decorators. If the price is right, I believe I can recruit one. As for cake design, I shall outsource it to university students studying art or sculpture. Qin Miao, I am well aware of the competence of university students. Everyone, come and see. Qin Miao is criticizing university students. Hurry and take a look. You are so certain because you are inexperienced, aren't you? Qin Miao, speak up. Qin Ming, I have taken a screenshot. I will send it to the university students later and let them unleash their wrath upon you. Qin Miao, I am serious. Qin Ming chuckled and replied, I am serious too. Many large companies procure their products by hiring a professional team for $1 million, which in turn hires a university professor for $100,000, who then employs 2 university students for $2,000 each to complete the task in 5 days. And those students, blissfully unaware, would say, the professor is so generous. I can skip the intermediary and go straight to the students, saving a significant amount of money. Furthermore, can those studying art truly be considered university students? They exist solely to inflate the national university student statistics. Upon graduation, they face unemployment. During their studies, I can offer them 2,000 a month, and they would gladly devote their lives to my cause. Do you believe it? Sculpture? Ha. Qin Miao, what a farce. Qin Ming, a backlash. If you have the time, could you inquire at your art school if there are any students willing to work with me? As long as they can design well, I shall pay them 2,000 for each design. Those studying sculpture might as well drop out and come work at my cake shop as decorators. I will offer them 5,000 a month. And I will even provide social security. Qin Miao, offering so much, are you trying to cultivate a band of zealots? Those who cannot manage their lives. Is this a mockery of beauty? Do you understand the value of a loaf of bread at 500,000 marks? Upon returning to class, Qin Ming discovered Zhou Shui seated in a wheelchair, winking at him and giving an okay hand gesture, seemingly very pleased with her work. Old Jia, you are really in trouble. He took his seat. Oh dear. Jia Mingkai immediately approached mysteriously, visibly excited, and asked, Qin Ming, is it true that someone in class said you are opening a store? Who is trying to show off in my name? Ho Shanja, Da Yuchan, or that group of fools led by Zhou Qi? I can rule out Da Yuchan. She is not a good person but maintains an aloof demeanor in class and would not share such nonsense. It should not be Ho Shanja either. He is currently devising ways to smoothly address himself as father to me. He would not speak out of turn without my permission. Zhou Qi, TSK, is merely a gossiping sycophant. Qin Ming nodded and said, indeed, we have a cake shop. Really? Are you becoming a capitalist now? Those who work for you must be suffering immensely. He sighed. Qin Ming immediately pointed at him, bewildered. Sun Fengjiao was equally astonished, but upon witnessing Qin Ming's pretentiousness, she could hardly contain herself. She often indulged in fantasies about how, once Qin Ming improved his situation, he would end up together with Bai. Such wicked thoughts. Sun Fengjiao, what on earth are you thinking? As a boss, I imagine your wages are exceedingly low. Your conscience must surely be as thin as the salaries you pay, he retorted. Chapter 91. Wanting wages after getting a job? Why do you desire all the good things? What wages? You expect to work and still receive pay? Such greed deserves a $50 fine. Sun Fengjiao and Jia Mingkai exchanged glances. Qin Ming, you're quite something. Jia Mingkai adjusted his glasses, visibly indignant. People like you should be strung up on a streetlight. How can you run a shop? Nevertheless, he had to admit that this news was quite impactful. You're only in your second year of high school, not college. Opening a shop? You should be focused on your studies. With a grin, Jia Mingkai clapped Qin Ming on the shoulder. So, can I take my girlfriend there for a free meal? Just to show off that it's my son's shop. Qin Ming chuckled softly. Given our somewhat distant relationship, such remarks seem a bit too familiar. How foolish. Jia Mingkai grunted. Sun Fengjiao shot him a disapproving look. And you think you can freeload off Qin Ming? Qin Ming, can Bai and I eat for free in the future? Gong Xiaobi perked up at this. Having hesitated to chat with Qin Ming since returning home yesterday, unsure of how to initiate conversation. After all, she had just taken his pinky finger earlier. While their relationship appeared to have advanced, it was still somewhat awkward, like couples who only hold hands after officially becoming a couple. Free meals? You'll owe me double. Come on. Gong Xiaobi smiled slightly, addressing Qin Ming. I'll pay for myself. Sun Fengjiao teased. Bai, you're switching sides too quickly. Do you think that if I eat for free, Qin Ming will incur a loss? Gong Xiaobi faltered, her expression stiffening. And no. I just thought, then I'll eat for free. How about I treat you instead? Qin Ming interjected. It's not easy running a shop. Ugh, I'm out of ideas. Who can compete with you two? Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Bai, you're so wonderful. Come here for a hug. Gong Xiaobi was taken aback, her face flushing bright red, but she didn't step back, mumbling softly, there are too many people here. Wait, weren't you quite bold yesterday? Qin Ming maintained his composure, refraining from embracing her, not merely because Sun Fengjiao was obstructing him, but because he suddenly sensed Da Yuchan watching him intently. Chaos in Class 3, grant me the white silk. Execute. Damn it. The term male decision has indeed come to fruition in this lifetime. Is it true that the class leader is actually opening a store? Rumor has it, and the news has spread like wildfire among the class, leaving us uncertain of its veracity. Opening a store? Surely this is a jest. It seems too extraordinary to be real. I've heard from Zhou Qi and others that Qin Ming is currently scouting locations, though it might be a mere facade. It hardly appears credible. In our close-knit group of high school students, the speed at which information circulates rivals that of gigabit fiber optics. The high school in Xingshan province is notoriously stifling. Peculiar hairstyles are forbidden, naps can only be taken with one's head resting on the desk, and mealtimes are even timed down to the second. News that defies convention is devoured with the enthusiasm of flies drawn to sweetness. For instance, if Zhou Shui were to unveil a fragment of her writing, it would take barely 2 minutes for the name Jia Mingkai to ignite excitement throughout the entire school. Thus, the announcement of Qin Ming's entrepreneurial venture spread rapidly in the otherwise mundane sophomore and junior classes. Lin Chong, serving as the intermediary for Gao Mingxi, was keenly attentive to every movement of Gong Xiaobi. Upon hearing the news of Qin Ming's store, he couldn't help but turn and inquire, class leader, are you truly opening a store? After receiving a positive confirmation, Lin Chong smirked, regardless of his personal opinions on Qin Ming. The act of opening a store alone was enough to astonish anyone. Let us not even mention the financial requirements. At least several hundred thousand, right? Who, apart from the genuine affluent heirs, could possibly muster such funds for a startup while still in high school? Even Tomato Book wouldn't dare to write such a tale. Moreover, Gong Xiaobi seems to be quite protective of Qin Ming, refusing even complimentary meals from his establishment. Is their relationship perhaps too close for comfort? Could it be that Gong Xiaobi has a fondness for entrepreneurial young men? Quickly scribbling a note, Lin Chong passed it to Gao Mingxi. Upon arriving in class today, Gao Mingxi had already caught wind of Qin Ming's venture and initially dismissed it as mere fiction. After all, on the day he applied for financial aid, Qin Ming had openly stated his intention to do the same. How could someone from such a background possibly possess wealth? Of course, he bore no disdain for Qin Ming. He simply found it implausible. In fact, he considered Qin Ming to be a decent person despite his financial struggles, particularly since he had assisted his beloved Gong Xiaobi. If he were to end up with Gong Xiaobi, he would not hesitate to treat Qin Ming to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his kindness toward her. Seeing Lin Chong's message fly across the room invigorated Gao Mingxi. Under the influence of his considerable financial prowess, Lin Chong had completely adapted to his expectations, relaying news about Gong Xiaobi with remarkable accuracy, leading Gao Mingxi to gain a deep understanding of her character. For instance, while Gong Xiaobi may appear somewhat reserved, she can be quite talkative at times, particularly with Qin Ming. She does not refrain from engaging with boys, and her concern for Qin Ming is undeniably sweet. Gao Mingxi, however, paid little heed to such details. After all, if Gong Xiaobi could treat Qin Ming this way, surely she could extend the same warmth to him. What was it that set him apart from Qin Ming? In terms of academic achievement, I rank second in the class. If Gong Xiaobi were to be considered the one who breaks the wind, I am undoubtedly the one who reaps the benefits of a gentle breeze. Regarding appearance, while Qin Ming is undeniably handsome, I am not devoid of charm. As for family background, it would be somewhat unfair to Qin Ming to delve into that. If he wishes to surpass me in this aspect, he must start exerting effort from the generation of his grandfather to have even a glimmer of hope. In terms of character, Gao Mingxi humbly concedes, not just in our class, but throughout the entire school, few can boast a lineage as distinguished as Qin Ming's. Gao Mingxi swiftly unfolded a note, and upon reading its contents, he nearly popped his eyes out. I suspect Gong Xiaobi might be interested in entrepreneurial boys. I heard Qin Ming has opened a cake shop, which is currently being renovated, and Gong Xiaobi seems quite concerned about it. What nonsense. How could a high school student possibly have the means to open a shop? Lin Chong, have you verified this information? Gao Mingxi couldn't help but murmur. Gong Xiaobi cares. A pang of jealousy struck him, but he soon found solace in the thought that it was perfectly normal. After all, Qin Ming was the sole male in her vicinity, and with her kindness, she would likely show concern for anyone. If I were in that position, she would surely care for me as well. Qin Ming merely enjoys a geographical advantage, nothing more. If Qin Ming were to hear Gao Mingxi's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, well, child. You must have had a long-distance girlfriend who took her time to warm up to you, right? Ho Shanja, sitting beside Gao Mingxi, could hardly contain himself upon hearing the latter's murmurs. Initially, he had no intention of commenting on the gossip surrounding Qin Ming, which had been spread by Zhou Qi and his clique. A few fools thought they could ridicule Qin Ming, leading everyone to believe he was pretentious, even deeming his actions foolish. Ho Shanja felt less cautious around Gao Mingxi. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly said, it's true that Qin Ming is opening a shop. Just don't spread it around. I'm only telling you. What? Gao Mingxi gaped, clearly incredulous. How could that be possible? Ho Shanja, feeling a bit annoyed, retorted. Why wouldn't it be? My father is the one overseeing the renovations for his shop. The deposit was paid last night. What more proof do you need? Gao Mingxi was instantly rendered speechless, his mind racing to calculate the likelihood of his parents being willing to fund his own business venture. 0. Countless zeros, akin to the number in Chengdu. It was utterly impossible. Chapter 92. Hungry to the point of fainting? You say you're considering remarriage? No, Qin Ming. You needn't go to such lengths just to appear impressive, right? Gao Mingxi struggled to comprehend this. A high school student running a business, while it could be seen as ambition, it could also be interpreted as unrealistic aspirations. The critical question is, do you even have the time? Which high school student in Qingshan province isn't working tirelessly like a beast of burden? Moreover, where would the funding come from? Would the business be handed over to family management, and then he would claim the earnings as his own? How very vain of Qin Ming, Gao Mingxi mused. Alas, it feels like a pity. I, the true rich second generation, should be the one to seize such an opportunity to impress. How could Qin Ming possibly get ahead of me in this regard? To be honest, just imagining such a scenario elicits a sense of delight. He felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, for the first time, he found himself questioning the information provided by Lin Chong. Could someone as aloof as Gong Xiaobi genuinely take a liking to another simply for opening a shop? The likelihood seemed slim. After all, from any perspective, Gong Xiaobi appeared to be rather indifferent to wealth. Otherwise, she would not have declined his previous offer of a loan. Perhaps she merely regarded the act of starting a business as an admirable display of courage? That indeed seemed plausible. Nevertheless, he still felt a tinge of disbelief regarding Qin Ming's venture into entrepreneurship. Was he truly renovating his family's home or the store? Had he clarified that? How could he not have? This business was initiated by me, and moreover, Captain Qin engaged in extensive discussions with my father, all relating to the shop's renovation. It must certainly be for that purpose. Ho Shanja felt somewhat at a loss, perceiving that Gao Mingxi was inexplicably on edge. Is it that Qin Ming's shop opening has hurt you? Are you all right? Then speak up. Speak. Speak about your mother. After I've explained for so long. You still refuse to believe me. Damn it. Ho Shanja was utterly speechless, waving his hand dismissively and lowering his head to peruse his vocabulary notebook. Observing this, Gao Mingxi could only click his tongue in frustration. See, you're anxious again. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered softly, I'm not doubting you. We're desk mates after all, I certainly believe you. But don't you find it utterly ridiculous that Qin Ming is opening a shop? Ho Shanja fell silent. As long as you're happy. What do you mean, as long as I'm happy? Ha! Gao Mingxi suddenly burst into a forced laugh, then whispered. It seems like I'm envious of the captain, which is impossible. All right, perhaps just a smidge of jealousy. What a show-off. Throughout the entire conversation, Qin Ming had not uttered a single word, yet tales of him circulated widely within the class. This silent demeanor that sparked discussions among all the boys and prompted the girls to giggle and covertly observe him was, in Gao Mingxi's eyes, the epitome of effortless sophistication. Sigh, why ISMT at me? If I could also display such flair, might Gong Xiaobi cast a glance my way? Surely she would. How might one elegantly flaunt their charm? Just as Gao Mingxi was lost in such thoughts, Dai Yuchan, seated behind him, suddenly interjected coldly. Gao Mingxi, you talk too much. But I haven't said anything. He retorted. Is it a crime to think? Dai Yuchan replied. Your inner thoughts are disturbing me. Gao Mingxi exclaimed, damn. I haven't said a word. Cold sweat trickled down Gao Mingxi's back as he hurriedly waved his hands. Vice Captain. Many people are discussing the Captain's shop opening. What is your take on it? Dai Yuchan furrowed her brow. Such gossip. After a moment's thought, she nodded slightly. It's true. Even you are aware? Not only am I aware, but I am also quite certain. What is going on? Did you also contribute? Qin Ming, you truly are insufferable. Dai Yuchan returned to her book, her tone devoid of warmth. Shouldn't I be aware? No, it's not that I shouldn't. It's just that I never anticipated you would actually care about the class monitor's affairs. To put it simply, trying to impress is akin to courting. If you manage to woo a hefty individual weighing 180 pounds, I would chuckle and commend you, my friend, for being quite the seasoned player, with a penchant for the plump. However, if you were to attract a beautiful girl, I might feel a twinge of jealousy, but I could bear it. As you are quite handsome, after all. Yet, should you succeed in winning over the campus belle, I can only exclaim, you must be kidding. Do you truly possess such fortune? Who would dare to court you, risking their own demise? At that moment, Dai Yuchan, the epitome of a high and aloof beauty in Class 3, who is notoriously indifferent to everything, astonishingly knows that Qin Ming has opened a shop, much like an absurd confession of affection from a stone wall. What gives you the right? He has rented the shop that belongs to my family. Well, that's that. Gao Mingxi maintained a serene demeanor, resolutely immersing himself in his studies, as he opened his Chinese textbook, where every crooked line seemed to spell out the words showing off. Ying, did you hear? The vice class monitor just mentioned that Qin Ming has indeed opened a shop, and he rented it from her family. I went. And he truly is. Lu Shumai turned her head, her expression one of utter disdain, as if she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Ming, yet internally, she mused. TSK, I have consistently mentioned this title of class monitor, Ying, the title you hold dear, now so recklessly toyed with by Qin Ming. Do you not feel like a victim subjected to humiliation? Simultaneously, she was somewhat astonished and taken aback. During the weekend, she thought Qin Ming was merely putting on airs. But it turned out to be true. Qi Ying, burdened with vocabulary, did not lift her head. Oh, foolish Lu Shuamai, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Aren't you surprised? Lu Shuamai, failing to achieve her aim, continued her verbal assaults. I believe he possesses considerable courage. Do you think someone like him as class monitor might lead the students astray? Who knows? Qi Ying did not engage. After being subjected to Lu Shuamai's antics numerous times, she had grown somewhat accustomed to her tactics. You sly one. Do you yearn to flatter Qin Ming? I won't grant you that satisfaction. Do you think he might incur losses? I believe he certainly will. How can a high school student make money? Qi Ying yearned to retort with, I do not know. But upon hearing Lu Shuamai's words, she could no longer restrain herself and pondered, I think so too. Oh, you fool, you have fallen for it. When Qin Ming starts making money, just you wait. Suddenly, Qi Ying realized this, her expression stiffening with a hint of regret. Damn it. Qin Ming cannot truly be making money, can he? No way. How could that be possible? I would bet my life on it. Although Qi Ying recognized she had fallen into a trap, the likelihood of Qin Ming slapping her face was infinitesimally small, since the probability was 0. She would not be embarrassed. This is called prophecy. What is wrong with prophecy? Determined, Qi Ying resolved to concoct a rumor at home about Lu Shuamai's desire to flatter Qin Ming. You say you're starving? You claim you're on the brink of a second marriage. Chapter 93. Even the most pitiful Wu Dalong never settled accounts for Shiman Qing. Zhou Qi was the most unable to contain himself upon hearing the rumors circulating in class. Born into the world of Qin Ming, All the good fortune of flaunting his success seemed to have fallen into your lap. On Saturday, Bid asked me to settle the bill. Shall we pretend that such a trivial matter never occurred? Are you truly at your wit's end? Nevertheless, Zhou Qi and his close-knit circle chose not to mention this incident within the class. After all, to settle a bill for a rival without provocation would not evoke disdain for Qin Ming. Rather, it would invite looks of sheer incredulity. Seriously, my friend, are you out of your mind? You paid Qin Ming's bill? You've made enemies and yet settled their debts. Truly a toast to your own folly. Even the most beleaguered of souls, like Wu Dalong, never settled a bill for Xi Minqing. It was akin to facing a level 18 Mundo when you're just level 13. Rushing in without a thought would likely garner concern over whether your selfie was merely a family portrait. Damn it all. Compensation, compensation, may you meet your demise, you scoundrel. Zhou Qi dared not vent his frustrations aloud, fearing that should Qin Ming overhear, he might retaliate in the future. Ah, Qin Ming. The heavens of Class 3 are shrouded in darkness. As the morning classes concluded, old Lu called Qin Ming into his office with an oddly serious expression. Upon entering, Qin Ming found that besides old Lu, only Yang Zheng remained. It seemed they were engaged in a silent contest, as if whoever left for lunch first would suffer a defeat. Without hesitation, Qin Ming replaced old Lu's thermos with fresh tea and poured himself a steaming cup of water. Old Lu couldn't help but nod in approval. Setting aside academic performance, he had a fondness for Qin Ming as a student. He was perceptive, capable of commanding a room, and possessed a remarkable emotional intelligence. If only his grades were a tad better, applying for the title of outstanding student or excellent cadre wouldn't be out of reach. The prestige of these titles in high school far surpassed that of the elementary school accolades based on votes. Not only did they come with monetary rewards, but they also contributed to one's permanent record, a significant advantage, albeit not particularly beneficial for future employment. What? Others are from Tsinghua, Peking, Harvard, and Yale. And you expect me to believe that you are the outstanding student from Class 3 of Jizhou No. 1 High School? Ha ha ha, don't be absurd. What? Are you serious? Hey, someone check which mental institution the patient who wandered into our company has come from. Security. What a pity. Observing old Lu's convoluted expression, Qin Ming couldn't help but smirk slightly. Was old Lu mentally berating him again? Qin Ming, are you aware of what you've done? Old Lu sipped his tea and grimaced from the heat, his expression turning grave. Was that intentional, Qin Ming? Huh. Qin Ming was taken aback for 3 seconds. What is it? With old Lu's solemn demeanor, did I inadvertently misappropriate class funds, flirt with female classmates, exploit Qin Miao's goodwill, secretly mock the teacher, coerce Zhou Shui into writing dubious narratives, cut in line at meals, steal old Jia's toilet paper, or surreptitiously drink hot water from the wall? Damn it. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Qin Ming began to sweat nervously. Teacher, what are you talking about? I'm not entirely clear. Could you provide a hint? Lao Lu furrowed his brows and remarked. Think carefully. There has been quite a bit of gossip circulating in class today. Don't you find it somewhat excessive? Today? I was prepared to accept the matter of the dinosaur extinction, Qin Ming pondered, suddenly coming to a realization. Is that all? You nearly startled me. I heard that. Lao Lu nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Qin Ming's perceptiveness. You are still quite young, and everyone is talking about your new shop. I suspect someone might be targeting you. Have you offended anyone? Zhou Qi, are you so certain? Lao Lu's expression conveyed the implication that he knew it was him. Questioning how Zhou Qi could still be living peacefully. Lao Lu, you can't be serious, Qin Ming replied. I'm unsure, but I do have a grudge against him. So it's possible he's just lashing out. Zhou Qi is an alright student, scoring around 540 to 50 points, considered relatively competent in Lao Lu's eyes. However, his family possesses some wealth, which may have contributed to his somewhat flamboyant personality. Perhaps he felt slighted during your class management? Nevertheless, Qin Ming, you are the class monitor and a leader among your peers. You must exhibit tolerance towards your classmates. This is essential for fostering a harmonious class atmosphere. Even if he spreads rumors, harboring too much animosity towards him would make class management difficult. Rumors? Who? Lao Lu looked taken aback. You weren't referring to Zhou Qi, were you? No, teacher. I was merely responding to your inquiry about who might be targeting me. However, Zhou Qi has not spread any rumors. I genuinely have opened a shop, Qin Ming quickly clarified. Lao Lu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He straightened up, his gaze piercing as keen as a hawk's, gripping his thermos tightly, his fingertips turning pale. You truly opened a shop? Indeed, a cake shop, likely opening after the National Day holiday. Wait, where did you acquire the funds? Your family situation is average, if I recall correctly. Both your parents are ordinary wage earners. Are you jesting? Well, I must mention my late great-uncle. To put it simply, I inherited a sum, Qin Ming fabricated, knowing Lao Lu had no means to verify this claim. Lao Lu initially intended to congratulate him, but reconsidered, realizing that such a statement would disrupt the atmosphere. My condolences, he offered instead. No worries, teacher, I am quite saddened. Qin Ming replied with a playful grin. Lao Lu subtly smirked, his expression betraying his amusement. Your demeanor suggests you are on the verge of laughter. Was it your great-uncle who passed away, or Zhou Qi's? Lao Lu struggled to maintain his composure, but as a high school teacher, He was accustomed to balancing both life lessons and academic performance. Taking a sip of water, he calmly continued, "A cake shop? Do you believe you can manage it? What about your studies? Moreover, I've heard that cake shops on the pedestrian street are notoriously difficult to sustain. Is it that you are so invested in me, Lao Lu?" "How intriguing," Qin Ming replied, contemplating his next words. "I plan to sell the cakes at school." "What? Is your second aunt's husband also a departmental director?" "Teacher, you truly know someone is attempting to take shortcuts," Qin Ming exclaimed in indignation. "What gives them the right? This group of odious individuals has tarnished the market's integrity, leaving us common folk with little room for advancement." The expression on old Lu's face reflected helplessness. While the little cat raised her hands in resignation, the school is so small that even minor events spread like wildfire. It's impossible to remain oblivious. To speak candidly, when rumors circulated in class about Qin Ming opening a cake shop, he inquired a bit. The owner of the soon-to-open cake shop on the pedestrian street is indeed a relative of the vice department head. Consequently, the vice department head has recently proposed to the school that there should be several days each week designated for students to celebrate their birthdays collectively. The rationale is quite valid. Firstly, it alleviates the pressure of academic stress. Secondly, some students celebrate their 18th birthdays while at school. And lastly, it preserves the dignity of underprivileged students, as celebrating together renders the quantity of cake inconsequential. Whether the underprivileged can afford a cake is irrelevant. What matters is that they receive a heartfelt blessing. Old Lu had to concede that, despite the vice department head's ulterior motives, this proposal indeed tempted many. After all, celebrating birthdays does not consume much of the student's time. And as seasoned educators, they understand that a light-hearted atmosphere can genuinely relieve stress and possibly enhance learning efficiency. "You may open a store, but competing against others is another matter," Old Lu remarked, somewhat dismissively. He considered Qin Ming's unconventional thinking, while it was uncertain whether he possessed the acumen for business. Qin Ming chuckled, "If he can sell to the school, then so can I. If I can make my way in, I certainly wouldn't lose to him." "On what grounds?" Old Lu retorted. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, posing a question, "Teacher, who carries more weight in conversation, a department head or a student from Qingbei?" Each year, only 2 or 3 students from Qingbei emerge. And even one additional student represents not just an increment of 1, but a potential leap of approximately 30 points. It's akin to the difference between a monthly salary of 3,000 and 5,000. Superficially, it appears to be merely a 2,000 disparity. Yet, when one factors in the essential living costs of 2,000, it becomes a distinction between 1,000 and 3,000, a threefold difference. Of course, it's about Qingbei and so forth. "What do you mean by that?" Old Lu's heart inexplicably fluttered, his expression turning peculiar, causing Qin Ming to feel a tingle of unease. "You can't possibly be implying that your next monthly exam scores could gain you admission to Qingbei, right? I acknowledge your recent diligence in studying and the slight improvement in your grades, but your total score still seems shy of 500, no? What a jest. To have merely learned to mend one's shortcomings, only to aim at eliminating stains. TSK, Qin Ming, your audacious claims may well insult the Qingbei students. Tread carefully." "Very well. To look down upon me so brazenly, I shall make a significant impact in return. The mere thought of it excites me. Teacher, how many points do you believe I must improve by to catch the principal's attention?" Qin Ming prepared to give Old Lu a heads up. Old Lu mused that, in truth, you need not improve at all. The principal is already quite attentive to you, fearing the chaos you might unleash. Nevertheless, observing Qin Ming's earnest demeanor stirred something within Old Lu. Although he would never believe that Qin Ming could gain admission to Qingbei, yet who does not relish the tale of a young hero's resurgence? After some contemplation, Old Lu resolved to set a defined goal for Qin Ming, at the very least. A score of 60, ideally 80, and by the time of the midterm examination, an improvement of over 40 points. Furthermore, with each subsequent examination, a significant enhancement in performance was necessary to convince others of his potential to enter Qingbei. Only then could his ambitions be realized. However, that was a matter for at least a year hence. 80 points was it. Currently, he stood at 472, which equated to a mere 55 out of 550. In fact, it was 552. "Old Lu, if you continue to deliberately overlook my 2 points, I might truly become vexed." Qin Ming found himself deep in thought. According to Old Lu's suggestion of an 80-point improvement, it posed no real challenge for him. 4. In the subject of English alone, he could easily raise his score by at least 60 points. Excellent. Old Lu had failed to seize upon this crucial information. In the other subjects, cumulatively improving by 20 points was, in reality, quite straightforward. Biology, for instance, could yield a 10-point increase, and chemistry would likely follow suit. Achieving 80 points was thus well within his grasp. Yet, this was scarcely sufficient. To advance by 80 points in a month, truth be told, such feats were rare not only at Yizhong, but even at provincial experimental schools. However, this was not a mark of genius. A substantial improvement often indicated a low initial level. If the top students deliberately managed their scores, they could easily elevate their results by over 200 points in a month. Yet, in Qingshan province, such prodigies were evidently non-existent. Students were nearly transformed into examination machines by their teachers. Losing even a single point could lead to severe repercussions. Who would intentionally hold back their scores? Therefore, if Qin Ming genuinely wished to penetrate the school's competitive market following the monthly examination, his score must exceed 80 points, perhaps even considerably more. Good heavens, the pressure was immense. Physics was a subject he simply could not grasp. Maintaining a score of 60 would be a blessing. Currently studying electromagnetism, Qin Ming felt as if he might as well be grappling with Maxwell himself. Why on earth was he even studying this complex material? Why could the entire world's understanding of physics not decline 1,000-fold while he remained unchanged? How maddening. He could only focus on improving his mathematics. Fortunately, Bibi Hang's mathematical prowess could consistently reach 140. If she could plead with him, perhaps he could persuade her to offer him a modicum of guidance. A sudden smile crossed Qin Ming's face. Teacher, if I manage to elevate my score by 80 points in the next monthly exam, could you possibly advocate on my behalf? The essence of bravado lay here. While he knew he could achieve such an improvement, old Lu remained unaware. By creating an information disparity, he could temper expectations. And when he ultimately surpassed his goal by 90 points, old Lu would undoubtedly regard him as a prodigy. Old Lu's expression shifted, revealing a mix of incredulity and amusement. It's not that it's impossible, he replied, but you certainly have a bold imagination. Have you been indulging in too many novels? With a sigh, old Lu pondered the matter earnestly and did not voice any objections. If you genuinely achieve an 80-point increase, I can certainly make a few inquiries on your behalf. Though whether it will yield results is another matter entirely, unless your father has connections. His words were rather forthright. Qin Ming could scarcely endure the situation any longer, and a wave of disdain washed over him directed at old Qin. He berated all those who sought shortcuts, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, can't you just let me be? I am a student." Setting aside the facts, couldn't you refrain from engaging in business dealings? After Qin Ming departed, Yang Zheng turned to old Lu and suddenly chuckled. Teacher Lu, your students possess quite the imaginative thoughts. Even if he enrolled in a tutoring class during the summer, he would only have 3 months to improve by 80 points. Such a feat is rather uncommon at our school. Old Lu felt somewhat helpless. Students like Qin Ming require a glimmer of hope, otherwise, they will cause disruptions. I may not hold high expectations for him, but who can say for certain? There's a chance, after all. Besides, this child is quite clever. If academics aren't his forte, perhaps entrepreneurship could be his path. We mustn't diminish his confidence. Old Lu recognized Yang Zheng's veiled sarcasm. He could not commend Qin Ming's academic performance, so he opted to highlight Qin Ming's strengths in other areas. After all, he could never align himself with Yang Zheng in disparaging Qin Ming. He is my class monitor. You are but my student, he thought. Yang Zheng laughed heartily. By the way, Director Xing from the second department mentioned that once the off-campus bakery opens, all faculty members of our school will receive a 20% discount on cakes. Quite a shrewd move, indeed, as it compels the entire faculty to support him. Is that true? Old Lu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed it is. Such unscrupulous tactics. When will this improper conduct cease? Old Lu felt a pang of sorrow, coupled with concern for Qin Ming. What? Qin Ming aspires to take shortcuts too? That cannot be the same. Qin Ming is my student. Besides, can a minor truly be accused of seeking shortcuts? Yang Zheng chuckled, preparing to revel in old Lu's predicament. If Qin Ming opens his bakery alongside another, which one would you patronize? Old Lu pondered for a moment, realizing that even if Qin Ming priced his goods exorbitantly, he would still have to support him to some extent. Yet, he nonchalantly replied, of course, I would buy from whichever is cheaper. I'm not foolish. Hastening to the cafeteria, Qin Ming spotted Gong Xiaobi waving enthusiastically at him. She had taken 2 servings of food and was seated with Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao. Today, she unusually wore her hair in a low ponytail, revealing her charming face and delicate jawline, appearing particularly endearing. Qin Ming, come here. Jia Mingkai beckoned frantically, his eyes seemingly ready to devour Qin Ming whole. Old Jia, why the rush? As Qin Ming approached, he noticed that none of the 3 had touched their chopsticks. As if waiting for him, amused, he inquired, why isn't anyone eating? You're unbelievable. Jia Mingkai rudely jabbed his chopsticks toward Qin Ming, gritting his teeth. And you ask? We've all been waiting for you. Sun Fengjiao, famished and weak, lamented, it's all your fault. After school, old Lu summoned you to the office. And Xiaobi prepared a meal for you. She wouldn't touch it until you arrived. If she doesn't eat, how can we? Are we supposed to let her watch while we eat? Spare us the chatter and hurry up. I'm starving. Exactly. Old Jia was seething with resentment. Upon seeing Qin Ming arrive, he took a hearty bite of his meal and declared, this is the last time. Next time, I shall certainly not wait for you. Qin Ming, with a smile, affectionately ruffled Gong Xiaobi's hair, her long locks cascading like silk. Xiaobi, you are indeed the best. Gong Xiaobi blushed momentarily, a hint of shyness creeping in, yet she did not shy away from Qin Ming's touch. I was concerned you might go hungry, so I ordered a portion for you, featuring the flavorful eggplant you adore. Jia Mingkai clicked his tongue in discontent. Why does this meal suddenly taste sour? Qin Minghua, can't you manage the kitchen staff? All right. You worry about him not getting a meal, but disregard our hunger. How shameless. Gong Xiaobi. Sun Fengjiao bit her chopsticks, casting a wistful glance at Gong Xiaobi. A wave of guilt washed over Gong Xiaobi. She quickly replied, Jiao Jiao, you are a good person. This afternoon, I shall treat you to a meal. And Mingkai too. I will cover the expense. What favor are you doing? Let my son treat us. He has money and even owns a shop now. Jia Mingkai felt a slight comfort, unable to suppress his sarcastic tone. Gong Xiaobi recalled that Qin Ming was indeed short on funds after opening his shop, which made her somewhat anxious. No, let me handle it. My deskmate just repaid me. I can treat everyone. Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao exchanged a silent glance, each reading the darkness, silence, and a palpable tension in the other's expression that hinted at a desire to confront the situation. What are you talking about? I shall treat. This meal is on me. Qin Ming generously waved his hand. We have all paid. How can you treat us? Ah, what unfortunate timing. Then I shall not treat. Go buy me chicken legs. Qin Ming obediently went to the counter to purchase 8 chicken legs and ordered a portion of braised ribs. Only then did the expressions of Jia Mingkai and Sun Fengjiao brighten slightly. Qin Ming, what does old Lu want? Sun Fengjiao suddenly inquired with curiosity. Gong Xiaobi also looked up. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, it's nothing much. He merely wishes for me to forgive Zhou Qi and improve my grades. Forgive him? Nonsense. Jia Mingkai, a man of action, spoke up directly. The initial rumors about Qin Ming delivering takeout had come from their group, and this recent business venture was no different. A bunch of scoundrels. Were he in Qin Ming's position, Jia Mingkai would never grant forgiveness. Sun Fengjiao felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but frown, reproaching him. Jia Mingkai, you truly lack decorum. Xiaobi is present. Jia Mingkai suddenly found himself in a tight spot and hastily added, Gong Xiaobi must think the same way, right? Gong Xiaobi pondered for a moment and then nodded emphatically. They have not apologized. Why should we forgive them? See, Qin Ming chuckled, nodding in agreement. I never said I would forgive them. However, he did treat me to a meal over the weekend, so my animosity has lessened. He treated you to a meal? Jia Mingkai's eyes widened, as if Qin Ming's words were utterly unbelievable. Is that true? Qin Ming briefly recounted the events. Unbelievable, concise, and to the point, refreshing. By the way, my deskmate, old Lu, wants me to improve my grades. Could you assist me? Qin Ming took out a pack of lychee milk from his pocket as a token of appreciation. During their last shopping trip, Gong Xiaobi had purchased a lychee-flavored ice cream cone, leading Qin Ming to surmise that this young lady likely had an affinity for lychee-flavored treats. How thoughtful of him to offer me a drink. Truly, it was unnecessary, for I would gladly assist him regardless. However, should I decline his gesture, he might feel quite embarrassed. I suppose I shall accept it, and next time, I will treat him to a drink as well. What does he enjoy? Large breasts, certainly not something I can offer him. Milk would suffice, it's a safe choice. Gong Xiaobi accepted the milk eagerly, nodding in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, she began scribbling on a piece of paper. Qin Ming observed her, perplexed. Moments later, she presented the paper to him. Upon glancing at it, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Scores of 116 in Chinese, 74 in mathematics, 73 in English, 71 in biology, 75 in chemistry, and 63 in physics. My word, what dismal results. Whose scores are these? Yours, she replied. Hiss, haha, how amusing. Did I truly perform so poorly? Qin Ming stroked his chin, incredulous. How could my mathematics be so low, yet my physics so high? Gong Xiaobi tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and earnestly remarked, these are your scores. Though they aren't too low, are they? Thank you for the consolation, but this feels a tad insulting. Gong Xiaobi's expression grew serious as she analyzed the results with her pen. As for Chinese, I haven't seen your exam paper, yet this score is quite commendable. It may be challenging to improve in a short period. To enhance your score, you should focus on the reading comprehension section. Your performance in that area was rather poor during the last test. Qin Ming felt as though Gong Xiaobi was criticizing his comprehension skills and couldn't help but retort. It's not my fault. The question setters were malicious. Gong Xiaobi sighed. Yes, they were rather unfair, but you still didn't score highly. Thank you for helping me face reality. You're quite cruel yourself. In mathematics, there is significant potential for improvement. If you tackle the foundational and medium difficulty problems effectively, you could raise your score by at least 30 points, though it will require time. As for English, I believe you are quite adept now, as well as in biology and chemistry. Regarding physics, Gong Xiaobi's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I am not particularly strong in physics either. My score is only marginally higher than yours. I may not be able to assist you, my deskmate. This is what it means to converse with emotional intelligence. Even if you score 20 points higher, it isn't a substantial difference, is it? I feel cared for. Therefore, I shall assist you in improving your mathematics, aiming for at least a 10-point increase. In terms of Chinese, I will provide you with some essay openings to memorize, which should help boost your score somewhat. Gong Xiaobi meticulously outlined a plan, convinced it was even more crucial than her own studies. For an entire afternoon, Gong Xiaobi subjected Qin Ming to rigorous exercises, solving problems, identifying his weak points in mathematics, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once you return home, I will assign you some problems. Remember to complete them. Upon arriving home, Qin Ming suddenly heard a chime in his mind, signaling an epiphany. Chapter 96. I realized you are quite the stickler for details, and a task has arrived. Qingming, currently in need of funds due to opening a store, earnestly desires the system to assign more tasks. Please, do not hold back on my behalf. Qingming's gaze fell upon the task panel. Ding. Your once financially strained parents have experienced a slight improvement in their quality of life under your support. Yet your sister and brother-in-law have depleted most of their savings to help you repay debts. It is time to compensate them. Task, deep sibling affection. Elevate your sister's quality of life in your own way. Reward, 10,000 RMB. How outrageous. A true brother's keeper. How can one be so selfish? Post this and let the world critique you. What? I am the one being supported? How can one be so self-centered? Are your parents' funds not worth anything? Why not bring some over? A little reward for sharing on social media. Qingming had long been aware, since the system was first bound to him, that 10 years later, Qin Miao would indeed be married. This is quite normal. After all, 10 years later, Qin Miao would be a 32-year-old stunning woman. If she were not to marry, it would be viewed as a great deviation in the eyes of old Qin and Lu Fengying, such is the tradition in our hometown. If one were to drop out of school early, surpassing the age of 20, one would be considered a leftover in the marriage market. Qingming vividly remembers a distant cousin from his hometown who was married at the tender age of 17 or 18. It was almost surreal. However, had she pursued education, the circumstances would have differed. The day before graduation, one is an innocent student forbidden from romance, yet the day after, one becomes a highly sought-after candidate in the marriage market. Time waits for no one. Although Qingming knows that Qin Miao will inevitably marry in the future, it still feels strange to him. Seriously, are you marrying Qin Miao? A once ordinary and tranquil family finally welcomes a much-anticipated figure. BGM. After witnessing the 108 heroes, the water of the marsh splashes against the reeds. I hope Qin Miao marries far away, so her husband won't come home to complain when he gets scolded. I also wish that she won't live with her in-laws, for Qin Miao would surely unleash her wrath upon them. However, the task of improving Qin Miao's quality of life seems rather simplistic, does it not? Surely, it is easier than the tasks assigned to others. After all, this unfortunate college student has not experienced many good days. Qingming pondered. Although Qin Miao can be quite annoying, often flaunting her undergraduate achievements and belittling him, he chuckled to himself, thinking, is an undergraduate degree that impressive? Even if I cannot attain it, it does not prove the superiority of their education. I am a student they can never reach. Yet, in terms of daily life, truth be told, Qin Miao is not much different from a stepmother. Quite the quintessential brother's keeper. Qingming contemplated. Though Qin Miao is still in her early 20s, she relies entirely on her natural beauty and youthful charm. Qingming also noticed that sometimes, after staying up late, fine wrinkles would appear at the corners of Qin Miao's eyes and on her forehead, normal creases of the skin. I refuse to believe it. Qingming pondered, determinedly purchasing a set of SK2 anti-aging cosmetics for Qin Miao online, costing over 1,000. Although it paled in comparison to the 4,000 yuan black bottle and the 20,000 yuan blue bottle, SK2 was undoubtedly superior to the Dabao she usually used. Of course, this is not to imply that Dabao is inferior. However, gifting SK2 would elicit a heartfelt response from the recipient, who would exclaim, "Oh, how thoughtful. I will remember you for this." Conversely, gifting Dabao might provoke a reaction of, "How utterly thoughtless. I shall not forget this even in my afterlife." Yet, one must admit, these cosmetics are exorbitantly priced. Earning money from women seems deceptively easy once the cake shop opens. Just wait and see how I ride the waves of autumn, Valentine's Day, Spring Festival, Qingming Festival, World AIDS Day, and Black Liberation Day with my first cake. I shall harvest a bounty of infatuated admirers' gold coins. Not gifting. If you truly love a girl, would you deny her a sweet, delicate cake? Young women seek emotional value, and not gifting equates to a lack of affection. It's a moral bind, indeed. Returning to the bedroom, Qin Miao lay on the upper bunk, swiftly scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Qingming return, she sat up and remarked, "Those renovation workers are surprisingly efficient. They dismantled the previous setup today and even connected the plumbing and electricity. At this rate, I believe the renovation could be completed in 10 days. Such speed?" Qingming was taken aback, not expecting Ho Shanji's father to be so capable. "Indeed. It's quite fast. The woman you referred to gave me her contact information, and after I added her, I checked the equipment. It's all quite comprehensive, specifically for cake making, workstations, dough mixers, fermentation boxes, ovens, you name it. If we want a complete set, it will cost around 74,500 yuan. Qingming was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. "Qin Miao, you could easily quote 75,000, pocket an extra 500 for yourself, yet you insist on stating such an odd figure. No wonder you use SK2. How naive. Hasn't old Qin taught you how to be a little more shrewd? So expensive?" The nearly 75,000 yuan price tag seemed rather steep to Qingming. Qin Miao rolled her eyes in response. "Is this really expensive? You have no idea that a good refrigerated display case can cost over 10,000 yuan. Moreover, according to the design, you'll need at least 4 for your shop. Cakes, Chinese pastries, bread, and Western desserts. All of this costs money. I'm looking at second-hand options. So the total price is relatively lower, but the quality is nearly as good as new. Fine then. Enough chit-chat. Let us pay the deposit quickly, or someone else will snatch the items away. How much is it? 30,000. Damn it. So expensive? Had I known, I wouldn't have refunded you. Qin Miao coldly smiled. I'll kill you. After a few moments, she suddenly asked, how much money do you still have? I find myself rather short on funds at the moment. So could you lend me 5,000? Qin Miao snapped irritably. You just borrowed, and now you're asking again? Absolutely not. I beg you, at most 4,000. Surely. You can't resist? Qin Ming nodded, recognizing that at this critical juncture, every little bit saved counts, especially since Qin Miao's money doesn't require repayment. Qin Ming transferred the deposit to Qin Miao, instructing her to hand it over to the equipment company, but requested that the equipment be kept there for some time until the renovations were nearly complete before installation. Go fetch me some foot-soak water. I'm utterly exhausted from running around all day, Qin Miao said impatiently. 200 for a session. I have a friend who spent over 300 last time at a foot spa, so consider this a discount. Qin Miao inhaled deeply and leapt off the bed with fervor. I realize you are particularly fond of being pedantic, Qin Ming replied with a feigned look of grievance. One hand cradling his head, while the other cautiously placed Qin Miao's feet into the basin. Reclining on the sofa, Qin Miao let out a contented sigh and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ming. If you provoke me again, I won't hesitate to retaliate. In your own way, enhance your sister's quality of life. Reward, 10,000 RMB. Completed. Chapter 97. The stern Bibi-chan upon hearing the notification of task completion. Qin Ming paused for a brief moment. Very well. Bibi-chan is a good little one, and Qin Miao is a wonderful sister. Suddenly, Qin Ming reached out, intending to massage Qin Miao's feet. Startled, she recoiled, looking at him in alarm. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? Hey, let me wash your feet. He replied cheerfully. Get lost. Go wash your mother's feet. I certainly don't need your help. Qin Miao grumbled in discontent. All right. I understand you mean no harm. Qin Ming awkwardly rubbed his hands together, hastily explaining, Sister, I feel as though we were fated in a previous life. Qin Miao scoffed. That does not justify you washing my feet. A grown man washing a girl's feet? How unmanly. Go away. She then regarded him with slight suspicion. What do you mean by saying we have a connection from a previous life? I just suddenly recalled memories of our past life. We were great companions. I'd run ahead, and you'd chase after me, even biting me sneakily. Qin Ming's gaze was serene, as if he were lost in recollection. Qin Miao squinted. If you dare claim to be Lu Dongbin, I'll head to the kitchen and fetch something tasty for you, followed by a couple of strikes to smash your head. Isn't it curious how suddenly memories can vanish? Qin Miao's fists hardened in an instant. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Ming's back as he chuckled awkwardly. Qin Miao, where did you learn these ridiculous jokes? I suppose I should return to my studies now. Make yourself scarce. Classmate, I reviewed your last test paper. You hardly lost any points on the assembly questions. I believe you can temporarily set those aside. However, for function derivatives, you lost points. You performed adequately on basic questions, but struggled with medium difficulty ones, and nearly scored nothing on the high-level problems. The same applies to trigonometric functions and geometry. You fared well on the basics. Shortly after Gong Xiaobi arrived home, he swiftly finished reviewing Qin Ming's test paper from the previous weekend and offered targeted feedback. They have yet to study sequences, so Gong Xiaobi refrained from mentioning that topic. Qin Ming pondered on how to enhance his skills. Gong Xiaobi, a true embodiment of a diligent scholar from a small town, achieved her remarkable results not solely through innate talent, but primarily through her relentless effort. She is not the type to casually glance at a problem, fidget, and nonchalantly declare the answer. In fact, she is quite the opposite. Gong Xiaobi approaches problem-solving like a farmer toiling in the fields, meticulously calculating each step with a steady and reliable mindset, adhering to the honorable path esteemed by educators. In simpler terms, she utilizes her profound foundational knowledge to conquer even the most challenging problems. Her method of learning is exemplary for ordinary students and particularly suitable for Qin Ming. I will source problems for you from the academic website. While you work through them, remember to internalize the knowledge points. Initially, I will select problems focusing on singular concepts for you to tackle. Once you complete the textbook, topics such as functions, trigonometric functions, and analytic geometry will intertwine so intricately that they seem inseparable. Without a solid foundation, it is nearly impossible to solve these problems. This explains why many students perform adequately in mathematics during their first year of high school, only to see their grades plummet in the second year. First-year math resembles a beginner's puzzle game, easily navigable with a few strokes, often aided by free tools from prior knowledge. In contrast, second-year math is akin to navigating a labyrinthine puzzle game, where one must not only clear obstacles, but also be wary of complications and limited moves. Qin Ming contemplated and suggested, why not just call? Typing felt like a waste of time. Gong Xiaobi readily agreed. All right, I'll call you. As soon as Qin Ming received the message, her voice call came through. Hello, classmate. Her sweet and melodious tone resonated through the speaker, eliciting a smile from Qin Ming, who appreciated the casualness of their conversation. Please hold on a moment. I will find some problems for you. Being an adept individual, Gong Xiaobi could swiftly ascertain the knowledge points from a glance at the questions. Thus, tailoring Qin Ming's training was quite straightforward. All right, I'm ready, she said. Let us start with functions. I'll send you a few questions. The first one tests monotonicity, parity, and symmetry, which is relatively simple. Give it a try. Her gentle encouragement accompanied the challenge. In her view, the difficulty of this problem was trivial, yet for Qin Ming, it posed a moderate challenge. As he glanced at the question, he recognized it as a common quadratic function with a slight variation. Damn it, he thought. Why must they always change things up? Can't they just stick to the conventional forms of knowledge points? Frustrated, he recalled the numerous mathematical concepts he had memorized during his study sessions. Although there remained questions that elude understanding, the moment a reminder from Gong Xiaobi surfaced, these concepts suddenly flooded back from the recesses of memory. So that's how it is. Qin Ming, albeit with some stumbling, took 7 or 8 minutes to complete the problem set. He snapped a photo and sent it to Gong Xiaobi. Well done. You got it right. How delightful. Is there a reward? Not yet. It's just the first question. I'll present you with another, and once you finish, I shall review it for you. As time slowly drifted by, Qin Miao returned to her room and observed Qin Ming working on problems with a girl. She paused for 2 seconds, intending to offer guidance, but after a brief glance at the questions, she fell silent and retreated to her bed. How frustrating. Questions that she could tackle swiftly during high school now seemed perplexing. Indeed, university is a realm that can lead one astray from knowledge. Qin Ming spent the entire night immersed in his studies, invigorated by the solid foundation he had built, and under Gong Xiaobi's constant encouragement, the concepts began to resonate unexpectedly. It was akin to the elixir of immortality being refined in the furnace of Laozi, not extinguishing him, but rather transforming his inner essence. Mathematics indeed wielded its power. Sine and cosine functions, Qin Ming remarked dismissively. They're S1 by the roadside, easily dispatched. Exponential functions, he exclaimed, what on earth? Why are there English questions? Did I pick up the wrong paper? No, replied Gong Xiaobi. Exponential functions are just like that. Where's the difficulty? Before claiming inability, perhaps consider whether you've truly applied yourself. Logarithmic functions, he murmured. I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll sleep now. No, Gong Xiaobi insisted. This is the most fundamental of logarithmic functions. You may not sleep until it's completed. Chapter 98. I know you are an independent woman. Gong Xiaobi, how stern you are. Can you give me a little nudge to wake me up? Damn Qin Ming. Amidst such thrilling and challenging mathematics, he still entertained these distracting thoughts. If only he could solve the problems and earn a reward from Gong Xiaobi. As the clock struck 11, Gong Xiaobi discreetly yawned, which Qin Ming caught. He finally emerged from the nightmarish realm of logarithmic functions. Today saw progress. Tomorrow we shall continue. Her slightly weary voice rendered Qin Ming's mind somewhat foggy. Yet, one must concede that Gong Xiaobi is indeed an exceptional teacher, adept at pinpointing the areas where Qin Ming struggled and then ruthlessly amplifying those challenges in subsequent questions. As merciless as a butcher in a marketplace. Nevertheless, the results were undeniably evident. At the very least, when confronted with function-related problems, Qin Ming no longer wore a bewildered expression. It wasn't that he possessed the ability to resolve them. He merely felt a semblance of familiarity. Previously, Qin Ming's demeanor was one of playful defiance. Here comes the big pot again. How do you plan to deal with me this time? All right, I'm ready. Now, at least he felt capable of mounting some resistance, albeit minimal. Yet, considering it was merely the first day, such a reaction was understandable. Lying on his bed, Qin Ming resolved to enhance his English listening skills. The weakness in my English lies in my writing and listening skills. My extensive vocabulary has indirectly enhanced my composition abilities. Yet my listening remains consistently poor. Time is of the essence. I have only half an hour left for English listening practice before sleep. Qin Ming dons his headphones and scrolls through his phone, seeking listening materials. Alas, how did I end up in the European and American section? How much more time can I squander? Nevertheless, since I am here, I must not waste this moment. With only half an hour remaining, genuine study would require at least 50 minutes. Any less would be insufficient. The forum is so captivating. I inadvertently lingered until midnight. If only I had known to study instead. Qin Ming curses himself inwardly for this time wastage. He sets his phone aside and hastily drifts into slumber. The following day, back in class, Jia Mingkai cautiously approaches, lowering his voice. Qin Ming, I feel like something is off with Zhou Shui. Qin Ming pauses for a moment, startled. Has he been discovered? He turns to glance at Jia Mingkai, but his gaze inadvertently meets Zhou Shui's. What is happening? Zhou Shui sits in a wheelchair, managing a faint smile while silently shaking her head. Everything is fine, she seems to convey. What does that mean? Zhou Shui, isn't everything good? What have you done to her? Qin Ming retorts, tossing a cap aside. Jia Mingkai quickly interjects, I haven't done anything. Nonsense, you clearly have a connection. Hey, don't say that. He chuckles. I can only say we have a spiritual bond. There's nothing substantial between us. Qin Ming inquires. What do you mean by saying Zhou Shui is acting strangely? Jia Mingkai's expression turns peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he replies earnestly, Zhou Shui. She asked for my photo. Do you think she is too infatuated with me? Qin Ming responds, who knows, my friends? Help me out here. Jia Mingkai. You're truly a fool. I think this is inappropriate. After all, we are merely high school students. Our focus should be on our studies. If she is so captivated by me now, what will happen in the future? Jia Mingkai speaks with conviction, expressing a sense of heartbreak, feeling his charm is too potent. Furthermore, I haven't fully accepted her yet. During school, she rarely speaks to me, yet after class, she chatters endlessly and pries into my privacy. What does that signify? Goodness. Zhou Shui, you're quite bold, aren't you? You're not afraid Jia Mingkai might break your other leg as well. Zhou Shui's leg disability became apparent within a week. It was known that her left thigh had sustained an injury. She can manage with crutches, but for comfort, she prefers her wheelchair. Surprisingly, she seems to take it in stride. After transferring to Class 3, with Dai Yuchan's aloofness and Qin Ming's authoritative presence, the others have shown her considerable care. When she needs to use the restroom, Sun Fengjiao and Bibi Chan often assist her, and occasionally, Dai Yuchan lends a hand. No one has whispered any gossip, leading her to develop a somewhat cheerful disposition. Qin Ming quickly asks, so, have you prepared the photo? Yes, I have, Jia Mingkai responds. Jia Mingkai concealed his hands in his pockets. The cicada pupa nestled within, as if grasping something of significance. Would you like to see my handsome photo? He inquired. Did you bring your phone? Surely, you wouldn't report me? Jia Mingkai's expression shifted dramatically. In their school, possessing a mobile phone ranked just below the offenses of falling in love and treason. Do you perceive me as such a person? You must swear. If you do not reveal it soon, I shall summon old Lu. Born. Jia Mingkai stealthily retrieved his phone, unveiling a photo and discreetly passing it to Qin Ming. A glance was all it took for Qin Ming to nearly burst out laughing. The image, adorned with a CCD filter, captured Jia Mingkai gazing melancholically at the heavens. His jawline cunningly accentuated, exuding an air of flamboyance. Isn't it handsome? I'll sell you the original for 80. Jia Mingkai chuckled mischievously. Qin Ming smirked. If I were to post this on the dark web, I'd surely be hunted down, yet posting it as gay might earn me a few fans. I shall kill you. Qin Ming abruptly declared. Never mind, just send it to me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money later. Jia Mingkai was taken aback, his gaze filled with disbelief. You mustn't harbor any ill intentions towards me. This photo is merely for viewing, not for mockery. Disgusting old Jia. I'll keep it for inducing vomiting, Qin Ming retorted sharply. Jia Mingkai stood frozen for 3 seconds, then began frantically searching for a knife. I'll chop you up. The morning self-study session concluded. Jia Mingkai cast a mysterious glance at Zhou Shui before quietly slipping away to the restroom. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming took a seat in front of Zhou Shui. Oh, class monitors.